Chapter 1 Reborn as a Snake. Im not dead, im still alive? Shin uslo liopinidices, a glimmer of surprise illuminating his gaze. Had thought would perish engage. Shin you recall led falling into thiver renadrunk in stupor, pan a single thing high mace water filed his mouth hand nose, after which he lost consciousness. I wonder who the good Samaritan was that saved me haven tevin had thechen cito press my gratitude. However, if thee saved him, why didn't they just call an ambulancy or take me somewheres? What's the meaning of leaving here in his salat wilderness? Doth he fear a mites them? But where exactly is this place? That tree so magnificent Litolandro bust surlith must be 32 timeter shy? Shin you gazetna, butsit in life rose widow ease trees resemble dogtail grass? No, there is no such thing as grass this delitiumz true lidrink to mich and haven't woken up since he being rescued from thiver. Has shook his head, convinced that this intoxication was to blame. Indeed, a must beckwit inebriated, for everything around me appears like a thermal image. Shinua's increasing like convinced of his drunken state. Ash's muddled mind could not fathom how the trees around him could reach hate softos in 700 soft meters. Strangely, many trees seemed to sprout flowers like grass. Even more absurdly, has spotted Daciant at distance, Andley and Gauntha show us a colossal figure. Yes, agent, Shin you estimated the giant to be nearly 100 meters tall. What else could it be but a giant? Could a normal person possess such dimensions? Yet, these was nothimist bizarre revelation themos de astonishing fact was hut hated laser pinstale. Wow, where on earth am I? Wath a shapentome? Shin ya shoot in a frenzy, clarity returning gasha dismisseth the notion of being disoriented, heffel tremarkably lucid. Once calm, Shin you affirmed as startling truth he had truly transformed into a snake, and the towering trees surrounding him were remerly wildflower sandgrasses. Thegi and Twazen Dedriel, and Hulai Clyresim bled with tan or malhuman will like. Have I reincarnated a snake? But wait, isn't it said in myth to tone low soul memorious off theer, past life upon reincarnation? Did I forget a drink thming po soup? Yet even if ha had forgotten thesup, itherd lycemid plausible faith would bear a bornasis snake. In his previous life, though he wasn't a paragon of virtue, he'd least qualify a day sotsant individual. I don't litter, I don't spit in public, I obey traffic lights, I avoid illicit websites, and I even flush public toilets. How could Simeone as good as impossible bornasis snake? It's subtly unjust. Shin you felt him soft said Nasandanger within him. However, has soon found solace in his thoughts. In his past life, had been orphan, living in a pitiful state. Ashen red graduation, had planned to confess his feelings to hisherish crush, only to discover that she already pregnant with Zomionial child. Longing to be further, have found himself rejected. He had endured enough off such a miserable existence. If a ways to be snake, so by perhaps thrilled off snakes would be filled with excitement. I wonder if that person is dead? After pondering for a while, Shin you finally remembered through a sanother individual present, possibly a corpse. Heslis heard of that person, examining closely. The individual appeared to be just over 20 years old despite their injurious and tattered clothing, they garments med keter regal, resembling the attire of characters from a historical drama. Still alive? Shin unit to set the person's eyelids flutter. Sensing something crawling on him, that person slowly opened their eyes and gazed, their eyes filled with panicas thebel thes nikavanthem. Thes nixes sparkled with curiosity, appearing larger than his shed. Then, Thepperson seemed startled, grasped Shinyu, and hurled him into the water. Ouch! Shinya cursed under his breath thankfully, Helen didn't the water. Had a been thrown onto land, his slender snake bought a wood na they fared well. Instinctively, Shinyu began to swim, propelling himself toward the shore. I can swim. Shinyu was taken aback, as he had been naturally averse to a tear in his previous life, failing to learn swimming despite his severe attempts with different instructors. Hadili aren't to swim earlier, perhaps I wouldn't they've deed. A flating sadness was previous lie joyed. Up and reaching the shore, Hinata said to the person frantically plucking fruits from a tree and devouring them fervor. The entertainment industrious drew like complex evenly actors are driven suicide. Shin you assumed the individual was an actor, as it was sunkaman for Simiana to awareness and tatiri otherwise. However, I seem to bequid hungry as well that I wonder if I can eat plants. Harry mimbered that snakes primarily consumed meat. Yet seeing the individual indulge in the fruits made his mouth water. Let me trion. Shinyer solved to discover whether he could indeed consume fruits. He crawled to the base of the fruit tree, preparing to climb pan simply fruit. A black striped snake? Upon seeing Shinyu ascend the tree, Theman paused, letigish the furnished. Oh, it's just a black striped snake. Iwasquid is startled just no. Black striped snake seri ordinary yan non-venoma, psyching chitandroastit formule. These wild fruits are devoid of nutrition and distinguishable. Asked the man-sized Jinyuja statuous about swallow fruit. Shinyu exclaimed, what the? Momentarily stunned, he felt Themon's grip around his waist. Thefruthi Hodges consumed in his throat. Now, heckled and swallow it down, butha cold regurgitate. In a flurry of panic, Shinyu expelled the fruit, and just as sighed in relief, Hinata said Themon had drawn a dagger from his waist. Oh, that dagger looks exquisite. Theble du is set ched with peculiar patterns and adorned with exquisite gemstones, glimmering splendidly. It weighs evident lie a valuable item. Wait, what is this guy planning Toto? What do I intend Toto? This silly gallant punishable be death, Shinyu exclaimed enter, Heizi swide with fright. However, Tothman, all ha heard ways Azris of fissing sounds. Go ahead, scream Alio when Tevin I fi you shout until the hour throat is raw, noon you will come a toy o rescue. Shinyu struggled to comprehend Themon's words. Theman crouched down, positioning the dagger against Shinyu's neck, intent in severing it. He found Thes snake shed too unsightly, fearing Thatsi and Jitamakudru in his appetit. As the dagger approached, Shinyu thrished wildly. Whether it was due to Shinyu's vigorous writhing or the man's weakened state from falling into the water, Shinyu managed to break free. Doyao think he can Yaw underestimate snakes, instead awfuling immediately, Shinyu bit down on the mansion. Quite fierce. Theman wasn't phased bish in yuspity after all, it was merely a non-venomous snake. But suddenly, his ears glazed over, and dis body swayed unsteadily. Is it venomous? Did I make a mistake? Could this not be black striped snake? With a thud, Themon collapsed to the ground. I really am a venomous snake? But widow, I feel desirous well? Did my own venom affect him? In the end, Bothman and Snake lay unconscious beneath the tree. P.S. Please give a 5-star review. Chapter 2 The Clan Guardian Beast System. After a long while, Shinyu paneticize. This makes no sense. How could a snake be incapacitated be its own venom? Shinyu murmured, but sudden lie of Wasicho in his mind, Clan Guardian Beast System activated. Shinyu was taken aback a system activation. What could this possibly mean? Ash pondered, anima jappered in his mind. Name Shinyu. Clanks Jiangchong. Species black stripe snake. Bloodline Norak. Realms. Innate divine abilities. System abilities. Energy points 0. What the heck is this? The changes in his mind exceeded discomprehension. Yet, just as confusion clouded his thoughts, has sudden lyracy of Eden formation both Clan Guardian B system. Thene mice designed be the host. The clan corresponds to Thifamilyof the individual bound to E system. Species reflects the host's current species. Bloodline pertains to the bloodline of the current species, which may evolve into another species since developed. Realm indicates the host's cultivation level. Innate divine abilitar for Stothunike bloodline ability is of the host species. System ability is Sereth powers granted by the system. Energy points are feedback from the host clan, with stronger clans providing more energy points. If the cultivators and the clan are of significantly different strength than the host, fewer energy points will be provided. Energy points serve three primary functions. First, to enhance the cultivation. Second, to improve the training of system ability. And third, to elevate the bloodline. Is this for real? Shinyu fo undethar de believe, but the calmed himself fond reflected upon his surroundings. Hedoering treason the memory of becoming gas snake, alongside ethicitof team and Nancy and Tatire. Hefina confirmedo ner deniable fact. He was not in his original world but rather in a mythical realm reminiscent of his past life. He had not been reincarnate, das's snake he if the Torathi case, he would been a soldanena gorgeous breaking free from it. Nor wasted do it to forgetting to drink sup the 13 memory of his past life. He had traversed in Tothabadi a fast snake. Shinya found the notion incredible, such a Platon lie existed in television dramas and novels. How could a possibly be experienced? Is that not correct? Shinya pondered the system in his mind, a sudden wavy ophellation surging within him. If this is indeed true, then this clan guardian beast system is nothing short of my golden finger. It appears that the heavens are compensating for my pitiful existence in my previous life, having been orphaned and lone, with neither father nor mother, nor a beloved wife. As the Sethinchian Yusmand, Heffelton unexpected joy descending upon him. His past life had been filled with its shedness, his memory a swarty void of beauty. Had been bullied in the orphanage, ridiculed during East University years, and event the recollection of his demise Spain fullest beloved by Uegwangwas with Anna Thurman and refused toke, Nalagamas the Fathero for child. Yet in this world, he possessed a golden finger, suggesting apithosind the peak so fly finned weed beautiful and we alpha woman. While Shinyu indulged in these fanciful thoughts, Theman beside him began to awaken. Startled by the man's revel, Shinyu wondered, did it not poison him? No, Hesimid to have bound himself to Somion named Jiangchong, and there were others present. Could it be? Shintian gazed curiously at Theman, who, sensing his scrutiny, turned to look at Shinyu. That woman and serpent locked Dyson's Marie. However, Thistum felt different. Both Shinyu and Theman sensed an inexplicable familiarity, one another. Shinya found himself inexplicably drawn to Theman, a shiver running down his spine. Thuff in truth, he could not physically shiver. The man, too, was puzzled, wondering why he suddenly found this serpent so endearing. How strange this certainly appears to be a black-striped serpent. How could it possibly be venomous? Theman recalled his previous fainting, perplexed, murmuring to himself. Hearing this, Shintain instinctively replied, "A minnow venomous? How curious, head hot. I am not venomous. How thin did I faint moments ago? Wait, no." Theman and Serpent exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. "Can you speak? I can comprehend yours." Both continued to gaze at one another, their expression fled with shock. Theman thought a black-striped serpent can indeed speak. Shinyu thought Amara serpent can comprehend a man's speech. Wait, Theman suddenly realized that the serpent had not spoken but dissing sounds, yet his mind interpreteth sounds as coherent language. Isn't this phenomenon supposed to occur only after forming a contract with Aspert Beast? Have I forget a contract with black-striped serpent? Impossible. The black-striped serpent is merely an ordinary serpent devoid of any cultivation, incapable of forming a contract with him. A contract? Dost hat me and I have a becoming orbit? Shinue staken abactish patebiing a serpent, had no desirito binyonaspit. However, it soon dawned on him that the system painland dictate to binding, not a contract. Surely, the system would no talo at shas to become a somi O'Neill cespit. What exactly are you? Once more, Theman heard Shinyu's voice in his mind, glancing at black-striped serpent with newfound intrigue, realizing jit wasner in our creature. Do you not know? I am a black-striped serpent. You cannot be a black-striped serpent. I am indeed a black-striped serpent. Impossible. You'll acknowledge. Ill acknowledge? I am the esteemed hair off Jiang family. How can you claim ill acknowledge? Is that not the case? Do a unit think you resemble a black-striped serpent? Theman fell realizing that indeed, this serpent bore an uncanny resemblance to the own she had encountered before. Very well, let it be a black-striped serpent, he muttered, turning to leave. Wait, what are you doing? Thiskin up, we're bound together. Seeing Theman depart, Shinyu hastened to follow. Ace the serpent, Shinyu was remarkably swift, quickly appearing before Theman. Hey, Jiangchong, where are you headed? Nani o fi or concern. Jiangcheng replied impatiently, but then suddenly paused, looking at Shinyu. How do you no minimize Jiangchong? Yes, how did you know? Ah, right. When you were unconscious, you read your name, so I just knew it. This matter about he system certain like could not be disclosed to others, prompting Shinyu to fabricate an explanation. Is that so? Heffeltonode sensation regarding these black-striped serpent, Wick Natan Lai shared a bond with him Boodle, so possessed intelligence equal to Thito for human spite Lakangani cultivation. What do you intend Toto? Shinyu proceed further. Leveth this place. Can you take me with you? Absolutely not. Within a cave, Aminandasser pint dined on fresh lyra-led fish. After much persistence from Xinyu, Zhang Chang ultimate lyra-lenta dand allowed him to accompany him. Zhang Chang, your skills sarlacc and your grilled fish is rather unpalatable. Asa black-striped serpent, you should ideally feast in frog sand insects, yet when I caught a frog, you refused to eat it. When I caught insects, you turned dio your nose up at them, and now you even complain about migra-led fish. Zhang Chankus deceit longlance, bemused at twazel reata peculiar en at hutia black-striped serpent food consum cooked food, yet no it weighs, pressing distaste. Chapter 3. The Tale of Zhang Chang. Do you have a name? If not, shall I call you Xiao He? After a hearty meal, Zhang Chang leaned against the stone wall, pondering how this black-patterned serpent had chosen to follow him. It seemed only fitting to bestow upon it a name. Xiao He? No way. You can call yourself Xiao He, but I am called Xinyu. That simply cannot be. You must be named Xiao He. Cultivators always name their spirit beasts after forming a contract, and you cannot be Xinyu. I refuse to be called Xiao He. I shall be Xinyu. The exchange between man and serpent continued, back and forth, until Zhang Chang proposed the name Xian Tian. Xian derives from Xinyu, while Tian represents Zhang Chang's aspiration for Xinyu to soar through the skies and wield unparalleled power. Furthermore, the characters for Tian and you are quite similar. Xinyu contemplated this suggestion and found it quite appealing, far more majestic than Xiao He. Since he had entered a new world and assumed a new identity, a new name seemed appropriate. Thus, Xinyu became Xian Tian, with the name on the system panel in his mind changing from Xinyu to Xian Tian. After a brief respite, Xinyu, no, Xian Tian, suddenly turned to Zhang Chang and inquired, Zhang Chang, when will you take me back to the Zhang family? At the mention of the Zhang family, Zhang Chang, who had been lying on the ground, trembled. The Zhang family? There's no going back. His tone was somber. Yet Xian Tian remained oblivious, fixating instead on the 4 words. There's no going back? Alarmed, he pressed. Why can't we go back? Were you abandoned for some wrongdoing? Zhang Chang, it is not right to be forsaken by your family for a mistake. Take me back to the Zhang family, and we shall apologize sincerely. Whatever punishment awaits, let it fall upon you. We simply cannot leave the family. Xian Tian, what does the Zhang family's affairs have to do with you? Why are you worrying about it? Zhang Chang's tone grew impatient, tinged with irritation. Of course it matters. I must be concerned. After all, I am your contracted spirit beast, your family. No, I am even closer than family. Upon hearing the word family, Zhang Chang paused, and the impatience and anger on his face vanished in an instant. Xian Tian, thank you? Huh? Xian Tian felt an impulse to cover his face, but alas, he had no hands. Big brother, what I wish to hear is not gratitude. Zhang Chang, look, we are so close now. Do share your troubles with me. It was then that Xian Tian discerned something was amiss with Zhang Chang's demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Chang spoke slowly. The Zhang family is no more, boom. The Zhang family is no more, homeless, vanished. Xian Tian's mind erupted with chaos, forgetting even to blink. How could this be? All aspirations of reaching the pinnacle of life, of marrying a wealthy beauty, gone in an instant. System, come forth. I wish to change my family. I need a new family. However, the system offered no response whatsoever. In truth, he had long harbored doubts about the system's consciousness. Yet despite his attempts, it remained unresponsive. He had tried calling out for help in every way possible. No reaction. It was over. Xian Tian felt utterly despondent. Without a family, how could he acquire energy points? Solely relying on Zhang Chang. It would take an eternity to realize his dreams of achieving greatness and marrying a wealthy beauty. Wait a moment. Although Zhang Chang was alone, he could still reproduce. I could have him marry hundreds of wives, each bearing 10 children. Wouldn't that lead to a rapid increase in population? Nevertheless, observing Zhang Chang's dejected expression, Xian Tian inquired, Zhang Chang, how did the Zhang family come to its demise? Were they implicated in some crime? What crime? What are you talking about? Ahem, do share. It is unhealthy to bottle things up. It could lead to depression. Zhang Chang shot Xian Tian a peculiar glance. What on earth is this depression? This creature is rather enigmatic. Yet he began to recount his tale. I hail from the Zhang family of Bailing Prefecture. a prestigious family with a history spanning 5,000 years and a population exceeding 300,000. Such a vast family. Some members possessed exceptional talent, while others were lacking, much like myself, who possessed but a pseudo-spiritual root. However, as a direct descendant of the Jiang family, I had ample resources, and despite my mediocre talent, I managed to cultivate to the third layer of qi refinement. Wait, what is the third layer of qi refinement? Is it high or low? Upon hearing Jiang Chang mention his cultivation level, Xin Tian quickly inquired. Sensing an ominous premonition, sure enough, you do not know? You truly have no idea about your situation. Cultivation is divided into qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and so forth. Qi refinement is the first realm, further divided into 9 minor realms, and I am at the third minor realm of qi refinement. Heh, a hellish level of difficulty. You should continue with your story. Jiang Chang had lost all hope and instead relied on the potential of his future descendants. With such a vast population in the Jiang family, resource allocation was highly imbalanced. Direct descendants and legitimate heirs received far more resources than collateral branches, who in turn received more than outsiders, disregarding talent and other factors entirely. Moreover, the Jiang family faced significant management issues. Some were overly lenient, while others were excessively strict. Certain family rules were more for show than substance. Direct descendants generally faced little punishment for their errors, while collateral branches and outsiders paid dearly for their transgressions. Family disputes were commonplace in every clan, and indeed, such conflicts were expected. However, the strife within the Jiang family was excessively fierce. Initially, the Jiang family's offspring could marry freely, leading to discord among wives and concubines, which in turn fostered rivalry among their children in their youth. While their strength was still developing, the drawbacks remained concealed. Yet, once they reached the golden core or nascent soul stages, capable of influencing the entire family, these drawbacks became glaringly apparent. The family rules of the Jiang clan could not curtail their excessive quest for power, while other families watched from the sidelines. This resulted in the Jiang family appearing united, yet their strength was fundamentally fragmented. Furthermore, other factors contributed to the family's distrust among its members, with individuals pursuing personal interests and mutually sabotaging rival factions within the clan. These myriad issues led to the disintegration of the Jiang family and a weakening of its overall strength. Bailing Prefecture is not solely home to the Jiang family. There are 5 other prominent clans who relished the Jiang family's plight and even intervened, meddling in their disputes in a bid to suppress their rivals. Certain Jiang family members colluded with outsiders, orchestrating numerous assassinations. Ultimately, their sights fell upon the Jiang family's deterrent power. The nascent soul ancestors. Under their scheming, they successfully assassinated 2 of the 4 nascent soul ancestors. Those conspirators believed they had seized power, only to be met with betrayal as the remaining ancestors were targeted by allied families. In the end, the 2 remaining nascent soul ancestors were overwhelmed and brutally slain by the combined forces of several families. From that moment forth, the Jiang family ceased to exist in Bailing Prefecture. Chapter 4. The reconstruction of the Jiang family. It is no wonder the Jiang family was obliterated. After hearing Jiang Chang's tale, Xin Tian sighed. This has been the cause of many families and nations' decline and destruction throughout history. Did you know? I identified the dangers within the family at a very young age. I informed my father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. Yet none heeded my words, for we are direct descendants, the beneficiaries of privilege. At this moment, Jiang Chang lay prostrate on the ground, weeping bitterly. Considering your age, you must have recognized the Jiang family's issues only a few years or a decade ago. But do you believe the family's problems emerged only in recent years? No. They have been festering for hundreds, even thousands of years. Do you think you are the only one to notice the issues? Others have certainly recognized them as well. Yet, why have these dangers persisted for so long? Because the roots of the Jiang family are already rotten. Rotten? Indeed. Isn't that a perfect description? No, it is not just the roots. Even the leaves are decayed. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chang lay on the ground, laughing madly. Tears and laughter intertwined. Once he calmed down, Xin Tian asked, "What do you plan to do now?" "What to do?" Jiang Chang lay down once more, responding weakly. "The future. The future. Do I even have a future? How could you lack a future when you have me?" Just kidding. Even without a future for yourself, I must ensure you have one. If you have no future, what will I do? I wonder if I could switch to another family if Jiang Chong were to perish. No, no, no. I mustn't think such thoughts. If Jiang Chong were lost and I couldn't bind to another family, I would have no future at all. You certainly know how to comfort others. Upon hearing Xian Tian's words, Jiang Chong chuckled, warmth blooming in his heart. So, what should I do? Jiang Chong gazed at Xian Tian. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I was waiting for you to say that. Xian Tian was overjoyed, his tongue flicking in excitement. Rebuild the Jiang family. Rebuild the Jiang family? Xian Tian, do not jest. With my current strength, how could I possibly have the opportunity to restore the Jiang family? The 5 great families of Bailing Prefecture would obliterate me in an instant. Do you think I am still alive simply because I am weak? I am merely not on the kill list of the 5 families and their minions. I lack the qualifications. Do you know why I fell into the river? I was being chased by a low-ranking wild dog. I couldn't even defeat that wild dog and fell into the river in a panic. As he recounted this, Jiang Chang's tone grew increasingly intense. Filled with rage directed at his own incompetence. Certainly, you have the opportunity to rebuild the Jiang family. However, look at your current strength. You can't even defeat a wild dog. What does this signify? It signifies that your power is exceedingly weak, and thus, you will not attract their attention. Moreover, the Jiang family has been annihilated, yet you still survive. The wild dog couldn't bring about your demise. What does this imply? It implies that you are fortunate. Those who survive great calamities are bound to enjoy future blessings. Do you understand? Your future will surely be smooth sailing, and the Jiang family you rebuild shall reign over Bailing City. Is this truly the case? Jiang Chong asked, somewhat apprehensive. Of course, it is true. You don't believe me? I am your spirit beast, closer to you than your own kin. I believe. So what should I do? The first step, of course, is to find a place to establish the Jiang family, and then marry several hundred wives. A few days later, a man and a serpent appeared in a bustling city. This Wuling city has quite a population. Xian Tian, coiled around Jiang Chang's neck, curiously observed the bustling streets and the throngs of people. I find it rather ordinary, Jiang Chong scoffed, looking down on this small place. A few days prior, upon deciding to rebuild the Jiang family, the man and serpent left the desolate mountains. However, neither of them knew the way, so they could only wander aimlessly in a chosen direction. Along the way, they encountered ferocious beasts twice, but fortunately, they were all of the lowest tier. Xian Tian inquired about the strength of these first-tier beasts. Learning that they corresponded to human cultivators at the qi refining stage, levels 1 to 3. Jiang Chong was at the 3rd level of qi refining, claiming to be at its peak, not far from the 4th level. Thus, Xian Tian was eager to taste the flesh of these beasts, but on both occasions, they were soundly beaten and had to flee in disgrace. This is hopeless. We must cultivate a new identity. The reconstruction of the Jiang family cannot be delayed. By the way, Jiang Chong, are you wealthy? If you wish to establish yourself in Wuling City, you must possess strength. After all, in this world, the strong hold the power. Although they currently lack strength, having wealth could suffice. At least they would not suffer from hunger or cold. I have no money, but I possess spirit stones. What are spirit stones? Upon hearing the term, Xian Tian felt an inexplicable allure. Spirit stones differ from ordinary currency. They are a resource for cultivation. However, due to their abundance and necessity for every cultivator, spirit stones have become a form of currency. So, it is indeed a form of money. It resembles gold, a hard currency. How many spirit stones do you possess, and what is their purchasing power? Not many, unfortunately. I have yet to receive my resources for this month. And the Jiang family was destroyed. I possess only low-grade spirit stones, where 1 low-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 10,000 gold coins. 1 gold coin is worth 10 silver coins, or 100 copper coins. I have several thousand spirit stones on me. Xian Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. He did not know the purchasing power of a copper coin, but if a copper coin equated to 1 unit of currency from his past life, then 1 spirit stone would be worth 1,000,000. He had lived for 23 years without seeing 1,000,000. Even if a copper coin were equivalent to 10 cents, 1 spirit stone would still be worth 100,000. and Jiang Chong possessed several thousand spirit stones. This equated to at least several billion, or even tens of billions. I have struck it rich? Xin Tian, what is wrong with you? Why does it feel like your heart is racing? Ah, it's nothing. I'm merely contemplating how we should establish the Jiang family. You truly are a trooper, Xin Tian, Jiang Chong said with a hint of gratitude, and no need for that. We are family. What is yours is mine. Your spirit stones are my spirit stones. Jiang Chong, or rather, Brother Chong, believed our immediate priority should be to purchase a house. Since we are to rebuild the family, we must have a home. Indeed, that is a valid point. Jiang Chong nodded in agreement. Shall we go, Brother Chong? Chapter 5. A home in another world. Xin Tian, what troubles you? Weren't you eager to purchase a house? Why are you now sullen after making the purchase? Old Jiang, I am quite vexed. Please do not disturb me. Xin Tian was thoroughly displeased. He had thought Jiang Cheng's several thousand spirit stones were quite valuable, possessing wealth that would take lifetimes to amass in his previous life. However, he had not anticipated how exorbitantly expensive houses would be. Or perhaps the purchasing power of spirit stones was not as robust as he had believed. Initially, he thought he could spend a bit more to acquire a mansion. A mansion? In ancient times, that was something only the most distinguished nobles could afford, a privilege reserved for the elite. Even the wealthy could not reside there without transgressing. Xin Tian had even begun to fantasize about reveling in the opulence of a luxurious mansion, only to find that purchasing one would cost 2,000 spirit stones. The mansion itself required 800 spirit stones, with an additional 1,200 spirit stones for housing fees, transaction fees, and taxes combined. Upon hearing this price from Jiang Chong, Xin Tian, who had been coiled around Jiang Cheng's neck, leaped half a meter into the air. He then shouted furiously, "Capitalists, vile capitalists, you might as well resort to robbery." Unfortunately, outsiders could not comprehend Xin Tian's words. Though Xin Tian was incensed, he resolved to seek a less expensive residence. A courtyard would suffice. In ancient times, only the wealthy and certain officials could afford one. However, the price still reached 1,000 spirit stones. Considering the subsequent expenses of marrying off Jiang Chong and raising children, Xin Tian felt the need to be frugal. After meticulous selection, he spent a hefty sum of 300 spirit stones to purchase a modest dwelling, 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, a restroom, a living room, and a small yard, with ownership guaranteed for 100 years. After a long day of labor, Jiang Chong finally cleaned the new home, spending additional time acquiring furniture and essential supplies. How does it look? Jiang Chong approached Xin Tian to inquire. Xin Tian glanced around in boredom, noting that the place was indeed clean. The once empty yard now held several pots of flowers, and both the interior and exterior had been tidied. You, a wealthy scion, are surprisingly capable, Xin Tian remarked, astonished that Jiang Chong could achieve such cleanliness in such a short time. Had this been his past life, he would have been incapable. Hearing Xin Tian's praise, Jiang Chong blushed slightly and replied, "Although I was raised in the Jiang family, my lack of talent made me an outcast. Even the servants would mock me openly and covertly, so from a young age, I refused their assistance. I could manage many tasks myself, born into affluence, yet not enjoying the privileges of one." Xin Tian sighed, then surveyed the surroundings. "I finally possess a home, in his previous 23 years. He had never had a complete home. Abandoned at the orphanage's doorstep, he was taken in by the institution. The orphanage was impoverished, often unable to provide adequate food or warmth, despite receiving substantial funding from society. He only remembered that when individuals with cameras appeared, they would have the chance to eat well and wear decent clothing. However, once those people left, everything returned to normal. He was small and thin, often bullied by other children in the orphanage. He attempted to seek help from the adults, but they were too busy, merely offering a few words of admonition before ignoring him. Thus, he endured even harsher beatings. He recalled that after such beatings, he could only suffer in silence, waiting for his injuries to heal. It was only after leaving the orphanage that he discovered it was possible to seek treatment for injuries and illnesses at a hospital. He had thought that leaving the orphanage would change his life for the better. Yet in the classroom, when teachers asked him where he came from and what his parents did, he once again became the target of ridicule. In university, there was a girl who treated him kindly, the only one willing to be close to him at that time. He felt she was an angel, Everything about her was so wonderful. Although this required him to bring her lunch daily, occasionally help her move things, and sometimes assist with homework, providing answers during exams, it was not an issue. He dreamed that after graduation, they would build a beautiful home together. But when he was ready to confess, he discovered she was already pregnant with another man's child, her belly already showing. He gritted his teeth and decided to become an unexpected father. However, the girl merely called him a good person. He thought of the saying from a television drama that a drink could alleviate all sorrows, so he bought a bottle of $6 beer. And when he woke up, he found himself here. Reflecting on his past life, he realized he had never possessed a home in 23 years. But now, it seemed he finally had one. A few days later, Xin Tian climbed into Jiang Chang's room. At that moment, Jiang Chang was seated in meditation, and upon sensing Xin Tian's presence, he opened his eyes. "Old Jiang, do you want a wife?" "Huh." Jiang Chang was taken aback. Such a sudden proposal. He looked up towards the door. But there was no one. Lowering his gaze to Xin Tian, he asked, "Is it as simple as just marrying?" "I have already found one for you." Jiang Chang looked again towards the door. But there was still no one. "Xin Tian, where is she? Where are your eyes wandering? You do not think she is waiting just outside the door, do you?" "Not there. Do I need to go out and search for her?" What else could it be? Such relentless daily training within the confines of one's chamber, could it truly lead to the acquisition of a wife? Does a wife simply come knocking at one's door? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Xintian felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. In recent days, Jiang Chang had secluded himself for cultivation. However, due to his limited prowess, he was unable to abstain from food. Leaving the task of cooking to Xintian, can one imagine a serpent, measuring a meter in length, setting about to cook? Xintian felt as though he had become a mere housekeeper. "Alas, I have exerted myself tirelessly for the sake of this household. What do you think? The appearance is decent, yet I remain uncertain of her willingness." In a secluded corner, a man and a serpent whispered as they observed a woman bustling about at a breakfast stall. This was the prospective wife Xintian had chosen for Jiang Chang. Although Xintian could not comprehend the words of outsiders, his time spent with Jiang Chang had granted him the ability to discern the gist of conversations through lip movements. After several days of observation, Xintian had set his sights on this woman, an orphan. She operated a breakfast stall, and more importantly, she possessed a pseudo-spiritual root, albeit without the fortunate resources that Jiang Chang had, thus relegating this woman, in her early 20s, to the status of a mere mortal. Why not simply inquire? Is that something one can ask directly? Certainly, that was precisely how he once professed his feelings. "Very well, I shall give it a try." "Excellent, proceed then. I shall await your return. Will you not accompany me? Old Jiang, are you mistaken? This is a matter of great importance in your life. It would not be appropriate for me to join you." "Fine, then I shall return shortly. I shall await your return." Jiang Chang straightened his posture and approached the woman. A sudden clap resounded, and Jiang Chang rushed back to Xintian, covering his face. "Alas, the first attempt has ended in failure." "Not to worry, there are still opportunities ahead." Days passed without further incidents, until two figures began to engage in a shy conversation at the breakfast stall. A few days later, the Jiang family rejoiced. The historical records of the Jiang family documented. On the first day of the year 125885 of the Great Xia calendar, Jiang Chang wed Su Wenjing. Thus, the history of the Jiang family commenced. Chapter 6. Energy points. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, a year has elapsed. Since Jiang Chang and Su Wenjing's marriage, the couple has been deeply affectionate towards one another. Whenever Jiang Chang is not in seclusion, they are inseparable. This has brought Xintian considerable satisfaction. If only Jiang Chang could refrain from his retreats. In truth, Xintian has long believed that Jiang Chang had no need for such seclusions. His cultivation talent was decidedly subpar. He often lamented that he was merely one step away from breaking through to the fourth level of the qi refinement stage. Yet this step has taken him over a year. Having spent considerable time in this world, Xintian has come to understand that spiritual roots vary in quality. Spiritual roots can be categorized into 6 levels. 1. Heavenly spiritual root. This root is largely relegated to legends. Considered the so-called innate spiritual root. An innate spiritual root connects with the heavens and earth. automatically absorbing spiritual energy even in the womb, granting one the cultivation level of the Qi refinement stage upon birth. 2. Extraordinary spiritual root. Roots beyond the 5 elements, such as wind, thunder, light, darkness, and ice, form through the amalgamation of various elemental roots. Their cultivation speed is slightly slower than that of singular roots, yet practitioners of extraordinary roots tend to possess greater strength. 3. Superior spiritual root. A singular spiritual root, characterized by an exceptionally rapid cultivation speed. 4. Medium spiritual root. Possessing 2 or 3 types of roots simultaneously. 5. Inferior spiritual root. Possessing 4 or 5 types of roots simultaneously. 6. Defective spiritual root. This is the pseudo-spiritual root, characterized by incompleteness, making it difficult to absorb spiritual energy. It is widely regarded as a waste of a root. Jiangchong is a pseudo-spiritual root bearer. The lowest tier of spiritual roots, often referred to as a waste root. With such a root, one can never hope to cultivate to the foundational stage. Even with ample resources, the cultivation speed remains exceedingly slow. By the time one reaches the 6th or 7th level of Qi refinement, their lifespan is typically exhausted. The lifespan of Qi refinement practitioners is largely akin to that of mortals. However, due to their cultivation, their physical constitution is considerably superior, rendering them less susceptible to illness, yet they can typically only live for 70 to 80 years. Thus, Jiangchong appears devoid of hope. New roots are the path to salvation. With this thought, Xintian sighed once more. After Jiangchong's marriage to Su Wenjing, Xintian set his sights on other women. He initially intended to employ the same strategy to secure several wives for Jiangchong. But he was met with refusal. Xintian had envisioned marrying hundreds of wives for Jiangchong, yet the family's resources could scarcely support such an endeavor. Training ordinary mortals would be one thing, but to cultivate practitioners, hundreds of wives would yield hundreds or even thousands of children, which would be utterly unmanageable. Thus, Xintian lowered his aspirations from hundreds of wives to just a few. He believed this would be a relatively straightforward task. As polygamy was a dream of the ancient world, however, Jiangchong adamantly rejected this notion. His reasoning was that the decline and eventual destruction of the Jiang family in Bailing Prefecture was significantly attributed to the excessive marriages and concubines of Jiang family members, leading to poor relationships among half-siblings from a young age, fostering animosity as they matured. He wished to prevent such occurrences in the newly established Jiang family. Thus he resolved to marry only Su Wenjing and never take another wife. Not only he, but he also intended for his descendants to adhere to this principle. He even contemplated instituting family rules, one of which would stipulate that Jiang family members could only marry one wife or one husband, thereby establishing a monogamous system for the Jiang family. What a remarkable notion! The very idea of monogamy. Were it not for Xintian's knowledge of Jiangchong's background, he might have thought Jiangchong was akin to a modern progressive. With such declarations made, Xintian found himself at an impasse. He could hardly thrust a woman into Jiangchong's embrace. One wife it shall be. Having been immersed in red culture for 16 years, he found himself more amenable to the concept of monogamy. Nevertheless, he still insisted that Jiangchong and Su Wenjing must bear several children. To this end, he often prepared special medicines for the couple. After a year, Xintian felt he had become somewhat of an expert in this field. Months passed, and one day, Xintian anxiously stood outside a door. The door occasionally opened, revealing 2 women in their 40s. They were midwives, indeed. You read that correctly. After a year of effort from Xintian, Jiangchong, and Su Wenjing, they were finally on the brink of a significant outcome. Half a month prior, the doctor had informed that Su Wenjing was nearing labor. Normally, Jiangchong should have been by her side. However, he suddenly sensed an opportunity for breakthrough. In order to seize this chance, Su Wenjing allowed Jiangchong to enter seclusion. Thus, the following scenario unfolded. When Su Wenjing suddenly experienced abdominal pain and her waters broke, a gray serpent adorned with black patterns darted out, clutching a piece of paper in its mouth, frantically writhing. The paper read, "Childbirth, request assistance." When the 2 midwives beheld the serpent, they nearly raised their stools to strike. Thankfully, Xintian quickly presented the paper to them. "How fortunate I am to have learned to write." Xintian silently rejoiced, grateful that he had not lost his new identity. This old Jiang truly is incorrigible. Even as his wife is about to give birth, he remains in seclusion. Though he muttered indignantly, Shantian understood the significance of the breakthrough opportunity. Missing it could mean never attaining such a breakthrough again. Let us hope for a successful breakthrough. Otherwise, I shall surely hang you from a tree and whip you with my tail. Has she given birth? Shantian hurriedly turned his gaze towards the door. Yet it remained closed. The midwives were likely cleaning the child. After a while, the two emerged with a basin of water and several towels. Shantian deftly used his tail to hook a handful of gold coins, tossing them to the midwives before swiftly entering the room. Alas! This serpent has truly become a spirit. We must depart quickly. This place is too strange. Outside the city, it is said that fierce beasts roam. Yet one has never heard of beasts so peculiar. The midwives hastily gathered the coins and departed. Shantian entered the room and slithered directly to the bed, where he beheld the infant cradled in Su Wenjing's arms. The child was exceedingly small, eyes shut, measuring approximately 40 centimeters in length and weighing around 4 kilograms. The skin was thin, with some areas revealing blood vessels, and a layer of vernix was present. Albeit minimal, likely due to the midwives' cleaning. Shantian, I owe you a debt of gratitude this time. Su Wenjing gazed appreciatively at the serpent by the bedside. Having been married to Jiang Chong for over a year, she had long recognized that this black-patterned serpent was extraordinary, possessing intelligence comparable to that of a human. This was precisely why Jiang Chong felt secure enough to leave Su Wenjing in labor while he pursued his breakthrough. He was confident that Shantian would ensure Su Wenjing's safety. Shantian hissed a few times at Su Wenjing, confirming that the child was unharmed before departing the room. As Jiang Chong frequently secluded himself, he could not be disturbed, hence, Shantian's former quarters had been repurposed for Jiang Chong's use. Shantian had constructed a small dwelling in the courtyard for himself. Within the small dwelling, Shantian felt a surge of joy. His new identity had been born. As long as the child possessed a spiritual root, and not a pseudo-spiritual root, even the lowest-tier inferior spiritual root would be worthy of anticipation. Jiang Chong had once mentioned that members of the direct line of the Jiang family were often immersed in certain medicines from a young age, which could enhance the likelihood of their offspring possessing spiritual roots, though it could not be guaranteed that these roots would not be pseudo-spiritual. Thus, Jiang Chong's child was indeed worth looking forward to. Why has the energy point changed, Pidas? In this narrative, pseudo-spiritual roots generally cannot cultivate. However, certain major powers can utilize high-level elixirs to enable individuals with pseudo-spiritual roots to cultivate, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. Regarding true spiritual roots, they are categorized into several levels. However, this article does not delve into the notion that inferior spiritual roots can only achieve certain realms. Within the framework of this narrative, possessing a true spiritual root theoretically permits continuous cultivation. The disparity in spiritual root levels does not ultimately dictate one's cultivation achievements. A higher spiritual root level may facilitate smoother cultivation, yet the process is influenced by numerous factors, including resources, environment, methods, companions, temperament, and opportunities. The spiritual root serves as a threshold, a starting point, and the impact of other factors on cultivation may not be less significant than that of the spiritual root level. Consequently, in this narrative, instances where lower-level spiritual roots surpass higher-level ones in strength and excellence will be observed. Furthermore, it is established that during the early stages of qi refinement, the gap caused by differences in spiritual root levels is not excessively pronounced. As one's cultivation progresses, these differences will gradually become more apparent. However, upon reaching higher levels of cultivation, the reliance on spiritual roots diminishes, rendering them less critical. Chapter 7. Bloodline Breakthrough. Sensing a change in the panel within his mind, Shantian quickly turned his gaze towards it. Name: Shantian. Family: Jiang, Chong. Race: Black-ringed snake. Bloodline: unranked. Realm XX. Innate divine ability XX. System divine ability XX. Energy points: 4.it. Seems Jiang Chong has broken through. The energy points have increased to 4, which serve 3 primary purposes: enhancing cultivation, improving the proficiency of system divine abilities, and strengthening bloodlines. Currently, only the bloodline shows A, leaving one to wonder if this is due to insufficient energy points or the nature of the bloodline itself. Previously, Xintian was curious as to why Jiang Chong referred to the black-ringed snake as a mere mortal serpent, devoid of cultivation, only to discover that fierce beasts grow stronger through their bloodlines. Only those endowed with bloodline power can truly be considered fierce beasts. Now, with energy points at hand, it is the perfect opportunity for experimentation. Observing the bloodline and energy points on the system panel, he focused his attention on the bloodline. Suddenly, a message appeared on the system panel. The host currently belongs to a bloodline-less race, with no evolution options available. Should the host choose to evolve, they will transform into the black-ringed snake's closest relative, the black circular snake, consuming 1 energy point. Will you choose to evolve? Evolve. With a mental command, the energy points instantly diminished from 4 to 3. He suddenly felt an intense heat coursing through his body. What is happening? The heat was uncomfortable, and soon it was accompanied by an itching sensation emanating from his scales. Gradually, the scales began to shed one after another, until none remained. The itching subsided, yet the internal heat intensified. He squirmed anxiously, emitting hissing sounds. Unbeknownst to him, his body was undergoing a transformation during this process. After a while, the itching returned, more unbearable than before. He crawled to the wall, rubbing against it. After some time, the itching and internal heat began to wane, and Xintian finally mustered the strength to turn and examine his form. Goodness, why have I become longer and thicker? And my markings have changed? He stared in astonishment at his transformed body, which had grown from 1 meter to 2 meters in length, with the original black markings extending from head to tail now morphed into 5 black circular rings. Is this the appearance after the change? It seems that aside from the external transformation, there are no other sensations. No, I must check the system panel. Diving into his consciousness, Xintian discovered that the system panel had indeed changed. Name, Xintian. Family, Jiang Chong. Race, black circular snake. Bloodline, low yellow grade. Note, the highest level of yellow grade bloodline can reach the foundation establishment stage. Within yellow grade bloodlines, the higher the rank, the less energy points are consumed in enhancing cultivation and system divine ability levels. Generally, races with higher bloodlines possess greater strength within the same realm. No cultivation, innate divine ability, venomous fangs, venom spray, system divine ability XX, energy points, 3. Both race and bloodline have changed. With a low yellow grade bloodline, I can now be considered a true fierce beast. I have also acquired innate divine abilities, which suggests I now possess some level of strength. Moreover, the after the realm indicates the potential for further cultivation enhancement. Just as Xintian prepared to allocate points to his realm, another message appeared on the system panel. The host has successfully acquired bloodline power, granting a new player gift pack. Will you open it? A new player gift pack? I've been here for over a year, and only now do I receive a gift pack. Is that not a bit late? The voice was filled with lament, yet the system offered no response. After lamenting for a while, Xintian focused on the new player gift pack. Open. Acquired divine ability. Copper skin and iron bones. Using this ability will greatly enhance your defensive power. Excellent. A defensive divine ability will significantly increase my safety. Copper skin and iron bones can be further strengthened. The system panel reads, System divine ability. Copper skin and iron bones. Initial. Let's not dwell on the divine abilities for now. I should focus on raising my cultivation level. With a mental command, the energy points decreased once more, and Xintian immediately felt a surge of power erupting within him. This force seemed to cleanse his body, imparting a refreshing sensation that compelled him to close his eyes and emit a groan. After a while, as the power gradually faded, he slowly opened his eyes to inspect his form. He was astonished to find that his previously 2-meter-long body had grown slightly longer, now measuring 3 meters, and he felt invigorated. I feel terrifyingly strong now. Xintian was quite pleased with his transformation. Taking another step closer to his dream of reaching the pinnacle of life and marrying a wealthy beauty, he gazed at the system panel in his mind, noticing that the after the copper skin and iron bones ability remained. This energy point is remarkable. With just 4 energy points, I completed the bloodline evolution, broke through in cultivation, and still have 2 points left to enhance my divine ability. Xuanyan's mind stirred again, and the energy points decreased yet again. The system panel now displayed name, Xintian, family, Jiang Chong, race, black circular snake, bloodline, low yellow grade, realm, first layer of Qi refinement, innate divine ability, venomous fangs, venom spray, system divine ability, copper skin and iron bones, minor achievement. Energy points, 1. Qi refinement. Seeing Qi refinement noted on the realm left Xintian somewhat puzzled. After all, the beings here categorize fierce beasts into 9 tiers, each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Yet I am marked with a realm level akin to humans rather than a first-tier lower-grade fierce beast. However, Xintian quickly shifted his focus, dismissing the classification of tiers as long as he could grow stronger. These energy points are crucial, but unfortunately, they can only be acquired through the family. It seems I must continue to toil. Xintian believed that for the Jiang family to grow stronger, relying solely on Jiang Chong was futile. He must take matters into his own hands. After all, if not for him, Jiang Chang's child would have had no midwife to assist in its birth. Reflecting on the past year, he had tirelessly helped Su Wenjing revamp her breakfast stall to increase the Jiang family's income. In his previous life, he had worked in a hotel kitchen, learning a great deal about various dishes and modern management techniques. Thanks to his efforts, the breakfast stall had transformed into a small inn, thriving with business. Jiang Chong, oh Jiang Chong, I hope your child will be a remarkable new addition. Just as Xintian was preparing to rest, he suddenly recalled something and quickly crawled out the door. Jiang Chong had already broken through and should have emerged by now. This fellow is hopeless at naming. I cannot let him choose a name for my new addition. Xintian was determined that if the name were something like Jiang Xiaohe or Jiang Xiaobai, he would surely be devastated. Thus, the matter of naming the child must be left to him. Chapter 8. Jiang Family Naming Convention. Upon entering Su Wenjing's room, he found Jiang Chong had indeed emerged, joyfully cradling the child. After breaking through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, Jiang Chang's spiritual perception had significantly improved, allowing him to sense Xuantian's presence immediately. Jiang Chong looked towards the door, where a snake, unperturbed, slithered in. The snake was 3 meters long, primarily grayish-white in color, adorned with 5 black circular rings along its body. Goodness, a black circular snake. A first-tier lower-grade fierce beast, yet highly venomous. Even cultivators at the 4th or 5th layer of Qi refinement would be severely harmed by its venom. Jiang Chong was taken aback, realizing a black circular snake had entered. This was within the city, protected by formations. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Should he flee or fight? Though he was at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, could he contend with a venomous black circular snake? His meager combat strength was uncertain. What would happen to Wenjing and the child if he perished? Would Xintian take care of them? A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. And with a firm resolve, Jiang Chong set the child down and, turning swiftly, summoned a long sword to his hand. He pointed the sword at the black circular snake. Wenjing, a fierce beast has entered. I will hold it off. You must escape with Xintian. You beast, today, it is either you or me who shall perish. With a loud shout, Jiang Chong charged forward. What is happening? As Xintian hastily entered through the door, he was suddenly confronted by Jiang Chong, who let out a loud shout and charged towards him with a sword, his face etched with determination. Hey, what are you doing? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Chong momentarily froze, his forward momentum abruptly halted. Xintian, is that you? As he regained his composure, Jiang Chong sensed an aura of familiarity emanating from the black-ringed serpent, a sensation he only felt in Xuantian's presence. Of course it's me, Xintian exclaimed, his face a mask of anger, though his serpentine features betrayed little. Did that old Jiang just call me a vile beast? He insulted me? How dare he? Xintian felt a wave of grievance wash over him. He had assisted Jiang Chong in numerous ways, finding him a wife and even calling a midwife for the birth of his child. Yet now, not only did Jiang Chong fail to express gratitude, but he also insulted him. Old Jiang, you dare to call me a vile beast? Cough. Xintian, it's a misunderstanding, Jiang Chong replied. Although he couldn't fathom why Xintian had transformed, upon confirming his identity, he immediately sheathed his sword. Husband, how could this black-ringed serpent be Xintian? Su Wenjing was taken aback at the sight of Xintian. However, upon hearing Jiang Chong refer to the serpent as Xintian, she fell into a state of confusion. Isn't Xintian a black-patterned snake? How did he become a black-ringed serpent? Cough, cough, my lady, this is indeed Xintian. All is well. You should rest while I step outside to talk with him. Xintian, we have matters to discuss outside. Very well, I shall see what you have to say. Though he was quite irate, Xintian, being magnanimous, was still willing to grant Jiang Chong an opportunity for explanation. After Jiang Chong elucidated the situation, Xintian finally grasped that a misunderstanding had occurred, and thus he chose not to dwell on the prior incident. However, Jiang Chong, after his explanation, looked at the drastically altered Xintian and inquired with some perplexity, Xintian, what has caused this transformation? Jiang Chong, unable to comprehend, could accept that Xintian had grown thicker or thinner, longer or shorter, but how could he have changed species? Is this what evolution entails? Evolution? Are you saying you have transformed from a black-patterned snake into a black-ringed serpent? That is rather evident, isn't it? Evident? What nonsense. Previously, you were merely a mundane beast. Do you know what that signifies? A mundane beast means you possessed no bloodline power whatsoever, and thus you could never cultivate or grow stronger through bloodline means. Yet now, you have transitioned from a black-patterned snake to a black-ringed serpent, from a bloodless wild creature to a fierce beast of low-grade yellow bloodline. Do you comprehend the disparity between an ordinary wild beast and a fierce beast? Even if you were to become a domesticated animal such as a chicken, duck, pig, or dog, I would not find it nearly as strange. I have heard of wild beasts occasionally gaining celestial fortunes and evolving into mountain spirits or strange creatures. But I have never heard of an ordinary beast evolving into a fierce beast. There is no connection between bloodlines. How could such an evolution occur? Jiang Chong vented his confusion with fervor. What exactly is your situation? I do not know. I just transformed like this, and I am powerless to change it. Forget it. You are a mystery-wrapped in enigma. Seeing Xuantian's reluctance to divulge more, Jiang Chong lost interest in pursuing the topic further. If you have changed, then so be it. Absurdity is par for the course in this mysterious world. As long as you remain Xintian, that is sufficient. By the way, what brings you here at this late hour? Xintian typically did not seek him out at night, save for preparing medicine. Isn't the child born yet? A name must be given, so I came to check. I cannot rest easy without coming here. A name? I've already thought of one. When I first discovered that Wenjing was with child, I discussed it with her. If it's a boy, he shall be named Jiang Xiaowei. If a girl, Jiang Xiaobai. Since a boy has been born, I plan to name him Jiang Xiaowei. Xuantian's mind erupted with disbelief. Indeed, I cannot allow this fellow to name the child. My new identity cannot bear such a name. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. Why not? Jiang Chong asked, puzzled. Why not? That name is dreadful. Just think, the future head of the Jiang family being called Xiaowei in public. How utterly disgraceful. Is it really that unpleasant? I find it quite agreeable. It rolls off the tongue nicely. Xiaowei, how delightful. Regardless, I will name the child. On what grounds? Why should you name my child? I am his father. It is my right to name him. Jiang Chong immediately bristled, indignant that he could not name his own child. On what grounds? Because I found your wife. I arranged for the midwife to assist in the birth. I have done so much. And you dare question me? Jiang Chong hesitated, realizing that since meeting Xintian, he had indeed received considerable help. Very well, let him name the child. I can always call him Xiaowei at home. All right then, you may name him. Upon hearing Jiang Chang's agreement, Xintian finally relaxed his previously anxious heart. As a family, we should not choose names arbitrarily. We ought to establish a generation name. A generation name? Is that necessary? In this world, some families adopted generation names, while others chose names freely, like the Jiang family in Bailing Prefecture, which did not employ such a system. It is indeed necessary. Having a generation name clarifies the familial hierarchy among members, strengthens familial cohesion, and enhances the sense of identity and belonging among family members, which is vital for a family's development. After pondering for a moment, Xintian declared, let us use these 20 characters for the Jiang family's generation name. Wenwu, Shishu, Yingming, Ziji, Qiling, Anding, Huajin, Yexing, Shihui, Chuanji. Your first child will be named Jiangwen Xuan. The historical records of the Jiang family state. On the third day of the fifth month in the 125,886th year of the Great Xia calendar, Jiang Wenxuan, the second-generation head of the Jiang family, was born, and on the same day, the family generation name was established. Chapter 9. Spiritual root testing in the blink of an eye. 7 years had passed. During these 7 years, the Jiang family underwent significant transformations. Firstly, in terms of their enterprises, the Jiang family now owned 2 main properties, an inn and an iron mine. The inn originated from Su Wenjing's breakfast stall, which, after several years of hard work, had transformed from an unassuming stall into a luxurious 3-story inn, complete with 2 branches. All 3 inns enjoyed thriving business, but as their clientele primarily consisted of ordinary people and weaker cultivators, their annual income was merely around 100 spirit stones, which Xintian found rather unimpressive. However, due to their lack of strength, they dared not set their sights on powerful cultivators. Conversely, the revenue from the iron mine proved quite substantial. Iron in this realm was sought after for crafting low-grade magical artifacts, making it quite popular among cultivators in the qi refinement stage. The iron mine had originally belonged to a family of qi refiners, but it was rumored that the head of this family was preparing to break through to the foundation establishment stage and required a large quantity of spirit stones to purchase resources. Consequently, the Jiang family became a target. Following the incident involving a house purchase, many were aware that this weak Jiang family possessed at least 1,000 spirit stones. While this amount was modest for a small family, it was not insignificant either. If one considered fixed assets, the wealth of many small families exceeded 1,000 spirit stones. Nonetheless, these families had to continuously cultivate their members, meaning their available spirit stones were limited. Just like that family aiming to break through to the foundation establishment stage, they could not muster enough spirit stones for resource purchases and had to sell off assets. Unfortunately, the head of that family ultimately failed in his breakthrough and met his demise. The Jiang family was compelled to produce 1,000 spirit stones to purchase the iron mine, which had nearly been depleted. At that moment, Xintian had been itching to test his venom spray, but ultimately refrained. There was no choice. They were outmatched by 2 qi refinement stage cultivators at levels 7 and 6 standing before them. They had no choice but to buy. Initially, Xintian believed they had suffered a loss, but to his surprise, the supposedly depleted iron mine was discovered to contain another layer of rich iron several meters deep. Drawing from his experience as an outstanding science student at a top university in his past life, Xintian immediately applied his talents, personally developing the procedures for iron mining and smelting. The Jiang family's costs for iron and steel production were significantly reduced while their output increased. Subsequently, with price reductions, the sales of the Jiang family's iron and steel soared, yielding nearly 500 spirit stones in annual income. This was still under Xuantian's deliberate control of the sales volume of iron and steel, as he feared attracting attention from other factions. Otherwise, the income would have been even higher. With the Jiang family's income on the rise, Xintian promptly suggested acquiring a larger residence. Thus, they spent 1,600 spirit stones to purchase a grand estate. Of course, they did not pay the entire sum up front. Xintian and the others were wary of being targeted by other families again. They opted for an installment plan, a concept that had not existed here before. But under Zhang Chong, Xintian's persuasive tongue, they successfully acquired the residence this way. Although they ended up spending an additional 100 spirit stones compared to a full payment, Xintian deemed it worthwhile. Finally, Xintian no longer had to reside in a doghouse. He had his own room, complete with a small courtyard. Concurrently, new trading methods such as installment payments began to emerge in Wuling City. Over these 7 years, aside from changes in the Jiang family's enterprises, 3 new members had also joined the Jiang family's generational line. This brought great joy to Xintian, who personally named them Jiang Wenyu, Jiang Wenyuan, and Jiang Wanlin. However, what excited Xintian the most today was not these names, but the fact that Jiang Wenxuan was about to undergo the test for spiritual roots. Although spiritual roots are innate, they are often weak and difficult to detect before the age of 7, unless a powerful cultivator personally investigates. The Jiang family certainly lacked such cultivators, so they had no choice but to spend 100 spirit stones to purchase a testing stone. This stone could sense whether a child possessed spiritual roots and was inscribed with formations that emitted different colors depending on the type of roots detected. Come, little black, hold it. Jiang Chong handed the testing stone to Jiang Wenxuan. Father, could you please refrain from calling me little black? That name is quite unpleasant, a slightly chubby child said, visibly displeased, as he shivered at the mere mention of those words. All right, Shinner, let us get on with the test. Su Wenjing, feeling anxious, hurriedly pushed Jiang Chong aside to allow Jiang Wenxuan to proceed. Gripping the testing stone, Jiang Wenxuan noticed his parents and Uncle Tian staring intently at him, causing him to feel nervous at such a tender age, his chubby little face forming dimples as he bit his lip, as seconds ticked by, amidst the tension and unease of those present. The testing stone gradually emanated 5 faint glimmers of light. Low-grade 5 spiritual roots. Wonderful! Jiang Chong burst into hearty laughter. Su Wenjing, equally overjoyed, couldn't help but shower Jiang Wenxuan's face with kisses. As for Xintian, he was already so elated that his serpentine tail was thrashing about wildly. Seeing everyone as happiness, Jiang Wenxuan also chuckled cheerfully. A few days later, in a small courtyard within the Jiang residence. Little Black, how do you find it? This courtyard was personally cleaned by me and your Uncle Tian. Is it satisfactory? Oh, it's quite nice. It would be even better if you didn't call me Little Black. Xin Tian, beside him, rode on the ground with his tail. Xin, you must cultivate diligently. Your father is not particularly capable, and the Jiang family cannot rely on him. Once you grow strong, I shall have your father pass on the position of family head to you. All right, Uncle Tian, I will cultivate earnestly. Jiang Cheng's face darkened. Am I truly that useless? Even if I am, must you not show me some respect in front of my son? Clearing his throat, he continued, Little Black. Here is the cultivation method for the Qi refinement stage. Take a look and familiarize yourself with it. In a couple of days, I will explain to you how to cultivate. So, do you still wish to marry several wives? After all, Wenjing does not oppose it. This isn't a matter of opposition. I have decided that in the future, members of the Jiang family can only marry one woman. You mentioned the future. As the founder of the Jiang family in Wuling City, you are entitled to be exempt from family rules, considering you are the one who formulated them. No. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. I must set a good example. Very well, suit yourself. By the way, how are the family rules coming along? Almost there, just a few things to think over. I will show them to you when I am done. And we can revise and perfect them together. Deal. Chapter 10. Breakthrough. A few days later, Jiang Chong presented his preliminary draft of the Jiang family rules to Xintian. Xintian perused the pages with his tail, and after a long while he sighed. Old Jiang, your family rules are indeed detailed enough, but I find them lacking in comprehensiveness, and the content appears rather disorganized. They require further refinement. Xintian, I know you are clever, which is why I came to seek your guidance. Thus, over the next 2 days, Xintian and Jiang Chong devoted themselves to revising and perfecting the family rules. As a result, the Jiang family's regulations were established, including the clause that no member of the Jiang family could simultaneously possess 2 partners. Suddenly, the Jiang family seemed to fall into a tranquil hush. Su Wenjing managed the inn by day. Jiang Chong secluded himself for cultivation, and the newly initiated Jiang Wenxuan was confined by Xintian in the courtyard for training, while the other 3 children were left in the care of servants. Children aged 3 to 5 are often overlooked. Xintian enjoyed a leisurely existence, as he had no need for cultivation, only occasionally fretting over his own advancement. Under their cautious watch, the Jiang family attracted no further attention from other clans. Their strength was insufficient, and even if conflicts arose, they were easily resolved. They focused on gradual development. Time passed, and Xintian reflected that he had been in this world for 15 years. 14-year-old Jiang Wenxuan had reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement, providing Xintian with 3 energy points. 12-year-old Jiang Wenyu, possessing low-grade 4 spiritual roots, was still at the 1st level of Qi refinement, though his mind seemed to wander from cultivation, often tinkering with iron scraps. Each time Xintian saw him, he felt an urge to whip him with his tail. 10-year-old Jiang Wenyuan spent his days surrounded by books and occasionally accompanied Su Wenjing in managing the family's affairs. He did not cultivate due to being a pseudo-spiritual root. In theory, pseudo-spiritual roots could cultivate, but it was exceedingly difficult, beyond the Zhang family's capability. Xintian thought Wan Yuan was quite sensible, recognizing that he was not suited for cultivation. Thus he never mentioned it, instead dedicating himself to studying and managing the family business. 8-year-old Zhang Wanlin was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. She had middle grade 2 spiritual roots. This astonished the Zhang family, as such roots were rarely seen even in the former Zhang family of Bailing City. Xintian took a great liking to this little girl, not merely for her middle grade roots, but also for her keen interest in cultivation. She spent her days practicing diligently in her room. Unlike Jiang Wenxuan, who required confinement to be motivated, Jiang Wenyu was even more outrageous, needing a few lashes to spur him into action. This girl resembled her father, showing commendable diligence. Nonetheless, their talents were worlds apart. It had been over a decade since Jiang Chong had broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement, yet he remained at that level still. Xintian had repeatedly urged Jiang Chong to have more children, yet Su Wenjing's womb had remained silent, and Xintian himself had forgotten how many potions he had concocted for them, but there had been no further pregnancies. Jiang Wenxuan and his siblings provided Xintian with 5 energy points, totaling 6. Xintian spent 5 energy points to elevate his cultivation level, and his current status was as follows. Name: Xintian. Family: Zhang family, Jiang Chong. Race: black-ringed snake. Bloodline: yellow grade low. Realm: 3rd level of qi refinement. Innate divine ability: venomous fangs, venom spray. System divine ability: copper skin, iron bone. Minor achievement: energy points. 1. Chapter 11. Auction. Uncle Tian. Uncle Tian? Him? Xintian lay languidly on a sun lounger in his courtyard. Upon hearing the voice, he slowly opened his eyes. What brings you 3 here? Xuantian's tail inscribed on the ground. Uncle Tian, shall we attend the auction? Auction? What auction? A few days ago, a Wanbao merchant house was established here, and today marks its grand opening with an auction. Wanbao Merchant House. At the mention of this name, Xintian paused. He had heard Jiang Chong speak of it before. In Bailing City, there existed a force named Wanbao Pavilion, whose master was a nascent soul grandmaster. Wanbao Pavilion boasted 3 major enterprises: alchemy, artifact refining, and the trade of treasures. Bailing City served as its headquarters, with many branches established in other cities, referred to as Wanbao Merchant Houses. This Wanbao Merchant House was making quite a splash, organizing an auction upon arriving in Wuling City, as if intending to display its might. It would be wise to take a look. He had hardly ventured beyond the Zhang family in recent years, for as a ferocious beast, roaming freely could lead to dire consequences. Soon, they arrived in front of a 3-story building. Xintian, now measuring 5 meters in length, could no longer coil around Jiang Wenxuan's neck, so he had him carry a large box while he concealed himself inside, only allowing his snake head to occasionally peek out. Wow, as expected of Wanbao Pavilion's influence. Just looking at their facade, few would dare to provoke them. The architecture of the Wanbao merchant house was elegant and ancient, exuding an indescribable majesty. Each floor featured eaves and brackets, with intricate carvings and paintings that dazzled the eye. The crimson pillars and golden glazed tiles complemented each other, causing the entire structure to shimmer in the sunlight. Wow, this is far more beautiful than our inn. The 3 children exclaimed in unison. Quick, let us go inside. Xintian wished to urge them forward, but unfortunately, Jiang Wenxuan and the others could not comprehend his words, and he was unable to write here. Thus, only hissing sounds escaped him. Fortunately, despite their inability to understand Xintian, years of companionship had allowed them to grasp his intended meaning. The moment they entered the Wanbao merchant house, a servant promptly approached, handing them a square magical artifact that would allow them to view the names and descriptions of the items up for auction. The trio and their serpent found a spot on the 1st floor. The 3rd floor was reserved for foundational level cultivators from major factions, while the 2nd floor accommodated stronger or wealthier qi refinement cultivators. Naturally, Xintian and his companions could only remain on the 1st floor. Quick, let me see that artifact. Upon sitting down, Xintian took the square artifact from them. Jiang Wenxuan and the others were merely there for the spectacle, while he had more serious intentions. The Zhang family's collection of martial arts manuals is rather meager. He has long contemplated acquiring a batch. Over the past few years, The Jiang family has amassed a considerable fortune, and Su Wenjing, cherishing their good relationship, has entrusted him with a portion of the family's assets for his use. Reflecting on this, Xintian feels quite astute for having assisted Jiang Chong in finding a charming wife of good character who is also adept at making money. Xintian activates his magical artifact, which instantly projects a radiant screen. TSK. Even a holographic projection pales in comparison. Xintian silently praises, and with a flick of his mind, treasures along with their descriptions appear on the screen. After a while, Xintian retracts his power, letting out a sigh. There are indeed many fine items, but they also come with a hefty price tag. Nevertheless, there are still some treasures that can be acquired. Xintian extends his tail, inscribing the items he intends to bid on upon Jiang Wenyu's back. Uncle Tian, rest assured, leave it to us. Jiang Wenyu, filled with joy, had merely planned to join the festivities, but unexpectedly, Uncle Tian has allowed them to bid on several treasures on his behalf. The three siblings, curious about their surroundings, glance this way and that, but soon enough, a wave of oppressive aura sweeps past, causing them to quickly sit upright, afraid to make any sudden movements. Is this what Foundation establishment feels like? How formidable! Though they had never witnessed Foundation establishment before, Xintian is certain that the recent pressure emanated from a cultivator of that level. This oppressive force alone is sufficient to instill fear in some practitioners of the Qi refinement stage. Such might is beyond their reach. After the pressure dissipates, a melodious voice resonates. Today's auction will be presided over by me, and I hope to meet everyone's satisfaction. I also wish for this auction to avoid any incidents that might make my role difficult. A woman of exquisite stature appears at the center of the auction stage. Her voice is gentle, yet the aura she exudes signals to all that she is not to be trifled with. Following her announcement, the venue falls into a momentary silence, until two maidservants and 4 men clad in black ascend the auction stage. The 4 black-clad men stand silently at the 4 corners of the stage, evidently acting as guards. These guards are even stronger than Jiang Chong. Upon seeing these 4 protectors, Xintian attempts to assess their strength but finds it elusive. They are certainly not at the Foundation establishment level. Likely at the late Qi refinement stage. As the guards take their positions, a cylindrical stone pillar suddenly rises at the front center of the auction stage, measuring over 1 meter in diameter. With a long wooden box perched atop it, the 2 maidservants step forward and gently open the wooden box, revealing a complete purple spiritual herb nestled inside. At this moment, the Foundation establishment woman smiles slightly and lifts the wooden box, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction officially begins. This is the yellow-grade mid-tier Zaiwanko, boasting a medicinal age of 50 years. I trust you are all familiar with Zaiwanko, which is highly effective for treating external injuries at the Qi refinement stage. And its efficacy is even greater at this age. The starting bid for this Zaiwanko is 30 spiritual stones, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 2 spiritual stones. Please place your bids." The first item up for auction is rather ordinary, merely a yellow-grade mid-tier spiritual herb. In fact, while Zaiwanko is somewhat rare, there are numerous other spiritual medicines with similar effects, making it less valuable despite its scarcity. However, this is precisely why the Wanbao Trading Company intends to auction it off, primarily to smaller families or lower-tier cultivators, such as Xintian. Naturally, Xintian cannot bid directly. He has the 3 siblings do so on his behalf. Soon, bids begin to emerge, 32 spiritual stones. Upon hearing a bid, Jiang Wenyu raises his paddle to indicate an increase, 34 spiritual stones. The price of Zaiwanko gradually climbs, ultimately leading Jiang Wenyu to raise his paddle once more, 40 spiritual stones. The value of Zaiwanko is not exorbitant, and 40 spiritual stones is already a high price. Thus Jiang Wenyu successfully secures the herb. Uncle Tian, look, I won the bid." Overjoyed at having successfully acquired the Zaiwanko, Jiang Wenyu eagerly presents it to Xintian. Xintian, unable to articulate a response, merely hisses a few times in acknowledgement before curling his tail around the Zaiwanko and stowing it in his storage pouch. The first auction item is secured, but there are many more to come. Xintian has brought ample funds, ready for a grand venture. Chapter 12. Robbery. This is the Yuanji Dan. Just one is sufficient for a Qi refinement stage 3rd layer cultivator to break through to the 4th layer. This vial contains 5 Yuanji Dan, and all 5 will be auctioned together, starting at 200 spiritual stones, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 5 spiritual stones. Dan is a yellow-grade mid-tier elixir, one of the few that Xiantian is familiar with. Jiang Chong had once mentioned to him that after reaching the 3rd layer of qi refinement, he consumed multiple Dan, successfully pushing his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd layer. Yet he remained at the 3rd layer, truly deserving of being called a pseudo-spiritual root. One cannot judge him by common standards. Ugh, waste. Xiantian mentally chastises Jiang Chong once more. Dan is quite popular. Although it specifically targets 3rd layer qi refinement cultivators, who doesn't he have a junior at that stage? Well, the Jiang family does not, excluding Xiantian, who has long since discovered that spiritual stones and elixirs are of no use to him. Only energy points can elevate his cultivation. However, certain healing and restorative elixirs prove beneficial. 250 spiritual stones, 260 spiritual stones, 265 spiritual stones. Ultimately, Jiang Wanlin secures the Dan for 295 spiritual stones. Yes, you heard correctly. It is Jiang Wanlin, the 8-year-old little tyke. Upon seeing Jiang when you raise his hand to bid, she finds it amusing and mimics him. Her tender voice draws the attention of many, delighting the little girl. Fortunately, she did not bid excessively. Xiantian, upon hearing her voice, nearly gasped in horror, fearing she might call out a bid in the thousands or even tens of thousands of spiritual stones. This little girl needs a lesson when she returns. This is Lingyuan Dan, a yellow-grade mid-tier elixir that aids in cultivation and accelerates training effectiveness. A total of 10 pieces will be auctioned together, starting at 100 spiritual stones, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 5 spiritual stones. Like the Dan, Lingyuan Dan is also a yellow-grade mid-tier elixir, yet it differs significantly in value. One starts at 200 spiritual stones for 5 pieces, while the other starts at 100 for 10. As soon as the Foundation establishment woman finishes her announcement, bids start flying in. 120 spiritual stones, 130 spiritual stones, 140 spiritual stones. In the end, the Lingyuan Dan is also secured by Xiantian and his group. However, this time it was not Jiang Wanlin who made the winning bid. As soon as Lingyuan Dan appeared, Xiantian quickly signaled Jiang Wenxuan to keep a close watch on his sister. Xiantian is genuinely concerned that this little girl might utter a price that could set the Jiang family back to square one. Subsequently, under Xuantian's guidance, Jiang Wenxuan and the others make several successful bids for the items Xiantian has his eye on. What an exhilarating experience! Jiang Wenyu is practically dancing with excitement. The treasures on display are indeed eye-opening, providing a significant expansion of their knowledge. However, this time, Uncle Tian is bearing the expenses. As Jiang Cheng's eldest son, he has some understanding of Xiantian, such as the fact that he does not require spiritual stones for cultivation, nor does he need elixirs for assistance. Thus, he knows that the items Xiantian has acquired are likely for their benefit. Xiantian emits a series of hisses, encouraging them to focus on their cultivation and achieve breakthroughs as soon as possible. Jiang Wenxuan and Jiang Wenyu both beam with joy, while Jiang Wanlin remains disgruntled. Aside from Lingji Dan, whenever new auction items are introduced, Jiang Wenxuan promptly covers her mouth to prevent her from bidding. Consequently, the little girl now pouts, clearly displeased. Oh dear, our little Lin Lin is sulking. Noticing Jiang Wenlin's sullen demeanor, Jiang Wenyu takes her hand and makes silly faces at her. Humph, I won't pay attention to you. Jiang Wenlin huffs, turning her head away. Oh dear, I was hoping to buy some grilled fish snacks, but since someone is unhappy, shall we return instead? Grilled fish snacks? I want to eat. I want to eat. Then are you still mad? I am mad. Unless you buy more grilled fish snacks, we'll buy a lot, and little Lin Lin can eat as much as she likes. Then I'm not mad anymore. Ha ha ha. Jiang Wenxuan and Jiang Wenyu cannot help but burst into laughter at Jiang Wenlin's adorable antics. Silly girl, Xiantian, hidden in the wooden box, is also amused. What is the cause of such joy? Can you share it with us? A voice suddenly calls out from behind. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Wenxuan and the others immediately turn around, only to see 3 individuals approaching them with ill intentions, wearing sinister smiles. One is stout and short, while the other 2 are tall and lean. The stout one is shiny and round, while the lean ones have pockmarked faces. Quite the peculiar trio. Who are you, and what do you want? Jiang Wenxuan firmly positions himself in front of Jiang Wenyu and Jiang Wenlin, questioning the newcomers in a stern tone. Who are we? Hemph. This road is ours, and this tree is ours. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll. If you want to leave alive, hand over the treasures you just bid on. The stout man declares fiercely, his flesh quivering with every word. So, they intend to rob us? Aren't they afraid of the city guards? City guards? Ha! The guards are busy. Besides, do you see anyone here? The city lord's mansion oversees the affairs of Wuling City, managed by the three prominent families of the city. However, it appears this group fears no guards. Perhaps they have connections or are colluding with corrupt officials. Xiantian peers out from the wooden box. His eyes shifting. Point 1 is at the third layer of qi refinement, while the other two are at the second layer. Should I take them down? This place is a commercial street belonging to a foundational family. Yet this family has offended the three major clans of Wuling City and was consequently annihilated in unison. Due to disagreements over the distribution, no one has taken over, and typically, the area is devoid of any visitors. However, the Jiang family's residence stands on one side of this commercial street. Avoiding this route would necessitate a considerable detour. When Lin, hurry and leave. I will hold them off, brother. Go quickly. With a firm resolve, Jiang Wenyu scooped up Wenlin and turned to flee. If you wish to escape, seize them. The rotund man, noticing Jiang Wenyu and Jiang Wenlin attempting to leave, immediately commanded two slender men to take action. He was uncertain where the treasures auctioned off had ended up. If they were in the possession of those two children and they managed to flee, his efforts would be in vain. As the two slender men rushed towards Jiang Wenyu and Jiang Wenlin, Jiang Wenxian stepped in front of them, casting several talismans with a swift motion. The two slender men, startled upon seeing the talismans, attempted to dodge, but it was too late. A few talismans transformed into fireballs, exploding instantaneously. The two slender men were hurled backward, their faces darkened with shock. Could there be talismans? The rotund man gasped in surprise. Talismans are indeed valuable. They are crafted by cultivators inscribing symbols onto specialized paper, generating tremendous power. However, the creation of talismans is complicated, with a high failure rate leading to steep production costs, making them quite expensive. Furthermore, they are single-use, which is why most people refrain from purchasing them. Humph, young man, you possess a fair number of fine items. You two useless fools, continue pursuing those two little brats. I shall deal with this one. I advise you to surrender quietly. With your abilities, you cannot utilize potent talismans. Humph. They are sufficient to handle you. Jiang Wenxian conjured several more talismans, hurling them at the rotund man. You foolish child, unaware of your own limitations. Though the rotund man was portly, he was remarkably agile, sidestepping the talismans with ease. Ha ha ha, young man. While talismans may be powerful, they must still make contact. Upon seeing Jiang Wenxian's talismans evade him, the rotund man laughed triumphantly. Yet, he suddenly noticed that Jiang Wenxian, who had previously looked grave, was now smiling. Chapter 13. Murder and treasure seizing. What is it that you find amusing, child? At that moment, the rotund man observed a snake's head emerging from the wooden box on Jiang Wenxian's back. As the snake's head protruded, it immediately spat two jets of venom towards him. A black ring snake? The rotund man recognized the creature, but at that instant, the venom struck his eyes, a searing pain surged through his eyes, and he cried out in agony. However, Jiang Wenxian was unconcerned. The two slender men had gone after Jiang Wenyu and Jiang Wenlin, and he needed to hurry to prevent any mishap. Soon, he spotted Jiang Wenyu and the others alongside the two slender men. At that moment, Jiang Wenlin lay on the ground with a handprint on her face, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Jiang Wenyu fared worse, being held aloft by one of the slender men by his throat, his clothes disheveled, blood at his lips, and his face marred with bruises. It seemed he struggled for breath, flailing his limbs in the air. You scoundrels! Witnessing his younger siblings in pain, Jiang Wenxian's eyes turned crimson with rage, and he was about to charge forward. However, someone was quicker than him. Xiantian shot out from the box, his eyes icy, as he lunged at the two slender men. How many times did I urge old Jiang in the past? How many potions did I brew for them as a couple, only to see them have children? Typically, when they caused trouble, I merely offered light reprimands and never resorted to heavy-handedness. You scoundrels have already chosen the path to your demise. Black Ring Snake, be careful. One slender man, seeing Xian Tian, was instantly alarmed, urgently warning the other. How could there be a black ring snake here? The other slender man, upon seeing Xian Tian, was equally frightened. The black ring snake is venomous. Even a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator would not dare to be careless, let alone these two lowly subordinates in the second layer of qi refinement. Although they were puzzled about how a black ring snake ended up in the city, the two slender men dared not linger and turned to flee. Attempting to escape? Do you think you can? Xian Tian snorted coldly. The black ring snake possesses not only potent venom but also incredible speed. In no time, Xian Tian closed in on one of the slender men. Xian Tian opened his mouth, revealing two venomous fangs. Hiss! The fangs shot forth two streams of venom. The venom landed on the slender man's back, instantly emitting a cloud of white smoke, followed by his agonizing screams. Xian Tian disregarded this slender man, hastening his pursuit of the other. None of them shall escape. Soon, Xian Tian caught up with the other slender man, unleashing another spray of venom. Realizing he could not flee, the slender man's eyes hardened as he produced a talisman-like artifact. Channeling his energy, the talisman emitted a yellow glow, forming a barrier of light. The venom was blocked by the yellow barrier, hissing as it made contact. Oh, what a treasure! It can withstand my venom. It must be something special. Xian Tian was confident in his venom. He had tested it before, and generally, low-grade yellow artifacts could not resist it. Yet, this slender man's artifact effortlessly countered his venom attack. It was at least a mid-grade yellow artifact, if not a high-grade one. The venom was thwarted. Xian Tian swiftly advanced, activating his copper skin iron bone technique, and lashed his tail at the slender man. The slender man once again used the artifact to defend himself. Humph! Let us see how long you can hold out. Xian Tian's tail relentlessly struck the barrier, producing a series of sharp sounds. As Xian Tian continued his assault, the barrier began to tremble, and the slender man's complexion turned pale. Finally, the barrier shattered. Seeing this, the slender man abandoned the artifact and fled. However, Xian Tian would not allow him to escape. He sprang forward, opening his mouth wide, and sank his fangs into the slender man's foot. The fangs were exceptionally sharp, and Xian Tian felt them pierce through the slender man's leg bone with ease. A searing pain shot through the slender man's foot, and he screamed in despair. The venom coursed through him, swiftly spreading its effects. The slender man struggled on the ground for only a brief moment before falling still. Hiss! Is my venom really this potent? This was the first time Xian Tian had sprayed venom on a cultivator. The results were remarkable. The slender man's body appeared as if it had been corroded by acidic rain, utterly decaying, with bodily fluids oozing from his disintegrating form. Ugh, how disgusting! Observing his creation, Xian Tian felt a wave of nausea. The power of this venom was overwhelming. The slender man's body rotted, as if it had been a corpse left in water for a month or two. For the first time in 2 lives, Xian Tian felt his heart racing. Moments later, Xian Tian swiftly coiled his tail around the slender man's storage bag before turning to leave. On his way, he also picked up the artifact the slender man had discarded. Upon inspection, it indeed appeared to be a high-grade yellow artifact. What a fortune! Artifacts are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, totaling 12 grades. High-grade yellow artifacts are typically only affordable for those at the foundation establishment stage. It was unclear how this slender man came to possess such an artifact, but now it belonged to Xian Tian. His mood lifted instantly at this moment. Jiang Wenxian and the others were making their way over. Uncle Tian, are you all right? Xian Tian shook his head. The inability to speak is truly troublesome. I wonder when I will be able to talk. I've heard that fierce beasts can only speak once they reach the golden core stage. Goodness, that feels like an eternity. Reflecting on this, Xian Tian's spirits dipped slightly. Suddenly, he recalled something and rode on the ground with his tail. Did you retrieve the items from that slender man? Given that the slender man was hit by his own venom, he likely would not survive. Yes, I got it. A storage bag. Before Jiang Wenxin and Jiang Wen you could respond, Jiang Wenlin jumped forward, holding out a storage bag to Xin Tian. Xin Tian patted Jiang Wenlin's little head with his tail. Well done, good child. You even think of contributing to the household. My years of education were not in vain. Wait, there's another one. Xin Tian gestured to the others and returned to the previous location. Why now? The rotund man lay motionless on the ground, his entire head decayed beyond recognition, dead, beyond the point of revival. Xin Tian used his tail to search the rotund man's body. 2 storage bags. After a thorough search, Xin Tian's tail indeed unearthed 2 storage bags. Not bad. The rotund man had potential. Delighted, Xin Tian collected the 2 storage bags and prepared to return to the wooden box on Jiang Wenxin's back. Ah, Uncle Tian, there's also a piece of inner armor? Huh. Xin Tian turned to see that Jiang Wenlin was peeling off the rotund man's clothes. The rotund man was actually wearing a silver inner armor. A mid-grade yellow inner armor? What a windfall! Xin Tian rolled up the inner armor and discovered it was indeed a mid-grade yellow inner armor, and he felt a surge of joy, little Lin Lin. Well done. You have potential. Later, Uncle Tian will treat you to more grilled fish. Seeing what Xin Tian had written on the ground, Jiang Wenlin giggled with delight. Once the group confirmed that nothing was overlooked, they departed. Only Xin Tian's head poked out again, casting a glance at the rotund man's corpse. These 3 are merely at the 2nd and 3rd layers of Qi refinement. Possessing mid-grade and high-grade yellow artifacts should not bring any troubles. Right? Chapter 14. Striking it rich, the trio and 1 serpent stealthily returned to the Jiang residence. How clandestine they are! Just as Jiang Chong emerged from his secluded meditation, he caught sight of 3 children sneaking into Xuantian's courtyard. Piquing his curiosity, he decided to follow suit. What are you up to? As Jiang Chong stepped into Xuantian's courtyard, he noticed Xin Tian crawling out from behind a wooden box that Jiang Wenxuan was guarding. Father! Old Jiang? The trio and the serpent were taken aback, realizing their ploy was on the verge of being uncovered. You all seem rather flustered. Have you stirred up any trouble while out? Jiang Chong observed the unusual pallor on the children's faces, compounded by Xuantian's sudden emergence from the box, leading him to surmise that they had indeed ventured outside. Father, a new shop called Wanbao Trading Company opened in the city, and they are hosting an auction today. We've been quite bored lately, so we asked Uncle Tian to take us to broaden our horizons. Jiang Wenyu chuckled sheepishly. Is it necessary to be so anxious about attending an auction? Jiang Chong suspected these individuals were concealing something from him. Jiang Wenxuan, you explain. Father, this? Jiang Wenxuan stammered, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Speak up quickly. Hey, why are you shouting? Xin Tian interjected, unable to bear the sight of the frightened children. Xin Tian, I am merely attempting to educate the children. Do not disrupt me. Oh, educating them? You've been in seclusion for 364 days out of the year, hardly seeing them, and now you wish to educate them? I have raised them with great effort over the years, and I have been their teacher. Do you have any objections? Do you believe my teachings are flawed? Xuantian's tirade left Jiang Chong momentarily speechless. No, Xin Tian, it is not that I have any issues with your teachings, nor do I claim they are flawed. It's just that these children appear to be sneaking around, clearly up to no good. And as their father, I must take responsibility. What do you wish to manage? I merely took them to observe the auction and maybe acquire some treasures. Do you not realize that these children require resources for their cultivation? After earning so much over the years, why not spend it? Are you saving it to accompany you to the grave? So that's how it is. After Xuantian's outburst, Jiang Chang's demeanor softened, and his voice lowered. You lot, really, it was just an auction visit. Why act so furtively? You've made me think you were up to no good. Jiang Wenxuan and the others exchanged nervous chuckles. Something still feels off. Why do I sense you all are hiding something? Observing the sheepish grins on the 3 young ones, Jiang Chong remained unconvinced of their innocence. No, Xinting, you must tell me, aside from the auction, what else did you do today? The sense of unease deepened, and Jiang Chong pressed Xintian for answers. Xintian, feeling the pressure, finally stammered. We encountered a few robbers, and seeing them bully the children, I made a decisive move and dealt with them. What? You went out and killed someone? What do you mean I went out and killed? They had it coming. Hey, old Jiang, can you not be so timid? Is this a matter of timidity? Your actions could easily draw attention to our Jiang family. Look, if this isn't timidity, what is it? Xintian, you know my background. When I established the Jiang family, I intended to change our name, but you wouldn't allow it. Fine, I complied. However, we agreed to maintain a low profile and develop quietly. Yet now, with our current strength, if the City Lord's mansion discovers us, they will surely extort a significant amount of resources from us, and all our efforts over the years would be in vain. Oh dear, enough already, what is done is done. What else can we do? Xintian recognized that the act of killing would indeed attract the City Lord's attention, but since they had been confronted by robbers, not killing them would also lead to trouble. Better to eliminate the threat entirely. Nevertheless, the City Lord's mansion posed a genuine concern. In this world of myriad schemes, even without fingerprints or DNA testing, there were ways to trace them. Our strength is simply insufficient. If the Jiang family were a foundational family, even if we killed some insignificant individuals in front of the City Lord's mansion, they would dismiss it as justifiable. But with our limited strength, the City Lord's mansion is not easily intimidated. Who knows, they might demand life for a life, and extortion is certainly inevitable. Never mind. What is done is done. Jiang Cheng resigned himself, contemplating that if the City Lord's mansion had leverage over them, they would be left with nothing but ruin, for attracting unwanted attention from certain individuals. That seemed unlikely. The heavens were high, and the distance between Wuling City and Bailing City was vast. Furthermore, there were many with the surname Jiang in the world. It was improbable that anyone would come knocking simply upon hearing the name Jiang. So, father, shouldn't we now divide the spoils? Seeing that the situation seemed to have calmed, Jiang Wenlin peeked her little head out and suggested, "At such a tender age, how did you learn to speak of dividing spoils?" Jiang Cheng glared at Jiang Wenlin upon hearing this. Uncle Tian taught me. He said to divide the spoils when we returned. Xintian was taken aback. This little girl, is she selling me out? All right, let us see what we have. Xuantian's serpent tail curled as he retrieved 4 storage bags, a talisman-like artifact, and a piece of inner armor from the wooden box. Inner armor of mid-yellow grade? And this is a high-yellow grade artifact? Jiang Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. The combined worth of these 2 artifacts was at least several thousand spirit stones, a considerable fortune for the Jiang family, robbing this lucrative in these times. And 4 storage bags. Xintian, Xiaohe, Xiaoyu, each of us shall have one. The storage bags bear the spiritual imprints of their original owners and must be erased before they can be opened. It took them nearly an hour, with Jiang Cheng being the first to erase the spiritual imprint from his storage bag, followed by Xintian and the others in succession. When the contents of the 4 storage bags were spilled onto the ground, all 4, 3 children and 1 serpent, were left dumbfounded. Jiang Wenxuan, Jiang Wenyu, Jiang Wenlin exclaimed in unison. Wow! Jiang Cheng gasped. Is this our ticket to wealth? Xintian lamented. Oh no, this time we've truly landed in trouble. Of the 4 storage bags, 1 contained normal items, while the other 3 were extraordinary. One held over 1,000 vials of medicinal pills, another contained hundreds of artifacts, and the last was filled with a pile of spirit stones, estimating around 100,000. This was not merely a windfall. It was a calamity. Chapter 15. Trouble has arrived. You all step outside for a moment. Remember, nothing happened today. We merely attended the auction and returned home directly. Encountering no incidents along the way, Jiang Cheng and Xintian hurriedly ushered the 3 children outside. This is it. We are in for it now. Wasn't that what you just said? Wasn't that what you just said? Enough, let me speak first. Xintian interrupted Jiang Cheng, who was about to speak, and continued. Those 3 robbers were merely at the 2nd or 3rd level of qi refinement. They could not possibly possess such resources. I suspect they either stumbled upon these items by chance, or were merely transporting goods for someone else. If they obtained them by chance, that would be fortunate. But if they were transporting for someone, we may have a serious problem. They must be backed by a formidable force. This indeed seemed plausible. After calming down from their initial excitement, Jiang Cheng reflected on Xuantian's words, and they appear to hold merit. However, why would so many resources be entrusted to 3 mere qi refinement initiates? The lower the strength, the less likely they are to attract attention. So, does this mean our Jiang family has attracted trouble? Perhaps. If they are transporting goods for someone, then who are they working for, carrying such wealth? Jiang Chong inquired, puzzled, as such resources were not typically possessed by ordinary individuals or factions. Has anything significant occurred in the city recently? I am not entirely certain. Forget it. Asking you is likely futile. Jiang Chong, having been in seclusion, was unaware of the outside affairs. I should ask Wenjing. She should have returned by now. The man and serpent sought out Su Wenjing. Husband, Xintian, what brings you here? We wish to inquire about something. Jiang Chong got straight to the point. Su Wenjing managed most of the Jiang family's external affairs and was more informed than Jiang Chong and Xintian. Has anything major happened in the city recently? Jiang Chong asked directly. Major events? Su Wenjing was taken aback, giving a deep look at the two. She then replied, not long ago, I overheard discussions in the inn regarding an elder from the Zhang family who broke through to the mid-foundation stage. The Zhang family has always been at odds with the Lin and Xiao families, facing oppression from them. However, since that elder's breakthrough, the situation has reversed. Is there anything else? Xuantian's tail scratched the ground. Writing as he spoke. Yes, but recently, this is the only significant event concerning foundational forces. Xintian cast a glance at Su Wenjing, then returned to his courtyard with Jiang Chong. Observing their hurried departure, a shadow of concern flickered in Su Wenjing's eyes. I hope nothing untoward has occurred, she mused. Xintian, do you think this could be related to those three families? Absolutely, he replied. In Wuling City, there are only 12 foundational powers, all of which are family forces. Among them, the Qian, Luo, and Zhou families dominate, each boasting over 10 foundational stage cultivators, including several at the peak of that stage. The remaining 9 foundational families are considerably weaker, generally having only 1 or 2. Or at most 3 or 4 foundational stage cultivators. The Zhang family possesses 3 foundational cultivators, while the Lin and Xiao families each have 2. Historically, the Lin and Xiao families have collaborated to suppress the Zhang family. However, with the recent breakthrough of a Zhang family elder into the mid-foundational stage, the situation has dramatically shifted. And what do you think? Are those 3 robbers connected to the Zhang family or the Lin and Xiao families? Most likely the Lin or Xiao families. Why not the Zhang family? Firstly, the Zhang family's current strength surpasses that of the Lin and Xiao alliance. They merely need to intensify their pressure on these 2 families. Secondly, at yesterday's auction, I observed an item, the breaking extremity pill. Among the bidders were elders from the Lin and Xiao families, as well as one from the Zhang family. Ultimately, the pill was acquired by someone from the Chun family. The breaking extremity pill, a high-grade yellow-tier elixir, is utilized by foundational stage cultivators to significantly enhance their chances of a breakthrough. Do you think the Lin or Xiao families were attempting to reclaim the pill from the Qin family? Indeed. Do you have a plan? I do. I knew it. You never fail to impress, Xintian. The following day dawned bright and clear, with the sun shining brilliantly. Xintian reclined in a chair, squinting against the sunlight, reveling in its warmth. The vexation and irritation stemming from yesterday's events dissipated in an instant. Were it not for impending troubles, he believed he could comfortably lounge in that chair all day long. Such a life is what many in his previous existence yearned for but could scarcely attain. Yet here he was, effortlessly enjoying it. The spokesperson of the Jiang family has emerged. A voice resonated throughout the Jiang family estate, shattering the morning tranquility. A servant opened the grand door, revealing 3 figures outside, 1 slender and 2 stout, all clad in the uniforms of the city lord's office. Esteemed sirs, the patriarch summons you. One of the officials announced as they stepped inside. One of them, glancing disdainfully at the servant standing nearby, casually shoved him aside. The servant stumbled back, skinning his palm, yet he dared not utter a word, his gaze fixed downward. The 3 officials made their way directly to the hall, where Jiang Chong, Su Wenjing, and 4 children awaited their arrival. Greetings to the esteemed sirs. Jiang Chong and Su Wenjing bowed hastily. In this world, respect is commanded either through power or influence. Quite the gathering, remarked the slender official, who had been briefed on the Jiang family's members prior to their arrival. May I inquire the purpose of your visit? Jiang Chong asked directly, ignoring the official's previous comment. What do you mean you don't know? Surely you jest. How could I possibly be aware? unaware. A murder occurred yesterday on the commercial street adjacent to your residence, and you claim ignorance? Alas, a murder? Jiang Chong feigned astonishment, inquiring, might I ask the identities of the deceased? Were they foundational stage or qi refining cultivators? I cannot tell you who they were, but I do know it was one at the third layer of qi refining and two at the second layer. Moreover, I am aware of the identity of the assailant. Sir, are you insinuating that I am the perpetrator? Jiang Chong retorted, incredulous. Ha! Is that not the case? The slender official bellowed. Surely you jest. I did not step outside my home yesterday. How could I commit murder? Though you remained indoors, your 3 children ventured out, did they not? Ha ha ha. Are you suggesting my children, at merely the first and second layers of qi refining, are capable of murder? While their strength may indeed be lacking, they utilize talismans. The mention of talismans made Jiang Chang's brow furrow. Indeed, outsiders might be oblivious, but talismans are the most readily exposed evidence. Sir, talismans are commonplace in the Jiang family. Yet that does not imply guilt, does it? Isn't that precisely what it suggests? That your children use talismans to commit murder? The official smirked, a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. Damn. Jiang Chong cursed inwardly. Although he had heard of the official's notorious methods, witnessing it firsthand was another matter entirely. Jiang Chang's expression turned pained, torn by the predicament. What? Does the Jiang patriarch believe my words to be untrue? Chapter 16. Involving the Zhang family. Seeing Jiang Chong fall silent, the slender official's expression darkened. Patriarch Jiang, my children merely attended the auction out of boredom yesterday. They are not the culprits. I implore you to discern the truth. Oh, I believe I possess some evidence that could aid you in identifying the true perpetrator, Jiang Chong declared, turning to leave the hall. The 3 officials, witnessing Jiang Chang's abrupt departure, were not angered but rather pleased. Their faces breaking into smiles. Before long, Jiang Chong returned to the hall, a storage pouch in hand. Esteemed sir, please take a look. This is the evidence. The slender official accepted the pouch, and upon examining its contents, a smile spread across his face. I too suspect there may be a misunderstanding here. However, we must clarify a few matters. The slender official turned to Jiang Wenxuan and the others, asking, did you see anyone unusual upon returning yesterday? None at all. Jiang Wenxuan and the other 2 quickly shook their heads, though Jiang Wenlin appeared as if she wished to say something. The slender official noticed and promptly directed his inquiry to Jiang Wenlin. Little sister, did you see anyone yesterday? An older brother. What older brother? I went to buy grilled fish and he paid for it. Dio, you know him? The grilled fish is delicious. What does he look like? The grilled fish smells great. Enough. What does that person look like? Wah! The slender official's veins bulged in frustration. Tell me what he looks like, and I'll buy you grilled fish. Really? Indeed. I want 10 pounds, if you can eat that much. I'll buy you 20 pounds. He's not taller than you, probably about this height, and he has a few bluish spots on his face. And what else? What about his overall appearance? He looks a lot like my second brother. Xintian, do you really think this will deceive them? How would I know? You don't know. This was all your idea. So? I'm not a deity. I merely devised a scheme. Whether it succeeds depends on the Zhang family's influence. If they catch on, what shall we do? Well, for now, we can only take it one step at a time. Xintian felt a twinge of anxiety. It was disingenuous to claim he was unperturbed, especially given that those families all possessed foundational stage cultivators. Initially, after dispatching the trio, they had intended to leave immediately, but Xintian sensed that these 3 were no ordinary adversaries. Thus, he had Jiang Wenyu take Jiang Wenlin to buy grilled fish while he and Jiang Wenxuan returned to the scene to eliminate any traces. Numerous traces remained at the site: Xuantian's venom, Jiang Wenxuan's talismans, and evidence of the skirmish between the 2 slender men and Jiang Wenyu and Jiang Wenlin. Xintian retrieved a few yellow-tier mid-grade talismans from his storage pouch and incinerated the bodies, leaving only the talismans as the most conspicuous evidence. First, Xintian believed this was sufficient, but upon realizing that the trio might be connected to the Lin or Shao families, he deemed it unwise. Thus, he instructed Jiang Chong to locate the old man selling grilled fish, promising him 500 spirit stones, with an additional 500 contingent upon no ensuing problems. A few words secured 1,000 spirit stones. Money can move mountains, especially for a mere vendor of grilled fish. Meanwhile, Xintian was aware that, given the official's modus operandi, several families nearby would likely be extorted. Hence, he had already prepared Zhang Chong for this eventuality. The most crucial component of the plan hinged on the Zhang family. During the auction, Xintian had intended to secure a treasure, but just as he was about to succeed, a Zhang family qi refining cultivator intervened. To avoid complications, Xintian refrained from competing with him. This Zhang family cultivator was notably short and bore several bluish birthmarks on his face. Through Jiang Wenlin's account, Xintian planned to portray Jiang Wenyu as that Zhang family cultivator. This maneuver would not only shift the blame onto the Zhang family, but also serve as retribution for the earlier incident at the auction. Xintian was rather pleased with this stratagem, as it achieved two objectives with a single stroke. He hoped the Zhang family would play along. After all, as a foundational family now boasting a mid-foundational stage presence, the City Lord's office would hardly venture to interrogate them. At the City Lord's office, a middle-aged man inquired of the three officials, one slender, two stout, who had gone to investigate the Zhang family. "How goes it, sir? We have made some discoveries at the Zhang family." The slender official replied, lowering his head. He had not anticipated that the City Lord would take such an interest in this matter. Initially, he had assumed the deceased were merely ordinary individuals, but it appeared there were deeper implications at play. The fact that the City Lord was concerned indicated that foundational forces were involved. Fortunately, what had begun as a mere opportunity for profit had unexpectedly yielded valuable information at the Zhang family. "Oh, you have indeed made a discovery?" The voice was tinged with astonishment. The City Lord possessed an intimate understanding of his subordinates, fully aware of their actions. Initially, he held a lackadaisical attitude towards the matter, casually instructing a few constables to conduct a perfunctory investigation, merely to secure some benefits for himself. However, when a foundational family sought his attention, urging a thorough inquiry, he realized the gravity of the situation. The fact that a foundational family, instead of investigating themselves, was relying on the City Lord's office suggested that they were concealing something significant. The involvement of a foundational family hinted at the likely entanglement of a second foundational force. Just as he began to feel overwhelmed, the constables who had gone out to investigate returned, and to his surprise, they had made some discoveries. "Speak quickly," the slender constable, trembling with apprehension, hastily reported. "We first examined the scene and found it had been destroyed by talismans. We then proceeded to investigate household by household, and during our inquiry at the Zhang family, a little girl inadvertently let slip that Zhang family members had appeared at the scene." "Members of the Zhang family?" The City Lord's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, this was the very matter. When the foundational family approached him, he had his suspicions. He was well aware of the recent happenings in Wuling City. "Are you certain it was Zhang family members?" The City Lord pressed on, unwilling to err. The Zhang family's little girl claimed she saw a short individual with several blue spots on his face. "Are you referring to Zhang Yuan?" As a member of the City Lord's office, he was familiar with the prominent figures of various foundational families. Zhang Yuan, a practitioner at the 6th level of Qi refinement, bore blue birthmarks on his face, which had long been a source of ridicule from his kin. Consequently, his psyche had become twisted. At times he exhibited kindness, rescuing stray cats and dogs he encountered, yet at other times, he could be utterly malevolent, flaying those same animals alive. "My lord, I merely made a judgment based on the words of the Zhang family's girl," the slender constable quickly clarified, fearful of overstepping. "Humph." The City Lord discerned his apprehension. "Continue the investigation. I want a thorough and definitive answer." "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." Chapter 17. The Beast Blood Industry in the Blink of an Eye. Half a month had passed, and the affair concerning the three bandits seemed to have settled into obscurity. Xintian and Zhang Chong were oblivious to how the City Lord's office had ultimately dealt with the issue. But as long as the trouble did not descend upon the Zhang family, Xintian was indifferent to the outcome. Were not the rays of sunlight in the courtyard delightful? In truth, Xuantian's scheme had proven to be remarkably successful. The slender constable, accompanied by two portly colleagues, located the elderly vendor selling grilled fish and, after a series of threats and intimidation, confirmed that on the day of the incident, A short individual with several blue spots had indeed purchased dozens of pounds of grilled fish for a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Subsequently, through further investigation, the three constables easily determined that on the day in question, Zhang Yuan from the Zhang family had been present at the auction hosted by the Wanbao Trading Company. Thereafter, the city lord relayed the information he obtained from the three constables verbatim to the foundational family, eventually receiving an instruction to cease any further involvement in the matter. Thus, the incident was never mentioned again. What of 3 dead individuals? Who cared? Today was yet another sunlit day, and Xintian reclined in his chair, basking in the warmth. Free from worries, he felt utterly content. Even the air felt fresh and invigorating, if not for a certain someone's interruption. Xintian, why are you here again? Did I not tell you that matter has passed? Xintian felt exasperated. Jiang Chong had been on edge lately, repeatedly inquiring if there would be any repercussions or whether they should liquidate their assets and flee Wuling City. This infuriated Xintian. After all, he was the head of the family. Though they were merely a small clan, they hailed from a Yuaning family in Bailing Prefecture. How could they be so cowardly? Xintian was incensed, even contemplating whether to appoint Jiang Wenxuan as the new head of the family ahead of time. Xintian, do not be angry. It is not about that matter. Not about that? Then what is it about? It concerns another issue. Could you be more articulate? I am already aware it is about another issue. You should now enlighten me on what this other issue entails. Over the years of interacting with Jiang Chong, Xintian had come to understand him quite well. He was not proactive in his endeavors, lacked decisiveness in crises, and seldom contemplated matters thoroughly. My head aches. Wenxuan, please grow up quickly. The Jiang family needs you. Ah, Xintian, it is like this. A significant business opportunity has arisen for our family. A significant business opportunity? What sort of opportunity? Upon hearing significant business, Xuanqian's spirits lifted, even the ire provoked by Jiang Chong's earlier interruption dissipating in an instant. After all, a significant business meant spiritual stones, money. Do you remember that family that forced us to purchase iron mines? The Wu family. What, are they selling iron mines again? Xintian furrowed his brow. He hoped Jiang Chong had not lost his senses. The last time the Wu family pressured them into buying an iron mine that was nearly depleted, they had unexpectedly discovered a rich vein of iron just a few meters down. However, that had been pure luck. Was it not the Wu family that was gathering resources for their family head's breakthrough to foundational level? Yet the Wu family's patriarch had met with failure and perished. In recent years, the Wu family's rivals had intensified their oppression, and the Wu family had significantly declined. Not long ago, they sold their large into the Zhang family, a foundational family. Wait, what does this have to do with us? After listening attentively, Xintian was bewildered as to how this was relevant to them, and of course, it is related. The Wu families catered to cultivators, and their dishes were primarily made from beast blood and flesh. However, since the Zhang family acquired the Wu family's inn, they have shut it down and repurposed it for other uses. With the inn closed, the supply of beast blood and flesh to the Wu family's inn has vanished. So they sought us out. At this juncture, Xintian finally grasped the implications. He had long desired to enter the business catering to cultivators, yet on one hand, the Jiang family's strength was too feeble to maintain a foothold. On the other, he had struggled to find suppliers. Outside Wuling City lay vast mountain ranges teeming with ferocious beasts, yet within the city, the supply-demand relationship for beast blood and flesh remained in a delicate balance. Both parties profited from this arrangement. While it was not impossible to disrupt this equilibrium, lacking strength made it an insurmountable challenge. Indeed, they wished to collaborate with us. Jiang Cheng's expression radiated excitement. The beast blood and flesh trade was exceedingly lucrative in Wuling City. The Jiang family currently operated 5 inns, but they primarily catered to ordinary folk, utilizing commonplace ingredients, with only an occasional low-level cultivator gracing their premises. Xuanqian's mind began to whirl, his serpent tail gently stroking his chin as he pondered intently. Is there a problem? Noticing Xuanqian's contemplative demeanor, Jiang Chong hesitantly inquired. The Jiang family's strength is too weak. I fear it may provoke hostility from other families, and moreover, without strength, it is not impossible for some cultivators to dine and dash. Should we then abandon this opportunity? Jiang Chong felt reluctant, yet he recognized the validity of Xuanqian's concerns. No, We cannot let this opportunity slip away. If we fail to seize a chance that is within reach, it would be a grave folly. But did you not just say our Zhang family is too weak? Indeed, the Zhang family is weak, but we can enlist assistance. Enlist assistance? Yes, since the Zhang family strength is lacking. We shall borrow force. How shall we do that? What is the strength of the individuals seeking collaboration with us? Those individuals belong to the Dedeo gang, which holds a respectable standing among the various factions in Wuling City. Their leader, Scarface, possesses a cultivation level of 7th layer Qi refinement, and he commands over 30 subordinates, all at the mid to early stages of Qi refinement. Wuling City boasts numerous factions, none of which are particularly weak, many even surpassing smaller families in strength. That is a decent level of strength. Xiantian, what are you plotting? Collaboration. Have we not already agreed to collaborate? Not quite. We shall deepen our collaboration. You will go find them shortly and inform them that we wish to not only purchase the beast blood and flesh they hunt, but also offer them half of the profits derived from these sales. What? Half of the profits to the Dedeo gang? Xiantian, have you lost your mind in the sun? Before Xiantian could finish, Zhang Cheng exclaimed in shock. Ah, how utterly exasperating. Xiantian finally understood why the forces of Bailing Prefecture had not pursued Zhang Cheng after annihilating the Zhang family's power. With such ineptitude and intellect, pursuing him would be a waste of manpower and resources. Of course, it is not a free handout. There are conditions. We will grant them half the profits, and in return, they must ensure the safety of our inns. I see. But will they be willing? You only need to convey to them that if they encounter threats from cultivators above the 7th layer of Qi refinement, they may disregard it. This will surely entice them. Indeed, Xiantian, you are exceedingly clever. Humph, of course. Do you think I am like you? In his previous life, Xiantian had endured relentless humiliation, but under Zhang Cheng's flattery, he could not help but feel a surge of pride. Chapter 18. Growth of power. The collaboration between the Zhang family and the Big Knife gang proceeded smoothly, as it is said that no one would forsake benefits. Thus, the Zhang family began to delve into the industry of fierce beast flesh. The 5 inns owned by the Zhang family frequently saw the comings and goings of Qi refinement practitioners. The resources of the Zhang family were quickly accumulating. Days turned into weeks, years into decades. And time slipped by unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. During this time, the Zhang family experienced a period of tranquility. Although the partnership with the Big Knife gang was limited to the 5 inns, Xiantian was not one to squander such valuable manpower. Every year, the Zhang family and the Big Knife gang shared profits, and Xiantian directly instructed Zhang Cheng to invite some members of the Big Knife gang to the Zhang residence, laying out sumptuous feasts for them. Consequently, nearby small families began to believe that the Zhang family had a close relationship with the Big Knife gang. These minor families, lacking in strength, dared not provoke the Big Knife gang, and thus, they also refrained from challenging the Zhang family. Observing this, Xiantian promptly ordered Su Wenjing to increase the mining of iron ore. The profits from the iron mine surged from 500 spirit stones to 800 spirit stones. Of course, the inns were still the most profitable. With a steady supply of fierce beast flesh, the 5 inns of the Zhang family began to offer a variety of dishes, all crafted from fierce beast meat. On particularly prosperous days, the inns even introduced medicinal cuisine, made from spiritual herbs and fierce beast flesh, which, despite its high cost, commanded an equally high price. Currently, the 5 inns yielded nearly 4,000 spirit stones annually. And after deducting the profits shared with the Big Knife gang, the Zhang family netted 2,000 spirit stones each year. This was more than sufficient for the cultivation needs of the 4 members of the Zhang family. Xiantian would not allow spirit stones to remain idle. To him, idle spirit stones were merely stones. Therefore, he regularly instructed Zhang Cheng to procure cultivation resources. 5 years prior, he had acquired numerous resources at the auction held by the Wanbao Trading Company. But after the Zhang family consumed them with fervor, they were quickly depleted. However, the resources obtained from those bandits were quite abundant. Yet, they were mostly unsuitable for early-stage Qi refinement practitioners, with only Zhang Cheng able to utilize some. Under Xuantian's relentless nurturing, the cultivation progress of the family members accelerated significantly, leading to several breakthroughs that provided Xiantian with ample energy points. Zhang Wenxuan reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement. contributing 3 energy points. Jiang Wenyu broke through to the second level of Qi refinement, contributing 2 energy points. And Jiang Wanlin also ascended to the second level of Qi refinement, adding another 2 energy points. The influx of energy points brought Xintian immense joy, prompting him to feel an urge to kiss each of these children. However, the greatest joy came when Jiang Chong finally broke through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Providing Xintian with 5 energy points, Xintian felt a wave of emotion wash over him, as he had thought he would never witness Jiang Cheng's breakthrough in his lifetime. Just consider how long it had been since Jiang Chong had advanced to the 4th level of Qi refinement, 19 years. A full 19 years. Although it is said that the higher the realm, the longer the time required for breakthroughs, this was still the Qi refinement stage. Qi refinement practitioners only have a few decades. How could one afford to waste so much time? Alas, alas, after all, he was a pseudo-spiritual root. While Xintian internally scoffed at Jiang Cheng's unfortunate circumstances, he could not help but feel delighted at his breakthrough. Coupled with the previous energy points, he now possessed 13 energy points. Xintian felt as if he had suddenly become wealthy, prompting him to immediately embark on a lavish life of indulgence. He spent 9 energy points on realm advancement, propelling his cultivation directly from the 3rd to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Then, he expended 3 more energy points to elevate his innate ability, Copper Skin Iron Bones, from minor success to major success. His current system panel read, Name, Xintian, Family, Jiang Family, Jiang Chong, Race, Black Ring Snake, Bloodline, Yellow Grade, Low Quality, Realm, 5th level of Qi refinement, Innate ability, Venomous Fangs, Venom Spray, System ability, Copper Skin Iron Bones, Major Success. Energy points. 1. The energy points reverted back to 1. Xintian had a general understanding of the consumption of energy points. For realm advancement, it appeared that 1 energy point corresponded to each level, such as 4 points for breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refinement and 5 points for the 5th level. However, the same could not be said for innate abilities. Initially, 1 point was required to elevate the ability from entry to minor success. But now 3 points were necessary for advancement to major success. Xintian speculated that the next upgrade would likely require 5 energy points, as he had always excelled in mathematics in his previous life. Chapter 19. The Kong family tranquil days are bound to come to an end. Xintian, what is the matter? Originally lounging languidly in his chair, Xintian lifted his head to see Jiang Chong, his expression fraught with urgency and gravity. Hastily entering his courtyard. Something has happened. Now in his 40s, Jiang Chong bore the visage of a middle-aged man, his brow furrowed with worry due to his anxiety. Speak. A sense of foreboding stirred within Xintian. Although old Jiang often appeared unfocused, he would not exhibit such disarray without a pressing issue. The Kong family has set their sights on us. The Kong family? The same Kong family whose head recently broke through to the 7th level of Qi refinement? Indeed. Xuantian's expression turned grave. The Kong family was a small family within Wuling City, and half a year ago, Kong Shi had achieved a breakthrough to the 7th level of Qi refinement. With a large population and numerous practitioners, the Kong family had long been dissatisfied with the meager returns from their original industries, barely sustaining their cultivation. Now that Kong Shi had reached the 7th level, they could no longer resist the temptation to target other small families. Are they eyeing the Jiang family's iron mine? The Jiang family's assets were limited. Their primary business was the inns, followed by the iron mine, and lastly, the spiritual herb garden established by Jiang Wenyuan. Although Jiang Wenyuan had not pursued cultivation due to his pseudo-spiritual root, his pride led him to aspire to achieve something significant, even as an ordinary person. From a young age, Jiang Wenyuan had assisted his mother, Su Wenjing, in managing the family's enterprises, becoming well-versed in business operations. At 14, he resolved to venture out on his own. Of course, this was not feasible. In this perilous world, Xintian and Jiang Chong could not allow him to roam freely, so they generously provided him with 2,000 spirit stones. Subsequently, Jiang Wenyuan focused on spiritual cultivation and, with the help of Xintian, Jiang Chong, and others, established a spiritual herb garden primarily growing spiritual rice and some ordinary spiritual fruits. Remarkably, the business thrived, well within the capacity of the 5 inns of the Jiang family. Yes. Sigh. Xintian felt a twinge of headache. In this extraordinary world, conflict was commonplace, and weaponry was indispensable. Iron or steel, though low-tier materials for crafting weapons, were never in short supply. Numerous iron mines surrounded Wuling City, with many small families controlling one or two, or even more. For instance, the Kong family owned 2 iron mines. What are they planning? They want to jointly exploit our iron mine. Joint exploitation? Does that not equate to handing them half, if not more, of our iron mine? And that is not all. At this point, a glimmer of anger appeared on Jiang Cheng's face. There is more? Speak. What do they truly want? They also demand that we teach them the techniques for smelting iron and steel. Oh dear, the Kong family is courting their own demise. Not only is the Kong family fixated on the Jiang family's iron mine, but they also covet the Jiang family's techniques for smelting iron and steel. If Xintian were not a snake, he would be seething with rage. After dedicating 16 years of study, how dare the Kong family covet his knowledge? Xintian, what should we do? Given our strength, we are certainly no match for the Kong family. Besides Kong Shi, who has reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, they have over 10 practitioners at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Xintian fell silent. While the Kong family was indeed despicable, their strength was undeniably formidable. Damn it. The City Lord's office in this world is merely a fade, utterly useless. In his previous life, anyone who dared to behave in such a manner would have long been imprisoned. Yet in this world, the so-called City Lord's office merely serves to maintain basic order in the city, targeting commoners and weaker practitioners. Those with any semblance of strength can easily disregard the City Lord's authority. The City Lord's office? They likely would not care about this, and may even meddle further. Of course, if some small families dared to cause trouble, the City Lord's office would assert itself, as it would be a lucrative opportunity. Old Jiang, do you think the poison of the black ring snake is potent? Chapter 20. Assassination. The black ring snake is renowned for its potent venom. Certainly, it is formidable. Moreover, now that you have reached the mid-tier of the 1st grade, your venom must be even more lethal. Right? Xintian, what are you planning? What am I planning? Of course, to eliminate Kong Shi. The Jiang family has finally begun to flourish. How can we allow that accursed Kong family to disrupt our progress? Xintian declared fiercely. As Jiang Wenxuan had reached the age for marriage, and soon he would have children, he must leave resources for the future offspring. Furthermore, Jiang Wenyu and Jiang Wenyuan would also need to marry in the future, and the population of the Jiang family would surely increase. Resources would never be too abundant. While the Kong family was indeed vile, their strength was undeniably formidable. Confronting them would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Should we hire someone? You may be striking a stone with an egg against the Kong family, but I might not be. Besides, who can you hire? The Big Knife Gang. If they were useful, the Kong family would not have set their sights on the Jiang family. But Xintian, can we truly succeed? How can we know without giving it a try? All right, Xintian, what do you think we should do? I'm all ears. I'll seize an opportunity to assassinate Kong Shi. Good, we'll find a chance. You? By yourself? Nonsense, of course it's by myself. Do you think I'll bring you along? Can you manage? I can't. Jiang Cheng's spirits plummeted instantly. After so many years and expending countless resources, he had barely reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. Each time he contemplated this, he felt utterly humiliated. Moreover, due to possessing a false spiritual root, he had dedicated most of his time to secluded cultivation in hopes of advancing his cultivation level, leaving him with little time to practice techniques, rendering his abilities extremely feeble. Well, enough of that. I was merely teasing you. Must you feel so wronged? Have Wenjing look into it and see if there's a good opportunity to strike recently. Oh, a few days later, Xintian's courtyard. Jiang Cheng rushed in, breathless. There's an opportunity. Speak quickly. Kong Shi will be marrying his 99th concubine in 3 days. The 99th? Xintian was taken aback, though he had often joked about Jiang Cheng marrying hundreds of wives. It was merely jest. Yet Kong Shi was truly putting it into practice. Ah, Xintian, the key is into the 99th concubine. But the opportunity in 3 days, haha. Had you heeded my words back then and married dozens, or even hundreds of wives? I can only imagine how many energy points I would have now. Forget Kong Shi. I could deal with him with a slap and a flick of my tail. All right, I understand. In 3 days? I shall take the life of that old dog Kong Shi. 3 days later, at the Kong family estate. Today marks the grand occasion of the Kong family head's joyous day, with crowds of people gathered. Kong Shi had recently broken through to the 7th level of Qi refinement, gaining some renown among these minor Qi refinement families, and families with business ties to the Kong family sent representatives to attend Kong Shi's wedding feast. Alas, Brother Kong is truly fortunate to marry such a celestial beauty. Indeed, she is a heavenly maiden descended to earth. Ha ha, Brother Kai and Brother Huang. You flatter me too much. The wedding banquet proceeded smoothly, with everyone in high spirits, and the Kong family was enveloped in joy. In the evening, after sending off the guests, Kong Shi, slightly inebriated, entered a room. Hee, my little bride, your husband has arrived. Within the room, on a bright red bed, a beautiful woman lay quietly. Little bride? Kong Shi called out. Noticing the woman remained unresponsive, he became cautious. After carefully scanning the room with his spiritual sense and finding no issues, Kong Shi let out a slight sigh of relief. He then approached the bright red bed and gazed at the woman. It turned out she was merely asleep. Kong Shi completely relaxed. After all, they had held a wedding banquet early in the morning. And now it was well past midnight. Being an ordinary person, she wouldn't have the stamina to last that long. Sleeping is good. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and excitement gleamed in his eyes as he directly pulled back the covers from the woman. Little bride. I'm here. Kong Shi the old dog. I'm coming. Hiss. At that moment, as Kong Shi pulled back the covers, a hole appeared on the other side of the bright red bed, and a snake shot up with lightning speed. The black-ringed snake? Kong Shi was taken aback, the slight inebriation vanishing instantly, his mind clearing, and he attempted to retreat and dodge. But the black-ringed snake was swift. The snake bit into Kong Shi's chest. Damn it, wrong place to bite. Xintian inwardly cursed himself for not being more discerning. Oh well, a bite is a bite. I am a snake now, not a human. Xintian's venom surged forth, entering Kong Shi's body in an instant. Damn it, Kong Shi seethed with fury, slapping Xintian away. Help! Before he could finish, Xintian, who had been knocked to the ground, lunged forward. The divine dragon swings its tail. Slap! The poisoned Kong Shi was completely unprepared, and the snake's tail struck his chest. Whoa! Kong Shi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, but what tormented him more than this blow was the venom now coursing through his body. The venom spread rapidly, causing his flesh and blood to begin rotting. Ah! Kong Shi howled in agony, attempting to swallow a medicinal pill. However, upon noticing the storage bag in his hand, Xintian's tail swiftly coiled around it, snatching it away. At that moment, other cultivators from the Kong family, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. It's the black-ringed snake. This is bad. The family head is in trouble. Quickly, act to save the family head. A few mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators hurriedly drew their magical artifacts, directing attacks towards Xintian, casting spells. Come at me. I'll take down a few more. Xintian's killing intent surged. Since the Kong family had set their sights on the Jiang family, they could only be destroyed. The snake's body twisted, evading several attacks. Channeling his divine ability, he unleashed a spray of venom, striking a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator. Ah! The mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator screamed in agony as the venom dissolved his clothing in an instant. Making contact with his skin, the skin began to rot instantly, and the venom continued to spread, the area of decay expanding rapidly, soon leaving the mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator motionless on the ground. Be careful of the snake venom, a Kong family cultivator shouted, but in the ensuing panic, several cultivators were struck by Xintian's venom and fell to the ground, wailing in agony that, of course, Xintian was not unscathed. Facing a group of mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators, one of whom was at the 6th level of Qi refinement in a short span of time, Xintian had dispatched several Kong family cultivators, yet he had also sustained numerous attacks. With scales shedding and wounds opening across his body, I hurt so much. I can't take it anymore. I must escape quickly. The Kong family did not have only one cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, but they were currently absent. Once they returned, Xintian would be hard-pressed to escape. Xintian spewed a few more mouthfuls of venom, then found a direction and fled frantically, not bothering to resist the attacks from the Kong family cultivators. In the blink of an eye, he vanished right under the noses of the Kong family cultivators. Jiang family. Husband, do you think Xintian will run into trouble? Su Wenjing looked worriedly at Jiang Chong. Although Jiang Chong's face bore signs of concern, he reassured her. Don't worry, Xintian is formidable. He is the black-ringed snake, after all, with venom. We've arranged for people from the Blade Gang to deliver Xintian as a ferocious beast into the Kong family. Plus, Xintian possesses a magical artifact that can conceal his aura. With his intelligence, he will surely succeed. Chapter 21. Spirit Sword Sect. The next day, as dawn broke, Xintian stealthily entered the Jiang family. Xintian, you're injured so badly. On a chair, Xintian, covered in wounds, lay weakly, while Jiang Chong applied ointment to his injuries, occasionally feeding him a few medicinal pills. Hiss, if you had been besieged by a group of mid-stage chi refinement cultivators, it wouldn't just be a matter of being badly injured. I reckon the Jiang family would have to prepare a grand funeral. Also, is this how you use medicinal pills? Can you swallow dozens at once? If it were a human cultivator, of course not. Such a large quantity of pills would not only fail to heal but would likely exacerbate the injuries. But you needn't worry. You're not human. That is true, but why do I feel like my nose is bleeding? Huh. Oh right, Xintian, why are you bleeding from your nose? A few days later, under Jiang Chong's diligent care, Xintian finally managed to recover from his injuries. Albeit barely on this day, the weather was clear and the sun was bright. Xintian lazily curled up in a large chair, basking in the sunlight. This is the life of a man-snake. Food is served, clothes are provided. What a blissful existence. No worries about mortgages or car loans, no exploitation by unscrupulous bosses, no bothersome social obligations. Xintian, the Spirit Sword Sect has arrived. Just as a certain snake was lost in thought, preparing to express his displeasure. Upon hearing Spirit Sword Sect, his head perked up, and he quickly turned to Jiang Chong, asking, The Spirit Sword Sect? Is it the Spirit Sword Sect of Tianan Prefecture? What brings them here? Xintian was alarmed. The Spirit Sword Sect was one of the 3 major sects of Tianan Prefecture, reputed to have nearly 30 golden core cultivators. Tianan Prefecture's top 3 sects are the Qingyuan Hall, the Tianqing Sect, and the Spirit Sword Sect. While the golden core cultivators of Qingyuan Hall and Tianqing Sect each exceed 30, the Spirit Sword Sect, being a sword cultivation sect, boasts superior strength compared to ordinary cultivators, making its overall power not significantly weaker than the other 2 sections. Unlike family forces, which draw cultivators from blood relations, sect forces consist of outsiders, meticulously selected. Thus, every disciple entering the sect possesses considerable talent. In Tianan Prefecture, the top 7 golden core powers include the 3 major sects and the 4 prominent families of the city. Any one of the 3 major sects surpasses the 4 golden core families in strength. Rumor has it that these 3 sects even conceal true Yuan infant lords. The Spirit Sword Sect is coming to Wuling City to recruit disciples. Really? Ha ha ha, that's splendid. Upon hearing that the Spirit Sword Sect was recruiting disciples, Xintian burst into hearty laughter. The Spirit Sword Sect typically recruits disciples every 20 to 30 years. Previously, Xintian and the others had inquired, and in the early years after the establishment of the Jiang family, the Spirit Sword Sect had already recruited a batch of disciples. Now, more than 20 years later, it was about time for the Spirit Sword Sect to come around again. Thankfully, Jiang Wenlin's age still meets the requirements. Xintian suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Having resided in Wuling City for 2 decades, he had witnessed numerous families attempt to break through to the foundational establishment stage. Yet all had met with failure, regardless of their possession of foundational establishment pills. Upon further inquiry, Xintian learned that the vast majority of chi refining practitioners were utterly ignorant of what the foundational establishment phase entailed. When they endeavored to break through, they were completely unaware of the necessary steps and precautions, resulting in many perishing in their attempts. This revelation finally illuminated the terrifying reality of the cultivation world for Xintian. The forces at the foundational establishment stage and above did not overtly suppress or obstruct chi refining practitioners from breaking through, Yet they meticulously retained the crucial information regarding the breakthrough process. As for Xintian himself, he was unconcerned. With his system, he merely lacked the energy points required for the breakthrough. However, the others from the Jiang family were different. They needed to understand the process of breaking through if they wished to advance. Xintian had contemplated waiting until he achieved the foundational establishment stage to seize the methods for breaking through from those established forces, but could he afford to wait? Qi refining practitioners had lifespans of merely a few decades, and he had already spent 20 years in this world. He was uncertain how much longer he could live. It wasn't just him. What of Jiang Wenxuan and the others? Even if he were to break through to the foundational establishment stage before his lifespan waned and procure the methods for them, how much lifespan would they have left by then? If their vitality had already diminished prior to breaking through, the probability of success would be significantly reduced. Although the prime of a Qi refining practitioner lasts longer than that of an ordinary person, there would still come a time when their vitality wanes. Xintian had watched them grow up, and he did not wish for them to live only a few decades. Jiang Wenyuan possessed a pseudo-spiritual root and had not practiced, which left him powerless, but Xintian still hoped that Jiang Wenxuan and the others could break through to the foundational establishment stage and live longer. Thus, he set his sights on the Lingjian sect. Aside from the county town, Tianan Prefecture boasted 18 cities, with the 3 major sects each controlling 6 of them, and Wuling City was the recruitment ground for disciples of the Lingjian sect. Moreover, rumors suggested that the Lingjian sect was an external force, primarily recruiting disciples from former territories. The 6 cities under the Lingjian sect only recruited disciples once every 10 to 20 years. Therefore, encountering a recruitment event for the Lingjian sect was exceedingly rare. Old Jiang, when will the Lingjian sect recruit disciples? Xintian could no longer contain his curiosity and hurriedly inquired. According to Jiang Chong, even in Bailing Prefecture's Jiang family, a dual spiritual root was often regarded as the best talent. High-grade spiritual roots, which are single spiritual roots, typically appeared only once in several decades or even a century. Jiang Wenlin possessed a medium-grade spiritual root and was also a dual spiritual root. With such talent, Xintian had no doubt that Jiang Wenlin could enter the Lingjian sect in a month. Jiang Chong was clearly excited. Once Jiang Wenlin entered the Lingjian sect, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would have a substantial probability of breaking through to the foundational establishment stage, and even the golden core stage would not be out of reach. A month? Quickly, call Xiao Liner over and tell her that her uncle Tian intends to subject her to hellish training. Ah, is that really necessary? With Xiao Liner's talent, entering the Lingjian sect should be no issue. Right? You know nothing, of course. I understand that Xiao Liner should have no problem entering the Lingjian sect, but even within the same sect, there are distinctions among disciples. Since she is to enter the Lingjian sect, she cannot merely be an ordinary disciple. Xintian, you are right. We must enhance Xiao Liner's training, and it would be best if she could become a personal disciple of an elder. Disciples of the Lingjian sect are classified into 2 categories: outer disciples and inner disciples. Outer disciples are further divided into miscellaneous disciples and ordinary outer disciples, while inner disciples are divided into ordinary inner disciples and core disciples, including personal disciples. Personal disciples are technically also core disciples. But there are distinctions. Core disciples receive guidance from golden core elders, while personal disciples are directly taught by the respective elder. Although the treatment and privileges within the sect are somewhat similar for both, personal disciples enjoy the backing of a golden core elder, which subtly elevates their standing over core disciples. Chapter 22. Practical Combat. Dad, Uncle Tian, did you call me here for something? In Xuantian's courtyard stood a slender, graceful young girl. She possessed bright, large eyes resembling a clear lake, exuding an aura of spirituality. Her rosy cheeks glowed like the morning sun, radiating an enchanting brilliance. When she smiled, the dimples at the corners of her mouth added a touch of playfulness and charm. Her hair flowed like silk, gently swaying in the breeze, creating a picturesque scene. Indeed. She is the one I have raised. Xintian nodded in satisfaction, conveniently overlooking the bag of roasted fish in the girl's hand and her incessant chewing. Xiao Liner, you are not so little anymore. Wait. Jiang Cheng's words were abruptly interrupted by Jiang Wenlin. Dad, I read in a book that when parents say something like, are not so little anymore to their daughter, it means they intend to marry her off. Dad, Uncle Tian, are you planning to marry me off right now? Jiang Wanlin pouted, tears brimming in her eyes, looking at the two before her with an expression of grievance. Xintian felt 1,000 wild horses galloping through his mind. Jiang Chong was also taken aback, then shouted at Jiang Wanlin, I never said I would marry you off. Besides, where did you get those books? Did I not throw them away long ago? Oh, it wasn't me who wanted to marry myself off. You scared me to death. Jiang Wanlin patted her chest, relieved, completely ignoring Jiang Chang's subsequent remarks about the books. Jiang Chong, seeing her reaction, could only shake his head helplessly. He had never known how to deal with his quirky daughter. So Dad and Uncle Tian, did you call me here for some good news? Noticing Jiang Chang's helpless expression, Jiang Wanlin quickly donned a smile, cheerfully inquiring. Of course, there is good news. Do you really think your Uncle Tian and I called you over to harm you? How could that be? Dad and Uncle Tian treat Shaoliner the best. Let me tell you, in a month, the Lingjian sect will come to Wuling City to recruit disciples, and I will sign you up then. With your medium-grade spiritual root talent, entering the Lingjian sect should pose no problem. What? You want me to enter the Lingjian sect? I don't want to. I want to stay at home. No, you must go. I want to go. Uncle Tian, please tell my dad. I don't want to go to the Lingjian sect. I want to stay at home with you. As Jiang Chang's attitude remained firm, Jiang Wanlin immediately turned to Xintian, her face filled with sorrow and indignation. Begging your Uncle Tian is futile. He wishes even more for you to enter the Lingjian sect. Ever since he discovered your medium-grade spiritual root, he has been eager to send you into the Lingjian sect. Seeing Jiang Wanlin turn to Xintian, Jiang Chang chuckled. Wow, Uncle Tian, I don't want to go to the Lingjian sect. I just want to stay at home. Upon hearing that even Xintian wanted her to enter the Lingjian sect, Jiang Wanlin immediately burst into tears. Noticing Jiang Wanlin sneak a glance at him, Xintian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Shaoliner, do you know that the Jiang family is about to face a great calamity? What? The Jiang family is in trouble. Seeing the words Xintian wrote on the ground, Jiang Wanlin forgot her tears. Your father only possesses a pseudo-spiritual root. He achieved cultivation due to certain circumstances, yet he is now over 40 years old and has no hope of breaking through to the foundational establishment stage. As for your elder brother and second brother, although they have low-grade spiritual roots, they still hold a glimmer of hope for breaking through. Over the years, the Jiang family has accumulated numerous resources. Even foundational establishment pills are within their means, yet the Jiang family lacks the methods for breaking through to the foundational establishment stage. In another 20 or 30 years, your father and I will likely no longer be around. By then, only you few will remain in the Jiang family, and if there are no methods to break through to the foundational establishment stage, even with sufficient resources, you will have little chance of advancing. Ultimately, you will only be left waiting for your vitality to wane and perish. Have you considered that if you all are gone, what will become of the Jiang family? Xintian's serpent-like eyes held a deep sorrow, gazing imploringly at Jiang Wanlin. Thus, Shaoliner, for the sake of the Jiang family, you must enter the Lingjian sect and obtain the methods for breaking through to the foundational establishment stage. Uncle Tian. But I don't want to leave you. Until now, Xintian had always given Jiang Wanlin an optimistic and spirited impression, yet at this moment, she suddenly felt that her Uncle Tian had aged. And her heart softened. Shaoliner, you are no longer a child. It is time to contribute to the Jiang family. Uncle Tian is right. Shaoliner is no longer a child. She should contribute her strength to the Jiang family. I will listen to you and enter the Lingjian sect. I will definitely acquire the methods for breaking through to the foundational establishment stage. Good. Shaoliner truly understands. Now, Shaoliner, you may return home. Come back here tomorrow, and I will tell you more about the Lingjian sect. Xintian, you are truly impressive. After Jiang Wanlin left, Jiang Chong looked at Xintian with an odd expression. What can I say? Who asked someone from a prestigious nascent soul force to be so clueless about the methods for breaking through to the foundational establishment stage? Fine. It's my fault again. Liner, do not regard us as your brothers. We are now adversaries. In the courtyard of Xintian, 3 figures were engaged in a constant clash. One was Jiang Wanlin, while the other 2 were noticeably taller. One was somewhat rotund, and the other possessed a slender physique. These two were Jiang Wenxuan and Jiang Wenyu. To ensure Jiang Wanlin performed admirably in the eyes of the Lingjian sect, Xintian had directly arranged for the two brothers to spar with her. All three wielded swords, and the sound of clashing blades echoed through the air. Jiang Wanlin, currently at the second level of qi refining, was of the same realm as Jiang Wenyu, yet one level below Jiang Wenxuan. Thus she found herself at a disadvantage in a 1-against-2 scenario. This young girl was remarkably resilient, enduring the onslaught from Xiao Wei and Wenyu, yet her kind-hearted nature dulled the intensity of her counterattacks. Zhang Chong, observing with a furrowed brow, remarked, "We arranged this battle precisely to address Wenlin's challenges. Did we not?" Xintian remained unperturbed. After all, the disciples recruited by the Lingjian sect were between the ages of 7 and 15, a period in which they could hardly possess substantial combat experience. By the way, how are the ferocious beasts faring? Wenjing has already coordinated with the Dideo gang, and they will deliver them the day after tomorrow. Excellent. Engaging with the ferocious beasts will surely ignite her fighting spirit. Xuantian's plans extended beyond simply pitting Jiang Wenxuan and Jiang Wenyu against Jiang Wanlin. He had also enlisted the Dideo gang to prepare the ferocious beasts by allowing Jiang Wanlin to engage in a few fierce encounters with these beasts. Her combat experience would undoubtedly see significant improvement. A prodigious young woman with exceptional talent, high cultivation, and considerable practical experience would surely have no trouble becoming a core disciple, if not a direct disciple of an elder. Right? Chapter 23. Assessment. A month passed swiftly. In the Jiang family's courtyard, Xintian addressed Jiang Wanlin. Today marks the day when the Lingjian sect recruits disciples. The recruitment process consists of 4 assessments. The first is to test one's spiritual roots. As long as your age qualifies and you do not possess false spiritual roots, you will surely pass this stage. This should pose no challenge for you. The second assessment examines your state of mind. During this phase, you will enter an illusion where you will experience various events, allowing the Lingjian sect to evaluate your mental fortitude. Both of these assessments will take place in Wuling City. And as long as you succeed in these two, you will at the very least become a servant disciple. The subsequent 2 assessments will occur within the Lingjian sect. The third involves comprehension. Based on the information we have received, you will likely be required to cultivate a technique or spell within a specified time frame. This should not be difficult for you, as you have always possessed keen insight. As for the final assessment, it pertains to actual combat. Whether it will involve dueling with fellow cultivators or battling ferocious beasts is yet unknown. However, considering your recent combat experience, I trust it will not be overly challenging. Nevertheless, this final assessment carries risks. In the past, some have even lost their lives in this stage, so do not let your guard down. Zhang Chong gazed at his daughter with a mixture of hope and reluctance. Once you depart, who knows when we shall meet again? Do not worry, father. I will be just fine. The young girl nodded confidently, her usual whimsical demeanor now complemented by a hint of fierce determination. Wanlin, please prioritize your safety. Su Wenjing felt a wave of sorrow at the thought of her daughter, who had accompanied her for over a decade. Leaving her side, and tears involuntarily fell. Mother, I will be cautious. Wanlin, be especially wary. If you encounter danger during the 4th assessment, do not hesitate to concede or withdraw. It is not worth it to remain in the Lingjian sect, Wanlin. If anyone dares to bully you at the Lingjian sect, just tell your second brother, I have recently acquired some poison. I shall deal with them. Sister, I am but a mortal and may not be of much assistance. I only possess money, so if you find yourself in need of it, do not hesitate to come to me. Jiang Wenxuan and the others chimed in. Meanwhile, Xintian stood by, utterly speechless. Both the first and second assessments will occur in Wuling City, regardless of whether you succeed or fail. You can always return home afterward. Is such concern truly necessary? Shouldn't these discussions be reserved for another time? How utterly perplexing. Before the Lord's Manor of Wuling City, a throng of people surged, creating a sea of faces. Although the Lord's Manor was nearly a mere ornament, it naturally served as the venue for the Lingjian sect's recruitment. As so many people, Zhang Chong, Jiang Wenxuan, and Jiang Wanlin stood amidst the crowd, and upon witnessing the multitude, Jiang Wanlin could not help but exclaim in awe. This is the Lingjian sect. It is only natural that there would be a great number of individuals. While Jiang Wenxuan did not exclaim as fervently as Jiang Wanlin, He too was taken aback by the sheer volume of people before him. I wonder when the Jiang family will possess such influence. Jiang Chong could not help but remark. They are coming out. The crowd erupted in excitement as a group emerged from the manor, comprising individuals of various ages. Among them, two figures stood at the center, their attire distinct from the others, clad in azure garments adorned with a sword emblem on their chests. Clearly, these two were representatives of the Lingjian sect, while the surrounding individuals were likely cultivators from foundational families of Wuling City. All of them are at the foundation establishment stage, Jiang Chong sighed inwardly. Back when he was part of the Jiang family in Bailing City, his grandfather and great-grandfather were both at the golden core stage. Even though he was merely at the initial stage of qi refining then, foundational cultivators treated him with courtesy. Now, however, foundational cultivators seemed far beyond his reach. The dozen or so foundational cultivators settled into their designated positions, and subsequently, the two Lingjian sect representatives rose and surveyed the crowd. I am Li Shuyuan, and this is my junior brother Zhang Junchun. We have been tasked to represent the Lingjian sect in recruiting disciples here in Wuling City. As long as you possess true spiritual roots and meet our age requirements, you will have the opportunity to join the Lingjian sect. Li Shuyuan articulated the assessment criteria and rules, then turned to Zhang Junchun. Zhang Junchun nodded, gesturing with his hand, causing 10 stone pillars to materialize before him. We shall now proceed with the first assessment, the testing of spiritual roots. When I call your name, please step forward for the evaluation. Su Dazhuang, Su Erzwang, Jiang Wenlin. At last, it is my turn. Father, brother, I am going up. With that, Jiang Wenlin skipped gleefully toward the testing area. That girl, she cannot even walk properly. Before the 10 spirit testing stone pillars, 10 individuals stood side by side, each bearing a serious expression, clearly burdened with anxiety. Except for one young girl, she alternated her gaze between the stone pillars and the two individuals to her left, one stout and the other slender, before glancing over at the remaining 7 to her right. Ah, one is Su Erzwang, and the other is Su Dazhuang. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Wenlin decided to address the two peculiar-looking individuals to her left. Su Erzwang initially hesitated to respond, mindful of the potential wrath of the formidable cultivators from the Lingjian sect in such a setting. However, unable to resist the curiosity radiating from Jiang Wenlin's eyes, he finally uttered a few words. Point one is named Su Dazhuang, the other Su Erzwang. Are you two related? Su Erzwang pursed his lips, reluctant to answer, but eventually conceded. We are twins. Huh? Twins? You look nothing alike. Jiang Wenlin exclaimed, drawing the attention of several bystanders, including Zhang Junchun, who furrowed his brow in irritation. Yet, oblivious to their gazes, Jiang Wenlin pressed on. Is that true? Could there be a mistake? You both seem so different. Look at you, tall and thin. You're at least 1.80 m, like a bamboo pole. But Su Dazhuang is short and stout. I estimate his height to be barely 1.50 m. Yet his weight must be 4 times yours. Su Erzwang glared at the incessantly chattering Jiang Wenlin, while Su Dazhuang, clearly overhearing their exchange, shot her a fiery look. Why are you staring? Humph. Uncle Tian was right. Those who appear together as fat and thin are certainly not good people. Huh. Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang exchanged glances. If we are not good people, does that make you one? Just as they were about to argue with Jiang Wenlin, Zhang Junchun's voice rang out. Place your hands on the spirit-testing stone pillar. Instantly silenced, Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang complied, placing their hands on the stone pillar. Jiang Wenlin looked left and right, realizing everyone had their hands on the pillars, while Zhang Junchun and Li Shuyuan fixed their unwavering gazes upon her. The pressure from the foundation-building cultivators caused Jiang Wenlin to shrink back, hastily placing her hand on the stone pillar as well. After a few breaths, the adjacent stone pillars erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, mostly vibrant hues, but 2 emitted a striking 4-color glow. Oh, Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang? Jiang Wenlin turned her gaze towards the 4-color light, only to discover it emanated from the twins. Humph, not as impressive as me. She shifted her focus back to her own stone pillar. Before long, her stone pillar also began to radiate brilliance, dazzling silver and red hues, 2 colors. Medium-grade spiritual root, dual spiritual roots. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Even Li Shuyuan, Zhang Junchun, and other foundation-building cultivators cast their eyes upon her. Dual spiritual roots? Li Xiuyuan and Zhang Junchen exchanged excited glances, both reflecting a glimmer of exhilaration. They had come to recruit disciples, with most possessing inferior spiritual roots. Medium-grade roots were rare, as the number of individuals tested surpassed half. Only 2 had displayed medium-grade roots, and now, astonishingly, a third had emerged, one with dual roots. The fortune was astonishing. Encountering someone with dual roots was beyond their expectations. Zhang Junchen could hardly contain his excitement. Recruiting a disciple with dual roots would benefit him greatly. Not only would the sect reward him, but it would also create a bond between them. Dual roots, if not prematurely extinguished, could generally lead to becoming a golden core cultivator. Ha ha ha! Zhang Junchen nearly burst into laughter. His initial dissatisfaction with the girl transformed into fondness. Whose child is this? The 12 foundation-building cultivators from Wuling City exchanged astonished glances. Dual roots were a rarity, even among their esteemed families, and it could take years for one to appear. I don't recognize her. She doesn't belong to any of our families. She must be from one of those minor cheer-refining families. Is this sheer luck? My Li family has thousands of members, has been established for over 300 years, and has been a foundation-building force for nearly 200 years, yet we have never seen a single dual root. It seems Wuling City will soon witness the emergence of its 13th foundation-building family. Chapter 25. The test of the mindset. As the crowd erupted in astonishment, Jiang Wenlin proudly lifted her chin. Lin truly stole the spotlight. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Wenxuan couldn't help but chuckle. She really ought to be more discreet. Jiang Cheng remarked, though a smile adorned his face. A mere pseudo-spiritual root cultivator. The thought of having a daughter with dual spiritual roots filled him with exhilaration. While the revelation of dual roots was astonishing, the testing of spiritual roots was far from over. Yet, thereafter, no additional dual roots would emerge. Ultimately, among the 300 individuals who registered in Wuling City, over half passed the first test, the vast majority possessing inferior spiritual roots, with only 7 achieving medium-grade roots, and Jiang Wenlin alone boasting dual roots. Next, they would face the test of the mindset. Among the factors influencing cultivation, spiritual roots were undoubtedly paramount. Often, the quality of one's roots directly correlated with innate talent. However, cultivation is not solely reliant on spiritual roots. Theoretically, as long as one possesses true spiritual roots, one can cultivate indefinitely. Naturally, this is merely theoretical. Excessively poor roots could hinder cultivation speed, potentially resulting in failure to reach higher realms before one's lifespan wanes. Moreover, the mindset is crucial in the journey of cultivation, which is fraught with hardships, dangers, and temptations. Should one's mindset falter, it becomes all too easy to abandon the path of cultivation or even succumb to inner demons, leading to a collapse in one's practice. The more setbacks encountered along the path of cultivation, the stronger the mindset must be to persevere. The second challenge is the test of the mindset. You will sit upon these cushions and enter an illusion. As long as you endure for half a stick of incense, you will have passed the examination. Once the mindset test is completed, it signifies your induction as disciples of the Lingjian sect. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Junchen waved his hand, and 30 cushions descended to the ground. Qianhu, Tianming, Chun Yuansheng. As he called out, 30 individuals stepped forward and seated themselves upon the cushions. Time ticked away, and one by one, individuals began to awaken from the cushions, some with expressions of fear, others with greed, and still others filled with reluctance. Those who awaken may leave. You have not passed the second test. The emotionless voice of Zhang Junchen resonated, jolting those who had roused from their stupor. Senior, I was merely momentarily bewitched. Please grant me another chance. One individual implored, desperation in his tone. Do not make me repeat myself. The coldness in Zhang Junchen's voice sent a chill down the man's spine. He could only lower his head, vacantly departing. Once the cushions were vacated, Zhang Junchen arranged for others to take their place. Some succeeded in passing the test, their faces alight with excitement, while others left with despondent expressions. Old Chun, I told you Chun, whose nephew was impressive. He will surely enter the Lingjian sect. See, he has long surpassed half a stick of incense. An individual in the crowd flattered old Chin, "Oh dear, brother, you flatter me." Old Qin's corpulent form trembled, clearly overwhelmed with joy. If his son were to enter the Lingjian sect, it would be a monumental leap. Perhaps he would even have a son at the foundation building stage. Just the thought of it thrilled him. As half a stick of incense passed, among the first batch of 30, only Chun Hu and Tian Ming remained. Their mindsets were truly commendable. I was most worried about this test. I fear Liner may not pass. Jiang Chong, witnessing many fail to endure half a stick of incense, couldn't help but feel anxious. He understood Jiang Wenlin's capabilities well. Her strength, talent, and comprehension were all commendable, but he feared for her mindset. "Father, do not worry. Though Liner appears carefree, she was raised by Uncle Tian. She will be just fine." After hearing his son's words, Jiang Chong nodded in agreement. Indeed, with Xin Tian's temperament, if Liner struggled with her mindset, he would have focused solely on practical training a month prior. With that thought, Jiang Chong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chapter 26, The Dead Snail. It's Liner's turn. Jiang Wenxuan's voice rang out, prompting Jiang Chong to quickly raise his head. He saw Jiang Wenlin, her face alight with excitement, rushing forward. "Himph, can talent allow one to act with such impunity?" Jiang Chong mused, certain that any 5 spiritual root individual would not dare to exhibit such arrogance without facing a stern reprimand from the 2 foundation-building cultivators of the Lingjian sect. Esteemed seniors, is it truly possible to evaluate one's mindset on this shabby cushion? Upon reaching the cushion, Jiang Wenlin curiously examined it, turning it over and scrutinizing its condition, then inquired of Li Shiyuan and Zhang Junsheng. Indeed, Li Shiyuan cast a glance at the cushion, internally acknowledging its dilapidated state. After all, it had been used for over 1,000 years. It certainly needed replacement. Remarkable. Why does sitting upon it allow for an assessment of one's mindset? Jiang Wenlin continued to ask, leaving the boy beside her dumbfounded. Could such questions even be posed? Zhang Junsheng, however, wore an appreciative expression, recognizing her inquisitive nature as a sign of her exceptional talent. Because the cushion was inscribed with a formation, this formation allowed anyone seated upon it to enter a dreamlike realm. In this realm, one would encounter events that could profoundly alter their state of mind, thus enabling us to gauge their emotional disposition. How wondrous! I must give it a try. With that, Jiang Wenlin plopped down onto the cushion. Not long after taking her seat, she felt a blinding light flash before her, compelling her to tightly shut her eyes. Upon reopening them, she found herself utterly alone in her surroundings. Oh, what a beautiful prairie! Before her stretched an endless expanse of lush green grass, instantly uplifting her spirits. What is that? Jiang Wenlin glanced into the distance, where she spotted something protruding from the ground. It felt vaguely familiar. Yet she couldn't quite place it, prompting her to jog closer. Wow, grilled fish skewers. Jiang Wenlin was astounded to discover that what she had seen was not merely a patch of grass, but an array of grilled fish skewers. A wave of happiness washed over her, and she couldn't help but salivate at the sight of them. However, at that moment, a horde of snail-like beasts seemingly appeared out of nowhere, munching on the grass as they advanced toward the grilled fish skewers. Snails? How revolting! The slimy trails left in their wake made Jiang Wenlin feel a sudden urge to vomit. What do you intend to do? Jiang Wenlin realized the snails were drawing ever closer to the skewers. No, please don't, she silently screamed in her mind. Yet, the snails had already reached the skewers, with one slowly extending its head and devouring one of the grilled fish skewers. The others followed suit, stretching their heads to consume the skewers one by one. Ah! Jiang Wenlin shouted in fury, summoning a delicate longsword that appeared in her hand before charging at the snails feasting on her beloved skewers. You vile snails, daring to eat my grilled fish skewers. I shall smash your shells to pieces. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Jiang Wenlin swung her sword, cleaving one snail's shell in 2, its slimy inside splattering everywhere. In her rage, she paid no heed to the mess. Her sword a blur as she relentlessly struck down one snail after another, the ground becoming slick with their repulsive slime, some even splattering onto her. Yet, at that moment, she was oblivious to it all. Her mind fixated on a singular thought: annihilate these wretched snails and consume every last one of the grilled fish skewers. Time seemed to blur, and eventually, all the snails lay defeated. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Jiang Wenlin beamed with joy, finally ready to savor the skewers. She quickly crouched down, plucking a skewer from the ground and taking a hearty bite. Wow, it's absolutely delicious, just as good as what Uncle Tian makes. Huh, Uncle Tian? Right, I'm in a trial. This is a dream. Suddenly, a blinding light enveloped her, forcing her to close her eyes once more. When she opened them again, she found herself back in reality. Upon awakening, she noticed a group of people staring at her in disbelief. Even the two foundation-building cultivators from the Lingjian sect were fixated on her with intense gazes. What's going on? Feeling somewhat flustered under their scrutiny, Jiang Wenlin's voice came out barely above a whisper. Do you have any idea how long you've been in the dream? 1.5 incense sticks. The second phase of the trial is nearly concluded. Chapter 27. Departure. Upon hearing Zhang Junqing's words, Jiang Wenlin's eyes widened in astonishment. She had been confident about passing this trial, but she hadn't anticipated spending such a lengthy duration. 1.5 incense sticks equated to about 3 hours. And merely enduring half an incense stick would suffice to pass the trial. Ha ha ha, I am indeed remarkable. Jiang Wenlin struggled to suppress her laughter. After a moment, calming her excitement, she addressed Zhang Junqing and Li Xiuyuan. The trial of the heart is merely child's play. There's no need to make such a fuss. With a touch of pride, she sauntered off, truly a genius. Every genius carries an air of arrogance. Yes, senior brother, you speak the truth. Ha ha ha, father, brother, how about it? Am I impressive? My sister is undoubtedly exceptional. Very well, very well. As expected from a daughter I raised single-handedly. Her mental state is no less formidable than mine. Jiang Chong was elated, having initially thought Jiang Wenlin would struggle to pass the second trial, only to be pleasantly surprised by her endurance of 1.5 incense sticks. Father, brother, let us hurry home. I must share this splendid news with Uncle Tian and the others. All right, let us head back. We have nothing more to do here. Uncle Tian, mother, second brother, third brother, I'm back. Before even stepping through the door, Jiang Wenlin called out loudly in the hall. Su Wenjing and several servants had prepared a lavish spread of dishes. Wow, mother, did you already know I would pass the trial? Upon entering the hall and seeing the table laden with food, Jiang Wenlin couldn't help but inquire. Your Uncle Tian said you would undoubtedly pass the trial, and I arranged for a servant to watch over you during it, so I prepared this feast in anticipation of your return. Lin, how do you find these dishes? They are all your favorites. Hee, third brother, I could smell the aroma even before entering the hall. These dishes must be delightful, of course. They are prepared by mother herself, replied Jiang Wenyu. Where is Uncle Tian? Glancing around, Jiang Wenlin noticed the absence of Xin Tian and couldn't help but ask. Your Uncle Tian is busy. He'll see you tomorrow. I wanted to share this good news with him. Jiang Wenlin felt a twinge of disappointment. Don't worry, your Uncle Tian has always believed in your ability to pass the trial. Yes, let us eat first, and you can visit him tomorrow. The following morning, the group made their way to Xin Tian's courtyard. Where is Uncle Tian? Xin Tian often reclined in a chair in the courtyard, so it was unusual not to find him there. Hiss, Uncle Tian. The group turned at the sound to see Xin Tian emerging from the house, his tail wrapped around a storage bag. Xin Tian? What is this? Zhang Chong asked, puzzled by the storage bag clinging to Xin Tian's tail. Lin, you've successfully passed the first 2 trials of the Lingjian sect, and you are now considered one of its disciples. Today, you shall be heading to the Lingjian sect, and Uncle Tian has prepared a few items for you. Without acknowledging Zhang Chong, Xin Tian handed the storage bag to Jiang Wenlin. Jiang Wenlin took the bag. Using her spiritual sense to scan its contents, discovering it held spiritual stones, elixirs, several magical artifacts, and a few grilled fish skewers packed in a box. The skewers would remain fresh in the storage bag, retaining their warmth, as Xin Tian knew of Jiang Wenlin's fondness for them and had prepared plenty. Uncle Tian, Jiang Wenlin's eyes glistened with tears. Initially, she had no desire to join the Lingjian sect, wishing instead to stay home with her family, but after Xin Tian's persistent urging, she had developed an interest in the sect. However, at this moment, the thought of parting from her family filled her heart with sorrow. There's no need to be sad, Lin. A fledgling eagle must soar into the sky. Your talents are exceptional, and the Jiang family cannot nurture you as you deserve. The Lingjian sect. You will achieve greater heights. The sect is filled with powerful individuals and numerous geniuses. Do not let the pampering of home spoil you. Nonetheless, if you find unhappiness or face any grievances within the Lingjian sect, you may return. It's no great loss. Should anyone bully you there, retaliate fiercely if you can, but if not, come back and tell Uncle Tian. I will find a way to deal with them. I understand, Uncle Tian. At last, Zhang Wenlin could no longer hold back her tears, while Zhang Chong and the others offered their comforting support. After not lingering long in Xian Tian's courtyard, Zhang Chong and the others accompanied Zhang Wenlin to the city lord's mansion. Watching Zhang Wenlin depart, Xian Tian's eyes flashed with reluctance. Lin, I hope you thrive in the Lingjian sect. Otherwise, I shall certainly make a ruckus there in the future. Chapter 28. Arrival at the Lingjian sect. Li Zhishur, how much longer until we arrive? On board a flying vessel, Zhang Wenlin inquired of Li Xiuyuan. Soon. Are you feeling excited? Zhang Junqing asked with a smile beside her. A little. Although she felt a pang of sadness that morning. Being only 13, her optimistic disposition quickly shifted her focus to the impending arrival at the Lingjian sect. This time, the Lingjian sect was set to recruit over 80 individuals from Wuling City. More than 300 had passed the spiritual root test, but only around 80 had succeeded in the heart trial. Over 80 individuals were aboard the vessel heading to the Lingjian sect. The flying vessel, a magical artifact of the Lingjian sect, was not particularly large, making the presence of so many individuals feel somewhat cramped. However, with the anticipation of arriving at the Lingjian sect, no one seemed to mind this minor discomfort. Having passed the heart trial, Zhang Wenlin was essentially considered a disciple of the Lingjian sect, which prompted Li Xiuyuan and Zhang Juncheng to have her and the others address them as disciples. This was their position within the Lingjian sect. If they were fortunate enough to reach the golden core stage in the future, they would become elders of the sect. Zhang Zhishur, could you share some information about the Lingjian sect? After what felt like an eternity without reaching their destination, Zhang Wenlin became bored and turned to Zhang Juncheng for details about the sect. You're already considered a disciple of the Lingjian sect. It's no trouble to share this with you. The Lingjian sect stands apart from the familial powers that reside within the city. Our sect is established amidst the pristine mountains and lush forests. The Lingjian sect is composed of 5 majestic peaks, with the foremost being Lingjian Peak. The tallest of them all. It is here that all core disciples, along with the majority of direct disciples, reside, including the sect leader and most elders, who also convene at Lingjian Peak. The remaining 4 peaks encircle Lingjian Peak, with Jujian Peak, the mightiest among them, situated directly in front. This peak houses the Jujian Hall, serving as a guardian of the Lingjian sect's mountain gate. The 3rd peak is Shuejian Peak, which ranks just below Jujian Peak in strength. It is home to the Law Enforcement Hall, responsible for upholding the sect's regulations. The 4th peak, Xinjian Peak, is where the sword pool is located, containing the majority of the sect's sword techniques. Lastly, Yuanjin Peak serves as the residence for the Lingbao Hall, overseeing the sect's vast resources and the evaluation of numerous disciples. Disciples of the Lingjian sect are classified into 4 tiers: miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. Direct disciples are also considered core disciples, albeit with a gold core elder as their personal mentor. Once a Qi refinement disciple breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, they may apply to become a steward, akin to myself and my senior brother. However, some disciples are reluctant to assume steward duties early on, as it entails dedicating a portion of their time. This is particularly true for core and direct disciples, who prefer to focus intently on their cultivation. Some core or direct disciples may still be recognized as disciples even when they break through to the gold core stage. Steward Zhang, I have heard that among the 3 major sects in Tianan Prefecture, our Lingjian sect is the weakest. Is that truly the case? Indeed. The number of gold core elders in Qingyuan Hall and Tianqing sect surpasses that of our Lingjian sect. Yet as a sect dedicated to sword cultivation, our strength exceeds that of ordinary practitioners of the same realm. Overall, our prowess is not inferior to that of the other 2 sections. Little Liner, you are still young. Do not heed the unfounded rumors from outside. Yes, I understand. Jiang Wenlin blinked her large eyes, indicating her skepticism towards the outside gossip. Indeed, Zhang Junqing nodded in approval of Jiang Wenlin's innocence. Wow, we've arrived. A voice rang out, prompting Jiang Wenlin to eagerly gaze ahead, her eyes widening in astonishment. In the distance, amidst the continuous mountain ranges, 5 peaks majestically rose, one towering above the rest, while the other 4 encircled it like stars surrounding the moon. The 5 peaks soared into the clouds, shrouded in mist, obscuring their true forms, though some grand structures could be faintly discerned. As the Lingjian sect drew nearer, Jiang Wenlin instinctively took a few steps forward. Murmuring, Lingjian sect, here I come. Chapter 29. The Wooden Hut. This is Jujin Peak, the external face of the Lingjian sect. Li Shiyuan addressed the crowd. How impressive! Jiang Wenlin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Witnessing the Lingjian sect from the flying vessel had already been astonishing. But now that she was truly here, the impact was even more profound. Standing at the foot of the mountain and gazing upward, the peak was obscured by swirling mist, revealing only a glimpse of the buildings scattered about. Before her stood a stone sword, towering at 70 to 80 meters, engraved with the 3 large characters of Lingjian sect, the calligraphy fluid and dynamic, emanating an aura of reverence. You shall rest at Jujin Peak today. Tomorrow we will commence the 3rd round of assessments. Under the guidance of Li Shiyuan and Zhang Junqing, the group arrived before a humble wooden hut at the mountain's base. Are we really expected to sleep here tonight? This place is even more dilapidated than my dog's kennel. I, the grandson of the illustrious Kai family, must reside in such a wretched abode? Humph, the Kai family is merely a minor Qi refinement clan. I am a direct descendant of the Foundation establishment family, the Chu family. I never anticipated having to reside in such a place. How infuriating! Upon seeing the dilapidated wooden hut, many expressed their discontent, voicing their grievances. However, some remained largely unfazed, such as Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang. Brother, this environment is quite pleasant, indeed. Although the house is rather worn, the surrounding scenery is still delightful. Let us find a room. That one will do. I fancy the tree beside it. My heavens, I, Jiang Wenlin, am to reside in such a hut. Upon entering one of the wooden huts, Jiang Wenlin was taken aback. It was a mere 10 square meters in size, containing only a rickety wooden bed, devoid of a table or chair. The Lingjian sect is, after all, a top-tier gold core power. This is simply too frugal. Would it truly bankrupt them to construct a few decent houses? Dust covered everything, and the bed creaked ominously. If Uncle Tian knew I was to sleep in such a place, he would surely be heartbroken. Alas, it is only for a day. I must not be too finicky. With that, Jiang Wenlin waved her small hand, and a splendid redwood bed materialized within the hut, adorned with a mosquito net embroidered with patterns of roasted fish. The bed was complete with a quilt and pillow, both bearing similar fish motifs. Thankfully, Uncle Tian had prepared this for me. Looking at the appetizing bed before her, Jiang Wenlin couldn't help but smile foolishly, then took out a bag of roasted fish to munch on. Bang! Suddenly, a sound echoed, causing Jiang Wenlin to quickly turn around. The door to the hut had been kicked open by a girl, followed by 3 others who marched in one after another. Wow, what a beautiful redwood bed! Exclaimed a girl on the left. The bed is indeed lovely, but why are there carvings of roasted fish on it? Haha, what a peculiar taste! The girl on the right laughed upon seeing the fish patterns on the bed. Jiang Wenlin, already annoyed by their abrupt entrance disrupting her roasted fish snack, glared angrily and demanded, "Who are you? Why did you come in without knocking? Knock? Who do you think you are to demand we knock? Our entering is simply granting you a favor. We have come to offer you a deal. Assist us in cleaning this place, and once you join the Lingjian sect, we will protect you." The girl on the left scoffed at Jiang Wenlin's words. I find this bed quite acceptable. Although the roasted fish pattern is unappealing, it's certainly better than that rickety wooden bed. Sister Siue, I propose you sleep here tonight. The girl on the right flattered the one in the middle. Well, that sounds good. The girl in the middle, who had remained silent, nodded in agreement to the right girl's suggestion. Chapter 30. Truth and Resolution. Hey, did you say all this without my consent? Jiang Wenlin could no longer contain herself, addressing the 3 with indignation. Huh? You disagree? You think you can refuse? Do you even know who we are? I do not. This is Miss Chu Siwa from the Chu family. I do not know her. What? Your Chu family is one of the 12 foundation establishment powers in Wuling City, and Sister Siwa is the granddaughter of the family head. What does that have to do with me? You? Ah, it's you. You are the one with the dual spiritual roots? I do not have dual spiritual roots. I possess dual spiritual roots. The girls on the left and right exchanged glances, astonished that they had encountered the only dual spiritual root talent among the Lingjian sex recruits in Wuling City. Sister Siwa, what should we do? The girl on the right stammered, not wishing to provoke a dual spiritual root prodigy. Never mind, let us leave. Chu Siwa pondered. Although her family was a foundation establishment power, this was the Lingjian sect, and it was best not to offend a dual spiritual root talent. The three turned to leave, but Jiang Wenlin called out, "Hey, are you just going to leave without an apology?" Apologize? The three girls were taken aback, clearly unprepared for Jiang Wenlin's demand for an apology. The girl on the left scoffed. Although your talent is impressive, our sister Siwa is the daughter of a foundation establishment family head, and you are not her equal. Moreover, could you refrain from eating that disgusting roasted fish while speaking? As a lady, one's image is of utmost importance. Did your family never teach you this? Furthermore, I truly do not comprehend how your bizarre family could prepare such a bed for you. With carvings of roasted fish and the quilt and pillow also embroidered with fish, it's utterly laughable. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Uncle Tian was right. Some people should not be engaged with too much. A good beating is the only truth. Jiang Wenlin stowed away her roasted fish and fixed her icy gaze on the three, stepping closer to them. What do you intend to do? The girl on the right felt a chill run down her spine. Her heart racing as she asked loudly, "What do I intend to do? To strike you?" Slap? A crisp sound echoed, and the girl on the right covered her left cheek, her eyes filled with disbelief. Having been brought into the Chu family at a young age and later identified as possessing a low-quality spiritual root, she was assigned to serve beside Chu Siwa, although she held a maid status. Due to her spiritual root and decent appearance, several young masters of the Chu family had plans to marry her when they grew up. Thus, even within the Chu family, she had enjoyed favorable treatment. She had never been struck before at Suyu. Both Chu Siwa and the girl on the left gasped in shock. "You dare to hit me? How could you possibly strike someone?" Slap? The voice resounded once more. As the girl to the left covered her right cheek with her hand, pointing at Jiang Wenlin, her words caught in her throat and struggling to escape. "Jiang Feng, you scoundrel, you've gone too far. How could you strike someone? Sister Siyu, you must stand up for us." To everyone's surprise, the girls named Suyu and Jiang Feng began to weep. "Humph, a filthy mouth deserves a slap. If it weren't for the fact that you said nothing just now, you would share in this blow. I remember your name is Jiang Wenlin. Am I correct? Humph, I will make you pay dearly." Chu Siyu threatened, then turned to leave. Threatening me? Indeed, Uncle Tian was right. Compassion and leniency only invite trouble in this world. The only solution is to subdue others with strength. Jiang Wenlin kicked at the already turned Chu Siyu, striking her squarely on the backside. Caught completely off guard, Chu Siyu fell flat on her face. The commotion from Jiang Wenlin's cottage had already attracted the attention of others, and over 20 onlookers erupted into laughter at the sight of Chu Siyu's misfortune. Chu Siyu lifted her head, and upon seeing the crowd's mockery, she let out a piercing scream. "Suyu, Jiang Feng, go and beat her." "All right, let's take her down." Chapter 31. A spectacle thus, Chu Siyu and her companions brandished their magical artifacts and launched a flurry of attacks on Jiang Wenlin. Though these three were arrogant and overbearing, they had reached the first or second level of chi refining. Jiang Wenlin recalled Uncle Tian's admonition, never underestimate any opponent, regardless of their cultivation level. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full force. With that in mind, she drew her elegant long sword, sidestepped Chu Siyu's whip, and advanced swiftly, thrusting her sword towards Chu Siyu's neck. Startled, Chu Siyu hurriedly raised her left hand. On her wrist was a bracelet that, as Jiang Wenlin's attack neared, emitted a brilliant yellow light, miraculously deflecting Jiang Wenlin's sword. Noticing her attack thwarted, Jiang Wenlin did not pause, pivoting swiftly to come up behind Suyu. Before Suyu could react, Jiang Wenlin struck her palm against Suyu's back. Suyu, who was merely at the first level of qi refining, was no match for Jiang Wanlin and was sent sprawling to the ground, pain etched across her face. Su Yu. Seeing her companion injured, Jiang Feng brandished a curved blade and swung it at Jiang Wanlin, only to have her evade effortlessly. Jiang Wanlin then crouched low, sweeping her leg to knock Jiang Feng down. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Wanlin recalled Xin Tian's teachings. Upon seeing Jiang Feng on the ground, she aimed her sword at her. However, just then, Chu Siyu's whip struck again. Being at the same second level of qi refining, Jiang Wanlin remained cautious of Chu Siyue.as. She saw the attack coming. She swiftly swung her sword, deflecting the whip. Jiang Wanlin, have you gone mad? Do you wish to kill someone? Chu Siyu was frightened, having witnessed Jiang Wanlin's murderous intent towards Jiang Feng. Had she not intervened, Jiang Feng might have been cleaved in two. Dare to provoke me, yet deny me the right to kill you, Jiang Wanlin scoffed, considering Chu Siyu mentally unwell. You brought this upon yourself, of course. I shall kill you. You merely spoke ill of my family. With that, Jiang Wanlin's sword struck out once more, targeting Chu Siyu. Though Chu Siyu wielded her whip with great flair, it proved ineffective against Jiang Wanlin, who closed in swiftly, forcing Chu Siyu to rely on her bracelet for defense. Injured Su Yu and Jiang Feng were so intimidated by Jiang Wanlin's ferocity that they did not dare to assist Chu Siyu. Chu Siyu was no match for Jiang Wanlin and lacked the courage to retaliate. TSK, is that Jiang Wanlin, the one with dual spiritual roots? Quite fierce. Indeed, that woman is also at the second level of qi refining, yet she doesn't dare to fight back. Without that bracelet, she would have likely sustained severe injuries. Severe injuries? I dare say she might even lose her life. Just look at how fierce Jiang Wanlin is. Every strike is laced with lethal intent. The onlookers whispered among themselves, some merely enjoying the spectacle, others mocking or pondering the unfolding drama. Brother, this woman is formidable. I am glad we did not provoke her back then. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Yes, brother, we must keep our distance from her in the future. Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwing gazed at the imposing Jiang Wanlin, relieved they had not angered her. Cease this ruckus. This is Lingjian's sect. What kind of decorum is this? Just then, a voice of authority rang out. Elishu and Zhang Junchen glared sternly at the crowd. This is bad. The deacon is here. We must flee. Moments later, the onlooking crowd dispersed, leaving only Jiang Wanlin and the trio of Chu Siyu still engaged in combat. Did you not hear me say to stop? Li Shuyuan's voice resonated once more. Jiang Wanlin cast a displeased glance but ceased her attacks, sheathing her sword into her storage bag. With Jiang Wanlin no longer attacking, Chu Siyu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. No more disturbances. Otherwise, you shall be expelled from Lingjian's sect. With that, Li Shuyuan and Zhang Junchen turned to leave. Jiang Wanlin was taken aback. She had expected punishment, or at least a reprimand, yet nothing transpired. However, having halted her actions, she had no intention of further reprimanding the trio before her. She entered the cottage and slammed the door shut. Chu Siyu and her companions exchanged glances, anger flickering in their eyes. Yet they dared not provoke further trouble, rising to depart. How is that, senior brother? Not bad indeed. A promising talent, good aptitude, practical experience, and quite ruthless. It seems our Lingjian sect has struck lucky this time. Tisk, I also find Jiang Wanlin impressive. The upcoming practical test will be worth watching. I am somewhat looking forward to it. Chapter 32. The comprehension test. Having passed the previous two trials, you are now considered disciples of Lingjian sect. However, disciples of Lingjian sect are classified into ranks. Those with greater talent and superior performance in the assessments will naturally hold higher status. The next assessment is the comprehension test, which evaluates your understanding. As long as your performance in this round is not abysmal, you will at least be recognized as outer disciples. Of course, if you possess a medium-grade spiritual root, you will immediately qualify as an outer disciple. Wow, being a medium-grade spiritual root grants direct entry as an outer disciple. How splendid! Himph, outer disciples. Do you think those with medium-grade spiritual roots only aspire to be outer disciples? They are all eyeing the inner disciples. Alas, I am merely a 5 spiritual root. The crowd buzzed with discussion upon hearing Li Shuyuan's words. Deacon Li, what about the inner disciples? A youth inquired. for he possessed a medium-grade spiritual root and looked down upon outer disciples. Naturally, one must perform well to become an inner disciple. In fact, in the fourth trial, if your performance is outstanding enough, you may even have the chance to become a core disciple, if a golden core elder takes a liking to you. It is entirely possible for you to be accepted as a personal disciple, at which point you would be a direct disciple. Under Li Shuyuan's enticing words, the crowd erupted with exclamations, their faces brimming with desire and confidence. "All right, follow me." The crowd trailed after Li Shuyuan and Zhang Junchun, ascending the mountain via the steps. "Heavens, we've been walking for nearly an hour. Why haven't we arrived yet?" After a long while, they were still on the staircase. "It appears we have quite a distance to go. The Great Sword Peak is not just any height. Hey, people from other cities." The crowd quickly turned to see another group of youths on a parallel staircase. As the two staircases converged and merged into one, greetings were exchanged among the 4 foundation building cultivators, Li Shixiang, Zhang Shidi, Su Shixiang, Chen Shidi, Li Shixiang. "There aren't many from Wuling City, are there?" Su Shixiang glanced at the Wuling City participants. Smiling at Li Shuyuan, "Haha, Su Shixiang, the number of disciples recruited from Wuling City is always about the same. Of course, in terms of numbers, we cannot compare to Taijin City. Haha, I was fortunate to be assigned to Taijin City. There are many promising talents there. This time I recruited nearly 120 individuals, including 10 with medium-grade spiritual roots. Among them, one even possesses dual spiritual roots. Wow, Su Shixiang, you are quite lucky." "Haha, Li Shidi, don't be envious. Perhaps next time you will be assigned to Taijin City." The 4 foundation building cultivators bantered back and forth, while the crowd below engaged in hushed conversations. "People from Taijin City? I've heard that Taijin City's strength surpasses ours in Wuling City by a considerable margin. Indeed, I have heard my elders mention that Taijin City's prowess is the strongest among the 6 cities controlled by Lingjian sect. Moreover, the people of Taijin City predominantly focus on sword cultivation. Many are steeped in swordsmanship from a young age, making Lingjian sect place considerable emphasis on disciples from Taijin City." As Jiang Wenlin walked, she observed the individuals from Taijin City. There were indeed quite a few of them, seemingly strong. That plump one appears to be at the 3rd level of qi refining? Is he even more formidable than I? Not necessarily. Judging by his appearance, he seems to be a year or 2 older than me. In a year or 2, I will surely break through to the 3rd level of qi refining as well. After several hours of travel, the group arrived at a vast expanse of flatland. Astonished, Jiang Wenlin marveled at the height, contemplating the sheer magnitude of the giant sword peak that could accommodate such a large area. The ground was strewn with meticulously arranged stones, each engraved with intricate formation inscriptions, rendering the surface remarkably firm beneath their feet. Along one side of the flat expanse stood a row of buildings, not particularly tall, manifesting the architectural style of palaces. Adjacent to them was a stone tablet inscribed with the words "Training Ground." The inhabitants of Wuling City and Taijin City did not wait long before the representatives from the other 4 cities arrived at this location. Over 500 individuals gathered, and fortunately, the training ground was spacious enough to avoid a sense of overcrowding. Scattered across the training ground were dozens of individuals clad in white robes, each adorned with an embroidered sword on their chests. They were the senior disciples of Lingjian sect. After the 12 foundation building cultivators led everyone here, they retreated to the corners of the training ground, observing the newcomers with keen interest. The 12 foundation building cultivators stood facing the palace, and upon witnessing their serious demeanor, the newcomers ceased their whispers. Before long, a swaying figure emerged from the palace. Chapter 33. Elder Jiuxian Salutations. Elder Jiuxian. The 12 foundation building cultivators bowed in unison, and the senior disciples watching nearby hastily lowered their heads in respect. "Good morning, everyone." The unsteady figure extended a hand, waving at the crowd in the training ground. "Good morning, Elder Jiuxian." The 12 foundation building cultivators exchanged glances before reciprocating the greeting. "Is this the elder?" Jiang Wenlin's eyes flickered with confusion, a sentiment echoed by the other newcomers. They now beheld the appearance of Elder Jiuxian, who, unlike the other members of Lingjian sect dressed in formal attire, wore tattered linen garments, his hair and beard in disarray, with only one shoe adorning his feet while the other remained bare. A gourd hung from his left waist, and he clutched another gourd in his hand, seemingly filled with liquor, as he ambled toward the crowd, exuding an air of unkempt disarray. Was this truly the Golden Core Elder of Lingjian's sect? In contrast to the astonishment of the newcomers, the 12 foundation-building cultivators and the senior disciples appeared remarkably composed, clearly familiar with the Elder's eccentricities. Elder Juxian approached the assembled crowd, took a sip from his gourd, smacked his lips, then blinked rapidly before forcefully adjusting his beard and hair. Yet, the disarray remained unchanged. Is he unwell? This was Jiang Wenlin's first impression of the Golden Core Elder. The appearance of Elder Juxian bore a striking resemblance to that of a disheveled beggar. Feeling that he had tidied himself sufficiently, Elder Juxian straightened his posture. Ahem, well, it appears you all are in good spirits. Since you have arrived at Lingjian sect, it signifies that you are the cream of the crop from your respective cities. Our Lingjian sect is one of the 3 major sects in Tianan Prefecture, with a rich history and a lineage of powerful cultivators. As Elder Juxian spoke, the initial attentiveness of the crowd began to wane as nearly half an hour passed. Apart from the 12 foundation-building cultivators, expressions of impatience began to manifest on the faces of the others. Is he a chatterbox? Jiang Wenlin felt her eyelids growing heavy, her body swaying slightly. Even Uncle Tian isn't this long-winded. As time ticked by, Elder Juxian's voice finally came to a halt, causing everyone to snap back to attention. It seems everyone enjoys my words. You have all been listening intently, however, time is of the essence. And I cannot afford to linger. We shall continue this conversation another time. So do not be disheartened. Dishearten my foot, the crowd collectively thought, speechless. Now, we shall commence the 3rd round of the comprehension assessment. In this round, you will harness the power of the sword pool to gain insights into sword techniques. However, your current cultivation levels are too low, and the sword pool is infused with the sword intent accumulated by the sect's powerful practitioners over the years. Cultivators in the early and mid stages of Qi refinement cannot withstand it. Prevent the destruction of your Dao hearts. I will draw from the Xinjian Peak to channel the sword pool's power here. If you focus on comprehending it, you shall have the opportunity to grasp the sword techniques of Lingjian's sect. With that, Elder Juxian adopted a serious demeanor, bringing his index and middle fingers together. Pointing toward the distant, indistinct peaks, swords, come forth, he bellowed, directing his finger toward the assembly. Upon uttering these words, the clouds in the sky began to churn violently. In an instant, countless sword shadows cascaded from the heavens. The sword shadows fell among the crowd, continuously passing through their bodies, startling many into nearly drawing their magical artifacts for defense. Sit down and comprehend the sword. Elder Juxian's voice resonated within their minds, imbued with an enchanting quality, prompting everyone to sit cross-legged upon the ground. Closing their eyes, they allowed the sword shadows to pass through them. How is the recruitment of disciples proceeding? Observing the seated crowd immersed in their comprehension, Elder Juxian took a sip of liquor and inquired of the 12 foundation-building cultivators. Reporting to the elder, there are 10 individuals with medium-grade spiritual roots in Taijian City, one of whom possesses dual roots. Elder, in Shangyuan City, there are 9 with medium-grade spiritual roots, and 1 with dual roots. In Xuanyu City, 12 possess medium-grade spiritual roots, with none holding dual roots. In Wanling City, 7 have medium-grade spiritual roots, and 1 has dual roots. In Wuling City, 7 possess medium-grade spiritual roots, and 1 with dual roots. In Qinghe City, there are 8 with medium-grade spiritual roots, and 2 of them have dual roots. As the voice of the elder who had gone to recruit disciples in Qinghe City fell, astonished gazes converged upon him from the remaining 10 foundation-building cultivators. Chapter 34. The Four-Seasons Sword Technique. Qinghe City actually has 2 individuals with dual spiritual roots. Indeed, they surpass even Taijian City. Over 100 years ago, Qinghe City suffered a beast tide, resulting in heavy casualties, leaving few foundation-building cultivators behind. Who would have thought that this city, once the weakest and sparsest in population, would now give rise to 2 new disciples with dual roots? Not surprising, in truth, every city has individuals with dual roots. However, those possessing such roots typically hail from foundation-building families. They are reluctant to let their talented juniors join Lingjian sect, for once they become entrenched in the sect for decades or even centuries. Their familial ties tend to wane. Why then? What does it matter if they become golden core cultivators? Are they still considered kin? That makes sense. In Xuanyu City, I know of a family with a junior possessing dual roots. Yet he did not even register for the assessment. I've hinted to the family elders several times, but they remain unwilling to let that talented junior join Lingjian's sect. Understandable. Not every city is like Qinghe City, where foundation-building cultivators are as common as cats and dogs. Even with dual roots, they might not be nurtured. Other cities' families still aspire to cultivate a golden core expert, but Qinghe City has no such luxury. Hence, it would be wiser to let their dual-rooted juniors join Lingjian's sect. Who knows, it might lead to a golden core patron in the future capable of deterring some hostile forces. The 12 foundation-building cultivators engaged in animated discussions, sharing their experiences in recruiting disciples. Enough chatter. Elder Jiuxian interjected, a rare serious expression gracing his face. The number of individuals with medium-grade spiritual roots is commendable, yet the manner in which Xuanyu City dismisses Lingjian's sect is utterly unacceptable. Had it not been for our Lingjian sect, the Xuanyu City would have long been torn apart by the third-tier savage beasts lurking outside. Elder, I too believe Xuanyu City has gone too far. I think Lingjian's sect should teach them a lesson. Indeed, it is high time for a reprimand. The 12 foundation-building cultivators collectively expressed their dissatisfaction with Xuanyu City. Wasn't Brother Jijiang planning to attempt a breakthrough to the mid-golden core stage? Perhaps we should request the sect leader to recall Brother Jijiang from the Xuanyu Forest. If Xuanyu City is so formidable, let them guard the Xuanyu Forest themselves. Elder Jiuxian's words carried a ring of wisdom. As Jiang Wanlin closed her eyes, she felt herself enveloped by sword shadows, each emanating a chilling aura that pierced through to her very core. She fought to suppress the unease blossoming within her, slowly allowing her spirit to descend into a realm of darkness. The obscurity began to gnaw at her patience as she sought to escape this shadowy world, but no matter which direction she ventured, all paths led to an unyielding void. Time eluded her grasp, but eventually, a faint glimmer of light pierced through the darkness. Jiang Wenlin's heart surged with elation as she hurried toward the source of illumination. Yet, as she drew closer, she discovered it was not an exit at all. The light turned out to be a figure. No, to be precise, it was a silhouette, indistinguishable as male or female. Hello, may I inquire where this place is? I wish to leave. Could you please tell me how to escape? Jiang Wanlin asked softly. The figure remained silent, producing a sword from its hand. Jiang Wanlin was taken aback, unsure of what to make of it, when suddenly the figure began to dance with the sword. To her surprise, the movements appeared slow yet possessed an exquisite grace. The swordplay transitioned from light and agile, like a gentle spring breeze, to passionate and vigorous, reminiscent of the scorching summer sun, showcasing boundless strength amidst the tempestuous storm. Then it shifted to steady and refined, akin to the golden winds of autumn, revealing a subtle yet chilling aura. Finally, it turned cold and severe, akin to the biting winter snow, as the sword techniques unleashed a hidden lethality intertwined with ruthlessness. How beautiful! Jiang Wanlin became entranced, a long sword manifesting in her hand, unconsciously mirroring the figure's movements with perfect precision. Each stance and technique matched flawlessly. On the martial arts arena, the individuals seated in meditation, seeking enlightenment through their swords, gradually emanated an intangible aura. The aptitude of this batch of disciples is indeed commendable. Astonishingly, over a dozen individuals have grasped the sword techniques of the high-grade yellow tier, whereas previous cohorts never exceeded 10. Truly impressive. It appears that many among them may ascend directly to outer disciples or even inner disciples. Oh, look quickly. The little girl seems to exude the aura of the four-seasons sword technique. Chapter 35. I have set my eyes on her. Is that not the four-seasons sword technique? A foundation establishment cultivator inquired, directing his gaze towards Jiuxian. Jiuxian's eyes fixated on one of the young maidens among the crowd, and after a long moment, he nodded. Indeed, it is the four-seasons sword technique. Remarkable, truly remarkable. A cultivator in the early stages of qi refinement has comprehended the mid-grade Xin tier four-seasons sword technique. Here I am, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, having lived over 100 years, yet I have not mastered even the mid-grade Xin tier sword techniques. How can there be such a disparity between individuals? A group of Foundation establishment cultivators murmured among themselves, while Zhou Xian's gaze remained fixed on the maiden in the distance. As time passed, the aura surrounding the seated practitioners intensified further. Suddenly, the aura of a young man dissipated, and his eyelids fluttered, as though he was about to open his eyes. Zhou Xian raised an eyebrow and gently pointed at the young man. Instantly, his head bowed down, and he exhibited no further movements. Not just this young man, but several others also experienced a similar dissipation of aura, seemingly on the verge of awakening. Zhou Xian extended his hand, pressing lightly against the crowd, causing those who were about to awaken to, like the previous young man, lower their heads and sit quietly once more. Could it be that Elder Zhou Xian intends to? A Foundation establishment attendant, witnessing Zhou Xian's actions of rendering those about to awaken unconscious, sensed something and hurriedly queried those nearby. Surely not. This is merely the third stage. Who can say? That girl possesses remarkable comprehension. If she is not accepted now, she may not be able to join in the fourth stage. Hush, do not speak. Do not discuss the elders' matters casually, lest we inadvertently fall into unconsciousness ourselves. On the martial arts arena, more and more individuals bowed their heads, remaining motionless in meditation. Something seems amiss. I just saw some individuals on the cusp of awakening. Why is there no movement now? An elder disciple questioned in confusion. Indeed, I noticed too. Some were clearly about to awaken, yet suddenly bowed their heads and ceased moving. Could it be that the sect possesses a means to forcibly facilitate their sword enlightenment? Unlikely, right? Ordinarily, those who awaken would stop their meditation, yet not a single person has awakened now. I too suspect the sect has employed some method to enable them to continue their enlightenment. This is simply marvelous. If only I had been able to meditate longer during my own enlightenment, perhaps I would have fully comprehended the withered wood sword technique. Ha! You couldn't even grasp a low-grade yellow tier sword technique in one go. No wonder you've been a servant disciple for so many years, only advancing to an outer disciple last year. Hey, what do you mean by that? You only advanced to an outer disciple a year before me. You just as mediocre. Even if I am still better than you. Shut your mouth. A voice echoed in their minds, causing the elder disciples preparing to speak to hastily close their mouths, not daring to utter another sound. Eyes exchanged glances, all filled with confusion. Is not the rule of the Lingjian sect quite lenient? Why can they not even converse a few words on the martial arts arena? Among over 500 individuals, only one young girl remained, while the auras of all others had vanished. Li Shuyuan, is this girl from Wuling City? What is her name? Zhou Xian suddenly turned to Li Shuyuan, inquiring. Li Shuyuan, taken aback, quickly replied, Elder, her name is Zhang Wanlin. She is the only one among this batch of disciples from Wuling City with dual spiritual roots, and she persevered for an hour and a half during the second stage of the mental realm. Li Shuyuan was aware that Zhou Xian sought more than just Zhang Wenlin's name and thus shared all the information he knew. The onlooking Foundation establishment attendants were filled with disbelief. An hour and a half. Was that even the mental capacity of a normal person? Zhou Xian was similarly astonished, his eyes lighting up as he gazed at Zhang Wanlin, as though beholding a rare treasure. I have set my eyes on Zhang Wanlin. Chapter 36. I am not interested. The 12 Foundation establishment cultivators were instantly taken aback. Although they had their suspicions earlier, hearing it directly from Zhou Xian left them in disbelief. This is merely the third stage, and already there is a candidate for a personal disciple. Although personal disciples belong to the core disciple tier, they are not entirely equivalent. One has a gold core master, while the other does not. How can they be the same? Congratulations, Elder, on finding a suitable disciple. The Foundation establishment cultivators hurriedly congratulated Zhou Xian. Wait, let us not be too hasty in our congratulations. The girl has not yet agreed. Elder Zhou Xian must be jesting. How could she possibly refuse? You are a gold core elder. How many aspire to be your disciple but cannot? If the elder wishes to accept her as a personal disciple, it is indeed her fortune. She would be delighted. A Foundation establishment cultivator flattered Zhou Xian, while others echoed the sentiment. Except for Li Shuyuan and Zhang Junchun, who exchanged glances, considering Zhang Wanlin's quirky nature and Zhou Xian's appearance. They found themselves uncertain whether Zhang Wanlin would actually wish to become Zhou Xian's disciple. She is about to awaken. Everyone turned their attention to Jiang Wanlin, who was seen fluttering her eyelids. After a short while, her eyes opened, revealing a glimmer of confusion, before she gradually regained her composure. Junior Sister Jiang, please come over. An observant Foundation establishment cultivator called out to Jiang Wanlin upon seeing her awaken. In the cultivation world, without explicit blood relations or master-disciple ties, individuals of the same great realm typically address one another as peers. However, for someone like Jiang Wanlin, who is to be taken as a disciple by a gold core cultivator, her status would be elevated. Within the Lingjian sect, her standing would be similar to that of a Foundation establishment attendant. This is the advantage of a personal disciple. Ordinary disciples must respectfully bow and address Foundation establishment attendants as Shirshu, while personal disciples may refer to them as Shixiang. Hearing the attendant's words, Jiang Wanlin was momentarily taken aback, wondering why she was suddenly being addressed as junior sister. Though unsure of what had transpired, she approached Zhou Xian and the 12 elders. What is it? Jiang Wanlin blinked and looked at the attendant who had summoned her. The attendant hesitated, taken aback by Jiang Wanlin's inquiry. Yet, having lived for over 100 years and possessing vast experience, he managed to smile kindly. Junior Sister Jiang, this is Elder Zhou Xian, a gold core elder of the Lingjian sect. He is responsible for the recruitment of disciples this time. Your performance in the third stage was exceptional, and thus Elder Zhou Xian intends to accept you as his personal disciple. Congratulations, Junior Sister Jiang, for entering the sect with a powerful gold core master, Elder Zhou Xian. This is something many can only dream of. The attendant's words left Jiang Wanlin in a daze. This old man intends to take me as his disciple. Jiang Wanlin looked towards Zhou Xian, who, at that moment, was gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. With his gourd tucked back at his waist, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a reclusive sage. However, as Jiang Wanlin observed Zhou Xian's disheveled hair and beard, with what appeared to be something wriggling within, could it be lice? And what of his clothing, which seemed to have not been washed for years, now tattered? Not to mention his bare feet, the toenails dark and the tops of his feet caked with dirt. Become the disciple of such a person? Absolutely not. I refuse. If you are willing, then what? You refuse. A Foundation establishment cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief. Did I hear incorrectly? Zhou Xian, who had been gazing at the sky, abruptly turned his head to look at Jiang Wanlin. She refuses? I have been rejected? As expected. Li Shuyuan and Zhang Junchun exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a sense of anticipated confirmation. Junior Sister Jiang, did you perhaps misspeak? The Foundation establishment cultivator inquired cautiously. Not at all. My uncle told me to be discerning when choosing a master, for it is a matter of lifelong significance. One must be meticulous and selective. Preferring to remain masterless than to choose poorly. Chapter 37. The Black Fog Forest. Do not choose carelessly, be discerning. It is better to go without than to make a hasty selection. Each phrase left the onlookers dumbfounded. A gold core elder has been spurned? Junior sister, you must think this through. Elder Zhou Xian is a gold core real person. Should you miss this opportunity? Should I miss this opportunity, there will be another. Jiang Wanlin interjected, recalling her uncle's teachings. The Foundation establishment attendant wished to say more but was halted by Zhou Xian. Very well, accepting disciples is indeed a two-way matter. If you are unwilling, I shall not compel you. Regardless, as long as you are a disciple of the Lingjian sect, that suffices. With a sigh, Zhou Xian appeared genuinely regretful over Jiang Wanlin's choice. He prevented the other Foundation establishment elders from further persuasion, adopting an expression as if the only requirement was for Jiang Wanlin to be a disciple of the Lingjian sect. Whether she became his personal disciple was of little consequence. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Without waiting for the others to react, he vanished. What shall we do now? Jiang Wanlin, you may return for now. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Wanlin instantly behaved as if nothing had transpired, pulling out a bag of roasted fish and munching on it as she walked away. What about the others? After Jiang Wanlin departed, the group of foundational cultivators turned their gazes toward the new disciples who were still seated in meditation. What else could we do? Naturally, we must awaken them. Do you wish to summon Elder Zhou Xian? Then let us act swiftly. Within a chamber of the palace, it infuriates me. It truly does. after arduous efforts to find a promising disciple. The individual turns out to be unwilling. I have lost all faith. If those old fellows were to learn of this, they would surely mock me. Curse that so-called Tian Shu. He is utterly lacking in humanity. What kind of education is that for a child? I am a Golden Dan true person. Becoming my direct disciple cannot be considered a random selection of a master. Humph, Tian Shu. Let me not lay eyes upon you. Otherwise, I shall make you wish you were a mere dog. In the courtyard of the Jiang family within Wuling City, Chu. How strange. On such a sunny day, why do I find myself sneezing? Could it be that my little Liner is thinking of me? Here lies the Black Mist Forest, the largest forest in Bailing Prefecture, teeming with ferocious beasts. The assessment for the 4th stage will take place here. We are aware that most of you lack practical combat experience. So the criteria for evaluation are quite simple. As long as you slay a ferocious beast, you will pass. In a forest, hundreds of people stood in neat rows, with 12 foundational cultivators and Golden Dan true person Jiuxian at the forefront. Elder Jiuxian, I have a question. Zhang Wanlin raised her hand to inquire of Jiuxian. Jiuxian raised an eyebrow but did not decline her question. Speak. The one at fault is her Tian Shu. What does that have to do with this gifted young lady? Elder Jiuxian. I have heard of the Black Mist Forest. It is said to be filled with many ferocious beasts, some of which possess terrifying strength, with even 3rd and 4th tier beasts lurking about. With our current abilities, would it not be tantamount to seeking death to enter? Little girl, we are certainly aware of what you speak. The area you will enter is merely a small section, and we have already dealt with the ferocious beasts inside. All are of the 1st tier low grade. Furthermore, we have set up formations to isolate this area from the rest, ensuring that no uncontrollable beasts will appear. Wow, the sect has truly considered everything. I see now. Upon hearing of our entry into the Black Mist Forest, I was nearly frightened out of my wits. Coward. This is merely the outermost edge of the Black Mist Forest. Even without the formations and the sect's powerful individuals having dealt with it beforehand, the beasts within would at most be 1st tier O. You are merely at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. And yet you dare look down upon a 1st tier beast. Do not forget, your strength is equivalent to a 1st tier low-grade beast. What does it matter to you? Oh, how anxious he is, young man. Do not let me encounter you inside. Chapter 38. An ambush. Zhang Wanlin breathed a sigh of relief. If it were merely a 1st tier low-grade beast, she was not overly concerned, for over the past month, Xintian had provided her with dozens of 1st tier low-grade beasts to practice against. She believed that even if she could not defeat them, escaping would not pose a problem. However, Elder Jiuxian, even if they are 1st tier low-grade beasts, many of us may still not be their match. Another young man, seeing Zhang Wanlin pose her inquiry, quickly voiced his own doubts. Among their group, most were still at the 1st layer of Qi refinement, while a 1st tier low-grade beast is weak enough to be comparable to a 1st layer Qi refinement cultivator and strong enough to match a 3rd layer Qi refinement cultivator. If a 1st layer Qi refinement cultivator were to encounter a stronger 1st tier low-grade beast, they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Upon hearing the young man's question, Jiuxian sighed and then replied, The path of cultivation is fraught with danger. No one can guarantee they will live to a ripe old age. If you encounter a stronger 1st tier low-grade beast, then you must flee with all your might. If you cannot escape, remember in your next life to engage in more practical combat. The cold voice of Jiuxian echoed, and over 500 new disciples fell into a profound silence. The young man who had asked the question was left dumbfounded. He had assumed that some foundational cultivators would be assigned to protect them throughout, ready to intervene should they encounter life-threatening dangers. Yet, unexpectedly, Jiuxian's answer was, If you cannot escape, then you shall die. For the first time, everyone felt the ruthlessness and brutality of the cultivation world. No wonder it is called the Black Mist Forest. It is turned dark with mist shortly after entering. Within the forest, Zhang Wanlin traversed the underbrush alone. Upon entering the Black Mist Forest, they had all been dispersed. Zhang Wanlin, her small face serious, carefully observed her surroundings, her elegant long sword gripped tightly in her hand. Tian Shu had advised her to remain vigilant in unfamiliar territory. As she cautiously scanned her surroundings, Zhang Wanlin slowly advanced. The black mist gradually enveloped her figure. There is movement. Jiang Wanlin swiftly leaped onto a branch of a tree, anxiously peering in one direction. The mist obscured her vision, and her spiritual sense was too weak. She could not discern the situation in that area. Rustling. The sound of grass being disturbed. It is getting closer. Jiang Wanlin even heard a series of panting sounds. Chomp, chomp. This is the sound of chewing. Jiang Wanlin was already poised for action. After a while, the sound of chewing ceased, and the panting became clearer. A vague figure slowly approached Jiang Wanlin. The black gold beast? At that moment, Jiang Wanlin finally discerned what the figure truly was. The black gold beast, resembling a domestic pig, is a ferocious creature of great strength, stout in build, adept at charging recklessly, with tough skin and flesh, best attacked with sharp weapons like swords. Additionally, its size renders it somewhat unwieldy. This is the black gold's greatest weakness. In an instant, Jiang Wanlin recalled Tianshu's introduction to the black gold, feeling a sense of relief. Though she had never fought a black gold before, she possessed some knowledge about it. The black gold's combat prowess was not particularly formidable. The one before her was merely a first-tier low-grade beast, its strength comparable to a second-layer chi refinement cultivator. Moreover, its weaknesses were evident. Targeting its vulnerabilities would surely make it easier to deal with. The black gold had clearly noticed Jiang Wanlin, raising its head to look at the tree, its nostrils exhaling heavy breaths. Roar! Suddenly, the black gold let out a roar and charged directly at the tree. Boom! The tree snapped in two, and Jiang Wanlin hurriedly leaped to the ground. Such incredible strength! Jiang Wanlin cast a glance at the broken trunk. Taking advantage of the black gold's momentary distraction, she struck out with her sword from behind it. Roar! The black gold emitted a cry of anguish as Jiang Wanlin's sword carved a gash across its back. This is no ordinary tough skin and flesh. Jiang Wanlin stared, aghast, at the shallow wound on the black gold's back. She had used all her strength, yet she could only inflict a superficial injury. Tianshu had mentioned that against beasts with strong defenses, one must repeatedly attack a specific location. Chapter 39. Witnessing the spectacle, Jiang Wanlin fixed her gaze on the wound on the black gold's back. Dodging its charge, and once more struck her sword upon the same spot where she had previously wounded it. After receiving 2 consecutive blows, the black gold felt the pain, letting out a furious roar. Its heavy breathing becoming even more pronounced. Roar! The black gold turned, charging at Jiang Wanlin in a reckless assault. However, this seemingly powerful attack, laden with weaknesses, posed no threat to Jiang Wanlin whatsoever. With a leap, Jiang Wanlin evaded the black gold's onslaught, seizing the opportunity while it was still in motion to land another strike upon its wound. The black gold cried out again, blood gushing forth. Jiang Wanlin felt invigorated. Repeatedly employing this method, brutally eviscerating the black gold. Thankfully, these low-tier beasts lack intelligence. The more they are injured, the more ferocious they become, showing no inclination to escape. Otherwise, she might not have been able to defeat it. Jiang Wanlin felt a surge of excitement. She had dealt with numerous ferocious beasts at home, but those had all been caged, entirely different from hunting in the wild. In truth, Xintian had wished for her to personally hunt a few ferocious beasts. But the Jiang family lacked strong individuals for protection, so Xintian had no choice but to resort to purchasing live beasts from the Dadao gang, confining them in cages for Jiang Wanlin to practice against. The fangs of the black gold are quite impressive. I must keep them. Tianshu had said that waste is shameful. After stowing the black gold's fangs in her storage bag, Jiang Wanlin pressed onward. Uncertain whether it was due to the previous cleaning by the Lingjian sect, after several hours, aside from the initial encounter with the black gold, Jiang Wanlin only encountered 2 more ferocious beasts. One was a black badger, easily dispatched by Jiang Wanlin, yet she felt no joy, as the black badger bore no valuable spoils. However, the green wolf, possessing both strength and riches, had valuable items such as its canine teeth, claws, and fur. As night fell, Jiang Wanlin climbed onto a branch of a large tree, planning to close her eyes and rest. Yet, scarcely had she shut her eyes when her ears perked up, and she promptly opened them again. Is someone there? Jiang Wanlin had heard movement, seemingly human. Never mind. Tianshu had said that curiosity kills the cat. Rest is paramount. Jiang Wanlin decided to ignore it, but the unfolding drama sought her out. Zheng Yuan, are you not so arrogant? Show me your arrogance once more. Wang Yinfeng, did I not merely speak a few words to you? Is such a reaction truly necessary? Disturbed by the commotion, Jiang Wanlin reluctantly opened her eyes and gazed downward. Oh, it's them. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Wanlin recalled that prior to entering the Black Mist Forest, two individuals had a quarrel. To her surprise, these two had crossed paths again. How fortuitous. What is this? Feeling scared? Scared? Wang Yinfeng, you hold yourself in too high regard. This is merely an assessment, and I do not wish to squander my energy on you. You truly think I fear you? Ha ha ha, Zheng Yuan. It is precisely because this is an assessment that I seek to settle the score with you. If I incapacitate you now, let us see how you will pass with that. Wang Yinfeng brandished his large blade and charged at Zheng Yuan, swinging it downwards. You idiot, Wang Yinfeng, you mindless fool. Zheng Yuan did not wish to waste energy at such a moment. That would be utterly foolish, however. It was a battle he could not evade, as he observed Wang Yinfeng's attack. Zheng Yuan steeled his gaze and summoned a long sword, meeting Wang Yinfeng's strike head-on. Oh, it seems there's still a good show to watch. Jiang Wanlin felt a surge of pleasure as she witnessed the two below exchanging blows. Rising, she perched herself on a branch, producing a bag of roasted fish to enjoy while she watched. My, Wang Yinfeng is quite formidable indeed. He possesses a certain ferocity, suggesting he has experienced battle. Zheng Yuan, on the other hand, is lacking. Although both are at the second level of qi refinement, his attacks are evidently insufficient in strength and intensity. Alas, Wang Yinfeng is faltering as well. His assault is not enduring. Has it only been a short while, and his momentum has already waned? I underestimated Zheng Yuan. He appears to be concealing his true capabilities. I must remember this. In future encounters with cultivators, one must be vigilant. I believe I am beginning to grasp what Uncle Tian meant by the bystander effect. Watching a spectacle while savoring roasted fish is simply delightful. Oh, a fierce beast approaches. It's a blue wolf. Jiang Wanlin spotted nearly 10 glimmers in the distance. She recognized those glimmers as the eyes of the blue wolves, the wolf pack. They must have been drawn here by the commotion of these two. The blue wolves are formidable. I must take my leave. Jiang Wanlin leaped down with urgency, shouting, "Stop fighting. There's a pack of wolves." Chapter 40. What a coincidence! Startled by her voice, both Zheng Yuan and Wang Yinfeng froze. They had been engaged in battle for some time, yet someone else was present. When had she arrived? Wait, what did she just say? A wolf pack? The two hastily ceased their conflict, retreating several paces to distance themselves. They scanned their surroundings. So many wolves. It's a pack of blue wolves. Exchanging glances, they each bolted in a different direction. Howl! The pack emerged, a full 10 blue wolves. The lead wolf glanced towards Jiang Wanlin and the others. Emitting another roar, before the pack split into 3.3 blue wolves pursued Zheng Yuan and Wang Yinfeng, while the lead wolf and 3 others chased after Jiang Wanlin. Jiang Wanlin dashed through the underbrush. But the 4 wolves relentlessly pursued her. What is this? Why are 4 wolves after me? Jiang Wanlin felt it was utterly unfair. She was merely a bystander, not the cause of their ruckus. Each grievance has its source. If they were disturbed, they should seek out the instigators, not chase after her. As the blue wolves closed in, a flicker of panic crossed Jiang Wanlin's eyes. Dealing with 1 wolf would be troublesome enough. But 4? That was a recipe for becoming prey. Oh, someone is ahead. Jiang Wanlin's eyes brightened as she sensed another presence nearby. It seemed they too had noticed the wolves and hastily concealed themselves. Unfortunately for them, they caught Jiang Wanlin's attention. Hee, Uncle Tian once said that when being pursued in the wild, one should seek help whenever possible. Thus, Jiang Wanlin swiftly altered her course. Brother, she is coming this way. She has spotted us. Don't panic. It may just be a coincidence. She might not have truly seen us, brother. She is waving at us. Coincidence, my foot. She is smiling at us. Let us get out of here. A plump figure and a slender one hurriedly leaped to the ground, bolting away with all their might. Hey, don't run, Jiang Wanlin shouted after them. Only a fool wouldn't he run, the chubby one retorted. Accelerating even faster. Brother, shouldn't we change direction? Are you out of your mind? We're fleeing for our lives. Why would we change paths? No, brother. Look ahead. That is a river. We just passed by here today. Spotting the shimmering river not far ahead, the chubby one abruptly halted, turning to the slender one and bellowed. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you knew. It's over. We can't escape now. The two spun around, and Jiang Wanlin, along with the wolf pack, were now clearly visible. Ah, it's you too. What a coincidence. At that moment, Jiang Wanlin recognized the pair as Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang, whom she had met during the second round of assessments. What a coincidence. You did this on purpose. The four blue wolves had also caught up, halting several dozen meters away, seemingly perplexed by the sudden appearance of two additional individuals, their 8 eyes scanning the three of them back and forth. What do we do? Su Erzwang looked to his elder brother and Jiang Wanlin. The blue wolves are swift. We cannot outrun them. But can we fight them? Su Dazhuang turned to Jiang Wanlin, believing in her evident strength. As the four blue wolves drew closer, Jiang Wanlin fell into contemplation. After a moment, she addressed the Su brothers. You two help me hold off those two blue wolves. I will take on the other two. You intend to face two alone? One of them appears to be the lead wolf. Its strength must be formidable. Are you certain you can handle two? Su Erzwang asked, puzzled that I have my ways. But you two, can you truly hold off those two blue wolves? Their strength is considerable. If I haven't dealt with the other two by the time you fail, you might find yourselves in dire straits. Jiang Wanlin, do not underestimate us. We may not match your strength, but we are still at the second level of qi refinement. As long as you are confident. That suffices, by the way. I noticed you don't seem to come from a family with influence. How did you attain the second level of qi refinement? Through hard work and fortuitous encounters. What about you? With such talent and apparent wealth, how have you only reached the second level? Because I'm lazy. I rarely practice. If it weren't for Uncle Tian pushing me, I'd probably only be at the first level of qi refinement by now. How absurd. With such a favorable background, you fail to appreciate it. If I had such resources, I would devote myself to practice daily. Pfft, you're just talking. Cultivation is terribly tedious. When I was young, I loved to cultivate, hiding in my room every day. Uncle Tian would praise me then, but later, I found cultivation too stifling. I preferred reading storybooks. Enough. Brother, Zhang Dajia, this is not the time for such discussions. We are in grave danger. Su Erzwang interjected, halting his brother's chatter. Jiang Wanlin and Su Dazhuang were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this is a matter of life and death. Chapter 41. Join me. The trio noticed that the four blue wolves had encircled them, steadily closing in. Dazhuang, Erzwang, prepare to strike. All right, Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang charged at one of the blue wolves, while Jiang Wanlin lunged towards the lead wolf, simultaneously tossing a talisman at another blue wolf. The talisman transformed into a stone mid-air, hurtling swiftly towards the blue wolf. As the lead wolf observed Jiang Wanlin rushing towards it, it let out a ferocious howl, crouching low before leaping into the air, extending a claw towards her. Humph! Jiang Wanlin scoffed, swinging her long sword to intercept the wolf's claw, resulting in a shower of sparks as they collided. Jiang Wanlin was forced back several steps, using the momentum to thrust her sword at the other blue wolf. This wolf was somewhat weaker than the lead, yet still formidable. It dodged her attack with a jump. Meanwhile, the lead wolf launched its assault. Bang! The wolf's claw struck Jiang Wanlin's back, tearing her clothing and revealing a pink inner armor. The impact sent Jiang Wanlin tumbling forward several meters uncontrollably. Phew! Thankfully I heeded Uncle Tian's advice and wore this inner armor. Otherwise, I would surely have sustained serious injuries. Jiang Wanlin felt relieved, yet her movements did not falter. She conjured another talisman, hurling it at the charging lead wolf. The talisman burst forth in radiant light, instantly transforming into arcs of lightning that surged towards the lead wolf with blinding speed. The lead wolf had no time to react, struck by the powerful current that coursed through its body, causing its fur to stand on end as it emitted a wretched howl of agony. Ha ha ha, not so pleasant, is it? This is a mid-grade talisman of the first tier. However, talismans are ultimately mere talismans, not true cultivators. The strike of lightning, equivalent to that of a mid-stage qi refinement practitioner, inflicted considerable pain upon the lead wolf, yet it was evident that it could not deliver a crippling blow. With a furious roar, the lead wolf emitted a chilling glare from its eyes and lunged once more at Jiang Wanlin. Simultaneously, another azure wolf charged from behind Jiang Wanlin, creating a pincer movement. As the two wolves attacked her in unison, a pang of anxiety gripped Jiang Wanlin's heart, prompting her to hastily retrieve a small bell from her storage pouch. As she channeled her spiritual energy into it, the bell radiated a blinding golden light, enveloping her in a protective dome resembling a grand bell. Bang! The assault from the two azure wolves was thwarted by the golden dome, producing a resounding impact. Brother, Jiang Wanlin possesses an abundance of treasures. The inner armor, the talismans, and that bell. None of them are cheap, and I can't help but feel envious. Comparing ourselves to others can be disheartening, and comparing possessions can lead to despair. Despite being at the same second level of chi refinement, all we have is a single sword. Nothing more, brother. It doesn't end here. Look at her. She even has pills, and she swallowed two at once. Stop looking. The more we see, the more it stings in our hearts. Let us focus on dealing with the azure wolves before us. On Jiang Wanlin's side, she momentarily used the bell-shaped artifact to fend off the two wolves' onslaught. Then swiftly consumed two medicinal pills. Hemph! This is the Golden Bell Shield, personally selected by my Uncle Tion.it, is both sturdy and effortless to use. Breaking through it is no simple task, witnessing the two wolves' futile attempts. A mocking smile crept across Jiang Wanlin's face. Yet, while her words taunted the azure wolves, her fingers danced in the air, and soon, a dazzling three-layered magic seal materialized above her. Upon its formation, her complexion paled dramatically. Little azure wolf, perish! Jiang Wanlin commanded with a delicate yet assertive tone, as the golden bell shield erupted with a burst of golden light, sending the two azure wolves staggering back several meters. Golden light seal. A deep voice resonated as the magic seal surged forth toward the lead wolf. The lead wolf seemed to sense impending danger, fear flickering in its eyes before it transformed into a ferocious glare. Raising its paw to strike at the golden seal, the seal faltered momentarily upon impact, shattering on its first layer. However, the seal consisted of 3 layers. With the first layer destroyed, 2 remained. The second layer of the golden light seal shimmered brightly, causing the wolf's claws to splinter into multiple fragments. Before the lead wolf could emit a cry of despair, the third layer of the golden light seal arrived. With a brilliant flash, the wolf's head and part of its body exploded violently. The lead wolf perished without uttering a sound. Seemingly witnessing the lead wolf's tragic fate, the remaining 3 azure wolves howled in mourning before they turned tail and fled. Jiang Dijie, you are truly formidable. The strength of that azure wolf could easily surpass that of an average third-level chi refinement practitioner, yet you dispatched it with such ease. You embody the perfect union of strength and beauty. As Jiang Wanlin dealt with the azure wolves, Su Dazhuang hurriedly approached, showering her with praise. Of course, my Uncle Tian praises my prowess daily. It was evident that Su Dazhuang's flattery was well received by Jiang Wanlin. However, she glanced at the Su brothers, who appeared quite disheveled after the battle, their clothes torn and blood-stained. Jiang Dijie, we cannot be compared to you, Su Erzwang replied with a hint of bitterness. I truly admire that golden light seal. Despite lacking any equipment, you managed to hold your ground against the azure wolves, indicating that your strength is not to be underestimated. It is merely your poverty that hinders you. Why not join me in the future? What? Join you? The Su brothers were taken aback. They merely intended to offer kind words for some benefits, not to become anyone's subordinates. They quickly shook their heads. Jiang Dijie, we need not join you. We contributed during that battle. Shouldn't you share some spoils with us? Not joining me yet expecting rewards? No way, Jiang Wanlin, do not take this too far. We did contribute during that battle. Had we not held off the other 2 azure wolves, could you have managed 4 at once? Moreover, it was you who lured the azure wolves to us in the first place. So, both logically and emotionally, we deserve a share of the spoils. Su Erzwang exclaimed angrily, insisting on their rightful portion of the loot. Your reasoning is quite sound, yet I still do not wish to share unless you agree to join me. Jiang Wanlin, are you forcing us to take action? Su Dazhuang shouted sternly, both brothers drawing their weapons, seemingly prepared to strike. Take action? Are you certain? Jiang Wanlin chuckled lightly, producing a sword the size of a finger. Shall we test it? The Su brothers exchanged glances, uncertainty clouding their expressions. Brother, what should we do? We cannot intimidate her. Fools, if she wants a trial, let us oblige. But, brother, Jiang Wanlin seems to possess numerous treasures. Can we truly win? Ah, forget it. Let us not pursue this any further. We'll consider ourselves unfortunate. With that, Su Dawang turned to leave, and Su Erzwang followed suit. Hey, why are you leaving? Don't go yet. Consider my offer. The Su brothers halted in their tracks. Glancing back at Jiang Wanlin, she smiled, revealing the small bell once more. Have you seen this? This is the Golden Bell Shield, capable of withstanding attacks from mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners, and it requires minimal energy to use. Even for those in the early stage of Qi refinement. Is that all? Their eyes gleamed with interest, yet their expressions remained dismissive. Wait, there's more. This is silken armor, a mid-grade yellow-tier inner armor that can partially withstand late-stage Qi refinement attacks. And this is a Ziyuan pill, specifically for healing injuries during Qi refinement, and this is a Niyuan pill, for restoring spiritual energy. Alas, I do not wield a blade and lack any additional blade-type artifacts. However, I do possess ample spirit stones, so exchanging for a couple of mid-grade yellow-tier artifacts should not pose a problem, brother. I think since Jiang Dejie has extended her kind invitation, it would be rather rude to decline outright. That is sound reasoning. Father always said that helping others brings joy. Since Jiang Dejie has needs, we ought to fulfill them, brother. Allow me, beasts, witness my artifact. Su Erzwang bellowed, summoning a small bell to his hand, which soon radiated golden light, enveloping him within. Bang, bang. The two armored bears relentlessly hammered against the golden dome, which swayed but did not shatter. Behold my earth-shattering strike. Su Dazhuang swung his blade at one of the armored bears from the side. However, the bear's hardened bone armor rendered his strike ineffective, sending him flying instead. Ouch, that hurts. Thankfully, the mid-grade yellow-tier inner armor is quite reliable. The bear's punch did not inflict severe damage. If only my armor wasn't adorned with a grilled fish pattern. Su Dazhuang groaned, patting his chest. Hey, are you two even capable? The assessment is nearing its conclusion. From atop a tree, Jiang Wanlin watched the battle unfold below while munching on a grilled fish. The assessment had lasted 3 days. And this was the final day. Since that night when the two brothers decided to follow Jiang Wanlin, they had hunted ferocious beasts together. Over the past 2 days, they had already slain nearly 20 ferocious beasts. They had initially planned to wait until the assessment concluded, but encountered 2 armored bears instead. Jiang Wanlin merely remarked that the armored bears were formidable and beyond their capability to confront. Yet, the two brothers, unwilling to back down, insisted on facing the armored bears. Big sister, wait for us. We will surely prevail. Su Erzwang shouted, removing the golden bell shield and striking at the armored bear, but he could not breach its defenses. Hey, this approach won work. The armored bear is nearly covered in bone armor, which is incredibly tough. With your strength, you cannot penetrate its defenses. Its underarms are unprotected by bone armor. That is its weakness. Aim for there. Seeing the assessment nearing its end, Jiang Wanlin could no longer contain her impatience and revealed the armored bear's weakness. There's a weakness? Then it's easy. Su Dazhuang charged forward, wielding his blade against the armored bear. The bear possessed astonishing defense and strength, yet its speed was comparatively slow. Despite Su Dazhuang being short and stout, he was agile and quick, swiftly finding an opportunity to strike beneath the bear's arm. The armored bear let out a pained roar. Had it not been for its bone armor, Su Dazhuang's strike might have severed its arm. Now that they recognized its weakness, dispatching the 2 armored bears would not pose much difficulty. In no time, with the brothers' combined efforts, the 2 armored bears were slain in succession. Just as this occurred, a voice resounded from above. The assessment has concluded. Chapter 43. Core Disciple in the Training Arena. Everyone gathered. Big sister, many have fallen. Only about 400 remain in the arena. Su Erzwang, taller than most, surveyed the crowd with keen observation. It seems that either they have fallen prey to beasts or perished at the hands of others. Jiang Wanlin felt a weight in her heart. Despite having heard tales from her uncle Tian and secretly reading about the harsh realities of the cultivation world, experiencing it firsthand stirred a sense of dread within her. Such is the nature of cultivation. Even the strong may not survive, let alone us weaklings. Beside him, Su Dazhuang, though unable to perceive the entirety of the crowd's situation, had already surmised the brutality of the assessment prior to the commencement of the fourth challenge. Why did Elder Jiuxian refrain from intervening? He was clearly observing everything unfold. Jiang Wenlin still found it hard to accept and couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Big sister, you have been protected too well? Su Erzwang shook his head and continued, the world is exceedingly cruel. For a sect, only those endowed with exceptional talent, formidable strength, and a dash of fortune are deemed worthy to become their disciples. Worthy of their attention. As for the rest, they are deemed unworthy of cultivation by the sect. Even if the elders were to rescue them, it is unlikely they would achieve great success in the future, rendering it a waste of the sect's resources. Thus, their deaths are of little consequence. The Lingjian sect merely incurs a minor loss of spirit stones. Jiang Wenlin, standing nearby, remained silent, her mood evidently dampened. However, you are different. Big sister, you possess great talent and strength. The sect will undoubtedly value you highly. I estimate you will at least become a core disciple. Dazhuang, what do you think would happen in this world without strength? Seemingly ignoring Su Dazhuang's words, Jiang Wenlin posed a question that appeared unrelated. Su Dazhuang pondered for a moment, a look of anguish crossing his face. Without strength, one lacks even the qualification to speak. In this world, if you possess no strength, you will be regarded as more insignificant than an ant before the powerful. Owe them. Your life is not life. It is mere weeds beneath their feet. Trampled at will. This is a world that reveres the strong. Reveres the strong? Jiang Wenlin murmured softly, her gaze soon hardening with resolve. Since this world esteems the strong, I shall surely grow stronger. The Jiang family shall not be oppressed by anyone in the future. In the martial arts arena, Jiu Xian hovered in the air, an invisible pressure silencing the crowd below. After passing through the 4 assessments, you shall become true disciples of the Lingjian sect. The sect has evaluated you. The 452 participants and arranged your ranks. 98 as miscellaneous disciples, 292 as outer disciples, 50 as inner disciples, and 12 as core disciples. The miscellaneous disciples are, the outer disciples are, the inner disciples include Chen Hu, Tian Ming, Huang Xiaoqin, Su Dazhuang, and Su Erzwang. Bro, we VE become inner disciples. Although Su Erzwang had anticipated this outcome, he couldn't help but shout in excitement upon hearing his name. This is all thanks to Big Sister. If it weren't for her leading the charge, we brothers would never have been able to slay so many fierce beasts. Su Dazhuang sincerely expressed his gratitude to Jiang Wenlin, understanding that, given their strength, they would not have dared to confront powerful beasts alone, for injury could jeopardize their subsequent assessments. But under Jiang Wenlin's guidance, they not only acquired higher-level magical artifacts but also numerous potions for healing and replenishing spiritual energy, emboldened by her presence to hunt stronger beasts. Your strength is not insignificant. Even without me, you would likely still become inner disciples. Jiang Wenlin shook her head, fully aware of the brothers' capabilities, both of whom possessed 4 spiritual roots. Jiu Xian's voice continued, soon addressing the core disciples. There are 12 core disciples, Jiang Wenlin, Wu Chenghui, and Hu Chuanjing. Suddenly, Jiu Xian paused before continuing. Senior brother Qi Xiao and junior brother Yunqing have expressed interest in accepting Wu Chenghui and Hu Chuanjing as their direct disciples. Wu Chenghui, Hu Chuanjing, do you wish to accept this offer? A wave of astonished murmurs swept through the martial arts arena. Being referred to as senior brother or junior brother by Elder Jiu Xian indicated that they were undoubtedly golden core elders. Though all were core disciples, having a golden core master made a significant difference. The 2 young men, visibly excited, bowed their heads in response. Elder, I am willing. Big sister, don't you want a piece of this? Su Erzwang turned to Jiang Wenlin as Jiu Xian fell silent. Be quiet. Even if you don't become a direct disciple, Big Sister is still incomparable to them. Su Dazhuang kicked Su Erzwang lightly. Jiang Wenlin, follow me. Jiu Xian's voice suddenly rang out as he called only for Jiang Wenlin. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if she had connections within the Lingjian sect. Jiang Wenlin herself pondered, Could this elder be considering accepting her as a disciple? Hadn't she previously rejected him? Big sister, hurry over. Elder Juxian might be looking to take you as a direct disciple. Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang exclaimed excitedly, eager to follow Jiang Wanlin, knowing that her strength would benefit them immensely. Jiang Wanlin followed Jiu Xian into the palace. Jiu Xian casually found a chair to sit in, propping his bare feet on the armrest, then took out a wine gourd and drank deeply. He then turned to Jiang Wanlin with a grin. This posture, combined with his yellowed teeth, caused Jiang Wanlin to frown. Little girl, are you saddened that no elder has accepted you as a direct disciple? A bit. Do you wish to know why no elder has taken you on? Are you retaliating against me for not allowing other elders to accept me? How could you say such a thing? I, the dashing and charming Juxian, would stoop to such underhanded tactics? You insult my character. Then why has no one taken me on as a disciple? I believe I am quite capable. Heh, you are indeed impressive. Whether in talent, mindset, or comprehension, you excel. Even in combat, you rank among the top. However, among the many Golden Core elders in the Lingjian sect, only 2 plan to accept disciples this year. Why don't the others accept me? Ah, the lifespan of a Golden Core cultivator is 500 years, granting them a long life. But each breakthrough consumes a significant amount of time. A Golden Core elder might meditate in seclusion for a few years, or even decades. Do you think they would wait specifically to recruit disciples, only to emerge from their meditation when it's time to accept students? Unlikely. Thus, only 1 or 2, or perhaps 3 to 5 elders typically accept disciples each recruitment cycle. Then why haven't they accepted me? While my cultivation is on par with Wu Qinghui and Hu Chuanjing, my mindset and comprehension should be superior. Indeed, in terms of mindset and comprehension, you surpass them. However, for a Golden Core cultivator, selecting a disciple is not solely based on these factors. It also hinges on compatibility. Only those suitable can become their successors. Senior brother Qixiao's teachings do not align with women, hence he did not choose you. Junior brother Yunqing's teachings require a wood spiritual root, yet you primarily cultivate metal attributes, making you unsuitable for him. I see. Elder Juxian, will I have another chance to become a direct disciple in the future? Understanding the reasons behind her exclusion from direct discipleship relieved Jiang Wanlin somewhat, yet she still harbored hopes of being accepted. Yes, the elders of the Lingjian sect do not all meditate in seclusion simultaneously. There will always be a few to guard the sect. Furthermore, our sect frequently conducts assessments and competitions. As long as you perform well enough and align with the requirements of a certain Golden Core elder for their disciples, you still have a significant chance of becoming a direct disciple. That's reassuring, Jiang Wanlin sighed in relief. As long as there was still hope, she believed she would eventually become a direct disciple. Uncle Tian had said she was a genius, and as long as the elders of the Lingjian sect weren't blind, they would surely take her on as a disciple. Elder Juxian, I must take my leave now. With that, Jiang Wanlin turned to depart. Wait, Juxian, displaying a hint of urgency, called out, I haven't yet told you why I called you here. Elder Juxian, I understand your intentions for summoning me, but I don't believe you are suited to be my master. Why? Don't tell me it's because of my appearance. Juxian felt himself nearing a boiling point. Twice now, she had rejected him. Initially, he had no intention of taking on a disciple this recruitment cycle, but upon seeing Jiang Wanlin, he felt compelled to reconsider. A good disciple is hard to find, and a suitable one with exceptional talent is even rarer. Having lived for so long, he had never encountered someone with such astounding comprehension, coupled with Jiang Wanlin's commendable spiritual roots. He did not wish to miss the opportunity. Elder Juxian, you cultivate the drunken sword? Correct? Yes. Is there a problem? My uncle Tian mentioned that practicing the drunken sword requires daily drinking, leading to perpetual inebriation, rendering one quite abnormal, akin to a beggar on the street. Before coming to the Lingjian sect, he repeatedly cautioned me against practicing the drunken sword. Being perpetually inebriated may hold some truth, but being abnormal, like a beggar on the street, is absurd. Have you ever seen a beggar in the Golden Core stage? Is this so-called Uncle Tian even human to utter such nonsensical words? Juxian inwardly cursed, oblivious to Jiang Wanlin's departure. After some time, Juxian sighed. Forget it. I'll recommend this girl to senior sister Jinyue instead. As spring gives way to winter, time flows inexorably, and 5 years swiftly pass. Wah wah! A cry resounded in the courtyard, eliciting joyous expressions from those outside. Congratulations, congratulations, it's a boy. The door creaked open, and a midwife, beaming with joy, congratulated everyone present. Ha ha ha, splendid, Wenjing, quickly, let us settle the payment. Ah, of course, I have been prepared for this, she replied, handing over a small pouch to Wang Pi. Thank you ever so much, Madame Jiang. Wang Po's face lit up with excitement as she received the pouch, the delightful clinking sound emanating from within deepening her smile. Indeed, the Jiang family was remarkably generous. 20 years prior, she had heard her mother recount tales of the Jiang family, particularly the time when their eldest son was born. And a snake had audaciously come calling. Her mother had often warned her about the peculiarities of the Jiang family, advising her to avoid taking on their deliveries whenever possible. Yet, the Jiang family's remuneration was too enticing to resist. When their second son was born, her mother, unable to resist the allure of gleaming gold coins, had braved her trepidations to assist in the delivery, later aiding in the births of 2 more children. Now, more than a decade later, her mother had retired from the birthing profession due to her advanced age, leaving the responsibility in her capable hands. 4 years ago, when the Jiang family sought her assistance once more, she was astounded to find a small pouch of gold coins tossed her way before she had even commenced her work. Without hesitation, she made her way to the Jiang residence. However, upon her arrival, she was confronted by a snake measuring several meters in length. As an ordinary person who had never ventured beyond the confines of Wuling City, she had never encountered such a creature before. Nearly fainting from fright, it was only after the Jiang family assured her that the snake was domesticated, non-venomous, and harmless that she managed to quell her panic. Over the following years, she assisted in several more births for the Jiang family, each time receiving a sum that sent waves of exhilaration coursing through her. Each pouch of gold coins equated to her annual income. Throughout the years, she had come to realize that this family, discreet yet not far from her own, belonged to a prestigious Qi refining clan, explaining their considerable wealth and the extraordinary nature of their snakes. Xinyan, what name do you intend to bestow? In the room, a group of individuals looked on joyously at the infant cradled in Jiang Cheng's arms. Xintian was equally delighted. The Jiang family was expanding, finally resembling a semblance of a family unit. His serpent tail swirled, swiftly inscribing the characters for Jiang Wuheng upon the ground. Jiang Wuheng? Ha ha ha, splendid. A fine name indeed. It appears that naming truly is your forte, Xintian. Jiang Chong, who bore traces of age, chuckled heartily. Uncle Tian's naming skills are undoubtedly superior. Unlike yours, remarked a rather plump young man with a hint of dissatisfaction. This name, Xiao He, may not be as melodious as Jiang Wenxuan, but it is not without merit, right? Laughter erupted around them, save for Jiang Wenxuan, who was visibly exasperated. All right, Wenyuan, come hold the baby. All right, mother. Jiang Wenyuan gingerly took the child from Jiang Cheng's arms, subsequently presenting the infant to a somewhat pale-faced woman resting on the bed. Hongyue, look, our second child is quite robust. Indeed, this child belonged to Jiang Wenyuan. 4 years prior, the 20-year-old Jiang Wenxuan, under Xuantian's insistence, wed a woman named Jiang Xinyue from a modest Qi refining family. 3 years ago, Jiang Xinyue gave birth to their first child, whom Xintian named Jiang Wuqing, followed by a daughter born a few months ago, named Jiang Wuyan. Jiang Wenyu had married 3 years prior, welcoming a daughter 2 years ago, whom Xintian named Jiang Wuxin. Regarding Jiang Wenyu's marriage, Xintian harbored reservations, as Jiang Wenyu's wife, Su Jiao, was an ordinary person devoid of even a pseudo-spiritual root. Generally, the likelihood of children possessing spiritual roots is significantly higher when both parents possess them, while the probability diminishes considerably for children born to ordinary parents. Hence, foundational clans typically prohibit their members from marrying commoners. Nevertheless, Jiang Wenyu was resolute in his choice, and Xintian was unable to intervene. Conversely, Xintian viewed Jiang Wenyuan as a commendable individual. From a young age, Jiang Wenyuan had assisted Su Wenjing in managing the family business, gradually taking on more responsibilities as he matured, eventually establishing connections with the Dadao gang. It was through this association that he met his current wife, Chen Hongyue. Jiang Wenyuan was smitten at first sight, and through persistent courtship, he successfully won her heart. To add to the intrigue, they had conceived before their marriage. Xintian roared with laughter, as did Jiang Chong, and even Chen Hongyue's father, who had raised a ruckus, hurling various insults, was met with indifference from the pair. Ultimately, they wed 4 years ago, welcoming Jiang Wusun and now Jiang Wuheng into the world. Chapter 46. A fractured alliance. Upon returning to the courtyard, Xintian felt a surge of joy. The Jiang family was growing, signaling prosperity ahead. Yet, he pondered how many of the 5 children of the Wuzibai generation possessed spiritual roots. Regardless, the immediate objective was to expand the family and increase their numbers, for he was not concerned about the lack of spiritual roots. With a little more effort, the 3 brothers could easily father 4 or 5 more children. Bringing the Wuzibai generation close to 10, the potential surge in energy points would be staggering. Xintian, just as he reveled in the promise of a bright future, Jiang Chong entered, his expression grave. Xintian lifted his head, a sense of confusion washing over him. Why was the old Jiang not joyful with the birth of his grandson? It seemed trouble was afoot. What's amiss? It's about the matter you mentioned earlier. The Dideo gang has taken notice. After sitting down, Xintian began to explain the situation. The Dideo gang had set their sights on the Jiang family's inn, spiritual plantation, and spiritual pharmacy. Over the past 5 years, the Jiang family had maintained 5 inns. It wasn't that they lacked the funds to establish more, but venturing into other families' territories would be perilous. Nonetheless, even with just 5 inns, their scale had significantly improved. They had acquired adjacent lands, expanded their facilities, and increased their floors from 3 to 5. Additionally, the introduction of numerous innovative dishes over the past few years had kept business thriving, with last year's net income reaching 10,000 spirit stones. As for the spiritual plantation, it was under Jiang Wenyuan's stewardship. Xintian had always regarded this young man as exceptionally clever. Despite not being a cultivator, he was undoubtedly a commercial prodigy. Initially perceived as a minor venture, the spiritual plantation had flourished under his management, yielding abundant spiritual rice and fruits, which were now supplied to the Jiang family's inn. Furthermore, many other inns in Wuling City were acquiring spiritual rice and fruits from their plantation. Last year, the spiritual plantation's revenue reached nearly 4,500 spirit stones. It's worth noting that although the inn's revenue hit 10,000 spirit stones, they had to share 5,000 with the Dideo gang. Upon comparison, the plantation's profits were nearly on par with the inn's. The spiritual pharmacy, established by Jiang Wenyuan and his wife, Chen Hongyue, after their marriage, focused on the procurement and sale of spiritual medicines. Chen Hongyue, being associated with the Dideo gang, capitalized on their frequent hunts in the mountains, where spiritual herbs were often found, thus establishing the pharmacy. While the pharmacy's income was modest, given the competition among families in this industry, its unique advantage lay in Chen Hongyue's connections, which facilitated the acquisition of numerous spiritual herbs. Additionally, the plantation had cultivated a variety of low-tier spiritual herbs, resulting in annual revenues of several hundred spirit stones. Comparable to the Jiang family's iron mine, to outsiders, the Jiang family appeared to be a modest clan with merely 2 Qi refining stage 5 members, yet they amassed over 10,000 spirit stones annually. Over the years, many forces had set their sights on the Jiang family, including their partner, the Dideo gang. 2 years ago, the Dideo gang had urged the Jiang family to establish more inns, a proposal the Jiang family had firmly declined, accepting it would place them at a distinct disadvantage. On one hand, opening more inns would inevitably infringe upon the interests of other factions, inviting their ire. On the other hand, the Dideo gang could only provide a limited supply of beast meat. While they would profit from additional inns, the Jiang family would suffer losses. Naturally, Xintian disapproved and instructed Jiang Chong to refuse that time. He had foreseen the Dideo gang's insatiable appetite, predicting that a rift between the Jiang family and the Dideo gang was imminent. That little Dideo gang, with such a large appetite, do they not fear choking? Xintian scoffed, his 10-meter-long form coiled upon a bed crafted from warm jade. So, Xintian, what do you plan to do? What are your thoughts? Xintian, with your current first-tier superior strength, that scar-faced man is no match for you. Why not eliminate the Dideo gang? They can hardly help the Jiang family fend off external threats, Yet the Jiang family has to surrender half of their earnings from the inns to them. Such a loss. Hee hee, old Jiang, you've grown ruthless over the years. However, your reasoning still lacks clarity. The Dideo gang cannot simply be extinguished. We have nurtured them for so long. Shouldn't they return to the embrace of the Jiang family? Chapter 47. The desire to absorb the Dideo gang return to the embrace of the Jiang family. Jiang Chong was momentarily bewildered. Return? The Dideo gang was not part of the Jiang family. Xintian, are you suggesting we absorb the Dideo gang? Though Jiang Chong found Xuantian's words peculiar, he grasped the essence of his intent, albeit somewhat vaguely. It was not about absorbing but rather about returning, a prodigal son returning home. Enough of this talk of returning. It ultimately boils down to your interest in the Dideo gang, doesn't it? But are you certain that after eliminating Scarface, the others will submit to the Jiang family? Jiang Chong rolled his eyes in exasperation. Having known Xintian for 25 years, he was well aware of this fellow's cunning nature. An unmistakably treacherous and sly individual. Who were they to dictate the terms in the face of true strength? Humph! That scarred man was nothing but a worthless fool. Despite holding a significant portion of the Big Blade Gang's resources, he remained stuck at the 7th level of chi refinement after all these years, utterly useless. Beside him, Jiang Chong felt the urge to speak up but ultimately chose to silence himself. If the 7th level of chi refinement was deemed wasteful, what then of my own 5th level? The scarred man was already of advanced age, with perhaps only a decade or so left to live. His current fixation on the Jiang family's resources must surely be for the sake of his son. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th leaders of the Big Blade Gang were all at the 6th level of chi refinement, while his son languished at the 5th. Should the scarred man enter a period of bodily decline or even pass away, there was no guarantee those 3 would submit to his son. Thus, the scarred man's current intent to seize the Jiang family's resources was clearly to pave the way for his offspring. This would enable his son to command respect among others. Yet, if this was merely to facilitate his son's ascension to the 6th level of chi refinement, considering the resources the scarred man had hoarded over the years, it should have sufficed. Why then was he still coveting the Jiang family's assets? The answer lay in the scarred man's grand ambitions. He did not merely wish for his son to break through to the 6th level, but aspired for him to reach the 7th or even beyond. If he were to plunder the Jiang family's resources, the members of the Big Blade Gang would naturally rally behind him and his son. With sufficient resources, they could even expand their influence. So, are you planning to eliminate both the scarred man and his son? No. I intend to kill 6 individuals, the scarred man and his son, along with 3 other gang leaders, and the scarred man's brother, who is also at the 5th level of chi refinement. With so many casualties, only 3 individuals at the 5th level would remain in the Big Blade Gang. It matters not, for with the Jiang family as our backing, the Big Blade Gang will only grow stronger. And what about Xintian? How do you plan to handle him? I will entrust the management of the Big Blade Gang to you. With Chen Feng providing assistance, Chen Feng is reliable enough, considering he is Hong Yu's father and maintains a good relationship with our Jiang family. But will that brat when you be willing? Upon hearing Jiang Chang's words, Xintian felt a headache coming on a few years prior. Jiang Wenyu had become obsessed with poisons, later becoming engrossed in alchemy, secluding himself in his room day after day. Jiang Chong and the others had provided him with numerous texts on alchemical techniques and formulas, yet after several years, he had failed to produce even a single inferior yellow-grade pill. The amount of spirit stones consumed could have purchased dozens of such pills. If it weren't for the Jiang family's ample resources, they would have long since succumbed to this burden. Of course, after all those years of experimentation, not all had been in vain. 2 years ago, Jiang Wenyu concocted a type of aphrodisiac poison that drove inferior yellow-grade ferocious beasts into a frenzy of mating until they were exhausted, allowing cultivators to hunt them down. This poison later found its way onto the shelves of the Spirit Herb Pavilion, garnering considerable interest from buyers. Xintian recalled that upon learning of the poison's effects, he had attempted to utilize it on Jiang Chong and the 3 brothers, but regrettably, it proved ineffective on humans. Otherwise, the Jiang family's population would surely have surged in the following years. Forget it. We shall discuss this matter later. First, we must eliminate the scarred man and the others. At that time, you, as the father, and I, as the heavenly uncle, will present ourselves together. Would he dare to refuse? Chapter 48. A simple maneuver. As for the scarred man, Shintian no longer regarded him as a threat. After all, he had now reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. A mere 7th level cultivator, along with a few mid-level Qi refinement practitioners, would be easily subdued. Over the past 5 years, bolstered by abundant resources, the cultivation of Jiang Wenxian and his siblings had seen remarkable progress. Jiang Wenxian had now broken through to the 5th level of Qi refinement, and to the unknowing outsiders, he and Jiang Chong appear to be the only two at that level within the Jiang family. Jiang Wenxian provided Shintian with 9 energy points. Jiang Wenyu had advanced to the 4th level, contributing 7 energy points, while Jiang Wenlin, possessing the greatest talent, made the most significant leap, reaching the 5th level shortly after Jiang Wenxian, providing a full 12 energy points. During the early stages of Qi refinement, the speed of cultivation is notably slow, as practitioners are unfamiliar with spiritual energy or instinctively reject external elements. However, in the mid-stage of Qi refinement, the body becomes fully capable of accepting spiritual energy, leading to a significantly faster pace of cultivation. Yet, in the later stages, the speed slows once more, as this phase requires the accumulation of vast amounts of spiritual energy to prepare for the foundation-building breakthrough. As for Jiang Chong, he remained steadfast at the 5th level, however. Since Jiang Wenxian's breakthrough, he had rarely closed himself off for cultivation, simply stating that he found seclusion too dull. Yet Shintian understood that Jiang Chong merely wished to conserve resources. Previously, he had fervently pursued cultivation, eager to enhance his strength to shield the Jiang family from harm. But upon Jiang Wenxian's breakthrough to the 5th level, he recognized that there was now someone capable of taking his place as the family's pillar. Thus, he had effectively abandoned his cultivation. With his subpar spiritual root, the resources required for his training were exponentially greater than average, yet his cultivation speed remained painfully slow. The Jiang family currently possessed ample resources. But as their population grew, so too would their demands. Jiang Chong was determined to reserve resources for future generations. Aside from these four, Jiang Wenyuan's wife, Chen Hongyu, was a practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, yet perhaps due to not being a member of the Jiang family, Shintian did not gain any energy points from her. Although he could not extract energy points from Jiang Chong and Chen Hongyu. The trio of Jiang Wenxian provided Shintian with a total of 28 energy points. Coupled with the previously remaining point, Jiang Chong had amassed 29 energy points over the past 5 years. With energy points in hand, it was time to level up. Shintian consumed 21 energy points to elevate his cultivation to the 8th level of Qi refinement, and expended 5 points to enhance his perfected copper skin iron bone to the pinnacle level. Now, his system panel appeared as follows. Name: Shintian. Family: Jiang Chong. Race: Black Ringed Snake. Bloodline: Inferior Yellow Grade. Realm: 8th level of Qi refinement. Innate Divine Ability: Venomous Fangs, Venom Spray. System Ability: Copper Skin Iron Bone. Perfection. Energy Points: 3.at. This rate, Shintian felt that his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage was drawing near. As soon as either Jiang Wenxian, Jiang Wenyu, or Jiang Wenlin reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, his energy points would accumulate to 9, allowing him to break through to the 9th level. However, he was uncertain how many energy points were required for the foundation establishment breakthrough. He guessed it would not be merely 10. Though the 9th level of Qi refinement precedes the foundation establishment stage, the two realms are fundamentally different. It is said that within certain powerful factions, only those who reach the foundation establishment stage are deemed true cultivators. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, both strength and lifespan would significantly increase, unlike the Qi refinement stage, where lifespan matches that of an ordinary person unless one consumes precious items. Thus, Shintian believed that a substantial number of energy points would be necessary for the foundation establishment breakthrough, though he could not ascertain the exact amount. However, with the growing population of the Jiang family and the enhancement of everyone's strength, he anticipated that the forthcoming energy points would not be scarce. Additionally, there was the matter of upgrading his bloodline grade, which was equally essential. According to descriptions of ferocious beasts, barring a few exceptions, those with higher bloodline grades generally possess greater combat prowess. The black-ringed snake excels in venom. Yet upon reaching the later stages of Qi refinement, Shintian discovered that the potency of his venom had not significantly increased. While it could threaten practitioners at the later stages, it would likely prove ineffective against those at the foundation establishment stage. Therefore, Xintian deemed it imperative to elevate his bloodline grade to bolster his combat effectiveness within the same realm. More importantly, the higher the bloodline grade, the fewer energy points would be required for the enhancement of cultivation and divine abilities. Chapter 49. A Night of Darkness and Wind for Murder. When do you plan to make your move against the Big Blade Gang, Xintian? Right now. Now? Are you in such a rush that you haven't considered a strategy? Strategy? Why bother with such trivialities? Old Jiang, let me tell you, strategies are only necessary when one lacks strength. When one possesses sufficient strength, chaos can reign. All fear stems from a lack of firepower. My strength now vastly surpasses that of the scarred man and his cohorts. I need not devise any strategies and can simply crush them. As the saying goes, on a moonless and windy night, tonight presents the perfect opportunity. With those words, Xuantian's figure vanished from the courtyard. A lack of strength leads to idle thoughts, while sufficient strength allows for unrestrained actions. All fear arises from inadequate firepower. Xintian, oh Xintian, with you protecting the Jiang family in the future, I shall rest easy. The night in Wuling City was tranquil. This world was fraught with danger, and unless absolutely necessary, few ventured out at night. Across the darkened streets, a 10-meter-long serpent swiftly slithered by nearby. Several Qi refinement practitioners seemed to sense something amiss. But just as they prepared to investigate, Xintian had vanished, and no matter. As long as it's not directed at me, why concern myself too much? It's not my business. Tomorrow is bound to be lively. Several Qi refinement practitioners mused. Wuling City was divided into 5 regions: East, West, South, North, and Central. Both the Jiang family and the Big Blade Gang were situated in the northern region, and Xintian soon arrived at the location of the Big Blade Gang. The Big Blade Gang resided within a vast courtyard, far more expansive than the Jiang family's estate. Especially after their collaboration with the Jiang family, their profits had soared, leading to the continuous expansion of this courtyard. Xintian unleashed a stream of venom upon a wall, which instantly dissolved, creating an opening through which he entered the courtyard. Upon his arrival, he noticed 2 individuals approaching. Patrol guards? At that moment, the 2 spotted Xintian, a 10-meter-long serpent. Startled, they opened their mouths to scream, but before a sound could escape, Xintian unleashed 2 jets of venom. The venom struck them directly in their mouths. Before they could utter a single cry, their throats were corroded. Xintian paid no further heed to their plight. 2 mere low-ranking cultivators at the first stage of Qi refinement could not withstand his venom. The Dadao gang had placed numerous moonlight stones around, illuminating the surroundings. Yet, where there is light, shadows inevitably linger, and Xintian proceeded stealthily along the darker paths. Should he inadvertently encounter the patrolling guards, he would merely advise them to be cautious in their nighttime escapades in their next lives. In one of the courtyards, a room glowed with light, and 2 faint voices emerged. "Father, will the Jiang family comply?" A young man, appearing to be in his 20s, posed the question. Opposite him, a burly man with a scar on his face scoffed. "Comply? The insignificant Jiang family dares to refuse. If it weren't for our Dadao gang's protection over the years, could the Jiang family have flourished as they have? Now that Jiang Wenxuan has broken through to the 5th stage of Qi refinement, the Jiang family possesses a semblance of strength. Over the years, they have amassed considerable wealth and resources, and with their limited numbers, it means every member has ample resources for cultivation. If we do not suppress them now, it won't be long before they turn against us. Alas, I bear lingering injuries and have been unable to break through the 8th stage of Qi refinement for years, and my age now is considerable. And the prospect of a breakthrough seems bleak. Therefore, we must seize the Jiang family's resources, not only for your future cultivation, but also to ensure the Dadao gang remains firmly in our grasp, ultimately establishing a family of our own." Listening outside, Xintian couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. He had initially thought their targeting of the Jiang family was merely for better control of the Dadao gang. But the true intent was to establish a family. The Dadao gang was founded by 4 leaders united, and now Scarface sought to build a family atop that foundation. It was akin to draining the lifeblood of the Dadao gang. He wondered how the other 3 leaders would react upon learning this. Yet, Why concern himself with the thoughts of the dying? Xiantian burst through the door. Who? Scarface and his son exclaimed in shock, hastily drawing their magical artifacts to defend themselves, but at that instant, Xiantian unleashed a torrent of venom. The young man clutched his face, letting out a wretched scream. Scarface, a practitioner of the 7th stage of Qi refinement, managed to evade Xiantian's venomous attack. However, upon turning to see his son's head dissolving into smoke, he was rendered speechless. He had pinned all his hopes on his son, only to face the sorrow of losing him. You beast, I will kill you. Chapter 50. Slaying Scarface. Scarface was bewildered as to why this enormous black-ringed serpent had appeared and attacked him. All he knew was that his only son lay dead at the hands of this creature. Rage consumed his mind, clouding his reason, and he failed to recognize that the black-ringed serpent before him was of greater strength. The name Scarface stemmed not only from the scar on his face, but also from his prowess with a blade. With a flash of golden light, Scarface bellowed, swinging his sword toward Xiantian. Clang! Xiantian did not flinch. His perfected copper skin iron bone technique had reached completion, and he had long wished to test its strength. Ha ha ha! Splendid! Truly splendid! A strike from a 7th stage Qi refinement practitioner merely brings me pain without inflicting harm. This perfected copper skin iron bone is formidable. With this defense, I dare say even an ordinary 9th stage practitioner would struggle against me. Xiantian's spirit soared. He was not particularly skilled in combat, having faced few battles, but his perfected copper skin iron bone was sufficient to elevate him above his peers. With his current power, barring the intervention of a foundation establishment expert, he believed no one at the Qi refinement stage could slay him. Of course, this was contingent upon his opponents lacking formidable magical artifacts. Scarface, nearly deranged with fury, disregarded whether Xiantian was injured, swinging his sword once more at the serpent. This time, Xiantian would not foolishly wait to be struck. Although the pain was negligible, he was not a masochist who would allow Scarface to attack unchallenged. The serpent's body swayed, evading Scarface's strike. While its powerful tail lashed out at him, in his frenzy, Scarface did not dodge, attacking the serpent's tail with his blade, but Xiantian's strength was beyond his ken. With a resounding crash, Scarface was sent flying from the room, crashing through the wall and creating a gaping hole. Thankfully, he had prepared soundproofing arrays. Otherwise, the other members of the Dedeo gang would have discovered the commotion long ago. In the courtyard, Scarface scrambled to his feet, the impact snapping him back to reality. He raised his head to gaze at Xiantian. Who seeks to kill me? Xiantian remained silent, his eyes glinting with amusement. The Zhang family. You must be from the Zhang family, Scarface exclaimed. I cannot be mistaken. It is said that many years ago, Kongshi of the Kong family and several mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners were slain by a black-ringed serpent. And at that time, they were in conflict with the Zhang family. Now that I seek the Zhang family, you appear before me. You must be their spirit beast. How amusing it is to underestimate the Zhang family. Who would have thought they possessed a first-tier superior spirit beast? It is no wonder I, Scarface, have to endure the loss of my son. However, even if I die, I will not allow the Zhang family to have it easy. After tonight, the entire Wuling city will know that the Zhang family harbors a first-tier superior black-ringed serpent. As his words fell, Scarface suddenly charged toward the courtyard's exit. Bang! Just as Scarface was about to burst from the courtyard, an invisible barrier blocked his path. Unprepared, he collided with it, breaking his nose and causing blood to gush forth. Ha ha ha, did you think you could escape in my presence? I anticipated your flight long ago. Not only do I have soundproofing arrays, but I also have 2 additional arrays for confinement and attack awaiting you. Had Scarface understood Xiantian's words, he would have surely been driven to madness. Despite being far stronger than him, Xiantian had made such thorough preparations. Xiantian had no choice. The Zhang family needed to survive and develop, and he had to ensure everything was foolproof. The 3 arrays were all of superior yellow rank. While the soundproofing was manageable, the confinement and attack arrays would require a foundation establishment expert to dismantle. Even a 9th stage Qi refinement practitioner would struggle to contend with them for long. Scarface paid no mind to the blood pouring from his nose. his eyes filled with despair as he gazed at the approaching Xin Tian. Chapter 51. Taking over the Dadao gang. Scarface was dead, and the other three leaders, along with Scarface's brother, had also met their demise. The following day, a wave of shock rippled through the northern region of the city. In the North City, the Zhang family was the only Foundation establishment force. The rest were merely small Qi refinement factions, and the Dadao gang had gained some notoriety among these groups. The overnight deaths of a 7th-stage Qi refinement practitioner and 5 mid-stage practitioners left many factions in a state of trepidation. At the Wu family in North City, Patriarch, the deaths of Scarface and his associates likely required the intervention of at least a 9th-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Dio, you think it could be the Yu family? Quite possibly. Apart from the Zhang family, the Yu family is the most formidable force in North City. The Kai family has remained low-key these past years, while the Yu family is known for their arrogant conduct. It is highly likely they are behind this. They have eliminated multiple factions before. At the Kai family in North City. Second Elder, who do you think is responsible? Eldest Elder, I suspect it could be the Yu family. To kill a 7th-stage practitioner without a sound would require significant strength. The assailant must be at least a 9th stage or higher. Such practitioners in the North City are limited to our 4 families and the Wanbao Merchant Guild. The Wanbao Merchant Guild is highly unlikely to be involved, and the Zhang family would not covertly deal with a small faction like the Dadao gang. Moreover, the Zhang and Xiao families have been embroiled in fierce conflict, with any family of significant strength already under scrutiny. Hence, it is improbable they would accept. As for the Wu family, the previous Patriarch's failed breakthrough to Foundation establishment led to our current weakness. And we have been operating discreetly for years. It is unlikely to be us. The most probable culprit is indeed the Yu family. That makes sense, however, since this matter does not involve our Kai family. We shall not interfere. Our focus must remain on the Patriarch's affairs. Naturally, we must remain vigilant during this time. At the Yu family in North City. TSK, it seems someone is restless. Patriarch, who do you think is responsible? Who else could it be but our 5 families? The Wanbao Guild is out of the question, and the Wu family is likely too weak after their previous Patriarch's failure. The Zhang family would attack the Dadao gang openly, and given their ongoing battles with the Xiao and Lin families, any family of strength is under watch, leaving no opportunity for action. Thus, it is unlikely to be the Zhang family. The only remaining suspect is the Kai family. That Kai family has been extraordinarily low profile, yet their overall strength is no less than ours in the Yu family. They have been shrouded in secrecy. Eldest Elder, have someone keep an eye on the Kai family. Understood, Patriarch, at the Zhang family. The leader of the Dadao gang has been killed? Let it be. One less ant to worry about. It is probably just that trio of families stirring up trouble again. They all aspire to become Foundation establishment forces. How naive. This matter need not be heeded. Our focus must be on intensifying the suppression of the Xiao and Lin clans. This time, we must ensure their downfall. The thoughts of the major families, including Xintian and others, are unknown to them. No one would ever suspect that the murderer is merely the insignificant Zhang family, with the deaths of Scar and the 3 leaders. The next step is to seize control of the Big Knife Gang. Presently, the most formidable members of the Big Knife Gang are 3 at the 5th level of Qi refining. Chen Quan is manageable, being the father of Chen Hongyue, so there should be no issues there. As for the other 2, they may be obedient for now, but if they defy us, Xintian will not hesitate to take action again. Wenyu, you must take over the Big Knife Gang for me. Jiang Chong glared furiously at Jiang Wenyu, who stubbornly refused to accept the responsibility, regardless of soft or hard persuasion. Father, I truly have no time. I am at a critical juncture and will soon be able to concoct spirit pills. Xintian, standing nearby, was at a loss for words. Critical juncture? Nonsense. By the time you create spirit pills, your grandson may very well have been born. Alas, it seems I must intervene myself. Xintian coiled his tail around a wooden stick as thick as an arm. If the child refuses to listen, he must be disciplined. Moments later, Jiang Chong, having exited Jiang Wenyu's courtyard, turned to Xintian and asked, Xintian, since Wenyu has now agreed to take over the Big Knife Gang, how do you plan to deal with the other 2 at the 5th level of Qi refining? With the upheaval within the Big Knife Gang, as partners, we should express concern. Inform Chen Quan that the Jiang family will host a banquet tomorrow, and he, along with the other two at the 5th level, should come. Once they arrive, they will surely comply. Days later, the Big Knife Gang held a re-election for its leaders. Chen Quan became the Grant leader, Li Ran the 2nd leader, Luo Cheng the 3rd leader, and Jiang Wenyu the 4th leader. The re-election of the Big Knife Gang did not create the same uproar as the death of Scar. After all, when Scar was alive, the Big Knife Gang still had a few cultivators at the late stages of chi refining. Without Scar, many believed the Big Knife Gang had lost most of its strength. Hence, it became a matter of little concern. However, only a select few within the Big Knife Gang understood that it was now stronger than ever before. Chapter 52, Blood Essence Stone. Are you truly not going to cultivate anymore? Xintian inquired, reclining on a massive jade bed. Jiang Cheng chuckled and replied, with you around, and the little ones growing, I shan't waste resources. Daily cultivation was dreadfully dull. Now I find joy in caring for my grandchildren. I say that right, little orange? Yes. A chubby toddler in Jiang Cheng's arms munched on grilled fish, mumbling incoherently. Put some effort into it. Haven't you eaten? Okay. Grandpa Tian. Xintian squinted his eyes in comfort, allowing the two little rascals to scramble over him. Tickles, this feels wonderful. It had been a year since the Jiang family took over the Big Knife Gang, and no one suspected the Jiang family of being the perpetrators, allowing them a tranquil existence. 2 months ago, Jiang Wenyu's 2nd child, Jiang Wuze, was born, bringing the count of the Wu lineage to 6. Jiang Wuqing and Jiang Wusun are now 3 years old, and Jiang Wuxin is 2. These 3 little ones cling to Jiang Chong and Xintian, who readily indulges them, having no plans to retreat into seclusion. Meanwhile, Xintian sometimes found the little ones a tad bothersome, yet their antics on him were oddly comforting, prompting him to turn a blind eye to Jiang Cheng's constant company of them in his courtyard. The other 3 children were still too young, primarily cared for by their mothers or wet nurses. How many of the 6 do you think will possess true spirit roots? Suddenly, Jiang Chong set down Jiang Wuqing and turned to Xintian. I do not know. Old Jiang, I recognize your eagerness for the Jiang family to grow strong, but the journey from nothing to something, and then to strength, is inherently a lengthy process. One cannot rush it. Alas, Xintian, I will be 50 next year. A mortal's lifespan is but a mere 60 years. While chi refiners can live a few extra years free from illness, I have but a decade left. I wish to witness a powerful Jiang family before I depart. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Xuantian's eyes darkened. For the Jiang family's current situation, population is paramount. However, since you have established family rules, we must rely on time to cultivate our clan. Perhaps Wuqing and the others may lack spirit roots or possess only false ones. Yet even mortals can contribute to the family, as exemplified by Wen Yuan. Consider how much wealth he has brought to the Jiang family. Xintian, you've misunderstood my point that I do not imply that mortals lack value. I fully acknowledge Wen Yuan's contributions. However, in this world, strength reigns supreme, and no matter how clever a mortal may be, they cannot ascend to power. Think about it. Without us, could Wen Yuan have achieved such feats? Impossible. In this world, without power, intelligence is a liability. Even if he generates greater wealth, he cannot safeguard it. For any faction, strength is of utmost importance. With a strong protector, mortals have the opportunity to showcase their talents. Indeed. Xintian fell silent for a moment before continuing. By the way, old Jiang, what treasures did the Jiang family of Bailing City possess that enabled all your children to be born with spirit roots? Treasures? They hardly qualify as such. It was merely water infused with blood essence stones after birth. Blood essence stones? What are those? Blood essence stones are blood jade refined with vital essence. However, this vital essence is no ordinary kind. It is the essence of a nascent soul grand cultivator. Nascent soul cultivator, Xintian sighed inwardly. The Jiang family, let alone now, could not compete with sects like the Spirit Sword sect. Can these blood essence stones be purchased? Xintian suddenly asked, pondering if the Jiang family could acquire one. Useless. These blood essence stones only benefit descendants with blood ties. For others, obtaining them is futile. Then there is nothing to be done. Xintian shook his head. When will a nascent soul grand cultivator emerge from the Jiang family? Chapter 53. The Jiang family visits. The Jiang family had been enjoying a peaceful existence, but the visit of an individual disrupted this tranquility. In Xuantian's courtyard, Jiang Chang was, as usual, playing with the three little ones when a voice suddenly called from outside, "Master, I have urgent news to report." Old Luo? Jiang Chang was taken aback, then turned to Xintian with a furrowed brow. Old Luo was the head servant of the Jiang family, essentially the steward. Normally, no one was permitted to enter Xuantian's courtyard. Among the Jiang family's servants, only old Luo and one responsible for Xuantian's meals were aware of his existence. "Go see. Old Luo wouldn't he come here without good reason." Jiang Chang nodded and left the courtyard. "Old Luo, what has happened?" Upon stepping out, Jiang Chang noticed a look of panic in old Luo's eyes, causing his heart to race, and he hurriedly inquired, "Master, the Zhang family has sent someone." "The Zhang family?" Jiang Chang's expression changed drastically. While many in Wuling City bore the surname Zhang, he recognized that old Luo referred to the Zhang family of the northern region, a foundational clan. Where is he now? The eldest young master has already welcomed him into the reception hall. "You tend to your business. I will go have a look." Yes, in the Zhang family's reception hall. A man in his 30s occupied the main seat, with Jiang Wenxuan seated to his right. Upon entering, Jiang Chang paused at this sight, realizing more trouble was brewing. "Zhang, young master, your visit is an honor. I apologize for not greeting you sooner." Upon entering, Jiang Chang quickly bowed, feeling as if he were an outsider despite being the head of the Jiang family. "Haha, no need for such formalities, Master Jiang. Please, take a seat." The man in the main seat chuckled, addressing Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang's brow twitched, yet he refrained from speaking, opting to sit in a seat to the left of the main position. Jiang Wenxuan, witnessing this situation, was about to erupt in anger but was silenced by a look from Jiang Chang. "May I ask what brings the Zhang young master to my humble abode?" Although he stifled his son, it did not quell his own indignation. After sitting down, Jiang Chang did not wait for the man from the Zhang family to speak and directly asked, a mere late-stage qi refining. "My Zhang family has dealt with such before. If you provoke me, I might just end you on your way home. Do you think my family as Xintian is easy to bully?" The Zhang family man raised an eyebrow. Appearing somewhat displeased with Jiang Chang's demeanor, however, he maintained a cheerful expression, responding, "Master Jiang is quite forthright. I appreciate that. I will not beat around the bush either. You are aware of the conflicts between my Zhang family and the Lin and Shao families in the eastern city. Although my Zhang family has a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, the Lin and Shao families are not to be trifled with, and our attempts to suppress them have not gone smoothly over the years. Thus, my Zhang family has decided to seek assistance from allies in the northern region." Jiang Chang and Jiang Wenxuan exchanged wide-eyed glances. Seeking the Jiang family's aid against two foundation establishment families? Is the Jiang family truly an ally of the Zhang family? This is madness. Zhang, young master, you jest. How could my humble Jiang family possess the ability to be your ally, let alone combat the Shao and Lin families? Humph, I am not jesting, Jiang Chang. We have all underestimated the Jiang family. Originally, we intended to ally with several factions that possess late-stage qi refinement practitioners, but to our surprise, we discovered that the Jiang family is quite wealthy. Over the years, the Jiang family has earned spirit stones that rival those of the late-stage qi refinement factions. Jiang Chang remained silent, bowing his head, then exhaled slowly, looking at the man from the Zhang family and inquired, "What does the Zhang family wish for my Jiang family to do?" Jiang Chang understood that this time, the Jiang family could not escape. They would either offend the Zhang family or the Lin and Shao families. "Ha ha ha, head of the Jiang family, those who know how to adapt are the true heroes. You will not regret your actions today." Chapter 54. Who is watching whom? Upon seeing Jiang Chang enter, Xintian quickly asked, "What is the matter?" Trouble has arisen. In order to develop cautiously, the Jiang family has been sufficiently low-key over the years, yet we have still been targeted. After hearing Jiang Chang's explanation, Xintian grasped the situation's context. The Zhang, Lin, and Shao families had been in fierce contention, with the Zhang family gaining the upper hand due to a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, the third foundation establishment family, the Chu family from the east of the city, soon joined the fray. Although the Chu family did not expend their full strength like the other two families, their involvement caused the Zhang family to suffer continuous setbacks. The Chu family's support of the Lin and Shao families caught the Zhang family completely off guard. As all three families were located in the eastern part of the city and harbored mutual grievances, especially between the Chu and Lin families, who were essentially sworn enemies. The Zhang family had always assumed that the Chu family would either refrain from meddling in the conflict among the three families or unite with the Zhang family against the Lin and Xiao families. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. However, the situation unfolded entirely contrary to their expectations. The Lin, Xiao, and Chu families formed an alliance. This alliance immediately placed immense pressure on the Zhang family, who had intended to seek assistance from other foundation establishment families. Yet those families were not foolish enough to engage in a conflict that would deplete their own resources. Fortunately, the Chu family contributed only a minimal effort, allowing the Zhang family to resist somewhat. Thus, the Zhang family turned their attention to the Qi refinement factions in the northern part of the city. Consequently, the Zhang family was reluctantly drawn into the fray. Of course, to outsiders, the Zhang family merely appeared as a small clan with two Qi refinement level 5 practitioners, and the Zhang family naturally did not expect the Zhang family to provide significant support. They had set their sights on the Zhang family's assets: spiritual herbs, iron mines, beast aphrodisiacs, and Qi blood rice. While the spiritual herbs, iron mines, and beast aphrodisiacs were one thing, Xin Tian was astonished that they had even targeted Qi blood rice. The Qi blood rice was an unintentional creation by Jiang Wenyu and Jiang Wenyuan. Originally, Jiang Wenyuan's spiritual plantation grew a considerable amount of blood rice, which could enhance the vitality of Qi refinement practitioners when consumed in large quantities. Although its effects were rather mediocre, later, Jiang Wenyu concocted a peculiar poison, which accidentally dripped onto a small patch of spiritual field within the plantation. Subsequently, Jiang Wenyuan discovered that the blood rice in that small patch was growing at a remarkably slow rate, taking a whole year to yield what normally would have been produced in 2 harvests. Moreover, Jiang Wenyuan noticed that the blood rice from that small patch was somewhat different. Ordinary blood rice was dark red, while that from the small patch was a vibrant crimson. After conducting tests on those peculiar grains, Jiang Wenyuan found that the vitality contained within was 7 to 8 times that of ordinary blood rice. He named the extraordinary rice Qi blood rice and began cultivating it on a larger scale. Now, it was the first year of large-scale cultivation for Qi blood rice, and although it had yet to mature, the Zhang family had already set their sights on it. Xin Tian, what shall we do? The Zhang family now demands that we sell our goods to the eastern city at 70% of the original price. We will incur tremendous losses. While we may not suffer losses, even at a 70% discount, we would still make a profit, albeit reduced. The real trouble lies in offending the 3 major foundation establishment families in the eastern city. Xin Tian, you are quite clever. Think of a way out. It may not necessarily be a bad thing. Not a bad thing? Hold on, let me explain. All along, we have kept our industry small due to fears of oppression from other families. Now that the Zhang family wants us to sell our iron mines, spiritual herbs, and beast aphrodisiacs at low prices to penetrate the eastern market, we can expand our industry on the up and up. The spiritual herbs will yield little to no profit and are difficult to scale, so we can set them aside for now. However, we can expand the production of iron mines, beast aphrodisiacs, and Qi blood rice. Since the prices are low, we can win by volume. What you say does seem to have merit. Yet, once we enlarge our industry, if the 4 major foundation establishment families cease their conflict, many factions will surely turn their attention to us. These families have been at odds for over 100 years. How could they settle things so quickly? As long as this struggle continues for another 5 or 6 years, it remains uncertain who will be watching whom. Chapter 55. Something feels off. Manager Yuan. The items are right here. Take a look. No need to inspect. I have full faith in the 2 of you. We've collaborated several times, and I am well aware of your characters. A short, slender man chuckled as he addressed the 2 young men in their 20s, then handed over a storage bag. Gentleman Jiang, here are the spirit stones. Please count them, and no need to count. Manager Yuan trusts us, and we naturally trust you. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. Too many matters to attend to, and I fear I shall be working late tonight. Haha, it seems Manager Yuan's business is thriving. I wish every day were as busy as yours, then the Zhang family would surely earn a good number of spirit stones. So, brother, are the spirit stones sufficient? Jiang Wenyuan asked his elder brother, who was inspecting the quantity. All that talk of trust and not needing to check is nonsense. Uncle Tian has always taught us to be wary of the many and scrupulous merchants out there. They are sufficient. This old Yuan is quite trustworthy, I told you so. Although old Yuan may be short and unimposing, his integrity is beyond reproach. Humph, just now, you glanced at old Yuan leaving and immediately asked me to check the spirit stones. Just in case we needed to retrieve any. Hey, when it comes to spirit stones, one must be cautious. Uncle Tian is indeed formidable. I was quite worried when the Zhang family approached us, but unexpectedly, Uncle Tian turned the tide. The spirit stones we've earned over the past 2 years nearly match what the Zhang family earned in half a year prior. Indeed, the plantation has expanded fourfold in the past 2 years, and we've acquired several iron mines. We are fortunate that the Zhang family is currently consolidating power in the north to deal with the 3 major foundation establishment families in the east. Otherwise, other factions would have surely approached us by now. Now that Uncle Tian has reached the first tier of high quality, we need not worry too much about Qi refinement factions. The real concern lies with the Zhang family. Just as Uncle Tian said, while the conflict among the 4 families appears fierce, it primarily revolves around business competition. Their disputes have yet to reach a boiling point, if no external forces intervene. The conflicts among the 4 families will likely persist for at least another decade. A decade? By then, you might very well be entering the late stage of Qi refinement. You overestimate me, brother. Achieving the late stage of Qi refinement is no easy feat. However, Linner should be able to. Linner? I haven't seen her in 3 years. I miss her a bit. Father, we have returned. Xiaohei, when you? Why did it take you so long to come back? Did something happen? In the living room, Jiang Chong set down his 5-year-old son. Jiang Wuqing. No. It was just that the Zhang family had some matters to attend to, which delayed us, thus wasting quite a bit of time. The Jiang family, along with other Qi refinement factions from the north, sold goods to the east through the Zhang family's channels. Otherwise, they would not dare venture into the eastern city for fear of provoking other factions there. With the Zhang family vouching for them, the situation was different. If any issues arose, they could turn to the Zhang family for assistance. Do you know what the Zhang family's delay was due to? Currently, the Zhang family is walking a fine line, and every action of the Zhang family will determine whether that line remains steady or wavers. We did not witness the events ourselves, but we heard from others that those from the Zhang family appeared quite pleased after completing their business. Upon hearing Jiang Wenyuan's words, Jiang Chong fell into deep thought, a nagging sense of foreboding gnawing at him. Very well, let us set this matter aside for now. You both return home. Oh, and Xiaohei. You need to put in more effort. Wenyu and Wenyuan's 3rd child has been born, yet you have yet to make any progress. Should you encounter any difficulties, I can speak to Uncle Tian. He is quite knowledgeable in such matters. Jiang Wenyuan burst into laughter. Father, what are you saying? I have no issues. I am perfectly healthy. Then you should put in more effort. Otherwise, it won't be I who says it, but rather Uncle Tian who comes knocking. After the 2 brothers departed, Jiang Chong picked up Jiang Wuqing and once again fell into deep contemplation. Something feels off. I have a nagging feeling that something will happen. I should go consult Xin Tian. Chapter 56. Whoever comes, I will eliminate. Xin Tian believed that the strife among the 4 major families would endure for a lengthy period, and not only him, but many others, including those from the Shao and Lin families, shared this belief. However, unexpectedly, the conflict among the 4 families came to an abrupt halt. The cessation was so sudden and surprising, akin to an intense battle that was suddenly called to a halt. When Xin Tian learned of this development, he was left utterly stunned. It was entirely different from his expectations. After some inquiry, it became apparent that everything was orchestrated by the Chu family. Several years ago, the Chu family, in collusion with the Shao and Lin families, conspired against the Zhang family. Many were perplexed at the time, considering that all parties were situated in the eastern part of the city, where tensions were inevitable. It was indeed remarkable that they did not exacerbate the situation but instead extended a helping hand. Moreover, the Chu and Lin families were sworn enemies. Now, the situation has finally come to light. This entire scheme was a ploy by the Chu family targeting both the Shao and Lin families. After feigning an alliance with the Shao and Lin families, the 2 major clans immediately felt an increase in strength, which allowed them to intensify their oppression of the Zhang family. the face of the various forces in the northern region dumping their goods, the Shao and Lin families spared no effort. And many factions from the eastern region were drawn into the fray to confront the northern forces. The overall strength of the eastern factions surpassed that of the northern, thus uniting the power of the east against the north was naturally advantageous. However, due to this very strength, with numerous practitioners at the late stage of qi refinement, the three prominent families, Shao, Lin, and Chu, found it exceedingly difficult to truly dominate the eastern region. Consequently, when faced with the demands of the Shao and Lin families, many factions in the east only pretended to agree, secretly colluding with the Chu family. In just 2 years, most factions in the east with late-stage qi refinement practitioners had allied with the Chu family. Subsequently, the Chu family used these qi refinement factions as leverage to enlist the Qin family, the foremost clan in Wuling City, bringing a majority of the city's industries to the Qin family in exchange for their support. Naturally, the Qin family would not act directly, as Wuling City was still under the watchful eyes of the Luo and Zhou families. Yet, this was inconsequential. As long as the Qin family was willing to stand behind the Chu family, that sufficed. The Chu family approached the Zhang family, forming an alliance to jointly suppress the Shao and Lin families. Under the combined might of the Chu and Zhang families, along with the intimidation from the Qin family, the Shao and Lin families suffered successive defeats, ultimately consenting to pay various costs in exchange for a cessation of hostilities from the Chu and Zhang families. Following this incident, the Shao and Lin families retreated to the eastern region, while the greatest beneficiaries of the conflict among the four major families turned out to be the Chun family. The Chu family also reaped rewards, having exerted only a modicum of effort. They effectively transferred the assets of the Shao and Lin families to the Qin family, simultaneously fostering goodwill with the Qin family and suppressing the Shao and Lin families, who, having lost a significant portion of their assets, would inevitably weaken over time. The Zhang family was also quite pleased. Although they did not achieve their ultimate goal of completely dismantling the Shao and Lin families, they were close enough, and now that the Zhang and Chu families had joined forces, any resurgence from the Shao and Lin families would be exceedingly difficult. In the courtyard, Xuantian's expression was a tumult of emotions. The Chu family truly possessed remarkable schemes. Xintian pondered, what should be done now? The Zhang family no longer overtly suppressed the Shao and Lin families. Without the protection of the Zhang family, the goods in the eastern region could not circulate freely, which would inevitably attract the attention of many forces in the north towards the Jiang family's substantial industries. Beside him, Jiang Cheng's face was anxious, expressing his unease. Alas, this was truly a miscalculation. I thought we could take advantage of the chaos, only to realize that the murkiness was due to someone else casting a net. In the presence of those foundational forces, we small factions are akin to mere pawns, held in hand during the game and tossed aside once it concludes. Now, there is no alternative but to press forward despite the odds. What if we were to relinquish some industries? Human desires are insatiable. Today, if you grant someone 100 spirit stones, tomorrow they will demand 1,000, and the day after, 10,000. Xintian, I am somewhat fearful. The Jiang family has just begun to flourish, yet we are merely a dozen strong. I dread that something might befall them. I will keep a close watch on them. As long as the foundational powers do not intervene, anyone who dares approach will meet their demise. Chapter 57. Stirring the waters a few days later, the situation grew increasingly dire as the Jiang family's various industries faced suppression. Uncle Tian, the Yao family, is utterly shameless. They claim that my beast stimulant powder is ineffective, leading to their people being attacked by ferocious beasts. Who among those who purchased the beast stimulant powder ever complained of its efficacy? It can indeed leave the beasts utterly exhausted. Indeed, father, Uncle Tian, the Yang family is equally despicable. They have opened 2 shops, both named Spirit Medicine Pavilion, situated directly to our left and right, clearly targeting us. Moreover, the Wu family has stated that the iron mine sold to us originally lacked proper documentation and demands its return, claiming we owe compensation for the considerable amounts we have extracted over the years. And they expect us to relinquish our iron and steel refining techniques. The inn has also faced repression. Recently, patrons have reported various issues after consuming our inn's offerings: diarrhea, poisoning, and even loss of cultivation. Diarrhea and poisoning are one thing, but how could mere mortals experience a loss of cultivation? The murmurs of the crowd left Xintian and Jiang Chong with headaches, but both understood the gravity of the Jiang family's current plight. This is troublesome, Xintian. It is as expected. Many factions have set their sights on the Jiang family. The over 50 Jiang Chong appeared somewhat aged, his face marked with age spots, radiating a solemn expression in their eyes. The Jiang family was weak yet possessed substantial wealth, making them an obvious target. Xintian, we must devise a strategy. Otherwise, these individuals will only grow more audacious. I am well aware of this, which is why I intend to stir the waters. Stir the waters? What does that mean? When the waters are muddied, the fish lose their sense of direction, and in such confusion, they will panic. Days later, the leader of the Hunters Guild, a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement, inexplicably perished on his own territory, his body horrifically dissolved. Speculation arose that he had been poisoned, yet no traces of poison were found at the scene. Initially, the crowd assumed this was due to the guild leader's enmity or internal strife. But unbeknownst to them, this was merely the beginning. A few days later, the leader of the Giant Sword Guild, also a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement, met the same gruesome fate in a brothel. By this time, some began to sense something amiss. A few days later, the patriarch of the Yao family, a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement, suffered a tragic death in his bridal chamber while preparing for his 18th wedding night. His demise mirrored that of the previous two 7th level practitioners. At this point, numerous factions began to panic, launching investigations that ultimately confirmed all three had succumbed to the poison of the black ring snake. Upon reaching the mid-grade of the first tier, the potency of the black ring snake's venom significantly escalates. When sprayed, it corrodes and dissolves its targets until the venom is expended. This is why. At first, everyone believed the individuals had died from poisoning without knowing the specific poison. However, after some factions conducted comparative investigations, they ultimately verified it was the venom of the black ring snake. Xintian remained unconcerned with the investigations. Knowing it was the venom of the black ring snake mattered little. As long as no one sought him out, it was of no concern. The waters remained insufficiently muddied. And Xintian persisted in his endeavors. Xuanqian's targets were broad, encompassing not only those with designs against the Jiang family but also factions with no prior interactions. Over the following month, nearly 10 practitioners at the late stage of Qi refinement met tragic ends, resulting in a substantial decline in the strength of numerous factions. Those yet untouched by the turmoil grew increasingly anxious. Many factions approached the Zhang family, imploring them to take action to identify the perpetrator. The Zhang family, initially reluctant to intervene, had no choice but to dispatch 2 practitioners at the 9th level of Qi refinement to patrol at night due to the persistent pressure from the factions. The Zhang family's intervention proved effective. Since the deployment of the 2 9th-level practitioners for nocturnal patrols, Xintian refrained from further actions for an extended 6 months. After half a year of this, the 2 9th-level practitioners, who had long harbored discontent, returned to the Zhang family. As esteemed practitioners at the 9th level, they were unwilling to continue patrolling for others. On the very night they returned to the Zhang family, Xintian struck again. Chapter 58. Wu Tiancheng who? Wu Tiancheng exclaimed, abruptly awakening from his meditative state upon hearing unusual sounds from outside his chamber. TSK, as expected of a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement. My array was just set, yet it was detected. Xintian did not conceal himself, revealing his 10-meter-long form. Black ring snake? It is you, the very snake that has assassinated multiple practitioners at the late stage of Qi refinement. Wu Tiancheng's heart tightened. Previously, the strongest victim of the black ring snake had been a practitioner at the 8th level, leading him to believe the snake could at most possess the strength of a practitioner at the 9th level. As he too was at the 9th level, logically, the black ring snake should not target him. However, now that the black ring snake had appeared, it indicated that this particular snake was confident in its ability to kill him, causing a surge of panic within Wu Tiancheng. Moreover, with the black ring snake present, its master was likely nearby. Spirit beasts typically possess strength at the upper tier of the 1st grade, and their master would likely not be weak either. Wu Tiancheng scanned his surroundings but found no one other than the black ring snake. My strength is only average among 9th-level practitioners. I fear I am no match for this black ring snake. I must ally with several elders. With this thought, Wu Tianqing swiftly darted to the side. What? So cowardly? Xintian was taken aback. After killing so many practitioners at the late stage of qi refinement, this was the first time he had seen someone flee without engagement. Especially a practitioner at the 9th level. No wonder it was said the Wu family was declining. With the death of the former patriarch and the current one being so ineffectual, the Wu family was destined for ruin. A hint of disdain flickered in Xuantian's heart, yet his actions did not falter. Just as Wu Tianqing was ensnared by the confinement array, Xintian unleashed a spray of venom. Damn it! Wu Tianqing muttered a curse under his breath. Swiftly evading the oncoming spray of venom in his hand, a long sword materialized. Since escape was no longer an option, he resolved to confront the challenge head-on. Wu Tianqing swung his sword toward Xintian, exclaiming, "Hmph! Witness my bronze skin and iron bones!" Xintian, in turn, summoned his divine powers, simultaneously lashing his massive tail at Wu Tianqing. Clang! Wu Tianqing was forced to retreat, yet Xintian suffered as well. Although Wu Tianqing appeared slightly intimidated, his strength was undeniably that of a 9th-layer qi refining practitioner. His strike left cracks in the serpent scales at Xuantian's tail, causing him to grimace in agony. "So, you are not as formidable as I imagined." Realizing Xintian was not as powerful as anticipated, Wu Tianqing breathed a sigh of relief, though he remained vigilant, aware that the black-ringed serpent might have a master. Wu Tianqing conjured 4 talismans, hurling them toward Xintian. Xintian dodged 2, but the remaining talismans transformed into thunderfire, striking him. "Hiss, that hurts." The intense pain elicited a sharp shriek from Xintian. "Ha ha, the thunderfire talismans are not pleasant, are they?" Seeing Xintian injured invigorated Wu Tianqing, who could not help but laugh heartily, then swung his sword again at Xintian. "Imph, old creature, even if I am gravely wounded today, I shall slay you." To stabilize the situation, it was imperative to eliminate a 9th-layer qi refining practitioner. Presently, aside from the Zhang family, the weakest 9th-layer qi refining practitioner was none other than Wu Tianqing himself, which is why Xintian had targeted him. Xintian suddenly unleashed 2 streams of venom, which Wu Tianqing narrowly avoided. But Xuantian's tail struck him with immense force, sending him flying several meters. Xintian charged forward again, his massive tail relentlessly battering Wu Tianqing, who, unable to employ any other means, could only raise his sword in defense. In that moment, the courtyard echoed with the resonant clang of metal. Before long, Xuantian's scales ruptured, blood and flesh splattering, while Wu Tianqing also suffered, his palms splitting and blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. "I hold no grudge against you. Why must you seek my life?" Wu Tianqing could no longer contain his voice, as his body began to falter under the relentless assault, his internal organs suffering damage from the violent impacts. Xintian remained silent. Even if he spoke, Wu Tianqing would not comprehend. Ignoring the pain coursing through his tail, Xintian continued to strike at Wu Tianqing with wild abandon. Ultimately, Wu Tianqing could endure no longer. His long sword was knocked from his grasp, and without it, he was sent flying by Xuantian's tail. Simultaneously, Xintian unleashed 2 jets of venom. As Wu Tianqing was thrown through the air, he hastily retrieved a piece of gray cloth from his storage bag and tossed it into the air. The gray cloth expanded, enveloping both streams of venom. Just as Wu Tianqing felt a moment of relief, Xintian had already lunged at him, mouth agape, revealing 2 sharp, venomous fangs, and bit down on Wu Tianqing. The venom rapidly spread throughout his body, and after a brief struggle, Wu Tianqing was swiftly corroded and dissolved. Witnessing Wu Tianqing's demise, Xintian finally felt a sense of relief. The Jiang family should now enjoy a period of stability. Chapter 59. Tranquility. The death of Wu Tianqing caused quite a stir in the northern part of the city, prompting even the Zhang family to take notice. A foundational elder from the Zhang family, along with several late-stage qi refining elders, arrived at the Wu family to investigate. However, aside from confirming that the killer was the black-ringed serpent, they could uncover nothing further. Ultimately, the matter was left unresolved. In the aftermath, other factions in the northern city, apart from the Jiang and Zhang families, adopted a more low-key approach, consolidating their forces to avoid being targeted. The northern city quieted significantly, and the Jiang family entered a period of stable development. Little Orange, Didn't I tell you not to touch the Qingling fish? If you want grilled fish, there are plenty of other options. Why must you insist on consuming the Qingling fish? Ah, you reckless child. Do you have any idea how much a single Qingling fish is worth? Your third uncle spent an eternity raising over 100 of them, and you have the audacity to eat 10. You dare to run? Just wait until I deal with you. Ah, Grandpa, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Heavenly Grandpa, save me. Xintian looked on speechlessly as Jiang Chong struck Jiang Wuqing's backside with his hand. The people in this world mature far too quickly. This little 9-year-old is already rebellious to the core. Beat him. Discipline is necessary. Every day is a new ordeal. I feel like I want to hit someone. Grandpa, hit harder. Nearby, a small child in a tiger hat clapped in delight at Jiang Wuqing's predicament. Jiang Wuxin, you two shall share in the grilled fish. Grandpa, it was Wuqing who tricked me. He said you told him to eat the Qingling fish. Goodness, Jiang Wuqing, you dare deceive your brother? It seems you've been let off too easily. Ah, that hurts. Heavenly Grandpa Wuxin, come save me. Grandpa's gone senile. Senile? You little rascal. I'll make you pay. You fool. Beneath a tree, a little girl clad in a pink dress reclined in a wicker chair. Absorbed in a book depicting various spiritual herbs, she cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Wuqing's cries for help before returning her focus. This foolish child is my brother. Grandpa, please stop. Brother sounds so pitiful. On the other side, a young girl in a blue dress sat cross-legged in meditation, opening her eyes with a furrowed brow as she spoke. Jiang Wuyin is right. This has disrupted my cultivation. Next to her, a similarly meditative boy also opened his eyes, saying, Indeed, Grandpa, I can't concentrate on my practice. Perhaps you could use a soundproof formation to block the noise? Jiang Wuheng, just wait. I will make you pay. After dealing with Jiang Wuqing, Jiang Chong sent the children outside and settled beside Xintian, still grumbling about the reckless child. Enough, enough, you're getting old. Take it easy. I'm worried you'll give yourself a heart attack. Look at little Orange. He bears no resemblance to his father at all. Rest assured, I am certain he is a child of the Jiang family. Of course, I know he belongs to our Jiang family. Currently, Wuqing and the others had all shown spiritual roots, while the other 6 were likely not far behind, marking the Jiang family's martial lineage as exceptionally promising. You need not worry about the future development of the Jiang family. With you here, I am not overly concerned, however. Do you think the Jiang family might be experiencing an imbalance, with more females than males? Why do you say that? Look at Wen Xuan and his 3 siblings. Only Wenlin possesses a medium-grade spiritual root, and she has a dual spiritual root. Meanwhile, in Little Orange's group of 5, both Little Orange and Xianer have 4 spiritual roots, Hunger has 5 roots, yet both Xiner and Yinyan only have 3. Do you not find this imbalance concerning? What's this, old Jiang? Do you still favor sons over daughters? I do not favor sons over daughters. It's simply unfavorable for a family's development to be unbalanced. Then there's nothing to be done. It's not my fault Wuqing and his companions are underperforming, but you need not worry too much. Wuza and his group of 6 have yet to reveal their spiritual roots. Perhaps they will surprise us. Let us hope for the best. Currently, the Jiang family's martial lineage consists of 11 members. Jiang Wuqing, Jiang Wuxin, Jiang Wuxin, Jiang Wuyin, Jiang Wuheng, Jiang Wuza, Jiang Wuyun, Jiang Wuhui, Jiang Wuxuan, Jiang Wufeng, and Jiang Wuyu. Among them, Jiang Wuqing, Jiang Wuyin, and Jiang Wuxuan are offspring of Jiang Wenxuan, while Jiang Wuxin, Jiang Wuza, Jiang Wuhui, and Jiang Wufeng are descendants of Jiang Wenyu. The last group, Jiang Wuxin, Jiang Wuheng, Jiang Wuyun, and Jiang Wuyu, are children of Jiang Wenyuan. Reflecting on these 11 little ones brought a smile to Xuantian's face. The past 4 years had been remarkably peaceful for the Jiang family. Chapter 60. A shift in circumstances. The tranquil days allowed Xintian to bask in leisure. Enjoying warm sunlit moments in the courtyard, his 12-meter-long form could easily quell any child's cries. In the past 4 years, Jiang Wenlin had broken through to the 7th layer of qi refining half a year ago. Becoming the first in the Jiang family to reach such a level, Jiang Wenxuan had ascended to the 6th layer, while just a month ago, Jiang Wenyu also attained the 6th layer, finally catching up to Jiang Wenxuan. The trio provided Xintian with a total of 34 energy points. Additionally, Jiang Wuqing and his companions had entered the qi refining stage, contributing 4 energy points. Jiang Wuqing, possessing 4 spiritual roots, was now a 9-year-old at the first layer of qi refining. Jiang Wuxin, likewise with 4 spiritual roots, was also a 9-year-old at the first layer. Jiang Wuxin, with 3 spiritual roots, was 8 years old and at the first layer. Jiang Wuyin, with 3 spiritual roots, was 7 years old and had just entered the first layer a few days ago. Jiang Wuheng, boasting 5 spiritual roots, was 7 years old but had yet to enter the qi refining stage. Nonetheless, it wouldn't be long before he did, with the previous 3 energy points remaining. Xintian now possessed a total of 37 energy points. Xintian expended 9 energy points to elevate his cultivation to the 9th layer of qi refining. Name: Xintian, family, Zhang family, Zhang Chong, race, Black Ring Serpent, bloodline, low-grade yellow tier, realm, 9th layer of qi refining, innate divine power, venomous fangs, venom spray, system divine power, copper skin and iron bones, perfected, energy points, 28. Now, he awaited the accumulation of energy points to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Xintian reveled in the thought that while others struggled painfully to reach the foundation establishment stage, he merely needed sufficient energy points. The disparity between individuals is truly remarkable. The leisurely days swiftly came to an end as Xintian received an unexpected piece of news. The head of the Kai family, Kai Heng, had successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Initially, Xintian was already quite taken aback, but to his astonishment, just a few days later, news also emerged from the Yu family. Yu Tianyun, the third elder, had also achieved a breakthrough in the foundation establishment stage. Upon hearing this news, Xintian was left utterly dumbfounded. You two must have some sort of collusion, breaking through to foundation establishment together? He thought. Father, Uncle Tian, with the Kai and Yu families both producing foundation establishment cultivators, the situation in the northern part of the city, and perhaps even in Wuling City, is bound to change. At 31 years of age, Zhang Wenxuan had essentially taken over the affairs of the Zhang family. The news from the Kai and Yu families sent a wave of panic through him, prompting him to urgently consult with Zhang Chong and Xintian. Typically, it takes a decade or 2 for a single person to reach foundation establishment, yet now we have 2 appearing at once. This could spell trouble for us qi refinement families, Zhang Chong remarked solemnly. His gaze fixed on Xintian, who seemed lost in thought. The sudden emergence of 2 foundation establishment cultivators would have previously prompted the Zhang family to suppress them, but now the Zhang family was covertly collaborating with the Chu family to undermine the Lin and Xiao families. At this juncture, the Zhang family would likely seek to curry favor with the Kai and Yu families to prevent them from siding with the Lin and Xiao clans. The Kai and Yu families had now become forces of foundation establishment. They would certainly seek to control industries commensurate with their newfound power to ensure their family's growth. I estimate they will soon set their sights on the industries of various qi refinement families. The current lack of action is likely due to negotiations among the 3 major families. Jiang Wenyu and Jiang Wenyuan also voiced their concerns, their expressions revealing their unease about the impending troubles. Xintian remained silent, yet internally, he was cursing the heavens. What on earth is happening? I was waiting to break through to the foundation establishment, and now this. Why couldn't they have waited until I achieved my breakthrough before causing a stir? The Kai and Yu families have truly been hiding their strength deep. The Kai family had maintained a low profile for over 20 years, leading many to mistakenly believe that the head of the Kai family was cowardly and unwilling to confront the Yu family. Conversely, the Yu family appeared arrogant and overbearing, yet behind the scenes, they were remarkably low-key. People in the northern part of the city were well aware of the Yu family's arrogance and had a good understanding of their conduct. However, the third elder, Yu Tianyun, rarely made public appearances and was not involved in the family's affairs. Just when everyone thought he had been overlooked, he unexpectedly broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Shocking everyone, Xintian, what are your thoughts? Zhang Chong could no longer contain his curiosity upon noticing Xuanyan's silence. Upon hearing Zhang Cheng's inquiry, Xintian lifted his head and shook it slowly. Any schemes are futile in the face of genuine power. The Kai and Yu families will undoubtedly expand their control over the northern city and will take action against certain qi refinement forces. It all depends on the luck of the Zhang family. After all, on the surface, the Zhang family only has a few mid-qi refinement cultivators. Perhaps they see us as too ordinary and lack interest in targeting us. Alas, without strength, even a stable development is unattainable. Jiang Chong sighed, then seemed to have a thought and turned to Xintian. Xintian, is it possible for you to break through to the second tier? Zhang Wenxuan and the others turned their gazes toward Xintian. Having some understanding of his unique circumstances. Ordinarily, the black ring snake possesses a low-grade yellow-tier bloodline, which theoretically could reach the second tier. However, this remains just a theory. Although the lifespan of beasts in the same realm exceeds that of human cultivators, it is still limited, particularly at the first tier, where they might only outlive humans by a decade or so. The cultivation speed of beasts is generally slower than that of humans. Their bloodline ranks are akin to human spiritual roots. Lower bloodline ranks equate to slower cultivation speeds. The vast majority of low-grade yellow-tier beasts perish before achieving the second tier. Nevertheless, to the members of the Jiang family, Xintian was indeed exceptional. They had never witnessed him practicing, yet every so often, he would achieve breakthroughs. Now, Xintian had reached the pinnacle of the first tier, and there was a genuine chance he could break through to the second tier. Seeing the hopeful expressions on their faces, Xintian nodded and replied to Jiang Chong, I should be able to break through to the second tier, but it will require considerable time. Is that so? Indeed, the second tier corresponds to the foundation establishment stage. It is not so easily attained. However, if you can achieve that in the future, the Jiang family will also be considered a foundation establishment force. Jiang Chong felt somewhat disheartened, but understood that breaking through to the second tier was no simple feat. Then, Father, Uncle Tian, how should we respond to the Kai and Yu families? Zhang Wenxuan inquired, recognizing that Xintian would not be able to achieve a breakthrough to the second tier in the short term. Whatever the Kai and Yu families desire, we shall concede. The resources we have accumulated over the years are sufficient for your training for quite some time. Once you achieve your breakthrough to the second tier, everything lost will be reclaimed. As anticipated by Xintian and the others, the Kai and Yu families began to take control of numerous qi refinement forces, seizing portions of their industries. The Zhang family offered no resistance. On the contrary, they gifted some of their previously controlled industries to the Kai and Yu families. The three major families seemed to share an unbreakable bond. The Jiang family's industries soon came under scrutiny. Of the 5 inns owned by the Jiang family, 2 were sold at a low price to the Yu family. Of the 8 iron mines, 4 were forcibly taken by the Kai family under a fabricated pretext. The spiritual plantation remained under Jiang family's management, but they were mandated to surrender 60% of the annual profits to the Kai and Yu families. Only the spiritual medicine pavilion was spared from their attention. Yet, this was not the end. After tallying their accounts, the Kai and Yu families discovered that the seemingly insignificant Jiang family had astonishing annual profits. Consequently, both families approached the Jiang family for loans. The money was borrowed, but whether it would be repaid remained uncertain. Almost half of the Jiang family's accumulated wealth was instantly plundered. Fortunately, Jiang Chong invoked the name of Jiang Wanlin, a core disciple of the Spirit Sword sect, which caused the 2 families to temper their demands. Xintian was aware of the events transpiring within the Jiang family during this period, yet he felt utterly powerless. Such is the nature of the world. When a force rises, it invariably seeks to harvest from surrounding powers to secure ample resources for the next phase of development. Naturally, these forces would not plunder endlessly. They typically limit their raids to 1 or 2 occasions. For if they leave no path for survival, resistance is inevitable. The plundered forces could gradually develop again, awaiting the next force to harvest or become the harvester themselves. Xintian had assumed matters would unfold in this manner. The Jiang family's wealth and industries would be seized, and the Jiang family would either develop anew or wait for him to break through to the second tier to reclaim what had been lost. However, the emergence of a certain event struck him like a bolt from the blue, plunging him into a state of madness. In the courtyard, as Xintian reclined upon the jade bed, he suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance within the system. Could someone have achieved a breakthrough? Wenxuan? That is impossible. He is still far from the 7th level of qi refinement. Jiang Wenyu and Jiang Wenlin have only recently broken through. It is implausible for them to achieve another breakthrough so soon. As for old Jiang, his vitality is waning. He cannot possibly have broken through. Unable to fathom the situation, Xintian opened the system panel. Name: Xintian. Family: Jiang family. Race: Black ring snake. Bloodline: low-grade yellow tier. Realm: 9th level of qi refinement. Innate ability: Venomous fangs, venom spray, system ability, copper skin iron bones, perfected, energy points. 9. Nothing appears to have changed. Could it be that the system is malfunctioning? I certainly cannot repair it. Shintian glanced at the panel, finding no discrepancies, muttering a few words before shutting it down and returning to his slumber. After some time, Shintian suddenly jolted awake. Was something missing from the panel just now? He hurriedly reopened the system panel and scrutinized the family section. Family. Jiang family? What is going on? Where is old Jiang? Upon noticing the absence of Jiang Chang's name after the Jiang family, an ominous premonition welled up within him. Could something have happened to old Jiang? At that moment, Shintian heard a cacophony of panic and cries, and his heart sank. Uncle Tian, something has happened to father. A frantic voice pierced through, and he saw Jiang Wenyuan rush in, his eyes bloodshot, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter turmoil. Old Jiang. Xuantian's 12-meter-long body bolted out of the courtyard, crashing through the redwood door, which shattered upon impact in the living room. Jiang Cheng lay on the floor, drenched in blood, while Jiang Wenxuan and Jiang Wenyu were frantically attempting to staunch the bleeding and treat his wounds. Su Wenjing stared blankly at Jiang Cheng, her eyes devoid of life. The wives of Jiang Wenxuan and Jiang Wenyu, Jiang Xinyue and Su Jiao, were sorrowfully clutching their children. Xuantian's sudden entrance created a considerable commotion, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Uncle Tian, father has been injured. You must save him. Upon seeing Shintian, Jiang Wenxuan and Jiang Wenyu hastily implored. Shintian entered the living room, taking in Jiang Chang's condition. A gaping hole pierced his left chest. His heart was gone, and blood poured forth from the wound without relent. Boom! Shintian felt as though a thunderous explosion resounded in his mind, leaving him rooted to the spot. Without a heart, death was virtually certain below the nascent soul stage. Uncle Tian, Jiang Wenyu's desperate calls finally snapped Shintian back to reality. Trembling slightly, Shintian approached Jiang Cheng. Shintian, I am dying. At this moment, Jiang Cheng retained a flicker of consciousness. Unlike ordinary mortals, cultivators experience diminishing physical limitations as their abilities advance. Although Jiang Cheng was merely at the qi refinement stage, after consuming several elixirs, he could still maintain a semblance of awareness for a brief period. Hiss, Shintian emitted a faint sound. Shintian, I am truly grateful to you for appearing during my most desperate hour. Were it not for you, the Jiang family would not have been established. Without your intervention, the Jiang family would have perished amidst prior crises. Shintian, I am aware of your remarkable nature. You are not only a part of the Jiang family but also its very founder. I implore you to assist me in the Jiang family. I recognize that this request may be somewhat selfish, yet the Jiang family is in dire need of your aid. Shintian, please help me. Old Jiang. Xuantian's head leaned closer to Jiang Cheng's body, gently caressing him, tears streaming from his eyes. Jiang Wenxuan and others also began to weep profusely. After a considerable time, Xuantian's eyes regained their composure. Lifting his gaze towards Jiang Wenxuan, understanding Xuantian's intent, Jiang Wenxuan recounted the events leading to Jiang Cheng's injury. It was the Kai family. They intended to seize the Spirit Herb Pavilion. We were deliberating at the No. 3 Inn and were initially prepared to relinquish the pavilion. However, they were not satisfied and demanded the formulas for the beast-stimulating powder and the crimson poison. These two formulas were painstakingly developed by Wenyu. My father merely offered a few retorts, and they resorted to violence. Shintian departed, his eyes reflecting an extraordinary calmness, unnoticed by the heartbroken Jiang Wenxuan and the others. Chapter 63. Carnage. The Kai family was adorned with festive decorations, presenting a scene of exuberance even in the evening. At the entrance, two gatekeepers held an air of arrogance. Though they were merely servants, the recent ascension of the Kai family patriarch to the foundation establishment stage elevated their status. Heir, do you see that? What is it that has you so flustered? Dehei, remember, we are no longer the same. While we are still gatekeepers, we now guard the entrance of a prestigious foundation establishment family. With our current standing, we need not fear even a qi refinement cultivator. No, Heir, look quickly, behind you. What's behind me? Let me see. What in the world is that? The two stared in horror at a massive serpent slithering towards them. Others in the vicinity also noticed, erupting in screams that the black-striped snake? My heavens, it's enormous. Indeed, that is the black-striped snake, easily measuring over 10 meters long, likely at the pinnacle of the first stage. I recall hearing a few years ago about a black-striped snake that slaughtered numerous late-chi refinement cultivators. Could it be this one? Is there any need to ask? It must be it. But what brings it here? This is the Kai family. Does it intend to? Some recognized the black-striped snake and recalled its previous killings. Dehei, hurry and report. Air, his expression filled with terror as he beheld the approaching serpent. Trembled. All right, you stay here. I will call for help. Dehei, also gripped by fear and seeking an excuse to flee, turned to leave. No, Dehei, you stay here. I will go report. Air realized the urgency, quickly grabbing Dehei, who was ready to escape. Naturally, Dehei was reluctant to remain, fearing the massive serpent could devour them whole. The two pulled and tugged at each other until Air exclaimed, Dehei, let us report together. But the gate is unguarded. We will be punished. Better to be punished than to die. Yes, we have come too far to escape. Winky face, Air turned, only to see the giant serpent raising its head, its icy gaze fixed upon them. Xintian unleashed a spray of venom, and the two had no chance to scream before their bodies rapidly disintegrated. Within the Kai family, those nearby witnessed this horrific scene and could not help but scream. As Xintian remained outside the gate, these individuals fled into the depths of the Kai family, their voices filled with panic. Ignoring them, Xintian opened his mouth and expelled a storage bag. From within the bag, an array disc slowly floated out. The disc resembled a circular plate, composed of materials that seemed neither wood nor metal, intricately etched with a multitude of array patterns. Channeling his spiritual energy, the disc radiated a gray light, transforming into a colossal tortoise that enveloped the entire Kai family within its protective shell. The Xingui array disc, a treasure of inferior Xin grade, had been awarded to Jiang Wanlin 4 years prior during the grand competition among the 3 sects of Tianan Prefecture, where she emerged victorious in the Qi Refinement Mid-Stage category. As a reward, she requested this Xingui array disc from the Lingjian sect, subsequently delivering it to the Jiang family for their protection. Capable of both confinement and defense, the Xingui array disc was beyond the means of an ordinary Foundation establishment early-stage cultivator to breach. Inside the Kai family, as the giant tortoise enveloped their domain, the Patriarch, a Foundation establishment cultivator, immediately sensed the disturbance. The Xingui array disc? Who dares to assault the Kai family? Zhang Xianyi, meditating in his chamber, suddenly changed expression, hastily exiting. Floating in the air, he wore a peculiar look. Elder Zhang, what is happening? 2 individuals approached him, having also sensed the anomaly. Someone intends to strike the Kai family. It is of no concern to us, Zhang family, no need to intervene. Why you family? Why you Yuntian stood upon the eaves, gazing toward the Kai family with a grave expression. An inferior Xian great array disc? Whom has the Kai family offended? The Zhang family? That seems unlikely. Otherwise, the Lin family and the Xiao family would not remain indifferent. I hope this does not bring trouble to the Yu family, however. If the Kai family encounters misfortune, could the Yu family seize their assets? Before the entrance of the Kai family, as the giant tortoise enveloped the estate, Xuantian's calm eyes suddenly gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Kai family, I shall leave no one standing. A massacre was about to unfold. Chapter 64. Blood Knight Black-Ringed Snake? Such a massive black-ringed snake. As Xintian entered the Kai family, a dozen Kai family cultivators emerged from one side. Who dares to target the Kai family? Step forward and reveal yourself. A Qi Refinement, 7th layer cultivator of the Kai family stepped forward, casting a glance at Xintian, fear flickering in his eyes, before scanning the surroundings and inquiring. He surmised that Xintian was merely a spirit beast of some master, the true threat lying with its owner. You ought to recognize your place. Our Kai family patriarch has just ascended to the Foundation establishment stage. Should he intervene, you will have no opportunity to plead for mercy. Noticing the absence of any challenger, the Kai family cultivator bellowed. Do you dare to act? Xintian, uninterested in his bluster, had come for slaughter tonight. A spray of venom struck the Chi Refinement 7th layer cultivator, and true to his late-stage status, he managed to emit a final scream before perishing. 7th Master. The remaining dozen, upon witnessing the demise of the one referred to as 7th Master, were instantly filled with dread, fleeing without a backward glance. What a farce! If even 7th Master could not withstand a single blow, how could we, mere early and mid-stage Chi Refinement cultivators, hope to contend? Life is precious. Let others deal with the threat. Yet, as they attempted to escape, Xintian was determined to ensure a river of blood flowed through the Kai family. Sparing no one, he charged forward, his tail sweeping violently, reducing several Kai family cultivators to mere pulp. Run! Someone, help! One individual cried in terror, but soon his voice was silenced. However, his scream had drawn a hasty response. As a group rushed to the scene, "Monstrous beast, let us strike together!" A middle-aged man, seeing the carnage, was consumed with rage and commanded those around him to attack en masse. A collective assault? Xintian, undaunted, rampaged through the ranks. Venom spewed forth, ensuring that many would rot and dissolve. His tail lashed out, guaranteeing a spray of blood. Third Elder. Xuantian's tail struck, sending the middle-aged man flying. Seeing that the man still drew breath, he followed up with another strike, obliterating him into mush. It's over. Third Elder is dead. Quickly, report to the Patriarch. The remaining few attempted to flee, but their speed was no match for Xintian, who swiftly turned them into heaps of flesh. Just then, a spear and sword came hurtling from afar. Divine technique? Copper skin, iron bones. The weapon struck Xintian, inflicting sharp pain, yet failing to deliver a significant injury. Elder, this beast possesses formidable defenses. Strange, I had not heard that black-ringed snakes were known for such resilience. The two were the Kai family's first and second elders, both at the 9th layer of Chi Refinement. Who are you? What grievance have we Kai family caused you? At this moment, a voice rang out, and a figure appeared beside the first and second elders of the Kai family. Patriarch. The first and second elders quickly bowed. Having witnessed the formidable defense of the black-ringed snake, they understood they were likely outmatched. However, with the Patriarch present, they believed the black-ringed snake was doomed. They sensed that although the creature exuded tremendous might, it had not yet reached the second tier, and thus would surely not withstand the Patriarch's strength. The gulf between the first and second tiers was as insurmountable as that between Chi Refinement and Foundation Establishment. Upon seeing the three, Xuantian's fury ignited, and a murderous intent surged. These three were the most powerful figures of the Kai family. Xintian emitted a piercing hiss, its massive form charging towards Kai Heng. Hemph, seeking death. A fierce glint flashed in Kai Heng's eyes. Although he had initially been concerned about those behind him, the opponent had made the first move. Leaving him no choice but to act, Kai Heng conjured a fireball, the size of a human head, and hurled it at Xintian. The serpent twisted its body, evading the fireball's assault, and then accelerated, its tail lashing out towards Kai Heng. Quite quick, but do you think I fear having your tail severed? A large blade materialized in Kai Heng's hand, which he swung decisively at Xuantian's tail. Clang! A pained hiss escaped Xintian as the foundational strength of Kai Heng shattered its scales with a single strike. How can this black-ringed serpent possess such formidable defenses? Kai Heng was taken aback. Despite exerting nearly all his strength, he had failed to sever Xuantian's tail. Indeed, it was no ordinary first-tier beast. Otherwise, it wouldn't he have dared to confront him. Chapter 65. A dire situation, elders. Join me in attacking. Kai Heng, inherently cautious, despite believing that Xintian was unlikely to be his match, decided to call upon the elder and the second elder for support. Just in case. The two elders, both at the 9th layer of Chi Refinement, were formidable in their own right. The elder and the second elder exchanged astonished glances. For the family head to act with such prudence. This black-ringed serpent must be exceptionally powerful. The three launched an assault on Xintian simultaneously. With just Kai Heng, the serpent was already struggling. Adding two more 9th layer Chi Refinement cultivators would surely overwhelm it. In no time, a portion of Xuantian's scales had been shed. Without the protection of its scales, Xuantian's defenses were severely diminished, blood streaming from its body. leaving crimson stains on the ground. Anger and pain nearly drove Xintian mad. As it emitted a series of shrill hisses, striking with its tail and spewing venom, showing no signs of defense, as if it were fighting for its life. Has this beast gone mad? The elder wiped the blood from his mouth. Having endured a direct hit from Xintian, while also feeling the sting of its tail, as if his organs had been struck by a heavy hammer. Damn it, this creature is utterly reckless, the second elder, visibly alarmed, was genuinely frightened by Xuantian's frenzied state. This black-ringed serpent is likely intended to exhaust our strength. Kai Heng remained unscathed, yet he consciously reduced his own energy expenditure. In his view, Xintian served merely to sap his strength. While the true enemy lurked in the shadows, unbeknownst to the others, Xintian continued to thrash wildly, its massive tail lashing out at the trio. Its many scales had fallen away. The exposed areas of its tail were now a gruesome sight. Blood and flesh in a state of disarray. Do not use all your strength. Minimize energy expenditure, Kai Heng cautioned. As Xuantian's injuries worsened, his vigilance heightened, as though an unseen foe might strike at any moment. Seemingly overwhelmed by its wounds, Xintian staggered. The second elder seized the opportunity, his eyes glinting with malice, and thrust his spear directly into Xuantian's eye. The spear penetrated deeply, and the excruciating pain made Xintian tremble. Yet it wore a twisted, bloodthirsty grin. Not good. The second elder's heart raced, and he attempted to withdraw and evade. But at that moment, Xintian bared its venomous fangs, unleashing a torrent of toxic liquid. The second elder cried out in agony, clutching his face. Second elder? Kai Heng and the elder gasped in shock, realizing that the black serpent was willing to sacrifice an eye for a life. The second elder frantically channeled his internal energy to expel the venom invading his body. However, the toxin seemed almost sentient, rapidly dispersing to other areas. As he managed to dispel the venom from one location, it spread to another. Master, elder, save me. Seeing the futility of his efforts, the second elder pleaded desperately for assistance from Kai Heng and the elder. Elder, help him, Kai Heng, infuriated at witnessing the second elder poisoned, urgently directed the elder to assist while he held off Xintian. The elder produced several pills, forcing them into the second elder's mouth, but they proved ineffective. This makes no sense. The detoxification pill should counteract the black-ringed serpent's venom. Why is it not working? The elder's face was etched with anxiety, yet he was powerless. He could only watch helplessly as the second elder writhed in pain until death claimed him. Chapter 66. A Bloodbath Elder. Unleash your full strength. With the second elder's tragic demise before his eyes, Kai Heng resolved to hold nothing back. Regardless of what lay behind the black-ringed serpent, he would first obliterate the creature before him. Now missing an eye, Xintian found itself besieged by the full might of Kai Heng and the elder. It was dealt a crushing blow. Hiss! Enraged, Xintian, with its eyes wild, absorbed a strike from Kai Heng and sent the elder flying. Bang! The elder crashed into a wall, smashing through it. Xintian seized the moment, disregarding Kai Heng entirely. Wretched beast! Realizing Xuantian's intent, Kai Heng's eyes widened in fury, his aura erupting as he conjured a small arrow that instantly transformed into a long arrow measuring a meter in length under his control. The arrow shot forth with such speed that Xintian had no time to react, piercing through its body. Hiss! As the arrow penetrated its waist, Xuantian's speed diminished dramatically. At that moment, the elder staggered out from the debris. Having misplaced his sword, seeing the blood gushing from Xintian, a savage expression crossed his face. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he produced 3 talismans. Beast, let us see if you can withstand the might of these upper-grade yellow talismans. The talismans transformed into fireballs, hurtling towards Xintian. Sizzle! Hiss! The fireballs erupted upon contacting Xintian, the intense heat causing its flesh to emit a sizzling sound, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Ha ha, beast, are you not yet dead? The elder laughed maniacally, while Kai Heng breathed a sigh of relief. This black-ringed serpent was utterly deranged. Even he, at the Foundation establishment stage, had been frightened. Yet, having sustained such grievous injuries, it was likely that it would not survive. though it certainly would be gravely weakened. With the black-ringed serpent now neutralized, the focus shifted to whatever lay beyond. Kai Heng's spiritual awareness swept the surroundings, but he sensed no other presence. The onlookers were merely chi refinement cultivators from the Kai family. Suddenly, a chill gripped Kai Heng. Following its source, he beheld the black-ringed serpent. Amidst the black smoke, its eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Enduring excruciating pain, Xiantian opened its maw, revealing its venomous fangs, which then launched forth like arrows towards Kai Heng. "No!" Kai Heng gasped, attempting to evade, but having focused his attention elsewhere, he reacted a moment too late, and the two fangs struck his body. Kai Heng cried in agony as his internal energy surged against the venom, which struggled to withstand his onslaught, soon losing its potency. Yet, the two venomous fangs seemed to act as sources of poison, continuously releasing toxins. The flesh surrounding the fangs rapidly decayed, emitting a sickening sound. The venom spread swiftly through his flesh, but Kai Heng's internal energy proved formidable, soon expelling the toxin from his body. However, the fangs continued to release venom, and Kai Heng attempted to force them out with his energy. But it was ineffective. The moment his energy approached the fangs, it was instantly corroded. In a moment of desperation, Kai Heng resolved to reach into the wound to extract the fangs. But Xiantian would not grant him that opportunity. Disregarding the elders' assault, the elders' attack slightly slowed Xiantian, allowing Kai Heng to remove one fang. The toxin on the fang was horrifying. Mere contact caused Kai Heng's hand to rot away, revealing bone marred with blackened flesh. Just as he prepared to extract the second fang, Xiantian's attack arrived. The massive serpent's head lunged at Kai Heng, sending him flying several meters. "You fools, why are you not attacking?" Struggling to rise, Kai Heng glared at the terrified faces of the Kai family cultivators surrounding him. Infuriated. "Are you waiting for my demise to act? Hurry, save the family head." Finally snapping out of their fear, several ninth-layer chi refinement cultivators drew their artifacts and attacked Xiantian. Xiantian's eyes glinted with malice as it turned its gaze toward the Kai family cultivators. Intent on eliminating Kai Heng first, for he was a foundation establishment cultivator, and Xiantian could not be sure of his remaining capabilities. Chapter 67. A gruesome scene now riddled with wounds and drenched in blood. Xiantian charged toward Kai Heng with reckless abandon, its mangled body leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. Bang! The venom's corrosive power left Kai Heng with no strength to resist, and he took the full brunt of Xiantian's tail. Like a kite severed from its string, Kai Heng was sent hurtling dozens of meters away. The overwhelming impact caused him to lose all control. With a thunderous crash, he collided heavily against the courtyard wall, shattering the sturdy structure into fragments. Blood gushed from Kai Heng's mouth, staining the ground before him. He struggled to rise, but his body refused to obey, as if all strength had drained away, leaving him motionless on the ground. The family patriarch and several cultivators from the Kai family were petrified. They regarded him as a celestial being, the pillar of the Kai family. How could a foundational cultivator perish so easily? "Patriarch!" The Kai family's elder shouted hoarsely, his eyes wide with rage. "Kill this beast. We must eliminate it, or the Kai family is doomed. Kill!" The Kai family cultivators roared in unison, their faces twisted in fury. The Kai family faced an unprecedented crisis. After Kai Heng's breakthrough to the foundational stage, they had plundered the wealth of countless chi-refining factions. If those factions learned of their patriarch's demise, they would undoubtedly tear the Kai family apart. They had to conceal Kai Heng's death, at least for a considerable time. Thus the black-ringed serpent before them had to be slain. Not only the nearby Kai family cultivators, but also those of lesser strength from afar joined the fray. This was a pivotal moment for the Kai family. Kill! The Kai family cultivators launched frenzied attacks. While a single assault might not concern Xiantian, a collective onslaught was a different matter entirely. Moreover, he was severely injured, many of his scales missing. His defenses far weaker than before, especially with the Kai family's elder, a ninth-layer chi-refining expert, in the fray. Xiantian was quickly battered, flesh flying, his serpent tail revealing ghastly white bones. Without venomous fangs, Xiantian could no longer spew poison, relying solely on his serpent form to attack, but his battered body lacked the strength of yore. though he managed to slay a few Kai family cultivators. He sustained even graver injuries. The Kai family cultivators were not foolish. They targeted his wounded areas. Kill, kill, today, I shall annihilate you all. Xin Tian abandoned all defense, fixating only on the Kai family cultivators, exchanging wounds for lives. 1, 2, 3. Xin Tian lost count of how many he had slain. He felt his consciousness hazy, the pain in his body fading, and even his attacks became instinctual. The Kai family elder watched in horror as the serpent tail approached. And with a resounding thud, his head shattered, his body flinging backward, trembling on the ground before finally succumbing to silence. It was over. All the elders were dead. Was the Kai family doomed? The remaining 3 7th-layer chi-refining cultivators and 6 mid-stage chi-refining cultivators were engulfed in terror. Feeling as though the sky was collapsing. No, the Kai family still has a chance. We cannot fight any longer. We must hide. As long as we live, there is hope. Flee. The Kai family cultivators scrambled in a frenzy. But the entire Kai family was enveloped by the Xian Gue formation. Escape was impossible, and they could only conceal themselves. Yet Xian Tian seemed to sense their locations, finding and crushing them into pulp one by one. In an instant, the Kai family erupted in panic, cries of men, women, the elderly, and children filling the air. But soon the sounds began to fade. Xian Tian, still in a daze, roamed through the Kai family, seemingly searching for those who hid. His figure appeared near Kai Heng's corpse, swiftly advancing towards it. Suddenly, Kai Heng, who had been lying on the ground, sprang up, wielding a great knife toward Xian Tian. Xian Tian, still in a dazed state, instinctively lashed out with his tail. Snap! A 3-meter-long segment of his tail was severed. In the agony of the severed tail, Xian Tian finally regained consciousness, emitting a hoarse cry as his serpent body writhed on the ground, blood pouring from the stump, quickly soaking the earth, and his thrashing gradually ceased. Why? Who are you? Why do you seek to annihilate my Kai family? Chapter 68. Severely wounded and unconscious Kai Heng howled in madness, sensing no presence of his family members. Why? In his final moments, Kai Heng believed someone was manipulating Xian Tian to attack the Kai family. Like a madman, he shouted into the void, black blood tears streaming from his already decayed eyes. He had just broken through to the foundational stage, filled with ambition, envisioning the Kai family flourishing under his leadership, surpassing the Zhang and Chen families, becoming the overlord of Wuling City. But now, it was over. Everything was finished. The Kai family was utterly annihilated, and he was to perish too. The venom from the fangs had corroded his body. It was now a rotting mess, his internal organs transformed into blackened blood. He now existed solely on willpower. Once that dissipated, he would vanish completely. As consciousness faded, Kai Heng faintly perceived 2 figures approaching, 2 figures of similar height, one slightly plumper. They rushed toward him, and he gradually discerned their features. In their 20s or 30s. Though one was somewhat stout, they bore a striking resemblance to each other. Both displayed expressions of urgency. Who were they? Were they the ones intent on exterminating my Kai family? Kai Heng's final awareness slipped away, leaving him oblivious to the identities of those who sought his family's destruction. Uncle Tian, Uncle Tian. As the figures drew near, they revealed themselves to be Jiang Wenxuan and Jiang Wenyu, the 2 brothers. Following Jiang Chang's death, they had succumbed to profound grief, even failing to notice when Xian Tian left the hall. Ultimately, it was the more rational and composed Jiang Wenyu who realized Xian Tian was missing from the Jiang family. A sense of foreboding gripped them, and soon after, news arrived from the Dedeo gang that a giant turtle had appeared above the Kai family. Jiang Wenxuan and Jiang Wenyu immediately inferred Xian Tian's intentions and hastened to the Kai family. Utilizing the Xian Gue formation's incantation, the brothers entered the Kai family, soon discovering Xian Tian struggling on the ground. We must bring Uncle Tian back. Sensing a faint breath of life from Xian Tian, Jiang Wenxuan first administered several pills, then lifted Xian Tian in his arms, swiftly departing from the Kai family. After retrieving the Xian Gue formation, the brothers hastened towards the Jiang family. Although the vicinity of the Kai family appeared deserted, Jiang Wenxuan and Jiang Wenyu knew that the onlookers were merely hidden, observing from the shadows. They would not linger near the Kai family until they ascertained the situation. After all, who knew what trouble could arise? However, they were certain that someone was watching from a distance, particularly the Zhang and Yu families, who likely had sent people to monitor the situation. The Zhang family had been thoroughly exposed. The brothers dared not tarry, uncertain whether these watchers would take action. Jiang Wenxuan speculated they would refrain from attacking until they understood the Jiang family circumstances, yet he could not afford to gamble. Upon entering the Jiang family, Jiang Wenxuan rushed into the hall with Xin Tian in his arms, while Jiang Wenyu took out the Xian Gui formation. After a while, the Jiang family was enveloped by a gigantic turtle. Jiang Wenyu, pale-faced, entered the hall. His low cultivation had nearly drained his strength in activating the formation. "Elder brother, how is it?" In the hall, Jiang Wenxuan, Jiang Wenyu, and others were tending to Xin Tian's wounds. Given that Xin Tian had almost bled out, the bandaged wounds showed no signs of bleeding. Heavens, Uncle Tian's injuries are grave. His bones and internal organs are shattered. That Uncle Tian? I don't know. Jiang Wenxuan's tears flowed uncontrollably. Their father had just passed away, and now Uncle Tian was grievously injured. His mind spiraled into chaos, engulfed in profound dread. "Do not worry. Uncle Tian will be fine." Jiang Wenyu wiped away his tears, trying to reassure everyone. "Uncle Tian is extraordinary. He will surely recover. What we must worry about now is whether anyone will strike against us." Jiang Wenyu's expression grew serious. With their father deceased, Uncle Tian gravely injured and unconscious, and the Zhang family exposed. They were in peril. Should the Zhang or Yu families harbor murderous intent, the Zhang family would be doomed. Although the Xian Gui formation could withstand foundational-level attacks, if a foundational cultivator persisted, its power would eventually be depleted. Now we can only wait for Liner. The message talisman has been activated. She will learn of the significant upheaval in the Zhang family, and if she can return in time, perhaps the Zhang family can remain unscathed. The direct disciples of the Lingjian sect possess considerable influence. Although Jiang Wenlin had not initially become a direct disciple, her talent had shone brightly thereafter, particularly during the three sects competition in Tianan County, where she fiercely claimed first place, catching the attention of a golden core elder, Jin Yu, who took her as a direct disciple. Chapter 69. Jiang Wenlin's return. The fall of the Kai family sent shockwaves throughout Wuling City. Yet the Jiang family remained tightly closed. While no one attacked them, the Jiang family found themselves under intense scrutiny. Jiang Wenxuan and Jiang Wenyu could even feel several spiritual senses probing the Jiang family without restraint. Then, one day, all surveillance vanished. On that day, just as dawn broke, a golden light streaked across Wuling City. Within a modest wooden house, an old man suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Golden core? It seems an elder from the Lingjian sect has arrived. Another family is destined to rise in Wuling City. A golden core, do I, Chen Luo, have a chance?" In a dark underground space, two crimson lights suddenly flared, accompanied by a deep voice. "Humph, Lingjian sect, I remember what transpired back then. One day, the Luo family will undoubtedly rise to become a formidable force in the realm of golden elixirs, and at that time, none shall dare to look down upon me, Luo Guheng." In the bustling and vibrant streets, within an unassuming blacksmith shop, a middle-aged man wielded a heavy hammer, rhythmically striking a block of iron with a resounding clang. When golden light appeared over the city of Wuling, the man's hammer paused momentarily before resuming its work on the iron ingot. As he murmured to himself, soon, as the golden light reached the Jiang family, it suddenly slowed, revealing itself to be an enormous sword over 10 meters in length. Upon this sword stood three figures: a middle-aged beauty, a young woman in her 20s, and a striking maiden who appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. It seemed that the Jiang family was indeed in grave trouble. The middle-aged beauty gazed at the Xian Gui formation enveloping the Jiang residence and spoke slowly. "Master, I shall enter first." The youthful maiden displayed an anxious expression as she leapt from the giant sword. "Master, let us descend as well." The other woman urged the middle-aged beauty, who nodded in agreement. The two then descended to the ground, one after the other. The youthful maiden hurried to the entrance of the Jiang family estate, reciting a spell before swiftly entering. This junior sister is far too impatient. Not even waiting for us, the young woman remarked, realizing they were unaware of the incantation for the Xian Gui formation. Naturally, she was anxious about the Jiang family's predicament. Come, let us also enter. A low-grade Xian tier formation poses no obstacle for me. The middle-aged beauty approached the Jiang residence, her form radiating a faint golden light, and effortlessly passed through the Xian Gui formation, with the young woman quickly following suit. Dad, Mom, Uncle Tian, elder brother, second brother, third brother. I'm back. Upon entering the Jiang household, Jiang Wenlin shouted loudly. Liner? It's Liner. Jiang Wenxuan, previously in a daze, instantly regained his composure and rushed out of his room. Wonderful, Liner has returned. The Jiang family's crisis has been temporarily averted. Jiang Wenyu and Jiang Wenyuan, who had been tense for days, also hurried out to join Jiang Wenxuan. Miss, you have finally returned. The butler, old Luo, heard the commotion and quickly emerged from the hall. His eyes reddened upon seeing Jiang Wenlin. However, Jiang Wenlin was taken aback. Old Luo was clad in plain garments. Not only him, but several servants who came to greet her were also dressed in the same somber attire. Watching the household staff in their plain clothing, a wave of dread surged within Jiang Wenlin, leaving her momentarily paralyzed with uncertainty. At this moment, the middle-aged beauty and the young woman arrived, their minds racing with speculation upon seeing the somber figures. Liner. The voices of Jiang Wenxuan and the others jolted Jiang Wenlin from her stupor. She turned to them, only to find that they too were dressed in plain garments. Brother, what has happened? Jiang Wenlin's gaze locked onto Jiang Wenxuan. Liner, it's about father. Jiang Wenxuan's voice broke with emotion, but Jiang Wenlin could no longer hear their words as she staggered into the hall. In the center of the hall lay a redwood coffin, beside which sat an elderly woman with vacant eyes, unresponsive even to Jiang Wenlin's entrance. Mother! Su Wenjing lifted her head, her wrinkled face twisting into a ghastly smile as she croaked. Liner, you have returned. With reddened eyes, Jiang Wenlin gazed at the redwood coffin, her legs feeling as heavy as lead, unable to move. Liner, do go and see your father. He used to dote on you the most. Su Wenjing continued, still wearing a smile as she affectionately called out to Jiang Wenlin. The middle-aged beauty and Jiang Wenxuan entered just as Jiang Wenlin collapsed onto the coffin, sobbing uncontrollably. They chose not to disturb her and waited in silence. After a long while, Jiang Wenlin wiped her tears and looked at Jiang Wenxuan and the others. Who killed my father? Her voice was icy, laced with boundless fury. After revealing the circumstances surrounding Jiang Cheng's demise, Jiang Wenlin fell to her knees before the middle-aged beauty. Master, please help your disciple avenge this wrong. She bowed deeply, causing cracks to form on the ground. The middle-aged beauty frowned. A mere Kai family was hardly worth her attention. Yet they fell under the jurisdiction of the Lingjian sect. If she acted against the Kai family, it would undoubtedly invite discontent from other factions. Ultimately, after joining the Lingjian sect, Jiang Wenlin became one of their own. No longer solely a member of the Jiang family. The conflicts between the two families were internal matters, and should the Lingjian sect intervene on behalf of the Jiang family, it would appear unjust and could jeopardize their control over Wu Ling City and beyond. From the perspective of the Lingjian sect, such an action was entirely unwarranted. Yet, Jiang Wenlin was her disciple. Her father had been slain, and it would be unsatisfactory to not take action. Moreover, despite Jiang Wenlin's affiliation with the Lingjian sect, the bond of blood was not so easily severed. If she refrained from intervening, given Jiang Wenlin's temperament, it was likely that a rift would form between them, or even dissatisfaction towards the entire Lingjian sect. Had she known, she would have come stealthily, and then, even if the Kai family were annihilated, no one would be the wiser. Even if someone suspected, without evidence, as long as she did not admit it, there would be no repercussions. Alas, what a miscalculation! Just as the middle-aged beauty felt a headache coming on, hesitating over whether to act against the Kai family, Jiang Wenxuan stepped forward. Liner, there is no need to trouble the elder. The vengeance has been exacted. The Kai family has been utterly eradicated. Not a single one left alive. What? You have taken revenge? Jiang Wenlin was still processing the information when the middle-aged beauty quickly inquired. Indeed, the Jiang family took matters into our own hands, Jiang Wenxuan confirmed. However, I have heard my junior sister mention that the Jiang family lacks foundational realm cultivators, correct? The young woman queried, puzzled. Yes, the Jiang family indeed lacks foundational realm cultivators. Jiang Wenxuan's voice trembled as he looked at the middle-aged beauty, before kneeling down. Elder, you are Linner's master and a golden elixir elder of the Lingjian sect, possessing unparalleled strength. Please, I implore you to save Uncle Tian. Jiang Wenlin, still kneeling, suddenly turned to Jiang Wenxuan, her voice quivering with concern. Uncle Tian is in trouble too. It dawned on her that although she had been back for some time, she had not seen Uncle Tian. Just upon her return, she learned of her father's death, and now to find out that Uncle Tian, who had always cared for her, was also in peril, her body swayed unsteadily. Though a golden elixir cultivator possesses certain abilities, they are not as powerful as one might assume. You should first take me to see your Uncle Tian. The middle-aged beauty, observing her disciple's state, felt a twinge of sympathy. The group followed Jiang Wenxuan to Xian Tian's courtyard, where a strong medicinal scent permeated the air. Jiang Wenxuan pushed open the door, and they entered, a black ringed snake. The middle-aged beauty was taken aback. In this spacious courtyard and room lay a massive black ringed snake. Uncle Tian, Jiang Wenlin exclaimed, rushing to the enormous redwood bed, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at Xian Tian, whose body was mostly wrapped in gauze. Master, how is it that this so-called Uncle Tian is merely a black ringed snake? The young woman inquired, bewildered. This should be her father's spirit beast, the middle-aged beauty replied. Having heard Jiang Wenlin mention Uncle Tian numerous times, they were unaware that this so-called Uncle Tian was actually a black-ringed snake. Master, please save Uncle Tian, Jiang Wenlin pleaded, looking toward the middle-aged beauty. Jiang Wenxuan and the others gazed at her with hopeful anticipation, for it had been several days, and Xian Tian remained in a state of unconsciousness. Were it not for the faint life force they sensed from him, they might have assumed he was dead. The middle-aged beauty stepped forward, her eyes reflecting a grave concern. Such severe injuries. He is covered in wounds, with a significant portion of his tail severed. Yet, his life force is remarkably strong. He has not succumbed. The middle-aged beauty extended her palm, placing it upon Xian Tian, as a gentle golden light emanated from her, gradually enveloping him. After a considerable time, she withdrew her hand and turned to Jiang Wenxuan and the others, shaking her head with a heavy heart. I am sorry. Your Uncle Tian's injuries are far too grave. I am powerless to assist. Senior, you are a golden elixir cultivator. Is there truly nothing that can be done? Jiang Wenxuan felt his body tremble, as the golden elixir cultivator before them was their last ray of hope. If even she could not help, he truly did not know what to do, Master. You must have a way, don't you? You can surely save Uncle Tian. Master, please save him. Jiang Wenlin clung to the legs of the middle-aged beauty, weeping uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenyu and Jiang Wenyuan knelt on the ground, beseeching her earnestly. Sighing inwardly, the middle-aged beauty had never anticipated that this so-called Uncle Tian was merely a spirit beast, yet the bond between these siblings ran so deep. Master, is there truly no way? The young woman also spoke up to inquire, and upon witnessing her junior sister and her 3 elder brothers in such a state, she felt a pang of compassion within her heart. The middle-aged beauty shook her head, gazing at Jiang Wenlin and the others, and began to speak. Your Uncle Tian's condition is dire. Aside from the injuries sustained externally, the more severe issue lies within. His internal spiritual energy has been completely depleted, his blood has long since dried up, and his marrow has ceased to produce new blood, as if he has lost the ability to generate it altogether. Moreover, the true reason for your Uncle Tian's unconsciousness is linked to his soul. Upon my examination, I discovered that his soul has collapsed and his consciousness has dissipated. At present, his entire body is but an empty shell. Ordinarily, one in such a state, be they a human cultivator or a fierce beast, would have perished long ago. Yet, curiously, your Uncle Tian still retains a flicker of vitality. However, even with this remnant of life, he is likely to enter a state akin to that of a vegetative existence. I understand. Thank you, esteemed elder. Jiang Wenxuan bowed deeply to the middle-aged beauty, his voice hoarse and trembling. Linner, the elder has traveled from the Lingjian sect and must be weary. Please show her to a place of rest. Eldest brother, do as instructed. After the departure of Jiang Wanlin, the middle-aged beauty, and the three, only Jiang Wenxuan, Jiang Wenyu, and Jiang Wenyuan remained in the room. Eldest brother. Now even the golden core true person is at a loss. What should we do? If we cannot provide treatment, I fear that even the last vestige of Uncle Tian's life will. Jiang Wenyu and Jiang Wenyuan looked towards Jiang Wenxuan, who had become their pillar of support following Jiang Cheng's death and Xuantian's unconsciousness. Jiang Wenxuan remained silent, moving to the side of the redwood bed and gazing at Xintian, tears uncontrollably falling. In just a few short days, two of his closest kin had met with such misfortune, and his thoughts had become a tangled mess. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure. If the golden core true person cannot assist, perhaps there exists someone in this world capable of saving Uncle Tian, though surely they are beyond our reach. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that Uncle Tian is not one to succumb easily. You are all aware of his extraordinary nature. Even the golden core elder from the Lingjian sect remarked that in such a condition, anyone else or any ferocious beast would have perished long ago. Yet Uncle Tian still clings to life. Perhaps, no, I am convinced that Uncle Tian will recover on his own, but it will take time. During this period of his unconsciousness, we must ensure the well-being of the Jiang family. The Jiang family was established through the hard work of our father and Uncle Tian. We cannot allow their efforts to go to waste. With Linner's master present, those foundational cultivators must already be aware, serving as a deterrent to the outside world. Later you will retrieve the Xuankue formation plate. I refuse to believe that with a golden core true person here, they would dare to act against us. Furthermore, Wenyuan, seize this opportunity to reclaim the properties taken by the Kai family. As for the Yu family, we will leave them be for now. They will return what they owe. Jiang Wenxuan's voice was calm and steady, seemingly unaffected by the calamities befalling his two closest kin. Jiang Wenyu and Jiang Wenyuan exchanged glances, sensing that Jiang Wenxuan appeared somewhat different. However, his words brought them a measure of solace. Yes, eldest brother. After Jiang Wenyu and Jiang Wenyuan departed, Jiang Wenxuan turned to gaze at Xintian, his expression resolute. Uncle Tian, do not worry. The Jiang family will persevere, and we shall await your awakening. Chapter 72. Change months passed, and Su Wenjing passed away. Following Jiang Cheng's death, Su Wenjing fell into a deep melancholy. She would only show a hint of a smile when faced with a few of her children, spending the rest of her time in a daze. Jiang Wenxuan and the others had attempted to console her, but Su Wenjing's obsession with Jiang Chong was too profound. After his passing, her already fragile mortal frame deteriorated day by day. Thus, after several months, her body could no longer endure. Jiang Wenxuan and his companions were struck by yet another blow, plunging the Jiang family into renewed sorrow and grief. They interred Su Wenjing alongside Jiang Chong, placing their spirit tablets within the ancestral hall established by Jiang Wenxuan and the others, side by side. The historical records of the Jiang family document, in the 125,884th year of the Great Xia calendar. On December 21, Jiang Chong and Xintian established the Jiang family in Wuling City, marking the founding ancestors of the Jiang clan. In the 125,885th year of the Great Xia calendar, on January 1st. The founding ancestor Jiang Chong wed Su Wenjing. In the 125,917th year of the Great Xia calendar, on June 2. The founding ancestor Jiang Chong passed away at the age of 55. In the 125,917th year of the Great Xia calendar. On October 8, the founding matriarch Su Wenjing succumbed to illness at the age of 52. The inner sorrow compelled the three brothers, Jiang Wenxuan, Jiang Wenyu, and Jiang Wenyuan, to channel all their thoughts into the development and management of the Jiang family. In the 125,918th year of the Great Xia calendar, on January 1, Jiang Wenxuan ascended to the position of the second family head. Under Jiang Wenxuan's guidance, Jiang Wanlin, along with her master, the Golden Moon True Person, and her senior sister, Huaying, remained with the Jiang family for several years, while Jiang Wenxuan secretly leaked news of their presence. Consequently, many in Wuling City became aware that Jiang Wanlin had become a direct disciple of the Lingjian sect, and that her master, a Golden Core True Person, was currently residing within the Jiang household. Wuling City, was controlled by the Lingjian sect, it could be regarded as a subordinate force to them. The elders of the Lingjian sect were essentially their superiors, and the 13 foundational families in Wuling City hastily sent representatives to pay their respects to the Jiang family. Numerous Qi refining forces also sought an audience with the Golden Core True Person. But to their dismay, Jinyu showed no interest in meeting them, leaving them with no choice but to offer gifts to the Jiang family for transmission. However, how could a Golden Core True Person deign to accept such mundane offerings? Thus, all those gifts ended up enriching the Jiang family's coffers. With the presence of the Golden Moon True Person, the Jiang family experienced a period of stable growth. No one dared to act against them. At least not while the Golden Moon True Person remained at the Jiang residence, ensuring that all factions in Wuling City refrained from offending the Jiang family. Even the formerly arrogant Yu family was no exception. After the second elder Yu Yuntian broke through to the foundational stage, they had seized numerous properties from the Jiang family, but upon learning that Jiang Wanlin had become a direct disciple of the Lingjian sect, and that the Golden Moon True Person was residing with the Jiang family, they swiftly returned the properties and even offered compensation. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and 10 years had passed since the upheaval within the Jiang family. 6 years ago, Jiang Wanlin and her master departed from the Jiang family. That year, Jiang Wanlin broke through to the 8th layer of Qi refining at the tender age of 29, 5 years ago, after receiving guidance from the Golden Moon True Person and consuming abundant resources. Jiang Wenyu broke through to the 7th layer of Qi refining at the age of 34, 3 years ago. Jiang Wenxuan achieved the same breakthrough at the age of 38, following the departure of Jiang Wanlin and her master. The Jiang family once again faced suppression from various forces, yet these actions were considerably restrained, and overt hostility towards the Jiang family was avoided. Although their growth had slowed somewhat, the Jiang family only faced a minor decrease in income, with little overall impact. However, after Jiang Wenyu and Jiang Wenxuan both ascended to the 7th layer of Qi refining, the situation for the Jiang family improved somewhat. After all, in the northern part of the city, aside from the Zhang family and the Yu family, the strongest cultivators were only at the 8th layer of Qi refining, making the 2 7th layer cultivators quite formidable, in addition to the 3 Jiang siblings. The martial descendants of the Jiang family had also made significant progress. Jiang Wuqing, 4 spiritual roots, 19 years old, Qi refining 3rd layer. Jiang Wusun, 4 spiritual roots, 19 years old, Qi refining 3rd layer. Jiang Wuxin, 3 spiritual roots, 18 years old, Qi refining 3rd layer. Jiang Wuyan, 3 spiritual roots, 17 years old, Qi refining 3rd layer. Jiang Wuheng, 5 spiritual roots, 17 years old, Qi refining 2nd layer. Jiang Wuza, pseudo-spiritual root, 16 years old, studying family management under Jiang Wenyuan. Jiang Wuyun, 4 spiritual roots, 15 years old, Qi refining 2nd layer. Jiang Wuhui, 2 spiritual roots, 14 years old, Qi refining 2nd layer. Jiang Wushuan, pseudo-spiritual root, 13 years old, assisting Jiang Wenyuan in family management. Jiang Wufeng, 5 spiritual roots, 12 years old, Qi refining 1st layer. Jiang Wuyu, 2 spiritual roots, 11 years old, Qi refining 2nd layer. Among the 11 descendants, apart from the 6th and 9th, Jiang Wuza and Jiang Wushuan, who were pseudo-spiritual roots, the rest possessed genuine spiritual roots, a notably high ratio. Jiang Wenxuan and the others speculated that this was due to their father, Jiang Chong, having utilized blood essence stones, thus affecting the offspring of the 3 brothers. What excited Jiang Wenxuan and his brothers even more was the presence of 4 individuals with medium-grade spiritual roots, 2 of whom even possessed dual spiritual roots. This revelation was astonishing, as medium-grade spiritual roots were exceedingly rare even among foundational and golden core forces, raising concerns of attracting deadly attention. Thus, Jiang Wenxuan and his brothers cautioned the 11 descendants from a young age, forbidding them from revealing any information about their spiritual roots. Just as the Jiang family was growing ever stronger, the long-slumbering Xintian finally began to stir. Chapter 73. Bloodline Advancement. Xintian was oblivious to his current whereabouts. Surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, where he could not see his own hand before him, engulfed in silence. The world shrouded in darkness weighed heavily upon him, and he wandered aimlessly, moving east, then south, then west, and finally north, traversing each direction in hopes of finding an exit. Yet, no matter how far he wandered, the surroundings remained enveloped in perpetual darkness. Where am I? Am I dead? If I am dead, is this hell? But I feel as though I have not died. I can sense a faint glimmer of life within me. Though weak, it is undeniably real. Yet, if I am not dead, then what is this place? Cursed be it, what is this location? Why does the darkness persist no matter how I roam? Old Jiang, save me. I cannot find my way out. The suffocating darkness left Xintian feeling oppressed, irritable, and eventually enraged. He had lost track of how long he had been in this place, and as time passed, he oddly began to acclimate to it. He was no longer irritable or anxious, nor did he wander around in search of an exit. He simply remained still in one place. How long has it been? It feels like several years have passed, doesn't it? Old Jiang, oh old Jiang, although I know you are incapable of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, I had hoped you could live out your natural lifespan in peace. Yet, it seems your years are few, and you have met a tragic end instead. Truly, what a wretched and unfortunate fate. That old fellow Kai must have perished by now. I vaguely recall him striking me, severing my tail. A painful memory that still lingers, however. That old rascal's body has likely decayed, and he probably cannot survive much longer, even if he were to be alive. Old Jiang, I have shown great loyalty, haven't I? To avenge you, I even dared to confront those in the foundation establishment stage while still in the qi refining stage. Old Jiang, do you think if I had not persuaded you to establish the Jiang family back then, you would have lived a tranquil life until your natural end? Old Jiang, you ponder the sorrow our children must feel in our absence. I wonder how the Jiang family is faring now. Can Wen Xuan and the others ensure its well-being? In hindsight, I was indeed somewhat impulsive. I hope I haven't brought any troubles upon the Jiang family. However, Wen Xuan and the others possess the communication talismans given by Liner, so they should be able to notify her. Once Liner appears, her status as a direct disciple of the Spirit Sword sect will likely instill fear in them. Wen Xuan is mature and composed. Wen Yu has been engrossed in alchemy these past years, stubborn yet clever. Wan Yin is the most astute, full of clever schemes. With them safeguarding the Jiang family, it should be fine. Moreover, Liner possesses exceptional talent, even if she remains with the Spirit Sword sect in the future. She will command considerable respect. Upon reflection, even in our absence, the Jiang family should not face any significant issues. Time trickled away, seemingly without end. Yet, at a certain moment, Xuantian's gaze was suddenly drawn to a faint glimmer of light. This light flickered in and out, exuding a mysterious and alluring aura. The once listless and apathetic Xintian felt as though he had been jolted awake, instantly revitalized. His eyes widened as he focused intently on the source of the dim light. A surge of hope swelling within him. Taking a deep breath, Xintian hastened toward the light. As he drew closer, the glow grew increasingly bright. At last, he could discern that it was none other than the system panel. Has so much time truly elapsed? Xintian murmured as he observed the number of energy points displayed on the panel, a full 80 energy points. It seems the Jiang family has been thriving. A sense of relief washed over him, for these energy points indicated the Jiang family's prosperity. Oh, the bloodline section has also changed. Could it be that the quantity of energy points has reached the threshold for a bloodline upgrade? What would happen if I chose to break through my bloodline now? With this thought, Xintian resolved to give it a try. He concentrated on the bloodline section, and the system panel revealed a message. The host's current bloodline is low yellow grade, and the species is black-ringed snake. Should you choose to evolve, the host's bloodline will elevate to mid-yellow grade, and species options are corrosive snake, 80 energy points, black and white mysterious snake, 50 energy points, and black scaled bone snake, 50 energy points. Chapter 74, Black and White Mysterious Snake. Oh, I can choose a species. When Xintian evolved from the black patterned snake to the black-ringed snake, there was no option to choose. Which species should I select? Xintian found himself hesitating, and at that moment, the system seemed to sense his indecision and presented another segment of text. Corrosive snake. Closely related to the bloodline of the black-ringed snake. Possessing a potent corrosive venom. Its scales are resplendent, formed from congealed venom, and its body is perpetually coated in a viscous liquid containing deadly toxins. black and white mysterious snake. Non-venomous, agile, and swift in movement. Possesses pure and formidable strength, with ample muscle resilience, capable of controlling its size, excelling in offense. Black scaled bone snake. Non-venomous, its black scales are actually bone armor, exceptionally hard with strong defensive capabilities. Its tail is sharp as a blade. With a powerful bite, excelling in defense. Upon reviewing the information provided by the system, Xintian found himself deep in thought. Each of the three options offered distinct advantages. The corrosive snake possessed lethal venom, which Xintian understood well. Previously, his combat prowess had stemmed largely from the venom within him. The corrosive snake's venom was likely even more potent than that of the black-ringed snake. And if wielded effectively, it could certainly enable the weak to triumph over the strong. Xintian was indeed intrigued by the notion of venom. However, the idea of having his body perpetually oozing with venom was something he could not tolerate. The black and white mysterious snake was non-venomous and, according to the description, excelled in close-quarters combat with remarkable physical strength. It seemed perhaps inferior to the corrosive snake, yet the ability to control its size was quite appealing. After all, he resided within the Jiang family and not in the wild. An excessively large size would pose great inconvenience. As for the black scaled bone snake, its description indicated strong defensive capabilities, likely not lacking in close combat as well. Which one to choose? Xintian found himself in a quandary. One excelled in toxicity, one in offense, and one in defense, each with its merits. However, based on the required energy points, it was clear that the corrosive snake was the strongest. Alas, if only the corrosive snake did not appear so repulsive, I wouldn't need to deliberate. I would have chosen it outright. Xintian dismissed the corrosive snake. He could not accept the notion of being perpetually coated in pus. The black and white mysterious snake and the black scaled bone snake seemed similar, but the ability to change size in the former was certainly a significant advantage. With this in mind, Xintian focused his attention on the black and white mysterious snake. Ding! Please confirm whether to expend 50 energy points to evolve into the black and white mysterious snake. Yes, Xintian silently affirmed, and the energy points instantly decreased from 80 to 30. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of heat coursing through him, a sensation that filled him with joy. Ever since he had entered this inexplicable dark space, Xintian had lost all sensation in his body. Now, the emergence of this heat, could it signify that he was regaining control over his body and preparing to depart this bizarre place? At the Jiang family residence. In Xuantian's courtyard, Jiang Xinyue appeared with a basin of water and 2 cloths. Ever since Xintian had fallen into a coma, Jiang Wenxuan had arranged for his wife, Jiang Xinyue, to come periodically to clean Xuantian's courtyard. On the grand redwood bed within the room, Xintian remained tightly swathed in bandages. Throughout these 10 years, Xintian had clung to a thread of life, yet his injuries had shown no signs of healing. As if time had indeed halted for him. While tidying the room, Jiang Xinyue suddenly heard a noise and turned her head toward the sound. It seemed to emanate from the redwood bed. Did I hear that correctly? Jiang Xinyue furrowed her brow. It shouldn't be, for she was a practitioner at the 5th level of qi refining, and she had clearly heard movement from the bed moments ago. Could it be? A sudden realization struck Jiang Xinyue, and she hurried to the side of the redwood bed. After a lengthy pause, however, there was no further sound. Of course, it had been so many years. Uncle Tian had shown no signs of change. Jiang Xinyue sighed inwardly, preparing to turn back and continue her cleaning. Crack? Yes, there was a sound. Jiang Xinyue spun around abruptly, only to find that a tear had appeared in the bandages enveloping Xintian. Rip? Jiang Xinyue's eyes widened. This time, she had neither misheard nor misseen. The bandages on Xintian had torn open once more, and she could see his flesh trembling. Jiang Xinyue's grip loosened, allowing the cloth to slip from her hands and fall to the ground. Yet at that moment, she could think of nothing else as she hurriedly dashed toward the courtyard exit. Chapter 75. Awakening in the Jiang family hall. Third brother, your intellect is truly remarkable. In just 2 years, you have managed to run a marketplace so successfully that numerous factions are enviously attempting to replicate it. Haha, I never anticipated it would flourish to this extent. Back when our father was still alive, He mentioned that the major factions in Biling City would establish marketplaces, and I thought to myself that one day, I too would create a marketplace for the Jiang family. Although the marketplace is thriving now, a significant reason for its success is that previously, there was no marketplace in Wuling City. Thus, we seized the opportunity. Nowadays, even in the northern part of the city and other areas of Wuling City, factions are attempting to replicate our marketplace. When that occurs, the situation will not be as advantageous. Jiang Wenxuan nodded, agreeing with his third brother's perspective. However, even if it does not remain as prosperous in the future, it will still be quite commendable. The revenue from the marketplace over these past 2 years has been 7 or 8 times that of before. Ever since Liner returned to the Spirit Sword sect, many factions in the northern city have gradually lost their apprehension toward the Jiang family. We have faced numerous challenges and even oppression. Otherwise, I would have continued to expand the marketplace. Haha, third brother. Fret not. There will be ample opportunities to expand the marketplace in the future. It is quite normal for the family to face challenges and oppression. No faction exists in isolation. Where there is collaboration, there will inevitably be competition. Not only the Jiang family, but even the Zhang family, Qin family, Zhou family, and Luo family face pressure from other Foundation establishment factions. Ultimately, the Jiang family is simply too weak. If we were strong enough that external forces would not dare to target or suppress us, then the Jiang family could develop as it wished. Suddenly, Jiang Wenyu, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Second brother, everyone understands this principle, but the issue is that the Jiang family's strength is far too lacking. By the way, second brother, how is your progress with the 5 spirit pills? Upon hearing the mention of the 5 spirit elixir, the typically reticent Jiang Wenyu suddenly appeared invigorated, his face alight with excitement. Within the span of a year, it is certain that it will be refined. Truly, second brother, you wouldn't be deceiving us, would you? I have been eagerly awaiting your elixir for quite some time. The minor blood-replenishing elixir you crafted previously sold remarkably well. Haha, rest assured, third brother, it will not take more than a year. I will undoubtedly succeed in its refinement, and then you can sell it vigorously, recouping all the investments I have made over the years. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly fervent, yet Jiang Xinyue rushed in hastily. Xinyue, what is the matter? Jiang Wenxuan had yet to finish his sentence when Jiang Xinyue interrupted him. Hurry to Uncle Tian's. There's something amiss with him. What? The 3 brothers were taken aback, exchanging glances before hastily making their way towards Xintian's courtyard. Jiang Wenxuan and Jiang Wenyu were swift, arriving first at Xintian's residence. Hearing the commotion within, they exchanged excited glances. Just then, Jiang Wenyuan also arrived. Breathless, inquiring, "What is that sound?" Upon entering the courtyard, he immediately discerned the noise emanating from the room. "Let us go take a look." Jiang Wenxuan strode towards the door, while Jiang Xinyue, in her urgency, left it ajar. As they stepped inside, they beheld Xintian on the grand rosewood bed. The gauze that had once shrouded him was now utterly torn, revealing wounds that had remained unchanged for a decade, yet they were now healing. Merely lacking scales, at that moment, Jiang Wenyu and Jiang Wenxuan entered the room as well, their jaws dropping at the sight before them. The tail that had once been severed was visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate, and scales were shedding from Xintian's body in abundance. "Wenxuan, what is happening, father? How is Grandpa Tian?" Just then, Jiang Xinyue brought in over 10 individuals, indicating that nearly all members of the Jiang family present at home had gathered. "Xinyue, Xiao Qingzi, you two stay outside for now." "No, father, I want to see Grandpa Tian." "Indeed, uncle." Jiang Wuqing and Jiang Wusun attempted to voice their thoughts, but Jiang Wenyu silenced them with a firm command. "Enough, you all step outside. Whatever is happening with Grandpa Tian can be explained later. It's too cramped in here." Jiang Wenyuan waved his hand, and only then did Jiang Xinyue, Jiang Wuqing, and the others retreat from the room. Before long, Xintian's tail had fully regenerated, and all the scales had fallen away. "Uncle Tian has grown larger." Jiang Wenyuan observed Xintian, now measuring 15 meters in length and more robust, stammering in awe. Typically, each time Uncle Tian breaks through, his size increases. Could it be? Jiang Wenxuan entertained a hypothesis, his face lighting up with excitement. However, despite Uncle Tian's increased size and the burgeoning aura surrounding him. I do not sense any presence indicative of the second tier, Jiang Wenyu noted, shaking his head as he continued to observe Xintian's transformation. Another change is occurring, Jiang Wenyuan exclaimed, watching as scales began to sprout from Xintian's body once more. Unlike the previous scales, the new ones were diamond-shaped and considerably smaller, each no larger than a thumb. Yet, what truly astonished the three brothers was the intricate black and white pattern formed by the scales. Is this the black and white mystic serpent? The brothers exchanged incredulous glances, utterly astonished. Wasn't Uncle Tian a black-ringed serpent? How did he transform into a black and white mystic serpent? Meanwhile, after a decade-long slumber, Xintian gradually opened his eyes. Chapter 76. The Grand Gift. Uncle Tian? Upon seeing Xintian's eyes flutter open, Jiang Wenxuan and the others stood speechless, their astonishment palpable. Hiss! The long-awaited sensation of the real world caused Xintian to emit a soft moan. Uncle Tian? Noticing Xintian closing his eyes again, Jiang Wenxuan felt a surge of urgency and quickly spoke up. While he was astounded by Xintian's transformation, he recalled hearing that Xintian had evolved from a black-striped snake to a black-ringed snake. So it seemed plausible that he could now evolve into a black and white mystic serpent. At that moment, Xintian finally took note of the individuals beside him. Wenxuan, Wenyu, and Wenyuan. A wave of joy washed over Xintian as his massive head slowly emerged from the rosewood bed. Inching closer to Jiang Wenxuan and the others, his eyes brimming with warmth and affection. Uncle Tian. The three brothers recognized that this was indeed the Uncle Tian who had raised them since childhood. And they could no longer contain their joy, rushing forward to embrace him tightly. What is happening? Hearing the commotion, Jiang Xinyue and the others hurriedly entered. However, the sight before them left them momentarily stunned. The enormous serpent was nothing like the Uncle Tian they had known. Father, is this truly Grandpa Tian? Jiang Wuqing inquired, gazing at his father, who was still embracing the colossal black and white serpent. Isn't this a black and white mystic serpent? Wasn't Grandpa Tian a black-ringed serpent? Jiang Wuxin questioned, perplexed. Jiang Wuxin, Jiang Wuyin, and Jiang Wuheng, who had spent considerable time with Xintian, exchanged frowns, unable to comprehend the transformation. Indeed, this is your Grandpa Tian. Jiang Wenxuan's eyes glistened with tears as he turned to Jiang Wuqing and the others. Is it really Grandpa Tian? The siblings gazed at Xintian, their eyes shimmering with tears. It had been a decade since they last saw the Grandpa Tian who had frequently accompanied them in their youth. Over these 10 years, Jiang Wenxuan had largely restricted their access to Xintian's courtyard to avoid disturbing his slumber. They had only glimpsed the unconscious figure on the rosewood bed a handful of times throughout the year. Hiss, Wuqing, and Wuxin, Wuxin, Wuyin, you've all grown so much. Xintian's enormous head inched closer to Jiang Wuqing and the others, blinking with surprise and gentleness. Grandpa Tian? Jiang Wuqing murmured softly, extending his hand to caress Xintian's head. With Jiang Wuxin and the others eagerly joining in, wrapping their arms around him. Wow, Grandpa Tian, Xiner has missed you so much. The room echoed with joyous cries as Jiang Wuxin, typically quiet and bookish, burst into tears, clinging desperately to Xintian. After a considerable time, Xintian, citing the need to rest after awakening, gently urged everyone to leave. I never anticipated that I would remain in slumber for a decade. Fortunately, as I had surmised, the Jiang family has weathered the crisis under the protection of the Spirit Sword sect. Moreover, these 10 years have seen the Jiang family flourish. Both the strength of its members and the family's enterprises have improved significantly compared to a decade ago. Currently, there are 9 individuals from the Wu lineage possessing true spiritual roots, with 4 of them holding mid-grade spiritual roots. As long as no unforeseen events arise, the future of the Jiang family is indeed promising. The changes within the Jiang family filled Xintian with immense joy, surpassing even his own bloodline advancement. Although he had once persuaded Jiang Chong to establish the Jiang family for the sake of energy points, after so many years, he had come to regard the Jiang family as his own. Jiang Wenxuan, Jiang Wuqing, and the others appeared to him as his descendants, and witnessing their growth brought him great comfort. On the rosewood bed, Xintian closed his eyes, silently pondering. Open the gift pack. Upon successfully advancing his bloodline, the system prompted him with a reward, a grand gift pack. Ding! Obtain divine abilities. Turtle breath upon use. Breath is concealed, making it difficult for outsiders to detect. White eye, upon use, spiritual awareness is highly concentrated in the eyes, granting insight, the ability to see through, perceive power, and launch soul attacks. Point 2 divine abilities. Xintian was taken aback. The last time, he had only received one divine ability, copper skin and iron bones. These two new abilities seem quite promising. Turtle breath can conceal my presence, making it far more convenient for any future assassinations. However, the white eye ability appears even more formidable. Its insight power seems exceedingly exceptional. With the acquisition of these two divine abilities, Xintian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Now, with 30 energy points remaining, should he enhance his divine abilities or await a breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage? Xintian glanced at the already open system panel. Name: Xintian. Family: Zhang family, Zhang Wenxuan. Race: Black and White Mystic Serpent. Bloodline: Yellow tier mid-grade. Cultivation and divine ability level up reduces energy point consumption by 20. Realm: Ninth layer of Qi refinement. Innate divine abilities: Control power, release power, transform as desired. System divine abilities: Copper skin and iron bones, perfected. Turtle breath, initial. White eye, initial. Energy points, 30. Chapter 77. Misunderstanding the upgrade of divine abilities can wait. The most pressing task at hand is to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Xintian contemplated, recognizing that his immediate priority should indeed be to advance to the Foundation establishment stage. Currently, in the northern region of the city, the only foundational forces are the Zhang family and the Yu family. The strongest of the rest possess cultivators of merely the 8th layer of Qi refinement in essence. As long as they are not the Zhang or Yu family, the Zhang family has little to fear from other forces. The paramount concern now is to accumulate energy points for the breakthrough. Once he advances to the Foundation establishment stage, even the Zhang family will not intimidate him. However, the Zhang family can afford to ease its pace of development a bit. Yu family, second elder. It seems the Zhang family has been acting rather oddly of late. Yu Yunxing addressed a middle-aged man respectfully. Although he held the title of head of the Yu family, in this world, strength is revered above all. Might is the ultimate truth. While Yu Yuntian was merely the second elder of the Yu family, his cultivation had already reached the Foundation establishment stage, far surpassing Yu Yunxing. The true power broker of the Yu family had shifted the moment Yu Yuntian broke through to the Foundation establishment stage. If there are any thoughts lingering in Yu Yuntian's mind, he may not be able to maintain his position as the head of the Yu family. What has happened with the Zhang family? A flicker of confusion crossed Yu Yuntian's eyes. He had always been quite attentive to the affairs of the Zhang family. If it were merely a matter concerning the Zhang family, he might not care, but he could not disregard Zhang Wenlin. A direct disciple of the Lingjian sect is not to be taken lightly. As long as Zhang Wenlin does not meet an untimely demise, establishing her foundation would be a certainty, and even reaching the golden core stage is a possibility. As for the absurd notion that joining the Lingjian sect would sever all ties with one's family. Such tales are best taken with a grain of salt. To believe them would be courting death. Consider, if a golden core cultivator were to secretly annihilate a foundational family in Wuling City, and upon investigation, it turned out that the perpetrator was one of their own golden core elders, could he enact punishment? Even if he did impose sanctions on the offending golden core cultivator. By then the family would already be extinguished. What good would it do? Hence, Yu Yuntian has always exercised caution towards the Zhang family, having long instructed his kin to avoid offending them unnecessarily. Furthermore, he harbors a deep-seated apprehension regarding the black-ringed serpent that had slain the Kai family head, Kai Hong. Although rumors suggest that the black-ringed serpent is already dead, with its severed tail left at the scene, the prudent Yu Yuntian does not share this belief. Until he witnesses the serpent's corpse with his own eyes, he will remain skeptical of its fate. He does not wish to meet an early demise. A foundational lifespan can extend up to 200 years, and at present, he is not yet 60. He still harbors aspirations of breaking through to the golden core stage. Yu Yunxing relayed the news in detail. During this period, the Zhang family's operational style has become less restrained than before. Within just 2 months, they have expanded the scale of their market by half and have welcomed numerous merchants. Moreover, the Jiang family's other enterprises, such as inns and spirit herb gardens, have also seen significant growth. Indeed, the Jiang family has always maintained a low-profile and cautious approach. Their current boldness indicates that something has transpired, granting them the confidence to withstand external pressures and hostilities. Second elder, I share your sentiments. Additionally, a few years ago, several families threatened the Jiang family, imposing unreasonable demands that resulted in substantial losses of spirit stones annually. However, not long ago, the Jiang family openly declared their refusal to acknowledge or comply with those demands. Head of the family, what do you think has prompted the Jiang family to adopt such a defiant stance? Second elder, you have always believed that the Black Ring Serpent is not dead. Do you suppose it has advanced to the second tier? Upon hearing Yu Yunqing's words, Yu Yunqian's expression grew grave. The second tier is equivalent to a foundational cultivator. Should the Jiang family's Black Ring Serpent attain this level, it would signify the emergence of a third foundational family in the northern part of the city. What makes you think that? Yu Yuntian raised his gaze to Yu Yunqing. Over the years, it has been Yu Yunqing who has dispatched individuals to monitor the Jiang family, so Yu Yuntian naturally possesses a deeper understanding of their situation. According to reports from the clan members, 2 months prior, certain individuals within the Jiang family appeared quite jubilant, as if celebrating a joyous occasion, particularly the descendants of the martial lineage. Within the Jiang family's market, clan members have overheard the name Tian Yi on several occasions. And each time this so-called Tian Yi is mentioned, they seem filled with delight. Tian Yi, your speculation may indeed hold merit. Advise the clan members to remain cautious when dealing with the Jiang family. If they wish to develop, let them be. I shall observe how that old Jiang character will endure it. Chapter 78. Love across races. Alas, old Jiang, you truly are a waste. At your age, you have only reached the 5th level of qi refinement. Unable even to pass away peacefully. Deep within the Jiang family, this is the cemetery established by Jiang Wenxuan, where Jiang Chong and Su Wenjing have been interred together. Before the grave, Xintian wore a sorrowful expression. Uncle Tian, you have been here for 2 months. It is time to return. Jiang Wenxuan spoke, for Xintian had remained in the cemetery without leaving since his awakening. What? Now that you are the head of the family? You wish to curtail my freedom? Do you not allow me to linger here? Or are you afraid I might upset your father? Xintian cast a glance at Jiang Wenxuan, wondering if the lad could not see the depth of his emotions at this moment. Uncle Tian, what are you talking about? I would never. I understand your close relationship with father. It must be difficult for you after his passing, but the dead cannot return to life, and those who live must ultimately look ahead. Are you using what I taught you to lecture me? Get lost. At Xuantian's furious rebuke, Jiang Wenxuan could only leave in embarrassment. Humph, what an insufferable lad. Old Jiang, look at your fine son. Ever since he became the head of the family, he has become arrogant, daring to lecture me. Well, never mind. What am I even discussing with a corpse? I am leaving. If I do not, it will not be just Wenxuan who arrives, but a whole crowd. Returning to his own courtyard, Xintian gazed at the jade bed, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. The warm jade bed. It has been many years since I last slept on it. Shrinking to a mere 3 meters in length, Xintian swiftly climbed onto the jade bed. The foundational stage should not take too long, ought it? Wu Xin, look quickly. Is that the black-ringed serpent? Oh, it is so small. Neither as thick as Tian Yi nor as large. Perched upon a tree, 2 youths gazed at a moss-covered boulder, upon which coiled a nearly 3-meter-long black-ringed serpent. Isn't that obvious? This black-ringed serpent is merely of the 1st tier. So its size is certainly incomparable to Uncle Tian. So petite, how adorable, Wu Cheng. Do you think Tian Yi was once this cute? In the eyes of humans, when the size of the same species of ferocious beast is not vastly different, their appearance is generally similar. Thus, Tian Yi must have looked just as adorable when he was at the 1st tier. Wu Cheng, do you think this serpent is male or female? If it is female, should we take it home? After all, Tian Yi is quite old, and he is still single. That makes sense. I am only 19 and have already changed girlfriends twice. Tian Yi, at such an advanced age. We, as his juniors, ought to consider his happiness. But Tian Yi has already evolved into a black and white mystical serpent, no longer a black-ringed serpent. Even if this serpent is female, it would not matter. Ah, can a black and white mystical serpent not find a black-ringed serpent? Tian Yi should not mind. After all, he was once a black-ringed serpent. Love across races? How thrilling! Then what shall we do? Catch the serpent. Useless, it turned out to be male. I thought this serpent was so cute. Jiang Wuqing cursed as he tossed the black-ringed serpent aside. Oh well, Purplewood Forest is vast, with plenty of serpentine beasts. Let us continue exploring. Perhaps we may encounter a female black-ringed serpent or a black and white mystical serpent. Jiang Wusun shook his head, feeling somewhat regretful. The brothers had exerted considerable effort to capture this black-ringed serpent, only to end up with a male. But we did come here to train, did we not? Oh, Wu Cheng, why are you so dim-witted? Training and catching serpents can go hand in hand. Besides, we snuck out. If we get caught, we will surely face a scolding. But if we return with a few female serpents, they will not scold us. Perhaps Tian Yi will even praise our filial piety. Wusun, you make a valid point. However, there is a rather troublesome matter. The only serpents we can handle are at most first tier, but would such a low-tier serpent be too small for Tian Yi? Wusun, I just praised you. Have you forgotten? Tian Yi can change size at will. Oh dear, I completely forgot. Then there is no problem. Let us begin catching serpents. Chapter 79. Squandering resources. Wusun, hurry. All right, watch my wooden vines entwine. Several green vines swiftly extended toward a 3-meter-long black and white mystical serpent, forming a cage that ensnared the creature. Ha ha ha, we caught it. Wait, be careful. The black and white mystical serpent coiled within the vine cage, then struck its tail against the vines, causing them to snap and ooze a bit of sap. This black and white mystical serpent possesses immense strength. My wooden vines are ineffective against it. Jiang Wuqing and Jiang Wusun exchanged wary glances, having encountered numerous serpentine beasts throughout their journey in the Purplewood Forest. When faced with stronger creatures, they would simply retreat, but those not exceeding the second tier would be captured to determine their gender. They had captured several black-ringed serpents over the past few days, but this was their first encounter with a black and white mystical serpent, and they were taken aback by its formidable strength. Wusun, perhaps we should leave. 4 black-ringed serpents should suffice for Tian Yi. And this black and white mystical serpent seems a bit too strong. No sooner had he spoken, than the black and white mystical serpent lunged at them like an arrow released from a bow, instantly closing the distance. Watch out, Jiang Wusun shouted, watching as the serpent's tail swung directly toward Jiang Wuqing. Jiang Wuqing's expression changed dramatically. He hastily retreated in an attempt to dodge the serpent's fierce assault, but ultimately found himself a moment too late. He felt a tremendous force strike the right side of his leg, sending him flying several meters to the left as if he had been collided with by a speeding train. In an instant, excruciating pain surged through him, as if it were attempting to rend his right leg asunder. His body involuntarily propelled to the left, soaring several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Blackthorn, Jiang Wusun bellowed, conjuring several tendrils of black thorns that aimed at the black and white mystic serpent, thwarting its intent to continue its assault. Wuqing, how are you holding up? I'm fine, just quite painful. My thigh is clad in mid-grade yellow armor. And while the black and white mystic serpent possesses considerable strength, the armor mitigates the damage. As long as you're all right. What shall we do now? Shall we confront it further or retreat? Although the black and white mystic serpent demonstrated formidable prowess, Jiang Wusun felt a sense of trepidation but was not fearful, for they were equipped. Retreat? Humph! It struck me with its tail. It must become the consort of the heavenly grandfather, or else it shall not be allowed to leave. In that case, let us unleash something formidable. The heavenly grandfather once stated, if strength is lacking, let equipment compensate. Hee, behold my talisman attacks. Jiang Wusun produced 7 or 8 talismans, channeling spiritual energy into them, transforming the talismans into spears that lunged towards the black and white mystic serpent. However, the serpent was not easily subdued. It nimbly evaded the spear's assault with a series of agile movements. Wow, this black and white mystic serpent is remarkably swift. Let us see if it can evade my fireball attack. Jiang Wuqing also drew forth 7 or 8 talismans, which morphed into massive fireballs, hurtling towards the black and white mystic serpent. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions reverberated, causing the surrounding trees to sway vigorously. The fireball's area of effect was extensive. Although the black and white mystic serpent endeavored to evade, it still suffered burns to its scales. Hiss! The injured black and white mystic serpent hissed at the two, its eyes brimming with malice. This is nothing. Jiang Wuqing felt a pang of concern. In his haste to attack, he had used only low-grade first-tier talismans, yet even so, they had inflicted little damage on the serpent. Before the two brothers could ponder further, the enraged black and white mystic serpent launched another offensive. Whoosh! The serpent darted directly towards Jiang Wuqing. Again with me? Do you think me an easy target? Jiang Wuqing's frustration mounted. It seemed the black and white mystic serpent had fixated on him, determined to strike, even though Jiang Wuxin was closer. Humph! Golden Bell Shield. Jiang Wuqing retrieved a small bell, which transformed into a radiant golden light enveloping him. The Golden Bell Shield offered formidable defense, no matter how fiercely the black and white mystic serpent attacked. It could not penetrate the shield. Wuqing, I shall strike it with lightning talismans, Jiang Wuxin shouted, then produced 4 white talismans, which coalesced into a torrent of lightning that lashed out at the black and white mystic serpent. Hiss! The black and white mystic serpent, caught off guard by the frenzied assault on the Golden Bell Shield, was struck by the lightning and emitted wisps of black smoke. Foolish creature! Within the Golden Bell Shield. Jiang Wuqing chuckled, then retracted the shield, revealing a white silk net in his hand. Beast, behold my magical artifact. The white net expanded, transforming into a large net of approximately 70 to 80 square feet, ensnaring the black and white mystic serpent. The serpent thrashed about, yet the net's adhesive quality only tightened its grip. The more it struggled, the more ensnared it became, ultimately being completely enveloped by the net. Haha. This magical artifact, crafted from the silk of the white armored spider, possesses remarkable toughness and adhesiveness. It cannot escape now. Seeing the black and white mystic serpent finally immobilized, Jiang Wuqing sighed in relief and burst into laughter. What the hell? It's a male! Jiang Wuxin's voice broke through, and Jiang Wuqing's smile instantly froze. What do you mean male? Are you joking? After all this effort, it was a complete waste of resources. Chapter 80. What is this about? Wuxin, are we bringing this male black and white mystic serpent back? Of course. After expending so much effort, we cannot simply let it go. But it's a male. So what? The Heavenly Grandfather is also a male, and so? They're all males. We can't do anything about that. And so? Slap, Jiang Wuxin. Can you speak properly? Ahem, Wuqing, you simply do not understand. Although they are all males and we cannot, well, they can still serve as subordinates to the Heavenly Grandfather. Our Jiang family is not lacking in subordinates. Our servants and beast servants the same. Just imagine, having a fellow clan member to provide service. How impressive would that be? The Heavenly Grandfather would be absolutely delighted. That seems to make sense. Where have you two been these past few days? Your clothes are still so dirty? Upon entering the main gate, they encountered Jiang Wenxuan. His expression was far from pleasant. These two had been slacking off for days without a trace. Had it not been for Xintian informing him that they were safe, he would have ventured out to search for them. Ahem, Uncle, Wuqing and I noticed that the Heavenly Grandfather has been in a foul mood lately, likely due to Grandfather's passing. When one is in a bad mood, it can lead to depression, and severe depression can be life-threatening. To ensure the Heavenly Grandfather's mental and physical well-being, Wuqing and I decided to find some splendid items to divert his attention and help him forget the pain of losing Grandfather. Oh? You two are so filial? Very good, very good. It is indeed rewarding to see that the Heavenly Grandfather treated you well in your youth. Now, go seek out your Heavenly Grandfather. As for your reckless behavior, I shall not punish you. Upon hearing their explanation, Jiang Wenxuan's anger dissipated considerably. The children have finally grown up and learned to honor their elders. Then we shall take our leave, relieved at not being punished. The brothers joyfully dashed toward Xuantian's courtyard, fearing that Jiang Wenxuan might change his mind. Heavenly Grandfather, Heavenly Grandfather! Before they even entered the courtyard, they began calling out loudly. Oh, these two rascals are back. I wonder where they've been gallivanting for the past few days. In the courtyard, a girl in a green dress lounged on a rattan chair, engrossed in a thick book, while another girl in a blue dress sat cross-legged nearby. Hearing Jiang Wuqing's voice, both girls opened their eyes simultaneously. As for Xiantian, he had heard their voices but, knowing their tendencies, sensed trouble and opted to keep his eyes closed. Oh, you two are here too? Humph, of course we are. Unlike you, who disappear without a trace. Exactly. You were gone for days. Had it not been for the Heavenly Grandfather saying you were fine, we would have thought you were dead. Being berated by the two girls, Jiang Wuqing felt somewhat embarrassed and instinctively rubbed his nose. Jiang Wusin, however, displayed a look of disdain, pride, and smugness on his face. Humph, I can't be bothered with you. Hee, Heavenly Grandfather. I have brought you something wonderful. Jiang Wusin pulled out a spirit beast pouch, eager to retrieve the serpent inside. But noticing Xiantian with his eyes closed, he called out a few more times. Heavenly Grandfather, your grandson has brought you gifts. Heavenly Grandfather, I have something marvelous for you. Heavenly Grandfather, this item concerns your lifelong happiness. A matter of great significance. Heavenly Grandfather, please open your eyes and take a look. Heavenly Grandfather, Heavenly Grandfather. Ha ha ha. Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyan couldn't help but burst into laughter at Jiang Wusin's comical antics. Jiang Wusin, just show us what you've got. We want to see, Jiang Wuyan said with a mischievous grin. Jiang Wuyan, can you show some understanding? I am your brother. You ought to call me brother, spending all day with some unruly individuals. UVE learn bad habits, Jiang Wusin. What do you mean by that? Jiang Wuxin stood up, glaring at Jiang Wusin. TCH, a good man does not quarrel with a woman. Jiang Wusin glanced at the still-closed Xiantian, then at Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyan. With a determined bite of his teeth, he retrieved 4 green vine cages and a net from the spirit beast pouch. 4 black-ringed snakes, and a black and white mystic serpent. Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyan exchanged incredulous glances, never expecting these two to return with several snakes. But what were they planning to do with them? Chapter 81. A bit interesting feeling the familiar aura. Xiantian could not help but open his eyes. Snakes? Black-ringed snakes and a black and white mystic serpent. What do these two intend to do? Upon seeing Xiantian finally open his eyes, Jiang Wusin and Jiang Wuqing assumed he was captivated by the female serpent, and their hearts swelled with joy. Look, the Heavenly Grandfather is so excited. The moment the little female serpent is released, he couldn't wait to open his eyes. Jiang Wuxin glanced at the snakes on the ground, then at Xiantian, her eyes flashing with doubt, prompting her to ask, Hey, why did you catch so many snakes? Hee. Jiang Wuqing and Jiang Wusin exchanged knowing smiles, and Jiang Wusin replied, Aside from the black and white mystic serpent, the rest of the black-ringed snakes are female? Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyan were utterly baffled. She had asked why they caught snakes, not inquiring about their genders. These are all for the Heavenly Grandfather. Jiang Wuqing stepped forward, looking at Xiantian with sincerity etched on his face. For the Heavenly Grandfather? Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyan glanced at the black-ringed snakes, then at Xiantian, their mouths agape. Female snakes. For the Heavenly Grandfather. At that moment, they realized what it implied. But why is there still a male among them? Xiantian, too, was left dumbfounded. What is going on? Are these snakes meant for me? And there's a male among them? What does it mean? Goodness, these two beasts. Wait a moment, the 4 black-ringed snakes are female, but how is this black and white snake male? Oh dear, this is absolutely infuriating. Anger, 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 anger. It must be due to my decade-long slumber that these children have lacked proper guidance. While they are still in their teens with ample room for growth, I must pull them back from the path of misdeeds. Suddenly, Xuantian's body surged from 3 meters to 7. Oh heavens, must you be so agitated? With your size, you might want to shrink a little. Upon witnessing Xuantian's transformation, Jiang Wusin believed it was merely excitement. I commanded you to shrink a tad. Xiantian felt fortunate to be a snake now, especially a cultivated one. Otherwise, he would surely have suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. Xuantian's tail shot towards Jiang Wusin, and then, smack! Oh heavens, why are you hitting my backside? Smack, smack, smack. Oh dear, my backside is going to be sore. At this moment, Jiang Wusun was already sprawled on the ground, while Xuantian's tail continued to whip at his rear. Nearby, Jiang Wuqing and the others stared wide-eyed, with Jiang Wuqing stealthily retreating. Brothers are like birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, they take flight. Wusun, I'll take my leave first. Just as he turned to depart, a snake's tail ensnared his foot. Mercy, oh heavens! Thud. Jiang Wuqing landed in a rather undignified manner. Smack, smack, smack. In an instant, the courtyard echoed with the sounds of wailing. Butler, what is happening? That sound seems reminiscent of young Master Wuqing and young Master Wusun. A young servant inquired of an elderly man with a head full of white hair. Xiaodong, as a servant, you must always remember your place. There are questions you should not ask. Oh, I understand. Thank you for the guidance. Butler. Xiaodong, you are clever. Work hard, and the Zhang family will not treat you poorly. Off you go. Yes, after the young man named Xiaodong departed, Butler Lao Luo listened to the cries and a smile crept onto his lips. How familiar. It was just like this over a decade ago. After a while, the wailing gradually diminished until it ceased entirely in the courtyard. Xintian glared at Jiang Wuqing and Jiang Wusun, who were clutching their backsides. Oh heavens! We know we were wrong. Humph! Xintian snorted coldly and turned his gaze toward the 4 black-ringed snakes. Why do these black-ringed snakes appear so lovely? Their slender bodies shimmered with an ethereal glow under the sun, the 5 black rings exuding an enchanting aura, and their delicate faces and pink tongues added to their charm. TSK, how is it that these black-ringed snakes are so beautiful? Chapter 82. The Great Serpent Sect. Honestly, didn't Grandfather Tian refuse? Why then does he still forbid us from going out? We've been confined here for a year. It's so dull. Indeed, we haven't stepped outside for an entire year. Wusun, I can hardly bear it any longer. Shall we sneak out? But Grandfather Tian is watching us. What is there to fear? Grandfather Tian has received benefits from us. Moreover, we haven't been out in 6 months. Can you endure another 6? You're right, Wuqing. I can't handle it. It's sheer torture. Hee, I knew you'd feel the same. Come on, while Grandfather Tian is still dozing, let's slip away. The 2 of them tiptoed towards the door, but just then, a childish voice rang out. Brother Wuqing, Brother Wusun, where are you going? Jiang Wuqing and Jiang Wusun froze, turning their trembling heads to find Xintian still squinting and relishing the massage from the 5 snakes. What a fright! We thought we were about to be discovered. Thankfully, those snakes are quite skilled, and Grandfather Tian remains asleep. They exhaled in relief, signaling the little girl in a colorful dress to remain silent. The little girl blinked her big eyes, nodding in vague understanding. Jiang Wusun smiled and gave the girl a thumbs up. They then tugged at Jiang Wuqing to continue towards the door. However, just as they were about to step outside, a chill enveloped them. The 2 turned mechanically to see Xintian had opened his eyes, his dark pupils fixed on them. Grandfather Tian, Wusun and I didn't want to leave because we were bored. We merely wished to step out for a moment. Yes, to relieve ourselves. Yet Xuantian's expression remained unchanging, coldly staring at them. Jiang Wusun and the other quickly lowered their heads, resignedly returning to their previous positions. A pair of little rascals. Xintian closed his eyes again, enjoying the massage from the 5 snakes. The snakes brought back by Jiang Wuqing and Jiang Wusun were, of course, kept by Xintian, though it was not for the reasons one might think. Though he was a snake in form, his spirit remained human. Xintian found the 4 little female snakes quite adorable and beautiful, yet he could not accept the notion of being involved with them. Nevertheless, the snakes stayed. Under Xuantian's intimidation, the 4 black-ringed snakes swiftly became his expert massage therapists. As for the black and white Xianxi, it displayed a bit of temper. Perhaps it was true that when 2 males meet, a fight is inevitable, a mere low-grade creature, and yet the black and white Xianxi dared to challenge Xintian. Despite being of the same kind, Xintian did not hold back, swiftly incapacitating the black and white Xianxi with a single strike. After that, it became Xuantian's 5th therapist. I must say, the skills of these 5 snakes are quite remarkable. Xintian, who already enjoyed sleeping, found himself reclining almost all day long, indulging in their massages. Only the 5 snakes suffered. Working tirelessly around the clock, one day, While enjoying the massages, Shintian suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the door. At that moment, two figures entered from outside. Father, uncle, third uncle, Jiang Wuqing, Jiang Wusun, and the youngest, Jiang Wuyu. Quickly bowed in greeting, Uncle Tian. Is there something amiss? Shintian wrote on the ground. Over the past year, due to Xuantian's awakening, the Jiang family had gained confidence, and their various enterprises had expanded. With few family members, managing everything had become somewhat troublesome, so the three brothers had been preoccupied with family matters and rarely returned unless necessary. Now that both had come together, it likely signified something significant, though they did not appear anxious or flustered. Uncle Tian, someone has discovered remnants of a sect deep within the Zimu forest, and it is suspected to be the former Great Serpent sect of the Golden Core. Sect remnants? The Great Serpent sect? Shintian was familiar with the Great Serpent sect. It was a Golden Core sect that once dominated the Zimu forest, boasting 5 Golden Core masters at its peak. The Great Serpent sect was unlike ordinary sects. It was comprised of 5 families, each practicing techniques related to serpents in Tianan County. The strongest forces were the 3 major sects and the 4 prominent Golden Core families within the county town. There were only 3 Golden Core sects in Tianan County, but numerous Golden Core families. Most of these families were concentrated in the county town because outside of it, they faced suppression from the 3 major sects. The 3 major sects would not tolerate the emergence of Golden Core powers within their controlled cities. Once they appeared, they either had to merge with the 3 major sects or leave. Newly emerging Golden Core forces naturally preferred not to merge with the 3 major sects. After all, what they termed merging was, to put it bluntly, becoming their enforcers, and without any compensation, no less. Thus, many new forces would head to the county town to resist the 3 major sects alongside the 4 major families. However, not all forces were willing to settle in the county town, as doing so would still subject them to the pressures from the 4 families. The 4 families hoped that the new Golden Core forces would join them in resisting the 3 major sects, but were reluctant to allow them to grow. Consequently, some new Golden Core forces would choose to develop in their own territories, much like the 5 families of the Great Serpent sect. Chapter 83. Spiritual Veins and Truth. The 5 families of the Great Serpent sect had some connections. Before they became a Golden Core force, the 5 families had fortuitously acquired a single inheritance, and it was this inheritance that allowed the families to successively give birth to Golden Core masters. After becoming a Golden Core force, the 5 families wished to avoid oppression yet did not want to offend the 3 major sects, so they united and established the Great Serpent sect deep within the Zimu forest. However, the evident drawbacks of a sect formed by families were too pronounced. Disciples from different families within the Great Serpent sect often clashed, vying for resources and engaging in fierce conflicts to strengthen their control over the sect. The Great Serpent sect, which had only been established for a decade or so, had already experienced several large-scale internal battles, with even Golden Core masters becoming involved. The sect was on the verge of disintegration. Yet, just as the Great Serpent sect was about to fracture, someone made their move against them. One of the 3 major sects in Tianan County, the Tianxing sect, dispatched 10 Golden Core cultivators and over 100 Foundation establishment practitioners. In the blink of an eye, the Giant Serpent sect vanished from Tianan County. The 5 prominent families assumed that by securing a piece of land, they could thrive. However, being located outside the 18 cities in Tianan County meant they would not receive the protection of the 3 major sections. Without establishing a presence in the county seat, they could not ally with other Golden Core families, nor could they form a deterrent against the 3 major sections. Thus, the Tianxing sect set its sights on the Giant Serpent sect. A legacy capable of producing Golden Core cultivators was indeed tempting to the 5 families. After the Giant Serpent sect's demise, all valuable resources should have been plundered, or could it be that others still coveted them? Uncle Tian, you only know the surface. According to my sources, after the Tianxing sect conducted its search, they claimed not to have found any legacy. Although many doubted this at the time, years have passed, and it appears that the Tianxing sect has yet to reveal any Golden Core practitioners associated with the Giant Serpent sect. Thus, some speculate that the legacy may still reside within the remnants of the Giant Serpent sect. Oh? Is that so? Shin Tian was unaware of this matter, yet it still seemed amiss. If that were the case, why has no one sought out the legacy within the ruins of the Giant Serpent sect for all these years? The Purplewood Forest is home to several volcanoes, and the Giant Serpent sect was established near these volcanoes. Likely due to battles among Golden Core cultivators, shortly after the Tianxing sect's departure, several volcanoes erupted, completely submerging the Giant Serpent sect. Consequently, many assumed that the Giant Serpent sect had vanished in the Sea of Flames. Following the volcanic eruptions, some ventured into the Purplewood Forest to search. Yet they found not even a trace of the Giant Serpent sect. Until just a couple of days ago, someone ventured deep into the Purplewood Forest and inadvertently discovered the remnants of the Giant Serpent sect. Remarkably, the remnants were remarkably well preserved due to a protective array surrounding the sect. A protective array? How could that be possible? The Giant Serpent sect has been destroyed for several hundred years. How could the array still possess energy? As a guardian formation for a sect, its power is undoubtedly formidable, yet its energy consumption is equally significant. Given that the Giant Serpent sect has been annihilated for centuries, one would expect the protective array to have exhausted its energy and ceased functioning. Unless, Xin Tian seemed to arrive at a realization, his gaze shifting towards Jiang Wenxuan and Jiang Wenyuan. Beneath the Giant Serpent sect lies a micro-spiritual vein. Indeed, Xin Tian mused inwardly, only a spiritual vein could provide a continuous source of energy. TSK. It seems those foundation establishment families are not merely after the legacy, but also the spiritual vein. The mere thought of a spiritual vein made Xin Tian's eyes gleam with excitement. Spiritual veins are incredibly enticing. The spiritual energy in the world is, in fact, quite sparse. Relying on the meager ambient energy for cultivation results in painfully slow progress. One might wait an eternity to break through to foundation establishment, let alone reach higher realms. Spiritual veins, on the other hand, continuously generate pure and abundant spiritual energy, allowing for cultivation that yields exponential results. Thus, many factions congregate around spiritual veins to access the more refined and concentrated energy. For instance, in Wuling City, a micro-spiritual vein lies beneath the city center, while the Lingjian sect in Tiannan County possesses a small spiritual vein. Chapter 84. Clarity. What are their plans? While the existence of the Golden Core legacy remains uncertain, the spiritual vein is undeniably real. The only aspects of the Giant Serpent sect ruins that warrant attention are the Golden Core legacy and the spiritual vein. Based on our intelligence, the major foundation establishment families have devised two plans regarding the Giant Serpent sect ruins. The first, naturally, pertains to the Golden Core legacy. They intend to mobilize the entire Wuling city, gathering 2,000 early-stage Qi refinement cultivators to explore the ruins. Early-stage Qi refinement. Although the existence of the Golden Core legacy is uncertain within the ruins, the major foundation establishment families are undoubtedly keen, as they all aspire to elevate their status from foundation establishment to Golden Core. But why specifically early-stage Qi refinement cultivators? As if sensing Xin Tian's confusion, Jiang Wenyuan explained. The reason for requiring early-stage Qi refinement cultivators to enter the ruins is linked to the second plan, which concerns the spiritual vein. The protective array of the Giant Serpent sect is established atop the spiritual vein, and it was already somewhat affected by the volcanic eruptions of years past. If they were to violently breach the protective array now, it could potentially cause even greater damage to the spiritual vein. Therefore, to prevent harm to the spiritual vein, they devised a method. A group of foundation establishment cultivators would work together to create a breach in the protective array. To mitigate the risk of counterattacks from the array, the cultivators passing through the breach should possess lower levels of power. Following this, the cultivators entering the ruins would carry formation flags to set up and activate at designated locations. The number of formation flags required must reach 1,200, and to account for unforeseen circumstances, they plan to send 2,000 early-stage Qi refinement cultivators into the Giant Serpent sect ruins. Once the 1,200 flags are activated, they can form a barrier array to isolate the protective array from the spiritual vein, allowing foundation establishment cultivators to jointly dismantle the protective array of the Giant Serpent sect. I see. Xin Tian nodded. Then considering the spiritual vein, he inquired, and what about the spiritual vein? What are they planning to do with it? Sell it, or establish a city? The spiritual vein lies beneath the earth and cannot be removed. Perhaps a powerful being could manage it, but evidently, neither foundation establishment nor Golden Core cultivators possess that capability. The optimal method to utilize a spiritual vein is to establish a city above it, just like Wu Ling City. Alternatively, it could be employed for cultivating spiritual herbs or breeding fierce beasts. However, will the forces of Wu Ling City collaborate to establish a city, or will they sell the spiritual vein to other factions, such as the Lingjian sect, Tianxing sect, or the four prominent families in the county seat? Currently, there has been no definitive decision regarding the handling of the spiritual vein, but according to our information, the Qin family intends to sell it to the Lingjian sect, while the Zhou and Luo families wish to establish a city. Upon hearing this, Xin Tian contemplated. In his view, given the Jiang family's current strength and status, establishing a city would undoubtedly be more advantageous. First of all, if a new city were established, a portion of the population and forces would inevitably migrate there. At that point, supporting two cities would undoubtedly become much easier, and the limitations on the development of various factions would be significantly reduced. Of course, establishing a new city would entail considerable costs. No single faction within Wu Ling City could bear that burden. It would require the combined financial, material, and human resources of the entire Wu Ling City. Conversely, selling the spiritual vein to other factions raises questions. Can that faction afford it, and are they willing to offer the necessary resources? Even if they were to provide sufficient resources, how would those resources be distributed? It is likely that the bulk of the resources would go to the Foundation establishment families, leaving the other factions with little more than scraps. However, the Jiang family's strength is insufficient. Even if they have ideas, they are powerless to act. Uncle Tian, the giant serpent sect, was annihilated only a few hundred years ago, and with the protective array in place, there should still be some valuable items remaining inside, which is why I intend to. At this point, Jiang Wenxuan's gaze fell upon Jiang Wuqing and the others, who were watching them with curious eyes. Xin Tian pondered. He understood Jiang Wenxuan's intent. Yet, are you not concerned about their safety? 2,000 people. Uncle Tian, without experiencing trials and tribulations, how can one truly grow? Besides, the disciples of the Jiang family are no less capable than them. Xin Tian hesitated, and after a long moment, nodded. Very well, Xin Tian sighed. Whether in his past life or this world where strength reigns supreme, a tranquil growth is hardly beneficial. Having lived 2 lives, not a single junior has seen through the complexities of life. Chapter 85. Entering the Ruins. The next morning, Jiang Wenyu led Jiang Wuqing, Jiang Wusun, Jiang Wuxin, and Jiang Wuyan to the city lord's mansion, and subsequently followed the main force to the ruins of the giant serpent sect. Accompanied by over 20 Foundation establishment cultivators and more than 100 mid to late-stage Qi refinement practitioners, they encountered some ferocious beasts along the way, yet all were easily dealt with. Everyone arrived at their destination without incident. Wow, is this really the ruins of the giant serpent sect? How magnificent, of course. Although the giant serpent sect had a somewhat short-lived existence, it was nonetheless a golden core force, and its sect was naturally impressive. Gazing at the sunken remnants of the giant serpent sect, Jiang Wuqing and the others could not help but exclaim in awe, despite the protective array obstructing their view. The scale and the faint outlines of towering structures revealed the former glory of the giant serpent sect. I wonder if there are still valuable items within, with such a large sect. There should be some. Moreover, the annihilation of the giant serpent sect was carried out by a group of golden core cultivators, so undoubtedly, many items they deemed unworthy remain. Brother Wusun is right. Thus, we must exercise caution once we enter. With so many people, conflicts can easily arise. Pfft, what are we afraid of? Grandpa Tian has prepared plenty of good things for us. Moreover, we are all at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Who fears whom? Wuxin, do not underestimate the others, especially those from the Foundation establishment families. Their equipment is unlikely to be inferior to ours. Enough, you four. Stop the chatter. The breach has been opened. Prepare to enter. Remember, preserving your lives is paramount. What abundant spiritual energy! Beneath the giant serpent sect lies a micro-spiritual vein, and despite its relatively small size, the concentration of spiritual energy is naturally higher than that of Wu Ling City. More importantly, this is the spiritual energy accumulated over hundreds of years by the giant serpent sect, untouched by any cultivators. As soon as they stepped into the giant serpent sect, The four were stunned by the dense spiritual energy. A stark contrast to what Wu Ling City could offer. Do you think our Zhang family will ever have the opportunity to monopolize a spiritual vein? To monopolize a spiritual vein? TSK. Brother Chung, you sure have a bold imagination. Only the Golden Core faction is qualified to monopolize the spiritual veins, yet our Zhang family is still not even a foundational force. Golden Core? Alas, we do not know how long it will take. By the way, didn't the people from the Tianqing sect discover the underground spiritual veins back then? According to my uncle, the Tianqing sect forcibly breached the Grand Formation using a certain artifact, while the people of the Giant Serpent sect activated their protective formation to conceal the spiritual veins. However, they likely never anticipated that the Tianqing sect would annihilate them. Enough chatter. Everyone else is off treasure hunting. So we should hasten as well. Under the urging of Jiang Wuxin, the four of them randomly chose a direction to proceed. In the aftermath of the extermination battle, the once majestic structures of the Giant Serpent sect had been reduced to ruins, with debris scattered across the ground. Look, that palace over there remains relatively intact. Let us go take a look. Jiang Wuqing observed a palace not far away and headed straight for it. Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuxin followed suit, leaving only Jiang Wuyin momentarily stunned. Why is everyone so rash, failing to observe their surroundings? There are 2,000 people within these ruins. In the pursuit of valuable treasures, one could very well resort to violence. Jiang Wuxin sighed and followed along. The Feng family's alchemy hall. Even if the Giant Serpent sect were not eradicated by the Tianqing sect, it would likely not survive for long. Upon seeing the name above the palace's entrance, Jiang Wuxin could not help but shake his head. The 5 great families have united to establish a sect, yet they are so clearly divided, lacking any sense of unity. Even without the intervention of the Tianqing sect, the Giant Serpent sect would eventually perish due to internal strife. There is someone inside. Jiang Wuyin, who had been carefully observing her surroundings, spoke up, noting the footprints at the door and the signs of disturbance within the hall. So what? They seek their own, while we seek ours. If they dare to harbor ill intentions, watch me, Jiang Wuxin. Take them down. Jiang Wuyin opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained. Where has that sister gone? The one who used to quietly read by her side. Chapter 86. The Inheritance of Alchemy. Upon entering the alchemy hall, the first thing that caught their eye was a massive alchemy furnace, adorned with mysterious runes and bearing the marks of time. Surrounding the furnace were dozens of stone platforms, each displaying various spiritual herbs, now reduced to mere powder after many years. The hall was dimly lit, with only a few fragments of moonstone emitting a faint glow. The walls bore numerous cracks and were adorned with tattered alchemical schematics. These should have recorded crucial notes and experiences regarding alchemy. But after centuries, they had become too blurred to decipher. On either side of the alchemy hall were doors leading deeper inside. Which direction should we choose? The right. I see footprints leading to the left door, indicating that someone has already entered there. All right, let us follow Yinner's lead. The 4 entered through the right door. Inside was a narrow corridor extending for about 20 to 30 meters. Before opening up into a spacious area, 12 stone chambers formed a circle, and opposite the corridor's exit stood a stone door, seemingly leading to another passage. Let us go in and see. Perhaps there are more treasures inside. The 4 each entered a stone chamber, an alchemy furnace. Upon entering the chamber, Jiang Wuqing was greeted by rows of alchemy furnaces, numbering over 100. Is this the wealth of a Golden Core faction? The Jiang family's accumulated spiritual stones could hardly purchase such a quantity. Not to mention, there are quite a few profound-grade furnaces. What a tremendous find! Jiang Wuqing's grin widened, astonished that his first discovery within the ruins would be so rewarding. Although centuries had passed, the furnaces remained nearly unscathed. He quickly retrieved his storage bag and eagerly collected all the furnaces within on to the next chamber. In contrast to Jiang Wuqing's fortune, Jiang Wuxin was not as lucky. Upon entering his chamber, he encountered rows of stone racks, each laden with powder. A closer sniff revealed a faint fragrance. Such a waste! Jiang Wuxin lamented, feeling that the people of the Tianqing sect had been excessively profligate, allowing so many spiritual herbs to decay into dust over the years. The chamber should have been protected by formations to safeguard the herbs, but unlike the protective formation of the sect, which could draw upon the spiritual vein's power, these formations had long since lost their efficacy after centuries of neglect, leaving the herbs turned to dust. Such waste is both shameful and angering. Jiang Wuxin cursed inwardly before vacating the chamber. On Jiang Wuxin's side, upon entering her chamber, she too found stone racks covered in dust. Yet a few books still remained on the shelves. Is this the inheritance of alchemy? Jiang Wuxin's heart leapt with joy as she rushed to the racks, reaching out to retrieve a book, only for it to disintegrate into powder upon contact. Damn it! Jiang Wuxin exclaimed in frustration. Having hoped to acquire the giant serpent sect's alchemical inheritance, only to see it reduced to dust. Just as she was about to leave, Jiang Wuxin suddenly noticed something in the corner of a rack. Approaching, she discovered 6 jade tubes. Inheritance jade tubes? Wonderful. If these jade tubes contain records, they would likely remain intact even after centuries, and the knowledge inscribed within must be of considerable value. A glimmer of excitement crossed Jiang Wuxin's face as she took one of the jade tubes and pressed it against her forehead. Awakening Spirit Pill? Jiang Wuxin was taken aback, never expecting to find a profound grade superior awakening spirit pill. It's known that treasures of yellow and profound grades correspond to the Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core stages. This profound grade superior pill is of a notably high caliber. How could the Tianqing sect overlook such a valuable item? Jiang Wuxin found it hard to comprehend their negligence, but then recalled that the volcanic eruption had forced the Tianqing sect to evacuate. Fortunately, they hadn't looted everything clean. All of this is now mine. Jiang Wuxin's expression gleamed with excitement as she collected the remaining 5 jade tubes. What bad luck! It wasn't only Jiang Wuxin who faced misfortune. Jiang Wuyan did as well. Upon entering her chamber, she found stone racks filled with numerous jade vials, but alas, the medicinal pills within had long turned to black powder over the years. Let us move on to the next chamber. Perhaps there are still some treasures left. Chapter 87. Treasures belong to the strong. All 12 stone chambers were searched, 3 by each person. So, how did we fare? Seeing everyone had finished, Jiang Wuxin asked excitedly. His smile indicated a bountiful harvest. Why, first chamber held the alchemy furnaces, over 100 of them, with several profound grade ones. The second chamber was a storage room, filled with junk. In the third chamber, I found nearly 200 beast cores, all perfectly sealed with ice resin, their energy intact. Wuxing, I wondered why I had no good fortune, but it seems all the treasures were claimed by you. I searched 3 chambers, and only one had anything worthwhile, filled entirely with fire stones. Jiang Wuxin lamented, feeling disheartened in comparison to Jiang Wuxing's bounty. Fire stones can release high temperatures, although alchemists and artifact masters can conjure flames. Utilizing fire stones alleviates their burden and enhances their success rates. The value of fire stones isn't negligible. A room full could fetch at least over 1,000 spiritual stones. While 1,000 spiritual stones may seem substantial, it pales when compared to the alchemy furnaces and beast cores Jiang Wuxing had acquired. Of the 3 chambers I searched, only the first contained anything of worth. The others had long succumbed to decay over the years. However, in the first chamber, I obtained the alchemical inheritance. An alchemical inheritance. A method for crafting alchemical pills that can produce profound grade superior pills. Additionally, there's a compilation of alchemical experiences and 4 formulas, one of which is profound grade superior, while the other 3 are profound grade intermediate. Hiss Wuxin, it seems your haul is the most impressive of all. Jiang Wuxin's eyes turned red with envy, lamenting his mere collection of fire stones. He turned to Jiang Wuyan, his gaze hopeful. My findings are not lacking either. The first chamber held medicinal pills, though they were all spoiled. However, the jade vials still possess some value. The second chamber was empty, devoid of anything, but in the third chamber, I also discovered over 100 beast cores. Furthermore, there were dozens of meditation cushions, each capable of enhancing focus and qi gathering. Although the inscriptions on them have deteriorated somewhat over the years, they can be repaired by a skilled artisan. Additionally, I found several dozen spirit incense, which remain mostly intact. All right, it appears I am indeed the least fortunate. Hearing Jiang Wuyan's discoveries, Jiang Wusun lamented inwardly. We have all misjudged the giant serpent sect ruins. Jiang Wuxin continued, initially, we believed the giant serpent sect had been thoroughly looted by the Tianqing sect, leaving behind only trivial items of little value. However, at present, the information we have gathered is sufficient to ignite the interest of the foundational families within Wuling City. I suspect that it is not only this alchemy hall that holds such allure. Other places may be equally enticing. Indeed, especially the legacy in my possession, which I believe even the Tianqing sect would find impossible to overlook. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Wuqing and Jiang Wusun's eyes widened in astonishment. This implies that the Tianqing sect may not have conducted a thorough search of the Jusha sect initially. Perhaps they did search, but numerous locations remain undiscovered. Jiang Wuqing and Jiang Wusun exchanged a grave glance, realizing that this could lead to a bloody conflict among the 2,000 individuals. We must proceed. Time is of the essence. The four of them ventured through another stone door, entering a passage that extended somewhat longer, about 40 meters. Who are you? We arrived here first. Leave at once. Emerging from the passage, they found themselves in an expansive space. Apart from a dark golden alchemical furnace towering over a person, the area was otherwise barren. Oh, wait. There were four individuals glaring at them with hostility. This furnace. Jiang Wuqing and the others disregarded the warnings from the four and instead fixated on the dark golden furnace before them. Wuxin, you know the most about furnaces. Is this one of the earth grade? At the mention of earth grade, Jiang Wuqing felt a dryness in his throat. Earth grade treasures are coveted even by those in the nascent soul stage. Upon entering this space, they sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the furnace, a presence absent in Xian grade artifacts. I cannot be certain, as I have never seen an earth-grade furnace. Nevertheless, we must seize this furnace. As Jiang Wuxin's voice resonated, both parties grew tense. Do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? One of the four stepped forward, addressing Jiang Wuqing and the others with a sharp tone. First come, first served? Heaven's grandfather never taught us that. He only instructed us that the strong claim the treasures. Kill. Jiang Wuqing refrained from uttering any words of retreat. For the moment, he decided to claim the seemingly earth-grade furnace. He resolved to eliminate the four before him. A suspected earth-grade artifact was too significant to risk being divulged by these four. Heaven's grandfather once said that only the dead can keep secrets. Chapter 88. Slaughter 4 against 4. Jiang Wuqing wielded his long knife, which glimmered with hints of crimson light, striking towards a rotund man. The rotund man, sensing Jiang Wusun's fierce demeanor, felt a pang of dread and hurriedly produced a small black iron piece. The small piece transformed into a black shield under the infusion of spiritual energy. Clang! The long knife struck the black shield, and the tremendous force caused the rotund man to stagger back several steps. Heaven's grandfather taught that once one gains the upper hand in battle, one must continue the assault, denying the enemy any opportunity to regroup or unleash formidable techniques. Therefore, upon seeing the rotund man retreat, Jiang Wuqing pressed forward, his long knife dancing in the air, occasionally launching talismans or casting minor spells. In mere moments, the rotund man was left disheveled, bloodied, and filled with terror. Ha ha ha, you are so weak, truly pathetic. Jiang Wuqing laughed heartily, his long knife growing even more ferocious, rendering the rotund man defenseless. Brother, big brother, please, let us leave with our lives. The rotund man began to plead, casting a hasty glance around and realizing that his three companions were also in dire straits. One already severely injured in combat with another man. We will relinquish the items we just acquired. Just let us go. With more wounds accumulating, the rotund man grew increasingly frantic. Once you are dead? Everything you possess will rightfully belong to us. Do you dare threaten us? We are from the Li family in the eastern part of the city, where several have attained the 9th layer of qi refining. You are not foundational families. Should you kill us, our elders will not let you go unpunished. The rotund man shouted vehemently, yet Jiang Wuqing remained unfazed, merely sneering, if you are dead, who will know who killed you? As his words fell, Jiang Wuqing's attacks intensified. Now the rotund man could only defend, unable to counterattack. Jiang Wuqing was free to unleash his assault without concern for defense. The relentless strikes gradually forced the rotund man to retreat further, his injuries multiplying. "You scoundrel, you are forcing my hand." As his injuries worsened, the rotund man's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Abandoning defense, he produced a silver orb. Jiang Wuqing struck, severing half of the rotund man's body, exposing a pulsating heart. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Wuqing felt a chill run through him, his gaze fixating on the silver orb in the rotund man's grasp, his eyes widening in shock. "By the heavens!" The Thunder Pearl! Jiang Wuqing dodged to the side, unwilling to confront the Thunder Pearl head-on. The Thunder Pearl absorbs and seals lightning during thunderstorms, its power varying. Even a lesser version could threaten the lives of those in the mid-chi refining stage. Having just attacked, Jiang Wuxin's evasive maneuver came a moment too late, and he barely managed to avoid the Thunder Pearl as it hurtled toward him. Boom! Deafening roar erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of lightning and a piercing scream. "Wuqing? Brother Cheng?" Jiang Wuxin and the others were taken aback, quickly turning to Jiang Wuqing. "Cough. Damn it. I was too careless. I nearly lost my life. Fortunately, I had the protective artifact given by Heaven's grandfather." Jiang Wuqing clumsily rose from the ground, his body coated in soot, a green ring flashing on his left middle finger. Seeing Jiang Wuqing unharmed, Jiang Wuxin and the others breathed a sigh of relief, intensifying their attacks against the remaining three. However, they were notably cautious now. "Heh, dead rotund man. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve?" "No, even if you do, I won't grant you the opportunity." Jiang Wuqing charged directly at the rotund man, whose eyes brimmed with despair until his head rolled onto the ground, gradually losing its luster. After dispatching the rotund man, Jiang Wuxin turned his attention to the other three battles. All three skirmishes favored Jiang Wuxin and his companions, particularly Jiang Wuxin's engagement, where the opponent appeared utterly beleaguered and bloodied. Meanwhile, Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyin were also maintaining pressure, with victory merely a matter of time. Moreover, the rotund man's demise seemed to have unsettled the three remaining adversaries, causing their attacks to grow increasingly chaotic. Jiang Wuqing refrained from intervening. This was the battle of Jiang Wuxin and his companions. However, he kept a vigilant watch, ready to spring into action should they find themselves in peril. After Jiang Wuqing was struck by the Thunder Pearl, Jiang Wuxin and his comrades displayed noticeably greater caution, leaving no room for their foes to recover. Before long, Jiang Wuxin and his companions gradually subdued their opponents. TSK. These four were exceedingly weak. After overcoming their adversaries, Jiang Wuxin openly criticized the fallen foes. "Their combat experience was evidently lacking, unlike ours, as we were raised in a beast cage, battling ferocious beasts, honing our combat skills far beyond theirs." Jiang Wuyin observed keenly, noting that all four were merely at the third layer of qi refining and were not inherently inferior to them. It was simply their lack of combat experience and momentum that led to their suppression. "However, Brother Wuqing, you were far too careless this time. Had it not been for the protective artifact bestowed by Heaven's grandfather, you might have died or at the very least been severely injured." All right. Who could have anticipated his ruthlessness? Faced with Jiang Wuyin's reproach, Jiang Wuqing felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that he must never underestimate any adversary in the future. One can never predict the lengths to which an opponent might go to survive during a life-or-death situation. Chapter 89. Barry, is this a joke? Their haul is so meager. After collecting the storage bags of the four, Jiang Wuxin examined them one by one, discovering that apart from their own artifacts and pills, there were only a few shabby furnaces and some jade stones. Fortunately, their true objective lay in the dark golden furnace. The four approached the dark golden furnace, feeling its imposing aura intensify. This furnace is undoubtedly an Earth-grade artifact. However, it seems to have sustained some damage. Jiang Wuxin pointed out a fine crack on the furnace, which was slender, measuring about a palm's length and easily overlooked. "There is also a crack here. Is this a sword mark?" After a thorough inspection, the four noted two cracks and a sword mark on the furnace. "I can understand the cracks, but why is there a sword mark?" Jiang Wuqing pondered. Perplexed, a furnace is meant for alchemy. Who would be idle enough to strike it with a sword? A furnace is not solely for alchemy. I have read in certain texts that some alchemists, being well versed with their furnaces, Utilize them as their battle artifacts. They can both refine elixirs and engage in combat, and I suspect this furnace belongs to that category. Jiang Wuxin, having accompanied Jiang Wenyu in alchemy since childhood, possessed greater insight into furnaces than the other three. Let us not dwell on that for now. We must take the furnace away before others arrive. I've tried. It cannot be placed in the storage bags. The three looked at Jiang Wuxin, bewildered. This furnace is barely over a meter tall. How could it not fit into a storage bag? They took turns attempting to stow it away, but the dark golden furnace remained firmly in place. Unyielding. What is happening, Wu Yin? You are the most well-read among us. Do you have any idea why this is the case? Jiang Wuqing turned to Jiang Wuyin, concern etched on his face. To have an earth-grade artifact before them, yet be unable to take it away was truly painful. It appears that the storage bag S level is too low to accommodate an artifact of such caliber as the dark gold alchemy furnace, which belongs to the earth tier. Seems we must resort to a spatial ring to transport it. Low level? The three of them paused, for a storage bag is merely a yellow tier artifact. Ordinarily, as long as there is sufficient space, it can hold anything. As for the spatial ring, that is an upgraded version of the storage bag. Boasting greater capacity and enhanced stability, classified as an earth tier artifact, exorbitantly priced, perhaps selling the entire Jiang family estate might yield just one ring. What shall we do then? Are we to leave this treasure behind? By heavens, I shall simply carry it out. Jiang Wuqing stepped forward, attempting to lift the dark gold alchemy furnace, only to find it utterly immovable despite his exertions. Observing Jiang Wuqing's strained expression, Jiang Wuyin shook her head. Do not bother. An earth-tier artifact is not something a mere third-layer chi practitioner like you can lift. Besides, should you manage to carry it out, I fear there will be immediate repercussions. Others would undoubtedly spring into action. Seeking bloodshed for treasure. Shall we then leave it for others to claim? Jiang Wuqing was quite displeased. To have an earth-tier artifact before him and yet be unable to take it was a feeling more unbearable than consuming excrement. We may not be able to take it this time, but we can wait for the next opportunity. At this moment, Jiang Wuxin suddenly had a revelation, his face alight with excitement. Can't you think a little? Do you truly believe we will be allowed to retrieve it next time? Jiang Wuqing, already irked, regarded Jiang Wuxin as if he were foolish and unleashed a torrent of curses. Infuriated, Jiang Wuxin pointed at him and retorted. Jiang Wuqing, do you think everyone aspires to be as brawn-heavy and brain-light as you? Enough. At such a time, Jiang Wuxin interjected sharply, pulling them apart. Humph, listen. Did not our uncle mention the possibility of establishing a new city here? If that is the case, we can bury the furnace deep underground, and once the new city is established, our Jiang family shall claim this land. Ah, splendid idea! Jiang Wuyin clapped her hands in approval, delighting in the sidelong glance Jiang Wuxin cast at Jiang Wuqing. But what if a new city is never established? What if the spiritual vein is sold off? Moreover, even if a new city is built, how can we ensure this land will belong to our Jiang family? Brother Wuqing, this is the best course of action available to us. Should those foundational families sell the spiritual vein to the Spirit Sword sect, we could inform our aunt of the furnace's existence, or seize it when the Spirit Sword sect is inattentive. If a new city is indeed established, I estimate at most 5 or 6 foundational families will migrate there. And aside from these families, our Jiang family, with our celestial grandfather's backing, need not fear the others. We can simply take what we desire. If this land falls into the hands of those foundational families, we shall simply obliterate them when our own family grows strong. Jiang Wuyin truly is the most learned among us. Her mind is sharp, unlike that of some. Jiang Wuxin, if you continue with your sarcastic remarks, believe me, I shall strike you. We are all third-layer chi practitioners here. Who fears whom? Enough. Observing the heated exchange between the two, Jiang Wuxin raised her voice in anger. These two have never known a moment's peace since childhood. When they are on good terms, they are as inseparable as a pair of trousers. When discord arises, they are akin to sworn enemies. If you continue this bickering upon our return, I shall inform Celestial Grandfather and have him discipline you both for several more years. Ah, Wuxin, you mustn't relay this to Grandfather. We were merely joking indeed, Wuxin. We were simply fatigued from the earlier battle and sought to lighten the mood. By the way, let us hasten to bury the furnace, lest we find ourselves embroiled in further conflict. Chapter 90. The Spiritual Herb Garden. Digging over 100 meters deep, once we dismantle this place, I am confident no one will discover it. Although they could not move the furnace, they gradually buried it over 100 meters underground by excavating the earth, affixing dozens of aura-concealing talismans to its surface. The bodies of the four were also discarded down the pit, which Jiang Wuqing then incinerated to ashes. With a resounding crash, the surrounding walls crumbled and collapsed. Truly, one cannot underestimate a major power. These walls are remarkably sturdy. Were it not for the abundance of talismans on our persons, we would have surely exhausted ourselves in demolishing these walls. Let us not dwell on such trifles. Compared to an Earth-tier artifact, a mere 60 or 70 talismans are inconsequential. We have only one day, and over 2 hours have already passed. We must hasten to other locations lest all the treasures fall into the hands of others. The four set out once more, encountering a dozen corpses along the way, which instilled a sense of tension within them. It seems others have also become aware of the ruins. They are not foolish. They will discover it sooner rather than later. Be cautious. There will be no shortage of bloodshed ahead. TSK. I once thought 2,000 people was excessive, but it seems that by the end, there may not be even 1,200 left. The four exchanged words as they advanced toward other structures. Jiang Wuxin, walking at the forefront, suddenly furrowed her brow, her ears twitching slightly as if she had heard an unusual sound. She halted, scanning her surroundings warily, then whispered, "There is the sound of fighting." Upon hearing this, the others perked up, listening intently. Indeed, not far away, the sounds of battle were unmistakable. It seems there are quite a few people involved. Let us investigate. If a multitude is engaged in conflict, there must be something valuable at stake. Jiang Wuxin decisively made her way toward the source of the noise, and the others quickly followed suit. This is the Spiritual Herb Garden. Before them lay a valley, encircled by towering stone pillars, intricately carved with formation patterns. After hundreds of years, the patterns remained vividly discernible, yet the pillars wielded no power of formation. Clearly, the formations had long since become ineffective. The air was suffused with a faint fragrance. Yet the sounds of battle emanating from the valley were even more pronounced. Even from afar, the scent of spiritual herbs was palpable. There must be numerous herbs within. We must hurry inside, lest others seize the spiritual herbs before us. Jiang Wuxin, unable to contain her excitement, quickened her pace. Currently, as she studied alchemy under Jiang Wenyu, she was utterly captivated by herbs. The sight of a spiritual herb garden was utterly irresistible to her. Sister Wuxin, do not act impulsively. Jiang Wuyin quickly restrained Jiang Wuxin, urging her to consider the dangers. Sister Wuxin, do you not realize that there must be many people within the spiritual herb garden? If we rush in without caution, we could easily be injured. Yes, Wuxin, let us not be hasty. We should devise a plan to ensure our safety before making any moves. Jiang Wuxin also opposed the idea of entering the garden directly, while Jiang Wuqing, though eager to proceed, halted upon seeing the others blocking his path. What then is your plan? Jiang Wuxin, who had not entertained the notion of plan since her teenage years, directly inquired of Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyin. Jiang Wuqing's input was unnecessary. The two were of equal intellect. Do either of you have a plan? Jiang Wuxin turned to Jiang Wuyin. I do not. I do not have one either. Jiang Wuxin's frustration peaked, while Jiang Wuqing merely grunted in annoyance. There will always be a plan. However, let us first approach the valley to assess the situation. Jiang Wuxin chuckled awkwardly, then concealed his aura entirely, slowly edging closer to the valley. Jiang Wuqing and Jiang Wuxin exchanged exasperated glances but still followed him. Thankfully, they did not rush in. This spiritual herb garden is akin to a meat grinder. Jiang Wuxin patted his chest, exhaling deeply. Within the valley, the sounds of slaughter echoed. Nearly 200 cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle, wielding an array of artifacts, some brandishing swords and blades, others activating talismans, while others unleashed various spells. The clash of artifacts and techniques illuminated the air with dazzling light and deafening sound. Each impact carried tremendous force, as if threatening to rend the very valley asunder. Meanwhile, on the ground lay over 40 mangled and unrecognizable corpses. Some decapitated, others missing limbs, some with entrails spilled forth, while others had been reduced to charred remains. Ugh, Jiang Wuyin felt her stomach churn. Having battled fierce beasts before, she had seen both beastly and human corpses. Yet she had never before encountered such a grotesque scene. Although Jiang Wuxin did not feel nauseous like Jiang Wuyin, her complexion paled considerably. Conversely, Jiang Wuqing and Jiang Wusun appeared to be thoroughly entertained. Chapter 91. Becoming Bandits. Shall we not leave? This place appears perilously dangerous. Jiang Wuyin felt a twinge of fear, her face paling. Jiang Wuxin hesitated to depart so easily, yet the fierce combat before her induced a sense of retreat. She turned to Jiang Wuqing and Jiang Wusun, hoping for a clever solution. TSK, what an intense battle. It truly stirs the blood. Indeed, this is far more thrilling than the grand performances put on by the Yu family. Furthermore, with nearly 200 participants, they are engaged in battle outside the spiritual field, with only a few spiritual herbs caught in the crossfire. Naturally, since their goal is the spiritual herbs, they will consciously avoid the fields. As she observed the two individuals engaged in lively banter and commentary, Jiang Wuxin's heart swelled with fury, her teeth clenched as she glared at them. Are you two out of your minds? Is this truly the time for idle chatter? Brother Wuqing, Brother Wusun, we must focus on the pressing matter at hand and devise a plan. All right, no need to rush. Solutions will certainly present themselves. Jiang Wusun retrieved 4 black robes from his storage pouch, donning one himself and handing the remaining 3 to Jiang Wuqing and the others. Upon receiving the black robe, Jiang Wuqing immediately put it on, while Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyin stood frozen in disbelief. Night cloaks? What purpose do they serve? And besides, it's broad daylight. Oh, this night cloak feels quite cool, Jiang Wuyin remarked, her fingers brushing against the fabric and sensing a chilling sensation. Hearing the term night cloak, Jiang Wuqing, who was already clad in black, chuckled softly. This is no mere night cloak. It is an illusion garment crafted from the silk of moon silkworms. Our father procured it at an auction in the Wanbao Trading Company 2 years ago. And it was quite expensive, 7 pieces in total. However, it's worth every penny, as wearing this garment allows one to alter their aura and conceals them from detection by cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. At that moment, Jiang Wuqing had donned the illusion garment, rendering his figure shrouded in black, making his features indiscernible, while his aura fluctuated intermittently. What is the plan here? As Jiang Wusun also donned his illusion garment, Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyin followed suit. Jiang Wuqing and Jiang Wusun exchanged a glance, excitement evident on their faces as they spoke in unison. Of course, we're going to become bandits. Half an hour later, the battle within the valley raged on, with nearly 30 more corpses littering the ground. The number of damaged spiritual herbs continued to rise, and some individuals attempted to breach the spiritual fields to seize the herbs. However, upon stepping into the fields, they were met with a barrage of attacks from multiple assailants. Consequently, no one dared to recklessly venture into the spiritual fields, which had become akin to a forbidden zone. Meanwhile, the cultivators continued to clash outside the spiritual fields. Yet, as the fighting escalated and casualties mounted, many began to retreat, hastily making their way out of the valley. The numbers dwindled. Jiang Wuqing and his companions stood outside the valley, intently watching the ongoing battle, their anticipation growing. Inside the valley, 2 girls who appeared to be twins were gradually forced back by their adversaries. However, seizing the moment of retreat, they suddenly turned and darted into the spiritual fields, swiftly uprooting dozens of spiritual herbs before charging towards the valley's exit. Bastards! The twins' opponents, a male and a female, felt tricked and were consumed with rage, eager to pursue the twins. Yet, they promptly halted, exchanging glances before turning to the spiritual fields themselves, where they uprooted nearly 100 spiritual herbs before fleeing the valley. Outside the valley, prepare yourselves, the goods are arriving. The twins had just exited the valley, breathing a sigh of relief when they heard 4 voices declare, "This road is opened by me. This tree is planted by me. If you wish to pass this road, leave behind some toll." The twins were momentarily stunned. Had they encountered bandits? Yet, before they could ponder further, for individuals clad in black robes charged at them, brandishing their magical artifacts. With a 4-2 advantage, and the twins still recovering from their earlier skirmish, they soon found themselves at a disadvantage against Jiang Wuqing and his group. Jiang Wuqing swiftly dispatched one of the girls with a single strike, causing her to spew blood, panic flashing in her eyes as she disregarded her twin sister and fled. However, Jiang Wuqing and his companions had already resolved to kill and seize treasure, and they would not let her escape easily. Swish! A red tassel spear sliced through the air, piercing the fleeing girl's head. Her body trembled a few times before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Sister. The remaining girl, witnessing her sister's demise, was engulfed in terror. I can give you everything. Please, just let me go. Jiang Wusun and Jiang Wuyin remained silent. They had been taught by Zhuan Tiangong from a young age that a worthy adversary was one who lay defeated on the ground. Those who still possessed the will to fight yet begged for mercy were to be disregarded. Better to incapacitate them first. Vines, entangle. Jiang Wusun commanded in a low voice, and several green vines shot forth from the ground, ensnaring the girl's legs and feet. The girl screamed in shock but soon fell silent. Jiang Wusun then swung his sword, severing her head from her body. Grandfather Tian was absolutely right. Overwhelming the few is the way to go. This is too easy. After claiming the twin storage pouches, Jiang Wusun revealed a smile. Such effortless gains. What a pity those two got away. No matter, the others will emerge soon enough. Chapter 92. Entering the valley. More fish have arrived. Let them go. Shortly after dispatching the twin sisters, another group of 5 emerged from the valley. After considering the situation, Jiang Wusun decided against attacking them. After all, there were still over 100 fish. These few were suitable targets to engage. At the valley's exit, 2 men and a woman, all injured and staggering, stumbled out. They've gone mad. Absolutely mad. The woman exclaimed, wiping the blood from her lips as she cursed. How could they not be mad? Inside, there are numerous spiritual herbs aged hundreds of years, and some even at the Xian tier. It's no wonder that we, mere qi refining stage cultivators, would clash fiercely over such treasures. Haha, thankfully we knew when to withdraw. Over 100 spiritual herbs, including a dozen of Xian tier. Our venture into the giant snake sect's ruins has truly been a windfall. As they spoke of their gains, excitement lit up their faces. Wow, we hit the jackpot. Who? The trio jumped in surprise, turning to see 2 people on either side, eyeing them hungrily. Who are you? A sense of foreboding washed over the woman. We are the rightful owners of this place. You dare to steal our spiritual herbs? Hand over your storage pouches and then take your own lives as an apology, Jiang Wuqing declared, his expression one of righteous fury. You are the owners of this place. You want us to surrender our storage pouches? To take our own lives as an apology? The 3 exchanged glances, then the woman pointed at Jiang Wuqing and shouted. Are you all insane? Oh, how bold of you to steal from others and yet speak so arrogantly. It seems I must assist you in your suicidal apology. Kill them, Jiang Wusun commanded with a pointed finger. Followed by a sharp crack, Jiang Wusun turned sharply, only to find Jiang Wuqing scolding him. Who are you calling little? Show some respect, everyone. Follow my command. Attack. Jiang Wuqing's expression turned serious as he raised his weapon and charged toward the woman in the center. Grandfather Tian needs to teach them a lesson. Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyin exchanged knowing glances, attuned to each other's thoughts. What if they were born a few months before us? Jiang Wusun muttered a few complaints before joining the fray. Although their opponents numbered 3, the injuries they bore rendered them easier to handle than the earlier twins, and it wasn't long before Jiang Wuqing's group subdued them. Wow, their spoils far exceed those of the twins. After claiming the storage pouches from the defeated trio, Jiang Wuyin's eyes widened in delight as she gazed inside, captivated by the spiritual herbs. It's too early to celebrate. The real fish are still to come. These people are outrageous, stealing our business. Jiang Wuxin glared at a nearby skirmish involving 7 or 8 individuals, her face a mask of anger. They had been operating smoothly until the influx of individuals leaving the valley became overwhelming, making it impossible for Jiang Wuqing's group to eliminate them all at once. Some, upon seeing Jiang Wuqing and his companions, realized the situation and began to emulate their actions. Additionally, others were drawn in by the sounds of battle and, upon witnessing Jiang Wuqing's group seize treasures, became bandits themselves. Now, outside the valley, aside from Jiang Wuqing and his team, numerous other small groups had formed. The waters were now teeming with fishermen while the fish were becoming scarce. To compete for the spoils, these groups began to vie with one another. Jiang Wuxin furrowed his brow, having not anticipated such a scenario. With a dozen small teams, the stronger ones boasted 7 or 8 members. While the weaker ones had merely 2 or 3, they were only moderately capable. If anyone emerged from the valley, it was often a race against time to seize the treasures. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Jiang Wuxin's mind, and he quickly pulled Jiang Wuqing and the others away. Those nearby observed their departure with some confusion but did not dwell on it. Good, less competition. After a while, 4 figures gradually approached the valley. The figures, 2 men and 2 women, seemed oblivious to the hidden assailants and strode straight into the valley. Go. Engage in battle inside and bring the spiritual herbs out to us. The bandits concealed in the shadows did not hinder the 4 individuals. Instead, anticipation gleamed in their eyes. Let those fools wait outside. There are hardly any cultivators left inside the valley, making it the perfect opportunity to harvest spiritual herbs. The 4 individuals gazed into the depths of the valley. Where fewer than 100 were engaged in combat, their skirmish having now spread to the spiritual fields, resulting in the devastation of numerous spiritual herbs. However, the competition had lessened significantly, as they primarily fought while simultaneously harvesting these herbs. Goodness, how could so many spiritual herbs have been ravaged in such a short time? They must hurry. The herbs are nearly gone. The 4 donned illusionary garments and, with fierce determination, made their way towards a particular spiritual field. Chapter 93. Capture him. Wow, such a vast expanse of purple origin grass. Dig it up. Origin extreme grass. Dig it. Fiery serpent root. Dig it. Hiss, is that a mirage poison fruit? Dig it. Upon entering, they were met with bountiful rewards, and the 4 were overjoyed, grinning widely as they stowed every visible spiritual herb into their storage bags. Look, Earth Spirit Flower, Jiang Wuyin exclaimed, prompting the other 3 to follow her gaze in the spiritual field. For gray-brown flowers swayed gently. The Earth Spirit Flower, with its diminutive stalks and gray leaves and petals, was quite inconspicuous, further dulled by the dust and debris from the surrounding battle. A lower-grade Earth Spirit Flower? Prized find, Jiang Wuxin rejoiced and reached to collect the flower, but at that moment, a fireball hurtled towards her from the side. An attack! Jiang Wuxin instinctively sought to evade, but recalling the Earth Spirit Flower, she realized that fleeing would surely lead to its incineration. Gritting her teeth, she swung her sword fiercely. Boom! The fireball exploded, causing her to stagger back, but she quickly steadied herself, rolling over to the side of the Earth Spirit Flower. With a swift motion, she uprooted it, soil and all, and tucked it into her storage bag. Hand over the Earth Spirit Flower. Jiang Wuxin turned to see a figure with a pockmarked face, initially taken aback before her anger flared. How repulsive! Get lost! I find your presence nauseating. The pockmarked face, which had merely shown a cold demeanor, suddenly contorted into a vicious snarl, filled with murderous intent directed at Jiang Wuxin. I only desired the Earth Spirit Flower. But now I have decided to end your life. The already disfigured visage twisted further, making Jiang Wuxin feel a wave of nausea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several blazing fireballs streaked towards Jiang Wuxin like meteors. She deftly dodged the fiery projectiles. But before she could catch her breath, the pockmarked individual lunged forward, extracting a vibrant red ribbon from his storage bag. The ribbon unfurled as if animated, transforming into an enormous fiery serpent stretching over 10 meters in length. The serpent, engulfed in flames, seemed a living embodiment of fire. It opened its maw wide, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames aimed directly at Jiang Wuxin. Feeling the intense heat and an involuntary surge of danger, a flicker of panic crossed Jiang Wuxin's eyes, causing her to falter momentarily. Just as the flames were about to engulf her, a pale blue water barrier emerged, intercepting the flames and enveloping them. extinguishing them in moments. Subsequently, the pale blue water transformed into a delicate scarf, landing gracefully in Jiang Wuyan's hands. Wuxin, you faltered, nearly becoming a roasted pig if not for Wuyan's timely intervention. Jiang Wuqing, you are the one who resembles a roasted pig. Jiang Wuxin shot back, glaring at him, while the other three chuckled at their banter. All right, enough of that. Let's deal with the enemy at hand. Jiang Wuyan refocused, aiming her attention back at the pockmarked figure. Such a high-grade yellow artifact, even those in the Foundation establishment stage would be tempted. What of a high-grade yellow artifact? With such limited cultivation, he cannot unleash its full potential. It is merely marginally stronger than a typical low-grade yellow artifact. Nonetheless, this pockmarked fellow's background may not be trivial, and what of that? He cannot discern our appearances at this moment. Fair point, indeed. Jiang Wuqing and Jiang Wusun exchanged quips, disregarding the pockmarked figure entirely. How absurd. There are 4 of us here. Even if 2 more pockmarked faces appeared, they would be no match. The pockmarked figure's expression shifted between anger and reluctance as he glanced at Jiang Wuxin. Then at the other 3, and realizing he was outnumbered, he reluctantly decided to abandon his pursuit of the Earth Spirit Flower. With a cold huff, he turned to leave. Wait, you're just going to leave now? Bullying my sister and thinking you can walk away? Capture him. Jiang Wuqing and Jiang Wusun charged forward, one wielding a knife and the other a sword, howling in pursuit of the pockmarked figure. Sensing the chill creeping up his back, the pockmarked individual spun around, narrowly dodging the attacks from Jiang Wuqing and Jiang Wusun. Oh, this lad has some skill, and even with skill, can he truly fend off 4 adversaries? At this moment, Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyan closed in, with Jiang Wuxin's eyes gleaming with murderous intent fixed on the pockmarked figure. Oh, you wish to kill me? The pockmarked figure eyed the 4 with growing trepidation. Stepping back involuntarily, regret flooded him. The moment he spotted the Earth Spirit Flower, he had acted impulsively, failing to notice the 3 others nearby. Now that they harbored murderous intentions against him, escaping unscathed seemed increasingly unlikely. I am from the Luo family in the city. I advise you to think carefully. The pockmarked figure invoked his identity, hoping to intimidate them. Alas, he underestimated the resolve of the 4. See, I told you this pockmarked fellow is not simple. What shall we do then? What else can we do? Since we already offended him, we must eliminate him to prevent future troubles. As the words left her lips, Jiang Wusun was the first to act. Swinging his sword while several green vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the pockmarked figure, in a swift motion. The pockmarked figure lashed out with the red ribbon, incinerating the vines, but the ribbon transformed into a serpent. Preparing to counterattack Jiang Wusun. However, Jiang Wuqing and the others were already upon him, forcing the pockmarked figure to retreat. Go! Jiang Wuyan commanded softly, as the pale blue scarf morphed into a stream of blue water, encircling the fiery serpent. Curse it! Realizing his strongest artifact was ensnared, the pockmarked figure unleashed dozens of talismans, but without checking their effects, he turned and fled. Flee! Can he truly escape? Wusun? Understood. Jiang Wusun gestured, targeting the fleeing pockmarked figure. Blackwood thorns erupted from the ground, forcing the pockmarked figure to evade, just as a white silk net descended from above, ensnaring him completely, rendering futile all attempts to break free. Simultaneously, Jiang Wuxin hurled her spear, which struck true, piercing the pockmarked figure's head. Chapter 94. The ruins, oh my, this little pockmarked fellow possesses quite a trove of treasures, Jiang Wuqing exclaimed as he retrieved 2 of the pockmarked figure's storage bags, one containing a mere handful of pills and artifacts, while the other brimmed with spiritual herbs. I've discovered a path to riches, by killing and plundering. Oh? How did you know? Jiang Wusun chuckled. With your thought process, I could deduce it using my backside. Besides, isn't this the very method we employed outside the valley? What do you think? Seems many have sustained severe injuries. Enough of this, Brother Wuqing. There are too many people here. If you dare to brazenly raid the other cultivators, they will likely join forces to eliminate you. Before Jiang Wusun could respond, Jiang Wuyan interjected, visibly exasperated. Nevertheless, This does present a viable strategy. We shall harvest the spiritual herbs, but should anyone dare to challenge us, we won't hold back. Jiang Wusun saw merit in this approach. Well, since Brother Wusun deems it feasible, let us give it a try. Jiang Wuqing was left dumbfounded. That wasn't your intention just moments ago. Thus, the four commenced their audacious escapades. They charged recklessly towards any visible spiritual herbs, disregarding the presence of others. What? They dare to vie with us for spiritual herbs. We'll teach them a lesson. After more than an hour, Jiang Wuqing and his companions had dispatched over a dozen individuals, seizing nearly 30 storage bags, targeting those who were weaker or isolated. By this time, the spiritual herbs had been largely depleted. The remaining cultivators had shifted their focus from foraging to battling one another, with victors claiming the spoils while the defeated lost both herbs and lives. While besieging a small trio, Jiang Wuqing and his companions suddenly shouted, "Run! Bandits are here to steal the herbs." The surrounding cultivators paused, startled, before spotting a group of 40 to 50 individuals charging towards them from the valley's entrance. Oh no! Panic ensued among the cultivators as they scattered in all directions. "I am from the Chu family in the east. If you dare to kill me, the Chu family will not let you off. You seek death. My grandfather is a Foundation establishment cultivator. Begone, you insignificant ants from small factions. I am from the Chen family." Many from established families began to declare their identities, some quaking in fear and opting to flee, while others, driven by bloodlust, attacked indiscriminately. The chaos escalated. Initially, those outside the valley sought to rob those within, but soon, as long as one was not a member of their group, all were fair game. On the opposite side, Jiang Wuqing and his companions, having shed their illusionary garments, cautiously emerged from the valley, hearts still racing from their near brush with death. Jiang Wuqing bore a grimace, his body marked by several wounds, as the four departed. He stood at the rear, bravely fending off numerous assaults. "We must leave this place at once. These individuals have gone mad with bloodlust," Jiang Wuyin urged, hastily feeding him a few medicinal pills, her expression grave. Very well. The quartet resumed their journey, encountering others who, like them, were escaping the valley. They exchanged glances, but none chose to engage, dispersing in various directions. Is this truly the main hall of the giant serpent sect? What a wasted trip! Upon exiting the valley, Jiang Wuqing and his companions resolved to head towards the sect's main hall. According to their intel, most of the stewards and elders resided there, along with shared techniques, spells, and treasures belonging to the 5 prominent families. They had hoped to find some remnants of valuable resources from the alchemy pavilion and the spiritual herb garden. Yet upon arrival, they were met with nothing but ruins. What main hall? There's nothing here but debris. It appears the Golden Core War took place right here. As they gazed upon the devastation, the remnants of the hall lay scattered, reduced to countless fragments and dust. Only crumbling walls and utter chaos remained. The nearby peaks had been stripped of most of their mass, as if crushed by an unseen giant hand, riddled with gorges and fissures that revealed a terrifying visage of the earth. No wonder it could incite a volcanic eruption. The destructive force was utterly horrifying. This main hall dwarfed the entire Jiang estate in size. Yet under the terrifying devastation of the Golden Core stage, its grandeur had vanished without a trace. Let us move on. There's likely nothing left here. Even if there were, we lack the time to excavate. Chapter 95. The Serpent Statue. The giant serpent sect was vast, comparable to half of Wuling City. However, for Jiang Wuqing and his companions, hastening their pace would soon allow them to traverse the entirety of the giant serpent sect. These locusts have left nothing behind. Jiang Wuxin gritted her teeth. After their exploration of numerous locations following their time at the spiritual herb garden, they had found all treasures thoroughly plundered. Well, we have already amassed quite a haul. Jiang Wuyin reassured. I say we should continue to seize whatever we can. Efficiency is key. Ha! Just moments ago, who nearly met their end? That was an accident. Who could have anticipated that young lad possessed the means to unleash the power of a top-tier yellow-grade artifact? Jiang Wuqing glowered at Jiang Wusun, feeling a swell of indignation. Throughout their journey, they had encountered numerous individuals. They avoided groups, yet when faced with fewer adversaries, they engaged. However, One cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. The four initially spotted a solitary youth, believing it to be another opportunity, yet the boy suddenly sprang into action, taking on all four of them. Though they managed to suppress him, he fought back valiantly. As the battle intensified, all manner of techniques and artifacts were employed. Under the pressure of their assault, the boy's resilience began to falter, his injuries mounting. Just as Jiang Wuqing and his companions thought victory was at hand, the boy produced a palm-sized serpent statue. With a flick of his wrist, the statue emitted a radiant beam, transforming into a 10-meter-long black serpent. The serpent was formidable, and under its relentless assault, the four began to retreat. Jiang Wuqing initially aimed to eliminate the boy, believing that no matter how powerful the serpent, it would be futile. However, the serpent adeptly attacked them while simultaneously shielding its master, leaving Jiang Wuqing with no opportunity to strike. Flee if you cannot win. The quartet prepared to escape, yet the boy was unwilling to let them go. After all this time, I've unleashed my ultimate technique. You think you can just leave without my say? With a command, the boy directed the black serpent to pursue Jiang Wuqing and his companions. In an unfortunate turn of events, Jiang Wuqing was swallowed whole by the serpent. Fortunately, he bore a protective artifact, which kept him safe for the moment. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Wuqing and Jiang Wuxin attacked simultaneously, catching the boy off guard, and he soon met his demise at their hands. This is truly peculiar. I sense that it is more than just a top-tier yellow-grade artifact. Reflecting on his encounter with the boy, Jiang Wuqing felt a sense of intrigue as he examined the serpent statue. Jiang Wuyin hypothesized that it was indeed a top-tier yellow-grade artifact, yet Jiang Wuqing remained skeptical. He had encountered such artifacts before, possessing one himself. However, the notion of a higher-grade artifact seemed implausible. Anything beyond yellow-grade was classified as mysterious grade. How could a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator possibly wield such power? Even if it were a top-tier yellow-grade artifact, he found it perplexing. The effectiveness of an artifact is contingent not only on its grade but also on the cultivator's prowess. A Qi refinement stage cultivator would struggle to unleash the full potential of even a yellow-grade artifact, let alone a superior one. What then was the true nature of the black serpent? Its strength seemed to rival that of a sixth-layer Qi refinement cultivator. It appeared that the boy was unable to maintain full control, and the numerous protective artifacts on Jiang Wuqing and his companions afforded them a brief respite against the serpent's ferocity. The serpent statue was as dark as ink, cool to the touch, embodying qualities of both stone and jade. Its surface was adorned with tightly interlocking scales, each intricately carved and shimmering with a deep, lustrous sheen. The serpent's eyes gleamed with intelligence and authority, as if capable of perceiving all truths. Its slightly parted mouth revealed sharp fangs, instilling a sense of awe within Jiang Wuqing. Suppressing his unease, Jiang Wuqing gently caressed the serpent statue. As his fingers glided over its scales, head, eyes, and fangs, he suddenly recoiled, noticing a small wound on his fingertip, a trickle of blood emerging. Was I bitten by the fangs? He mused, dismissing it as a minor issue, a mere drop of blood. However, an instant later, he came to an abrupt halt. What is it? Jiang Wuqing queried, puzzled by Jiang Wuqing's sudden stillness. Yet as he gazed into Jiang Wuqing's eyes, a sense of dread gripped his heart. Be cautious. Something is amiss, Jiang Wuqing shouted, pulling Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyin back a few paces. What is happening? Jiang Wuyin gasped, her eyes widening in terror as she looked at Jiang Wuqing. At that moment, Jiang Wuqing stood frozen, his gaze transformed into a yellow-brown hue, his pupils morphing into slitted black orbs. Moreover, a chilling aura began to emanate from him, an aura that Jiang Wuqing and the others recognized all too well. Having encountered it in the black serpent they had previously fought, as the sinister energy around Jiang Wuqing intensified, it surpassed that of an ordinary Qi refinement stage cultivator. Gradually, his aura escalated to the mid-Qi refinement stage, continuing to rise. Yet, simultaneously, his complexion drained of color, turning ghostly pale. Jiang Wuqing cautiously approached, reaching out to touch Jiang Wuqing, only to be met with an icy chill. This is dire. Jiang Wuqing's expression turned urgent and grave. Wuqing, what has happened to you? His vitality is rapidly waning, and the spiritual energy within him is depleting. Jiang Wuyin and Jiang Wuxin exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed as to how Jiang Wuqing could possess such formidable energy while appearing so frail. Surely, this is connected to the serpent statue. Jiang Wuxin, noticing the statue tightly gripped in Jiang Wuqing's hand, attempted to pry it free, but found it impossible to loosen his grasp. If all else fails, I'll sever his hand, she declared, brandishing her sword, poised to strike at the hand clutching the statue. Chapter 96. Can you believe this? As Jiang Wuyin was about to act, Jiang Wuxin abruptly grasped her arm, preventing her from proceeding. Wuyin, we cannot afford to hesitate. Wuqing is in grave danger. Time is of the essence, Jiang Wuyin exclaimed in desperation, but she was interrupted by Jiang Wuxin. Wuqing's aura has stabilized. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuyin immediately halted her movements, and together with Jiang Wuxin, they leaned in to assess the situation. Why did it suddenly stop? The three were equally bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. However, not long after, Jiang Wuqing began to exhibit new changes. The powerful aura he had possessed, previously rivaling that of a late-stage qi refinement cultivator, began to plummet swiftly. In mere moments, it regressed to the level of a third-layer qi refinement cultivator, appearing even weaker than before. Simultaneously, the cold sensation that had enveloped him vanished without a trace. The trio exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. After a brief interval, they turned their attention back to Jiang Wuqing, silently observing his transformation. At last, when his aura fully receded, Jiang Wuqing's eyes, which had once displayed slitted pupils, returned to their normal state. Could there be any unforeseen consequences? It seems to have reverted to its original state. Perhaps all is well. I've heard tales that when a nascent soul true monarch's physical body perishes, a remnant nascent soul may remain, capable of seizing a new vessel to attain rebirth. Do you think Wuqing might? Surely not. Jiang Wuxin cast a wary glance at Jiang Wuqing, her eyes betraying a hint of caution. This situation was uncertain. The serpent sculpture might be concealing a Yuan Ying. And perhaps at this very moment, Wuqing had already been possessed. How else could one explain the sudden surge of aura that had erupted around him? Coupled with that eerie, chilling presence, it was undoubtedly not something Wuqing possessed. The expressions of Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyin grew grave, feeling that Jiang Wuxin's words held merit, and thus they both drew their magical artifacts, aiming them at Jiang Wuqing. As Jiang Wuqing opened his eyes, excitement flickered across his face, but it was quickly replaced by confusion. A few meters away, Jiang Wuxin was hunched over, while Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyin stood alert, their weapons ready, gazing at him with vigilance. What's going on? Who are you? Jiang Wuxin's heart sank at the look on Jiang Wuqing's face. It was over. Wuqing had been possessed. That expression clearly indicated a successful possession and the exhilaration of a new lease on life. Wuqing, how unfortunate you are, barely 20 years old. How should I explain this to uncle? 1,000 thoughts raced through Jiang Wuxin's mind, but Jiang Wuqing, still dazed, glared at Jiang Wuxin and shouted, Who am I? I am your brother. How dare you be so disrespectful? Has your head been kicked by a donkey? That felt so familiar, too familiar. It was just that vibe. Jiang Wuxin suppressed his excitement and thought, No, I must try again. You are Jiang Wuqing? Of course. If I am not Jiang Wuqing, then who is? What proof do you have? Proof? Jiang Wuqing fumed. Do I need proof to prove that I am myself? Ha, Jiang Wuxin. Do you think my 40-meter-long broadsword isn't sharp enough? Haha, it's sharp enough. Jiang Wuxin chuckled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The mention of the 40-meter broadsword was something he had heard from Grandpa Tian. So if he could say that, then everything should be fine. Is everything all right? Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyin leaned closer. It should be fine. After receiving Jiang Wuxin's affirmation, the two put away their magical artifacts into their storage bags. What are you two making a fuss about, following this lunatic around? Brother Wuqing. It's like this. Upon hearing Jiang Wuyin's explanation, Jiang Wuqing began to comprehend the situation. My eyes have turned into serpent pupils? I have an aura that does not belong to me, and I just exuded the might of late-stage qi refinement. This is ridiculous. How can one's cultivation rise and then fall? At that moment, Jiang Wuqing's mind was flooded with countless thoughts, and while he could accept the first two changes, the last one, That would mean losing countless years of progress. Brother Wuching, what exactly happened to you? Seeing Jiang Wuching in a daze, Jiang Wuyan pressed on. Jiang Wuching suddenly snapped back to reality, nearly forgetting the matter at hand. We VE struck gold. Struck gold. What do you mean by struck gold? The three of them exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was happening. Can we still communicate normally? This is incomprehensible. Jiang Wuching's face flushed with excitement as he jumped up and down, shouting joyfully. Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyan turned to Jiang Wusun. Are you sure everything is okay? No, Wuching, what is going on? Can you finish speaking before you shout? Hee, if I say it, I'm afraid you'll shout even louder than I will. Speak. Jiang Wusun and the others urged in unison. Ahem, listen closely, that serpent sculpture is the Jindan inheritance of the giant snake sect. Jiang Wusun and the others trembled in shock. The serpent sculpture was the inheritance? It was the Jindan legacy that the Tianqing sect failed to acquire when they annihilated the giant snake sect? Now it had fallen into our hands. Can you believe it? Jiang Wuxin gulped nervously, stuttering. Is it really true? Of course it's true. So, how do you feel? Excited? Happy? Don't you want to scream in joy? Shuh, don't make a noise. Chapter 97. Departure Ugh, Jiang Wusun, what are you doing? Jiang Wuching glared fiercely at Jiang Wusun. Can't you see I'm happy? What's the matter? Of course, I'm telling you to be quiet. Can you shout about such matters? Exactly, Brother Wuching. Oh, right. I got too carried away. Jiang Wuching realized, quickly scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was nearby before letting out a sigh of relief. Tio think we acquired the most precious treasure from the giant snake sect's ruins so easily. Could we truly be the so-called chosen ones mentioned by Grandpa Tian? Jiang Wuxin was all excitement. Her limbs unable to remain stilled. I might be, but you two aren't necessarily. Humph, Jiang Wuching. If it weren't for me and Wuyan acting, you would have already perished at the hands of the black snake. Chosen ones, more like snake dung children. Exactly. All right, we're all good now, right? That's more like it. The four, consumed by thoughts of the Jindan inheritance, crouched down, their heads huddled together, chattering animatedly. So, what shall we do now? Continue searching for treasures or become bandits and rob? After calming their excitement, Jiang Wuxin posed the question. Well, it's already been quite some time, and most of the treasures left by the giant snake sect have likely been taken, so continuing the search might yield little. As for robbing, given our strength, as long as we don't exceed their numbers, it should be manageable. However, on one hand, Wusun seems rather weakened, and his strength may not be up to par. On the other hand, many family factions have gathered together. Their numbers may exceed ours, and encountering them could be perilous. Now that we VE obtained the inheritance, I believe it's not worth the risk to venture further. After listening to Jiang Wuyan's analysis, Jiang Wuching and the others nodded in agreement. Then let us find a place to hide, and when the time is right, we'll set up the formation flags. All right. The four found a relatively intact building, and then, grilled meat paired with red wine is a match made in heaven. Wuxin's skills have truly improved. No wonder Grandpa Tian loves to eat. Of course, I learned to grill fish with Grandpa Tian when I was just a few years old. Now I can grill various common beast meats. And Grandpa Tian says I've surpassed him. Sister Wuxin, you're amazing. This grilled meat is absolutely delicious, especially when paired with Grandpa Tian's special red wine. It's simply delightful. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the four began to tally their spoils. Haha, I never expected our trip to the giant snake sect's ruins would yield so much. After finishing the counts, Jiang Wuching's eyes sparkled with glee. Grinning widely. When we return, they'll surely be astonished. Jiang Wusun's grin stretched from ear to ear. Our gains could buy several Jiang families. Jiang Wuxin hugged the only two high-grade spiritual herbs she possessed. Feeling a bit dizzy, Jiang Wuyan remained silent but wore a smile on her face. I wonder if the remaining numbers still add up to 1,200. I saw quite a few places with numerous corpses. Should be enough, right? Jiang Wusun was uncertain. They had seen more corpses in a day than they had in all their years combined. What if there aren't enough people? Then we'll just have to wait for the second batch to come in. But no matter what, we must remember that once the protective formation is breached, we leave immediately. Too many people have perished this time. Even the foundation-building families have lost quite a few. To avoid complications, we should just make our exit. A few hours later, beams of light appeared above the giant snake sect, descending to the ground. It's time to set up the formation flags. This was the signal from the foundation building cultivators outside, indicating that the time had come. The four set off, following the beams to their designated locations. The four positions were relatively close together, a precaution in case anyone attempted to rob them, allowing for quick support. However, they had overestimated those individuals. This was a task arranged by a group of foundation-building experts, and at this moment, they dared not disturb them. Jiang Wuqing gazed up at the sky, brow furrowed. Not enough people. Fortunately, not long after, the air above began to tremble, fierce winds whipped up on the ground, and the once bright sky shattered like glass. The formation had been breached. Jiang Wuqing's heart leaped with joy, and he hastened toward the exit of the giant snake sect, while Jiang Wusun and the others followed closely behind. It wasn't just the four of them. Many people were hastily fleeing the giant snake sect, fully aware that this time things had escalated, and with the resources within the sect, who knew if those foundation-building families would turn hostile? The sooner they left, the safer they would be. On Jiang Wuqing's side, seeing Jiang Wusun catch up, he produced a blue talisman, channeling spiritual energy into it, causing it to emit a stream of azure smoke. The smoke did not dissipate but instead coiled around Jiang Wuqing's arm. Outside the giant snake sect, Jiang Wenyu felt a stir in his storage bag. Upon opening it, a stream of azure smoke emerged and wrapped around his hand. Jiang Wenyu's expression grew serious. Something had gone awry? Following the guidance of the azure smoke, Jiang Wenyu hurriedly rushed in a particular direction. On the other side of the giant snake sect, Jiang Wenyu spotted Jiang Wuqing and the others safe and sound. And he let out a sigh of relief. What happened? I saw many people leaving in a hurry. We'll talk when we get back. Let us move. Chapter 98. A Moment of Glory Speak. What transpired within the giant snake sect's ruins? Upon returning to the Jiang family, Jiang Wenyu eagerly inquired, Splendid news, truly splendid. However, uncle, we must gather everyone and head to Grandfather Tian. As they returned to the Jiang residence, Jiang Wuqing felt the tension in his heart dissipate. The matters concerning the ruins would undoubtedly be their moment of glory, necessitating the presence of everyone. Yes, uncle. We must call upon all, Jiang Wusun chimed in, with Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyin nodding in agreement. It seems you four have stumbled upon something remarkable in the ruins. Jiang Wenyu remarked, very well, I shall summon everyone. You all wait for us at Grandfather Tian's. Watching the four little ones dash joyfully towards Grandfather Xuantian's courtyard, Jiang Wenyu couldn't help but smile faintly, pondering to himself, little rascals, if you haven't found any treasures, you shall face the consequences later. Just wait and see how I shall discipline you. In Grandfather Xuantian's courtyard, Jiang Wuheng, Jiang Wuyun, and Jiang Wuyu sat cross-legged in meditation, while Xintian reclined upon his jade bed, 5 serpents providing him massages at various points. Xintian opened his eyes, his vertical pupils gazing towards the entrance. Soon after, Jiang Wuqing and the others rushed inside. Grandfather Tian, we are back. The 4 black-ringed snakes beside Xintian glanced up at the newcomers before resuming their massages. While the black and white serpent hissed, flicking its tongue, with a cold glare, Xintian coiled his serpent tail, tossing the black and white serpent aside. Hiss. Not being able to speak is quite troublesome, he mused. Grandfather Tian, we made significant gains at the giant serpent sect ruins. Jiang Wuqing stated earnestly, positioning himself where the black and white serpent had been, extending his hands to massage Xintian. Speak, Xintian commanded, his serpent tail sliding across the ground. Grandfather Tian, we'll discuss it once everyone has gathered. Jiang Wuqing replied. Come on, just speak plainly. Why delay? You're disturbing my meditation, Jiang Wuyu interjected. Rolling her eyes in disdain, in truth, she felt quite irritable. Upon hearing about the giant serpent sect ruins, she had insisted on entering, only to be dismissed for being too weak. Now, seeing Jiang Wuqing and the others, resentment brewed within her. Why was I not allowed to go? What gives them the right? Oh dear, our little Yuer is still upset. Jiang Wusun teased, lifting her playfully. Let go of me, Jiang Wusun. I am not a child, she protested. Little girl, have some respect, Call me brother. I wonder where you learned such impudence at your young age, Jiang Wusun chuckled. Setting Jiang Wuyu down, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Jiang Wuxin. Jiang Wuxin, taken aback, soon felt displeased and exclaimed, Jiang Wusun, what are you staring at? What do you mean by that? Are you implying I've led her astray? Isn't that the case? Jiang Wusun nearly voiced, but seeing Jiang Wuxin's fierce demeanor, akin to a mother tiger ready to pounce, he swallowed his words. Jiang Wuyu, witnessing this exchange, burst into laughter, while Xintian found it amusing as well. Having children around certainly brought liveliness. Before long, Jiang Wenxuan and the others arrived. Speak up. If it's trivial matters, do not blame me for getting rough. Fear not, uncle, it is indeed a significant matter. Just as Jiang Wuqing was about to elaborate, Jiang Wuyan interrupted, signaling Jiang Wuheng and the others to step outside. Naturally, Jiang Wuheng and his companions were reluctant, but they were ushered out by Jiang Wenxuan. Observing Jiang Wuyan's expression, Jiang Wenxuan surmised that the matter was indeed serious. With the others gone, only Jiang Wenxuan, Jiang Wuqing, Jiang Wuxin, Jiang Wuyu, and Xintian remained, along with 5 serpentine servants. Jiang Wuqing, brimming with excitement, recounted every detail of their encounter in the giant serpent sect ruins, while Jiang Wenxuan and the others found it hard to believe. Little Orange, you aren't spinning tales, are you? Jiang Wenxuan asked gravely. An Earth-grade magical artifact and a golden pill inheritance. This could obliterate the Jiang family hundreds of times over. Father, how could your brilliant son speak falsely? Look, this is the serpent sculpture, Jiang Wuqing replied, presenting the sculpture for inspection. Jiang Wenxuan examined the serpent sculpture closely, but found it rather ordinary and handed it to Sheng. As Xintian approached the sculpture, an icy sensation enveloped him, and he felt a tremor within his soul, an instinctive fear arising. There appears to be substance here, Xintian thought. Activating his divine Yi in an instant, he felt a surge of spiritual energy rushing to his eyes, gradually transforming them into a pure white hue. Uncle Tian, your eyes? Jiang Wenxuan gasped, having never witnessed Xintian using the divine eye before. The sight of Xuantian's pure white pupils made Jiang Wenxuan feel as though he were utterly exposed. Devoid of any secrets, he instinctively took a few steps back, feeling as if his very essence had been laid bare. Jiang Wenyu, on the other hand, remained unaffected, being merely an ordinary mortal. Jiang Wuqing and the others, however, found Xintian's appearance immensely cool, his emotionless, pure white eyes exuding an undeniable aura of power. Xintian focused on the serpent sculpture as its black color began to fade, revealing a serpentine phantom that swam within. Seemingly responding to Xuantian's gaze, the phantom turned its head, its vertical eyes locking onto Xintian, sending a chill through him that caused him to shudder involuntarily and quickly avert his gaze. What on earth was that? Xintian thought, still feeling a lingering dread. When the serpentine phantom had looked at him, he felt as if his life was entirely in its grasp, the difference between life and death hinging on its whim. Could that serpentine phantom be a beast soul? Xintian speculated, knowing that a beast soul was akin to a human's nascent soul and could only be possessed by a 4th-tier ferocious beast. If it truly was a beast soul, it indicated that some formidable force had slain a 4th-tier beast, comparable to a human's nascent soul, and sealed its soul within the sculpture. Even if it were not a beast soul, this sculpture was likely extraordinary. It seemed the inheritance from this serpent sculpture was indeed genuine. He turned to nod at Jiang Wenxuan and the others. Jiang Wenxuan, filled with excitement, slapped Jiang Wuqing on the head, quickly transcribed the inheritance. Be meticulous, not a single word must be wrong. If you make even one mistake, I shall deal with you. Jiang Wuqing wanted to protest that his monumental achievement warranted better treatment. But realizing he was still a son, he dutifully set about transcribing the inheritance from his memory. Once Jiang Wuqing had stepped aside, Jiang Wenyu eagerly turned to Jiang Wuxin. Shiner, let me see that alchemical inheritance. For Jiang Wenyu, the alchemical inheritance held greater significance than the golden pill inheritance. Jiang Wuxin produced 6 jade tubes, and the surrounding individuals quickly gathered around. Awakening Spirit Pill, High-Grade Xian Class Elixir, Revitalization Pill. Low-Grade Xian Class Elixir, Diamond Pill, Mid-Grade Xian Class Elixir, Long Yuan Golden Pill, Mid-grade Xian class elixir, Fiery Sun Return Flame Sutra, Alchemical True Exposition. Jiang Wenyu couldn't help but burst into laughter, while Jiang Wenshuan and Jiang Wenshuan were equally elated. Second brother, we now possess the alchemical inheritance. You must diligently practice alchemy, and Shiner, do follow your father closely in alchemy. The future of Jiang family's elixirs relies on you both. Rest assured, elder brother, with these, I shall soon be able to concoct higher-grade elixirs, Jiang Wuxin replied confidently. Although the Jiang family had some alchemical methods, most were rather rudimentary, and even mastering the creation of low-grade Huang-class elixirs was a challenge, let alone higher-grade elixirs. Now, with the alchemical inheritance acquired, they could even concoct Xian-class elixirs. The three brothers were overjoyed, and Jiang Wuxin and the others shared their excitement, but Xintian wore a frown. Did you all not notice? Who among you can actually concoct Xian-class elixirs? The Fiery Sun Return Flame Sutra is a fire-type technique, beneficial for alchemy, but its cultivation requirement is to be at the foundation establishment stage or higher. The methods recorded in the Alchemical True Exposition also require one to be at least at the foundation establishment stage. Clearly, these items were of no use to the Jiang family. They would have little benefit in the short term given their current weakness. Even the Alchemical True Exposition contains some insights and notes on alchemy that might prove somewhat useful. This Golden Pill Inheritance, Alchemical Inheritance, and the Earth-grade magical artifact could not assist the Jiang family in the short term, for they were simply too weak to utilize such treasures. Before long, Jiang Wuqing had finished transcribing the Golden Pill Inheritance, eagerly presenting it to Jiang Wenshuan. Jiang Wenshuan glanced at it before turning to count the gains of the four. Jiang Wenshuan and the others gathered around to scrutinize the inheritance. In a wonder, the five great families established the sect known as the Giant Serpent Sect. It all relates to serpents. The so-called Golden Pill Inheritance was essentially a method to break through to the Golden Pill stage. The fundamental step in breaking through to the Golden Pill stage involves the transformation of spiritual energy from a liquid state to a solid state, forming the Golden Pill. This step, seemingly simple, has thwarted countless peak foundation establishment cultivators. For instance, the Qian, Luo, and Zhou families in Wuling City all possess peak foundation establishment cultivators, yet none have ever succeeded in attaining the Golden Pill stage. This is due to their lack of the Golden Elixir Inheritance, forcing them to resort to the most foolish and primitive methods of forcibly compressing liquid spiritual energy until it solidifies. While this approach is indeed a method, it is fraught with difficulty. To compress liquid spiritual energy into a solid state requires at least hundreds of compressions, and as the number of compressions increases, the difficulty escalates significantly, making it a feat few can achieve. Even for those capable, time is a luxury. Undergoing hundreds of compressions would deplete one's lifespan. Thus, it is nearly impossible for anyone to break through to the Golden Elixir stage without the inheritance. And even those who manage to do so usually possess rare materials that hasten the solidification of spiritual energy. In contrast, the Golden Elixir Inheritance offers a different pathway, significantly reducing the challenges associated with transforming liquid spiritual energy into solid form, thereby increasing the likelihood of breaking through to the Golden Elixir stage. The Golden Elixir Inheritance of the Serpent Sect exemplifies this. It records a technique known as the Yin Serpent Skill, which allows practitioners to transfer their own essence blood and spiritual energy into the bodies of serpentine beasts, and then back into their own, thus preserving the innate cold aura of these beasts within themselves. By circulating this technique, they can convert their own spiritual energy characteristics to that of the serpentine beast's coldness. When preparing to break through to the Golden Elixir stage, practitioners must compress the liquid spiritual energy, and with each successive compression, they will increasingly feel as if they are engulfed in flames, while the difficulty continues to mount. Humans are essentially yang, whereas serpentine beasts are inherently yin. If a practitioner's spiritual energy can transform to mirror that of the serpentine beast's coldness, the challenge of compression will be vastly diminished. The Golden Elixir Inheritance of the Serpent Sect allows practitioners to temporarily imbue their spiritual energy with this cold characteristic during compression. It seems I shall need to catch more snakes in the future. Jiang Wenshuan glanced at the four black-ringed snakes and the black and white mysterious snake beside Xintian, a spark of excitement flashing across his face. Chapter 100. Establishing a new city. Jiang Wuqing and his companions entrusted all their spoils to Jiang Wenshuan and Jiang Wenyu. leaving it to them to decide whether to retain them as family assets or sell them for profit. The alchemical inheritance, aside from the true understanding of alchemy, holds little value for the Jiang family at present. However, the golden elixir inheritance has already begun to bear fruit. The Yin Serpent skill imposes no strict cultivation requirements, allowing even those in the Qi refinement stage to practice it. Naturally, while the Yin Serpent skill is classified as a technique, it does not contribute to one's cultivation elevation. Its sole purpose is to transform a practitioner's spiritual energy characteristics into that of coldness. The reasons for beginning to cultivate the Yin Serpent skill during the Qi refinement stage are twofold. Firstly, the cultivation of the Yin Serpent skill is a lengthy process requiring one to deeply experience the cold aura of serpents over time. Secondly, Jiang Wenxuan and his companions discovered that the Yin Serpent skill possesses a unique attribute. After transferring their essence blood and spiritual energy into serpentine beasts and back, a profound bond develops between the practitioner and the beast, significantly accelerating the beast's cultivation speed. They realized that if a golden elixir force, or a higher tier force, were to acquire this inheritance, they would likely prioritize the Yin Serpent skill for its capacity to foster closeness between practitioners and serpentine beasts, as well as enhance the beast's cultivation speed. This is where the true marvel lies. Among practitioners, a few manage to form contracts with ferocious beasts. However, such individuals are rare, as forming a contract with a beast is exceedingly challenging. Firstly, the beast must be very young. Otherwise, it may retaliate. Secondly, possessing a young beast does not guarantee a contract. Resonance at the soul level is required for practitioners to imprint their souls onto the beast. Lastly, ferocious beasts generally have slow cultivation rates, and once a contract is formed with a human practitioner, the soul connection can adversely affect the practitioner's cultivation speed. Though the impact is minor, many practitioners are still reluctant to engage in such contracts. Conversely, the Yin Serpent skill allows for a relationship to be established with ferocious beasts without the need for formal contracts, thereby accelerating their cultivation. Thus, Jiang Wenxuan and his companions resolved to practice the Yin Serpent skill even during the Qi refinement stage, understanding that while this may consume some of their time, it could potentially yield a cadre of powerful allies for the family in the future, as Jiang Wuqing and the others anticipated. The events surrounding the ruins of the Serpent sect caused a considerable stir. The foundation-building practitioners were utterly astonished to discover that the Serpent sect had left behind a wealth of treasures, many of which even golden elixir cultivators coveted, seized by a group of Qi refinement stage practitioners. Additionally, several factions, having lost numerous members in the ruins, began to express their outrage and seek vengeance. Of the 2,000 who entered the ruins, over 700 perished. These individuals hailed from various families, sects, and included solitary cultivators. All were at the Qi refinement stage, and even those from foundation-building forces were not particularly formidable. In their frenzy to claim the treasures, some individuals became bloodthirsty, leading to attacks even on those from foundation-building factions. One such faction, the Luo family, one of the 3 strongest families in Wuling City, experienced this firsthand. They dispatched 50 members into the ruins, yet fewer than 20 returned. This provoked the Luo family into a wrathful hunt for the culprits, vowing to annihilate any clan found responsible. The Luo family's retribution triggered a cascade of responses, with many factions rallying under the banner of revenge and commencing mutual assaults. Within merely 2 days, nearly 300 factions engaged in conflict, resulting in the obliteration of over 50 factions. The Jiang family, fortunate enough to remain unscathed, observed as the Zhang and Yu families exercised caution, while other factions in the northern part of the city were too weak to act. Although many factions claimed their actions were for vengeance, most were aware that this was mere pretense. Perhaps some factions genuinely sought retribution, but a greater number were simply motivated by the treasures within the Serpent sect ruins. Even the Luo family was not exempt from this reality. As the protective formation of the Serpent sect crumbled, rumors began to circulate in Wuling City. The golden elixir inheritance of the Serpent sect had not fallen into the hands of the Tianqing sect, but was hidden within the ruins, now seized by certain individuals. No one could ascertain the truth of this rumor, yet it was deemed wiser to believe it than to dismiss it. Jiang Wenxuan and his companions speculated that although the Tianqing sect had not acquired the inheritance, they were likely aware of its contents. The golden elixir inheritance of the serpent sect is particularly notable. It necessitates prolonged practice of the serpent skill, which could lead serpent sect practitioners to begin cultivating the skill before reaching the pinnacle of foundation building. While the serpent sect may not rival the likes of the Lingjian sect, it surely possesses a substantial number of foundation building practitioners, many of whom would practice the serpent skill. With a little interrogation, the Tianqing sect would undoubtedly uncover the contents of the inheritance. Zhang Wenxuan and his companions harbored some concerns regarding the Tianqing sect, not due to the golden elixir inheritance, but because of the earth-tier artifact and the alchemical inheritance. They remained uncertain about what the 5 prominent families originally received. Whether it be earth-tier artifacts, alchemical furnaces, or golden elixir inheritances, none of these were ordinary, and typical golden elixir factions could not possibly possess such items. Zhang Wenxuan and his companions could only pray that the Tianqing sect remained ignorant of the earth-tier artifact and alchemical inheritance, rather than having fallen victim to misfortune during the volcanic eruption. The various factions in Wuling City were in an uproar over the deaths of cultivators in the ruins and the treasures of the serpent sect. However, their attention was soon diverted. The 13 foundation-building families of Wuling City resolved to establish a new city atop the ruins of the serpent sect. The new city was of paramount importance to the interests of all factions in Wuling City, and everyone was closely monitoring the developments. The 13 foundation-building families proposed a plan to pool the manpower, resources, and finances of the entire Wuling City and construct the city within 3 years. Once established, nearly half of the factions and population would migrate to the new city. For the factions within the city, whether migrating or remaining, financial contributions were mandatory. Those migrating would need to pay for land in the new city, while those staying would have to pay to claim the land left behind by others. Many factions were willing to invest manpower and resources, often exceeding expectations. For instance, the Zhang family. While spirit stones were not an issue, they simply desired a more favorable location. Chapter 101. New City. Xiling. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Purplewood Forest, atop the ruins of the Serpent Sect, a magnificent city arose, named Xiling, Z representing the purple of the Purplewood Forest, and Ling symbolizing the spirit of Wuling City. Following the establishment of the new city, nearly half of the population of Wuling City began to migrate. Some did so willingly, while others were coerced. Originally, there were 13 foundation-building families in Wuling City, of which 6 migrated to Xiling: the Zhou, Huang, Yu, Xiao, Lin, and Li families. The architectural style of Xiling closely mirrored that of Wuling City, divided into 5 distinct sections. The Zhou family occupied the central area, while the Yu and Lin families took the eastern section, the Huang family the southern, the Li family the western, and the Xiao family the northern section. In the western area of the city, within a resplendent mansion, Xintian, Zhang Wenxuan, Zhang Wenyu, and Zhang Wenyuan, the 3 serpentine companions, convened in a pavilion to discuss matters concerning the Zhang family. Although a considerable amount of spirit stones had been expended, the scale of the Zhang family had increased tenfold compared to before, making it worthwhile. Zhang Wenxuan surveyed his surroundings, satisfaction evident on his face. Establishing a new city, competing for land, constructing a new home, relocating industries. Over these years, the wealth accumulated by the Zhang family had been depleted. Were it not for the considerable treasures and spiritual herbs brought back by Wuqing and the others 3 years ago, the Zhang family might have faced starvation. Zhang Wenyuan felt a pang of regret, though he recognized the significant benefits this would confer upon the Zhang family's development. Witnessing the continuous expenditure of spirit stones weighed heavily on his heart. Ha, second brother. I believe that even spending double the amount of spirit stones would be worth it. That thing below surpasses the entire value of Xiling. Zhang Wenyu offered comfort from the side. Yet it only earned him a disdainful glare from Zhang Wenyuan. Hmph, the words of the second brother are truly delightful. You have studied alchemy for several years, yet you still cannot concoct a medium-grade yellow-tier elixir? I have been eagerly awaiting your potions. The spirit stones you have squandered over these years could have expanded the Zhang family by half. Ahem, I assure you, I will soon be able to brew medium-grade yellow-tier elixirs. Truly, Zhang Wenyu felt somewhat embarrassed. After receiving the inheritance of alchemy, he was filled with confidence. believing that within a few years he would be able to produce medium-grade yellow-tier elixirs. However, the reality proved to be starkly different. He could recite the contents of the alchemical text verbatim, yet his progress in alchemy was painfully limited. While he found it considerably easier to concoct low-grade yellow-tier elixirs with a significantly higher success rate, the medium-grade elixirs continued to elude him. It was then that he realized his innate talent for alchemy was quite poor. Despite his fervent passion and countless hours of dedication, his skills had not improved as he had hoped. It was akin to the contrast between him and Jiang Wanlin. One possessed 4 spirit roots while the other had only 2. Although he was 4 years her senior, she had broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement a year ago, while he remained at the 7th. Talent, it seems, is not something that can be bridged merely by effort. Oh, second brother, do not be disheartened. While it may take you many more years to concoct medium-grade yellow-tier elixirs, Sheener possesses such remarkable talent that she will likely achieve that milestone in no time, thus alleviating some of your burdens. Eldest brother, if you cannot comfort me properly, then do not bother. Jiang Wenyu turned and shot an angry glare at Jiang Wenxuan. What sort of statement is that, to be surpassed by one's own daughter? Yet, it seems entirely plausible. 2 years prior, when Jiang Wuxin broke through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, she successfully brewed a low-grade yellow-tier elixir. Now, 2 years later, her success rate in alchemy exceeds his own. Enough of this. Let us discuss the future development of the Jiang family. In the time that followed, the 3 brothers engaged in a discussion regarding the Jiang family and the situation in Xiling City, sharing their thoughts on nurturing the next generation, managing their enterprises, diplomatic relations with other factions, and strategies for crisis response. Meanwhile, Xintian listened quietly, refraining from participating in the discussion. The reasons were twofold. First, he could not speak and had to rely on writing for communication, which was cumbersome. Second, the 3 brothers were now quite capable of managing the Jiang family. Time truly flies. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage seems imminent. During these 3 years, aside from Jiang Wenxuan and Jiang Wenyu, the cultivation levels of the others have all seen breakthroughs, contributing a total of 39 energy points to Xintian. With the previous amount, he now possesses 69 energy points. Although he is unsure how many energy points are required to break through to the foundation establishment stage, Xintian feels that the breakthrough is not far off. The mere thought of reaching the foundation establishment stage ignites a fervor within him. Once he achieves that, the only family in Xiling City that could pose a threat would be the Zhou family. As for the other families, he would be more than content to avoid trouble with them. However, there has been one troubling matter over these 3 years. Jiang Wuqing and the others remain unmarried. 2 years ago, he had discussed their life choices with Jiang Wenxuan and the others, only to have Jiang Wuqing and his companions protest vehemently, insisting they wish to enjoy a few more years of single life. Single life? Xintian was taken aback. Alas, he regretted having shared so many tales of love and hate from his past life. Chapter 102. I want to train a few days later at the Jiang family residence. What? You two wish to go to Qinghe City for training? Jiang Wenxuan stared incredulously at Jiang Wuqing and Jiang Wuxin. Father, I believe our lives have become too comfortable, which is detrimental to our growth. Comfortable? If you think it's too comfortable, I shall have your grandfather train you. Cough, cough, father, grandfather did agree. If you are to lie, at least choose a more convincing reason. Your grandfather would prefer you to accompany him daily rather than let you leave. Uncle, grandfather truly agreed. Uncle Tian actually consented. Jiang Wenxuan found it hard to believe, knowing Xuantian's temperament. He cared deeply for Jiang Wuqing and the others. Although Xintian would occasionally discipline them, it was always in a manner that only left them with minor injuries, and they would recover in a day or two. Moreover, this was only when he personally intervened. If anyone else dared to punish the children, they would likely face his wrath. Jiang Wenxuan had witnessed firsthand when Jiang Wenyu once disciplined a child, only to be reprimanded by Xintian with the words, "It is the father's fault for not teaching," followed by a severe beating. Logically, given the dangers of the outside world, Xuantian's disposition would never allow Jiang Wuqing and the others to venture out for training. Are you two not deceiving me? Jiang Wenxuan still held some skepticism in his tone. Of course not, father. Grandfather personally agreed. Not only that, but grandfather has prepared many supplies for us. magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, you name it. We are even bringing Xiao Xian and Xiao Yu with us. Xiao Xian and Xiao Yu are the black and white Xian snakes and the jade serpent, respectively. The former was captured by the two of them in the Zimu forest 3 years ago, while the latter was given to the Jiang family by the Dedeo gang after they hunted it 2 years ago. Since acquiring the Yin snake technique, the Jiang family has begun collecting serpent-type ferocious beasts, all of which have a bloodline rank of at least medium-grade yellow-tier. As an affiliated faction, the Dedeo gang has been supplying the Jiang family with ferocious beasts for many years. The younger generation has grown up battling these beasts. So when they learned of the Jiang family's desire to collect serpentine beasts, the Dedeo gang took it to heart. The jade serpent is a high-grade yellow-tier ferocious beast, which was handed over to the Jiang family after being captured by the Dedeo gang. Eventually, it came into the possession of Jiang Wusun. After 2 years of nurturing and spiritual energy exchange, Jiang Wusun has developed a close bond with the jade serpent. The same goes for the black and white Xian snake, which has formed a bond with Jiang Wuqing. Very well, since your grandfather has given his consent, I shall not stand in your way. However, you must exercise caution once you are outside. The outside world is not like home. It is fraught with peril, and should you encounter danger, even though Xiling City and Qinghe City are close, we may not be able to reach you in time. Rest assured, father, we will be careful. After receiving Jiang Wenxuan's approval, the two of them beamed with joy and dashed outside. I hope there won't be any danger. Jiang Wenxuan shook his head, a hint of worry in his eyes. What? You two also wish to venture out for training? Jiang Wenxuan was taken aback as he looked at Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyan, who stood before him. Just yesterday, Jiang Wuqing and the others had departed for Qinghe City, and now these two girls also wanted to go out for training. Have you been influenced by those two rascals? Why would you want to go out for training? Isn't it better to stay at home? Jiang Wenxuan could not comprehend why everyone was eager to go out for training. Uncle, it has nothing to do with them. We want to go out for training ourselves. Yes, father. I believe our lives have become too comfortable, which is detrimental to our growth. Detrimental to growth. You still claim you haven't been swayed by those two rascals, yet your reasoning is identical to theirs. Next, are you going to say that grandfather agreed to? Uncle, how did you know? Grandfather truly consented. Jiang Wenxuan's temples throbbed as he pointed an accusing finger at the two of them, his voice raised in anger. You cannot go. Stay at home. On what grounds? If they can go, why can't we? We are no weaker than them. On what grounds? Those two rascals could charm a street vendor selling grilled fish at the age of 9, dared to hunt ferocious beasts with the Dedeo gang at 11, impersonated the young masters of foundational families at 12 to swindle the courtesans of Hongxiu Pavilion, instigated rivalries among several family youths at 13, annihilated entire families at 14, and flirted with the daughters of the Yu family at the Yu Family's Theater at 15, and assassinated several sons of the Zhang family at 17. Though you think that apart from having slightly better talent, you possess anything that compares to them? Jiang Wenxuan unleashed a torrent of words, leaving Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyan exchanging glances. They had been quiet children, one fond of reading and the other of meditative cultivation. They had no experiences akin to Jiang Wuqing and the others. But father, grandfather agreed, Jiang Wuyan said weakly. Jiang Wenxuan opened his mouth, wanting to respond, but ultimately sighed and waved his hand in resignation. Very well, go then. Chapter 103. All conflicts point to the outside world watching the departing figures of the two. Jiang Wenxuan felt an inexplicable sense of something amiss. Oh dear. I don't even know where they are headed. Jiang Wenxuan chided himself for being so careless, but then thought, since Uncle Tian has agreed, it should be fine, and he felt a slight relief. He had absolute faith in Xintian. Though he secretly wished Jiang Wuqing and the others would not go out for training for fear of danger. Since Xintian had already consented, Jiang Wenxuan would naturally not obstruct them. Beneath a nearly 100-meter-tall purple wood, Xintian lounged lazily on a jade bed. These little rascals truly do not allow one a moment's peace. Each of them wishes to venture out for training. However, as the fledgling eagle matures, it must inevitably soar into the vast expanse of the sky. The four ventured forth to hone their skills, and Xintian harbored no concern that their endeavors would be in vain. Yet, he understood all too well that evading cultivation would yield little in terms of achievement. to ascend as a formidable force. One must invariably endure trials and tribulations. A year prior, after Jiang Wanlin had ascended beyond the 9th level of qi refinement, she returned to the Jiang family, where Xintian engaged her in discussions regarding the family's future prospects. From Jiang Wanlin, he learned that the Lingjian sect boasted over 10,000 disciples, leading to fierce competition. The sect governed 8 cities, including Wuling City and Xiling City, 7 of which were situated within Tian'an Prefecture, while the remaining, Lingjian City, belonged to Tianling Prefecture. In truth, the Lingjian sect originally hailed from Tianling Prefecture. However, following a conflict between the two territories, the sect was subsequently reallocated to Tian'an Prefecture due to various circumstances. Although Lingjian City and Tianyuan Prefecture remained under its jurisdiction, Lingjian City, established by the sect itself, enjoys an exceptionally close relationship with it, as a substantial majority of the sect's disciples originate from Lingjian City. Every 2 to 3 years, Lingjian City contributes a new batch of disciples to the Lingjian sect, while the sect only recruits from Wuling City and the other 6 cities every 2 to 3 decades. This disparity has resulted in Lingjian City disciples consistently suppressing and targeting those from Wuling City and the other 6 cities. Furthermore, competition among disciples hailing from Lingjian City or the 6 cities is equally intense. Nevertheless, the Lingjian sect does not discourage this. Rather, it welcomes it, and on occasion, certain elders may even feel that the competition is insufficiently fierce, secretly intervening to exacerbate conflicts among the disciples. Within the Lingjian sect, duels, sparring, and underhanded tactics frequently arise among disciples. Yet, these tensions do not lead to any fracturing within the sect, as everything remains under the control of its higher-ups. It is precisely due to this competitive atmosphere that despite being the smallest of the 3 major sects, the Lingjian sect's overall strength remains on par with the others, primarily because its disciples emerge from these challenges even stronger and more ruthless. Xintian believes that for a family to grow and thrive, a tranquil existence is inadequate, as it would dull the edges of the younger generation. They must be subjected to trials and tribulations, for it is through such experiences that their character and resolve will strengthen. Infusing the family with vitality, however, Xintian does not wish to directly emulate the Lingjian sect. Firstly, the Jiang family is currently too small, with minimal conflict and close relationships, rendering competition virtually non-existent. Secondly, Xintian perceives that the paths of a family and a sect are inherently different. A sect emphasizes the bonds among its members, while familial ties are rooted in blood and kinship. Though the emotional bonds within a family are closer, they are also more susceptible to harm from one another. Should any family engage in the kind of treachery and scheming seen in the Lingjian sect, relationships could swiftly shatter, and the resentments harbored would be far more profound than those held against mere adversaries. The tale of the Jiang family's downfall in Bailing Prefecture, recounted by Jiang Chong, remains vividly etched in Xuantian's memory. Such divisive tactics are not ones he wishes to experiment with. Thus, his gaze turns outward. He encourages the younger generation to venture forth and face challenges, redirecting all conflicts toward the external world. With a swift whoosh, a fiery serpent surged forth, targeting a massive armored boar. The serpent coiled around the boar's massive form, emitting a sizzle as the terrifying heat seared its skin, causing the boar to bellow in agony and struggle, yet it was utterly unable to escape. After a considerable time, the boar ceased its thrashing, collapsing to the ground, a fragrant aroma wafting from its body. Retrieve! The fiery serpent, as though responding to a command, released its charred captive and transformed into a red silk ribbon, soaring towards a woman clad in crimson. Ha ha ha, a mere first-tier low-grade armored boar is hardly a challenge, exclaimed a girl in blue, praising her companion. Indeed, dispatching an armored boar is child's play for Jiang Wuxin. When we encounter other ferocious beasts, you shall have a chance to test your mettle. Very well, Jiang Wuyin nodded. Although they had fought and slain ferocious beasts since childhood, those encounters had been with creatures confined within cages. This would be their first experience hunting in the wild. Witnessing Jiang Wuxin's battle with the armored boar ignited a fervor within her, stirring a desire to engage in combat with a ferocious beast immediately. Chapter 104. The corrupt wolf. The armored boar was the first ferocious beast the two encountered shortly after entering the Zimu forest. possessing relatively modest strength, at most, the third level of qi refinement, thus presenting no challenge for Jiang Wuxin. After dispatching the boar, the pair pressed deeper into the Zimu forest. In reality, they were already in the forest's depths. For Xiling City lay at its very center, an area once teeming with ferocious beasts. However, the beasts within the Zimu forest are generally of low strength, with few reaching the second tier. Prior to the commencement of construction in Xiling City, the Zhou family, alongside other foundational families, conducted a thorough sweep of the surrounding forests, eliminating the majority of stronger beasts, while the remainder fled elsewhere. Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyan recognized this opportunity. The ferocious beasts in the Zimu forest were now significantly fewer and weaker, with few achieving first-tier high-grade status, making the situation relatively safe for their level of strength. "Don't move," Jiang Wuyan suddenly hissed, startling Jiang Wuxin into stillness, her heart racing. Scanning their surroundings, she detected no immediate danger. Before turning to inquire, "What is it?" "Something is approaching. A beast or a person? I cannot ascertain, but there appears to be a considerable number. Let us hide." Although Jiang Wuxin had detected no unusual sounds, she trusted Jiang Wuyan's instincts. Ever cautious and meticulous, Jiang Wuyan's observations could very well indicate genuine peril. The two swiftly ascended a tall tree, providing a broad view of the area. From her perch, Jiang Wuxin noticed some movement in the nearby underbrush. The branches swayed subtly, moving against the wind's direction. "What is it?" she whispered. Yet Jiang Wuyan merely shook her head, having detected the faint rustling sounds emanating from the surrounding foliage, indicating that something was indeed drawing near, and in significant numbers. "We are surrounded." The commotion in the underbrush intensified, the sound of branches scraping against one another becoming increasingly apparent, and soon they discerned what was encroaching upon them. "Corrupt wolves?" Jiang Wuxin's tone wavered. She had only heard of them but had never encountered such creatures. Corrupt wolves are relatively small and possess mediocre combat prowess, yet their saliva can cause a cultivator's wounds to fester. Unless one is significantly stronger than the corrupt wolves, few would willingly confront a pack of them. Being bitten by a corrupt wolf can lead to considerable complications. Their saliva is not poison, rendering antidotes ineffective. A bite can lead to severe injuries or even death. Hence, despite their youthful encounters with various ferocious beasts, Xintian and Jiang Wenxuan had refrained from allowing them to battle corrupt wolves. After all, while ordinary wounds can be treated, one can never predict the dire consequences of a corrupt wolf's bite. "Wuxin, there are 12 corrupt wolves, all of first-tier low-grade strength." At that moment, the corrupt wolves revealed themselves, encircling Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyan, howling beneath the tree. Jiang Wuxin frowned, her expression growing serious. While she would not fear 1 or even 3 or 4 corrupt wolves, confident in her ability to dispatch them without harm, the current numbers left her feeling less assured. Should she sustain any injuries, even if she survived, she would likely be left severely impaired. Jiang Wuxin cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Wuyan, knowing that if her hand or foot were injured, her sister would not hesitate to resort to drastic measures. "Wuyan, do you have any ideas?" "This tree will not protect us." Jiang Wuxin believed that solutions must come from Jiang Wuyan, while she would merely execute them. "It depends on whether you wish to flee or engage these corrupt wolves in battle." Jiang Wuyan had already devised a strategy. If they merely wished to escape, it would not pose a challenge. They possessed ample magical tools and talismans, ensuring a successful retreat. However, if they intended to engage, she was equally prepared. "We came out here to train, so let us fight." "Very well, follow my lead." Upon concluding her words, Jiang Wuyan produced 2 talismans, casting them to the ground below. One talisman ignited into a blaze, while the other transformed into a viscous yellow liquid. With a sizzling sound, the flames met the yellow liquid, producing a cloud of noxious gas accompanied by a foul stench. "Stench talisman? Wuyan, why do you carry such a talisman?" "Sister Wuxin, I am not like you, only selecting offensive or defensive talismans or magical tools. Auxiliary talismans like the stench talisman are typically used to mask odors, but they can also possess other surprising utilities when employed skillfully." As creatures with an acute sense of smell, the corrupt wolves recoiled at the foul odor, emitting frantic yelps as they retreated from Jiang Wuxin and her sister. See? Just 2 talismans were enough to disperse them. Enough talk. Let us hasten our departure. This stench is overwhelming. Ugh. Ha ha ha. Ugh. Let us go. Chapter 105. The moment of the hunt having swiftly vacated the area enveloped by the noxious yellow gas, Jiang Wuxin managed to calm her tumultuous stomach before turning her gaze towards Jiang Wuyin. And what comes next? What follows is the moment of the hunt, after being repelled by the foul stench. The 12 decaying wolves had established a considerable distance from one another. Not far from Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyin, one of the putrid wolves was fervently sniffing the air, its head swiveling from side to side, while a pool of vomit lay upon the ground. Roar! Upon sensing the presence of Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Wuyin, the putrid wolf raised its head and emitted a furious growl. A solitary beast still dares to act arrogantly? Watch as I obliterate you. With her red-tasseled spear brandished, Jiang Wuxin charged directly at the decaying wolf. Did we not agree that I would confront the next ferocious beast?